World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 1025 to Chapter 1049. After changing the topic for a while, the cat forgot about the divine weapon. Fong Ping remained calm and did not mention it again. This cat was black-hearted. It must have stolen 1 billion wealth from him last time. Fong Ping could not stand it. And 1,000 fish demons a day. Unsurprisingly, Fong Ping now had some understanding of the market. Creating one fish demon would cost at least 10 clouds of origin energy. 10,000 clouds a day. Would that not cost 1 billion wealth? Fong Ping could not afford to keep this cat for 8 to 10 days. After chatting for a while, Fong Ping said in a low voice, "Big cat, should we go to the fake sky cemetery and bring a few people out?" It would not work if all the humans ran away. However, bringing a few people out would not be too conspicuous. This way, the humans would have the capital. The cat muttered, "No, unless we bring that old man or the fake emperor. If we're not emperor rank, it's very dangerous to go through that entrance. We might die easily. Not everyone could go through that passageway." Without emperor rank strength, it was normal to be shattered by space when walking through the passageway created by the heavenly realm. Fong Ping frowned slightly. He suspected that the cat was looking for an excuse to slack off. The cat seemed to have sensed it. With a smack of its tail, Fong Ping's golden body trembled. Fong Ping was speechless. "Alright, stop thinking about it." However, Fong Ping quickly asked, "Big cat, where's Jiao?" "Jiao?" The cat was stunned. Then, it murmured, "Puppy." "Yes, where's Puppy?" Fong Ping was stunned. "I'm asking you." "Why are you asking me?" The cat's face was a little stiff. "I forgot, my memory is not good." "It's not like you don't know. The puppy was thrown into the depths of the Forbidden Sea. After that, it left. Then, a series of events happened. It was exhausted. How could it still remember the puppy?" Fong Ping was speechless. This cat was really unreliable. If he were Jiao, he would have cried until he fainted. It was thrown into the depths of the Forbidden Sea and forgotten by people. Who could reason with it? The cat did not seem to have any intention of looking for Jiao. It muttered, "It shouldn't die, right? The more the puppy eats, the stronger it becomes. I seem to have sensed it scolding me. It shouldn't be dead." Forget it. It could vaguely sense something, but the Jiao was too weak. Separated by the world wall and the Forbidden Sea, it could not sense it clearly. However, since it could sense that Jiao was still alive, the old cat was too lazy to go to the Forbidden Ocean anymore. Let the puppy do whatever it wants. Fong Ping did not bother with the Jiao anymore. He had a lot of things to do now. It was good that the cat was back. Previously, Fong Ping was still thinking that since there were no powerhouses among humans, he could not easily enter the catacombs and leave Earth. Now, it seemed that although the cat didn't kill people, there was still hope for it to help drive away some people. Fong Ping did not plan to tell anyone about the cat's appearance. It was better to keep this cat as a trump card. For the next 2 days, Fong Ping did not go out much. At this moment, Fong Ping started planning and deducing combat techniques. He wanted to deduce a combat technique that was most suitable for him. The void-piercing sword art was the best technique he had learned, but the increase was only 3%. As for the manic explosion saber, this was the first time he had learned a middle-ranked combat technique. Up until now, it still gave him a 1% increase, which meant that its compatibility was quite high. Of course, the amplification of these combat techniques would not stack. The void-piercing sword art that Fong Ping was using now was the most suitable for him. However, Li Jin's void-piercing sword art and Fong Ping's compatibility was not as high as he had imagined. Fong Ping also wanted to try out the effect of a combat technique deduction of 1 million per use. In the cultivation room, Fong Ping closed his eyes, immersing himself in the origin world. The deduction of combat techniques was the most suitable and the easiest in the origin world. Previously, when he used combat techniques in the origin world, it seemed to resonate with the origin Dao more easily. Today, Fong Ping's vitality was more than 400,000 calories. That was relative to a rank 9. His vitality essence was still more than 200,000 calories. This meant that his vitality units were more than 200,000 units. Recombining more than 200,000 units of vitality could be said to be a task that might not be completed even if he exhausted his entire life. Just 10 different numbers, arranged in random order, there were hundreds of thousands of combinations. When it came to 11, there were millions of combinations. Hundreds of thousands of different combinations of numbers. Fang Ping did not even think about it. It would drive him crazy. Therefore, even if some ancient powerhouses were constantly optimizing their combat techniques, they might not be the ones that were most suitable for him. The so-called compatibility was only the combat technique that was currently the most effective for them to upgrade. Those old antiques who had lived for close to 10,000 years recombined a few thousand times a day. Even if they did it every day, there would only be about 1 million combinations in a year. If they tried it for 10,000 years, there would only be 10 billion combinations. But who would spend 10,000 years doing this? Of course, when you found a type of recombination that was suitable for you and optimized it, you could also eliminate most of the energy recombination methods that were not suitable for you. Fang Ping's maximum ability was not considered low. It exceeded a vitality outburst of 600,000 calories. However, his combat techniques did not increase greatly. His control was not high either. As for the low control, it had a certain relationship with the combat technique's compatibility. When the combat technique was suitable for you, the control of your strength would improve accordingly. These two actually complemented each other. In the origin world. At this moment, more than 200,000 units of vitality were arranged in an orderly manner. Fang Ping could not cut it into 1-calorie units. At this moment, his maximum ability could only cut his vitality into 3 calories units. More than 200,000 calories vitality was about 70,000 units of vitality. At this moment, Fang Ping used the system's ability, combat technique deduction. The moment he used the ability, Fang Ping seemed to see an invisible giant hand arranging the vitality. It was not a random arrangement. Fang Ping's origin world was shaking slowly, as if searching for a resonance point. The vitality was pulsating. It seemed to be cheering and jumping for joy. The giant hand also seemed to be sensing the fluctuations in the origin world, adapting to this kind of fluctuation method. Soon, the vitality was like a long dragon, dancing in the air, jumping and combining. These little red light spots were originally just a straight line. Now, they were combining into some patterns. Fang Ping saw the light spots combining into the shape of a sword. Soon, the sword shape broke apart and began to combine into the shape of a saber. Gradually, a blood-colored Chengdao appeared in the origin world. Fang Ping frowned slightly. He felt that it did not seem to be very compatible with the origin world. However, at this moment, the system's energy seemed to be exhausted. The consumption of 1 million points was probably only for this long, or in other words, the effect. Fang Ping glanced at the system interface, not saying a word. Combat techniques, void-piercing swordsmanship, plus 3%, nameless saber technique, plus 1%, manic explosion saber, plus 1%, 1 million points, and you deduced a combat technique comparable to manic explosion saber for me? What a fraud! Fang Ping cursed under his breath. This was worth as much as 10 billion, and you deduced this for me? Wasn't this a gamble? Manic explosion saber was only a middle-ranked combat technique. Of course, its compatibility with Fang Ping was not low. That was why Fang Ping had been using it, and the effect was okay. To be able to increase his current strength by 1% was already incredible. However, the system deduced this level of combat techniques. Fang Ping was still extremely helpless. Again. Looking at his remaining 7 billion wealth, Fang Ping gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and tried to deduce again. 7 billion. If he could deduce a very powerful combat technique by spending 700 million points, it would be worth it. 700 million points, 700 times. Deducing 700 combat techniques. Although it's not worth mentioning compared to the number of restructuring plans, it should still be something. Fang Ping performed the deduction for the second time, and very quickly, he discovered the difference. The deduction was continuing, it was not starting from scratch. This meant that this was a continuous process. The system was constantly adjusting, looking for the energy combination that was most compatible with Fang Ping. If this went on, every deduction would be a process of perfection. If that's the case, in the end, maybe I'll deduce a combat technique that is most compatible with me, allowing my combat strength to increase tremendously? Fang Ping was slightly excited. He began to try again. 2 times, 3 times, 10 times, Fang Ping performed the deduction tirelessly in the source world. When he could not hold on any longer, he would consume some origin energy to replenish it. This time, he wanted to come up with a combat technique that was most suitable for him. It had to be at least slightly stronger than the void-piercing swordsmanship technique. After all, Li Jin's swordsmanship belonged to someone else. To think that he, Fang Ping, had reached the peak of his strength, yet he did not have any combat techniques that he could use. The so-called 10,000 teachers leveling method was just a joke. Fang Ping was cultivating combat techniques in seclusion. At the same time, the days passed in the blink of an eye. March 7th, Heavenly Division. In the big conference room. At this moment, there were many people in the conference room. The 3 newbies still could not accept the reality. Sino Nation had changed. That kid, Fang Ping, was in charge now, especially Wang Qinghai. When he saw the others entering the room, his face turned pale. He laughed bitterly. Why did you wake me up? I thought I had been asleep for hundreds of years. It's only been a few months. A few months. That kid has become the boss of Sino Nation. No, the boss of the world. I can't accept this. Old Manly said bluntly, cut the crap. To wake you guys up, I've spent God knows how much money. If you want to pass out, earn the money back first. If you can't earn it back, then sell your body to repay the debt. You talk too much. Wang Qinghai looked helpless. He heard that in order to save him, he had spent an extremely precious cat fruit. It was worth trillions. Even if he had to kill rank 9 demons to create divine weapons, he would have to kill 10 to 20 rank 9 beasts in one piece. If he wanted to create so many divine weapons, he might not be able to kill all of the beasts. He would have to double the number. In other words, he would have to kill 40 rank 9 beasts to repay the debt. 40 rank 9 beasts. It would take more than 10 years to kill one beast in 3 months. That was if he was still alive. Tianmu laughed. Don't think too much. Those left here are all Fang Ping's debtors. Other than Old Bei who owes less, the few of us will work for the rest of our lives to repay the debt. Bei Gongyan laughed. I didn't borrow much. I only borrowed a rank 9 divine weapon and about 300 yuan worth of imperishable substance. Alright, you can't pay it back anyway. Does it make a difference? Tianmu interrupted him directly. Even if he owed less, he had to be able to pay it back first. Tianmu stopped talking about this. He looked at the few people whose faces were still pale. He smiled. Since we're here, let's not think about anything else. Let's talk about the Myriad Worlds leaderboard that will be released tomorrow. The goal is simple. Make the evil sect a target for everyone. We can't let the human race be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, we'll become a target for everyone else. Wang Qinghai used to go to the Martial Arts Association to solve the leaderboard problem. He asked, does the human race need to hide their combat strength? No. Tianmu said helplessly, how can there be any combat strength to hide? Those who should have come out have already come out. Then we'll do it according to their true strength. As for the evil sect, didn't you guys interrogate them before? There are a few known true gods. If you want the evil sect to become a target for everyone, then make up 1 or 2 emperor-level powerhouses. Didn't they say that the evil sect headquarters has 3 guardians and 8 guardians? The guardians are gone. Although the guardians don't know the situation, we can just make it up. Make up 1 or 2 emperor-level powerhouses and put them on the leaderboard. That will make them a target for everyone. Tianmu nodded slightly. He said, the evil sect has 8 guardians. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning. Taoist Windcloud is one of the 8 guardians. I don't know if this guy entered the sky cemetery or hid. There's no trace of him until now. Before this, he only appeared as a mentality projection. This guy's strength isn't weak. Even Minister Zhang and the others didn't find his real body. How about we list him first? Everyone looked at each other and nodded. They had no objections. This time, Fang Ping wanted to make up the All Heavens and Myriad Realms leaderboard to target some people. Even if he did not, he had to say that he did. Everyone continued to discuss. Combining the information given by various parties, they began to arrange it one after another. It was not until the sky was about to brighten that everyone came up with a new leaderboard. Soon, Tianmu looked at Old Manly and said, "Send it to Fang Ping. If there's no problem, we'll officially announce it today. We've also arranged for people in the catacombs. Once the leaderboard is out, it'll spread quickly in all the major outer regions." Old Manly sighed. "I don't think it's impressive enough. The leaderboard that the evil sect made before was set up directly in the Forbidden Sea. We're like selling newspapers. One look and you can tell that we're lower than the evil sect. We don't have enough credibility." Tianmu was speechless. It was good enough that they had so many requirements. How did Li Changxing learn all this from Fang Ping now? He could not be bothered with him. Tianmu did not reply. He had a lot of things to do recently. Fang Ping gave him a lot of origin qi. He was now in the stage of rapid improvement. He had no time to waste. Old Manly felt that it was not impressive enough. Fang Ping, who had just received the leaderboard, also felt that it was not impressive enough. It was not a matter of extravagance. The key was that if he made it sound like a rumor, no one would believe it. If he did it like this, would it not be a waste of effort? Therefore, Fang Ping found the cat very quickly. When this big cat almost smacked Fang Ping to death, Fang Ping finally got something. March 8th, Magic City Catacombs. Mount Royal Sea Region. A man and a cat sneakily hid on the Imperial Sea Mountain. In the cat's paws, there was a mirror, the divine peeking mirror. The cat looked unhappy. It muttered, "Why? The divine peeking mirror is for watching shows. Why do I have to do this? It's so troublesome. It bothers me every day." Fang Ping chuckled. "Just once. Just once is enough. Brother cat, what's our relationship? This is very important. Do me a favor. I'll make something delicious for you later." The cat did not believe him at all. He owed the cat so many divine weapons and did not return them. He was a big liar indeed. However, since he was here, it was obvious that he had been persuaded. The cat stuck out its fat buttocks and fiddled with the divine peeking mirror. It muttered, "I used the sky bell to block the door. Otherwise, I could have just hit the bell. That's not what the divine peeking mirror is for. Also, the catacombs are so big. I can only project 3,000 li." Fang Ping grinned. "Enough. That's enough. It's not good if it's too far. 3,000 li is just right. I'll scare them. After I'm done, we'll run. Let them think that it's Li Jin's doing." The cat continued to mutter. It had nothing good to say. The liar came to bother him every day. He wanted to move. The man and the cat chatted for a while. Soon, the cat stood on its hind legs. It tossed the divine peeking mirror toward the sky and muttered, "Just this once. Don't ask me to work next time. I'll lose tens of thousands of catties every time I work." In its dissatisfaction, the heavens and the earth roared. At this moment, a loud voice resounded in all directions. "The celestial cemetery has opened. Powerhouses shall enter and fight for the destiny of heaven." Now that the three realms are in chaos, the humans have sensed the chaos in the world. They specially set up the myriad realms ranking to warn everyone that the powerhouses are here. Do not start a war. As the voice fell, the sky turned blood red. It spread all the way, spreading out for thousands of li. At the same time, the energy in the catacombs converged. At this moment, in this 3,000 li radius between heaven and earth, there was suddenly endless energy, condensing into words. The words were made up of energy. The energy flickered and even began to solidify. The commotion was huge. At this moment, the powerhouses within a radius of thousands of li looked up at the sky. In the distance, waves of aura fluctuated. The cat stuck out its tongue and panted for a while. Then, it lifted Fang Ping, turned around and ran. As it ran, it complained, "It's all your fault. Someone's coming again. There's an emperor-level powerhouse rushing over from the other side of the sea. Liar, big liar. You said there's no emperor level. The cat looked aggrieved. Another emperor level was coming. It was not like this cat was an emperor level. It was better to run. Emperor level? Fong Ping was stunned. There were really emperor level remnants. Whose emperor level was it? There was no time to think. The cat was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it broke into Magic City's passageway and disappeared into the catacombs. Not long after they left, a figure appeared at the edge of the Forbidden Sea. The protector who appeared at the Divine Sect's headquarters earlier looked at Mount Imperial Sea, which was thousands of li away. He frowned slightly. Li Zhen, where did he go? D***it, I'm a step too late. Human world? Land world? Or did he hide in misery again? The other party disappeared too quickly. He had just arrived, and there was nothing left. Where did he go? He took a look at Magic City's passageway not far away. He sensed for a while. It did not seem like there was much vibration. The protector frowned slightly. The vibration was still very big when the Absolute Being entered the passageway. The Emperor level was even bigger, however, when the cat entered the passageway, the movement did not seem to be too big. The last time Wu Xingquan sensed it, it was only a slight vibration. The cat. The essence of the path had not even reached the absolute peak. Under such circumstances, naturally, it would not cause too much vibration in the passageway. The protector sensed for a while and instantly gave up on the idea of Li Zhen returning to the human world. If he really went to the human world, he would be able to sense it. And Li Zhen appeared here and did not return to the human world. This further proved that the guy was hiding in the land world. I'll catch you sooner or later. The middle-aged protector snorted coldly and looked up at the sky again. He frowned slightly, and his expression was not very good. Feng Yun. Did Li Zhen deliberately set up a trap, or are you really hiding in the land world? The first person on the myriad heavens and realms list, Daoist Feng Yun, with all the experts gone, Daoist Feng Yun became the first. I'm ranked second. Li Zhen is well informed. He actually knows that I haven't left. Could it be that there is a spy in the Divine Sect? At this moment, the protector frowned slightly. His whereabouts could be considered to be hidden. Except for a few divine masters, no one else knew that he was still in the land world. But now, the human race actually ranked him second. This made the protector somewhat suspicious. Did someone among the divine masters leak his existence? This was not a good thing. Moreover, he was not even the first. If Li Zhen was killed, he might be linked to him. Troublesome. The middle-aged protector cursed in a low voice and quickly disappeared from the taboo sea. A peerless powerhouse had already rushed over. Fong Ping and the others did not know that it was a coincidence that they could match a random protector on the ranking list. On this day, everyone sensed the change. It was a huge commotion. On this day, all the powerhouses knew that Fong Ping had created the All-Heaven and 10,000 Realms ranking. There was no way he wouldn't know that in the 3,000-kilometer area, the names of the people were still there. If no one destroyed it, it would probably be able to stay there for a few years. Monarch ranking, first place, Taoist Feng Yun, Protector Feng of the Divine Sect second place, Thunder Emperor, Thunder Protector of the Divine Sect third place, Nether King Li Zhen, Commander of the Human Race Military Department Peerless Talents ranking, first place, Sky Elm, Guardian Demon Plant of the Celestial Plants Royal Court. Second place, Crazy Taoist, Nameless, once appeared outside the Heavenly Tomb, but was unable to enter. Third place, Qing Hua, Wangwu Mountain Disciple fourth place, Jiang Yu, Elder Wei Yushan fifth place, Supreme Di Kuang, one of the gods of the Divine Sect, number 18, Mu Yen, Wu Jitan Tian Vao Elder No. 19, Ji Hong, Master of Destiny Royal Court, number 22, Hui King Huaying, Servant of Three Surnames No. 23, Gu Chuan, Right Divine General of Heavenly Plants Royal Court, number 27, King Pingshan, Destiny Royal Court No. 28, Fong Ping, Human Race Tian Division Minister Rank 9 ranking, number 1, Li Chongxing, Human No. 2, Ling Xiao, Wangwu Mountain No. 3, Su Yunfei, Human No. 4, Yu Wuhua, Immortal Seeking Island No. 5. Luoyu, Boundless Mountain No. 6. Jiangkuwei, Weiyushan No. 7. Wu Qi, Water Demon No. 8. Demon Swordsman, Imperial Sea Mountain No. 9. Wu Quishan, Human No. 10. Wang Hanyue, Dragon Transformation No. 11. Yu Shuzi, Yulong Tian. The ranking this time listed 3 emperor ranks and 28 paragons. The 3 emperor ranks were actually made up by Fang Ping and the rest, including Li Zhen. Even if Li Zhen really stayed, he did not have the strength of an emperor rank. However, Fang Ping still listed Li Zhen. 28 paragons. This was also the paragons that Fang Ping's side had received from the intelligence. Of course, the addition of a few divine sect gods was also made up. As for whether there were any, who knew? On the catacombs side, the intelligence sent by the Sky Plant's royal court showed that the Heavenly Elm Guardian did not leave. The Right God General had actually returned to the royal court and was supporting Li Yi to take over the royal court. King Huai and Fang Ping had fought before. As for Ji Hong's appearance, it was not because Ji Hong had really appeared, nor was it because Fang Ping was suppressing Ji Yao. It was because Ji Hong really did not leave. That fellow did not go to the celestial cemetery. Fang Ping did not know where he was now. In any case, it was right that he did not go to the celestial cemetery. That day, the true God ranking list that stretched endlessly had now turned into the peerless ranking. There were only these 20 or so people on the ranking list. On the emperor ranking list, there used to be dozens of powerhouses. Now, there were only 3. As for the rank 9 ranking, the changes were even greater. Boundless Mountain's Luo Yu really did not die, but he was seriously injured. This time, he escaped death and returned to Boundless Mountain. As for Qi Huanyu, who was previously ranked first, and Zhao Xingwu, who was ranked second, at this time, all of them had disappeared. Some people died. Some people advanced to the paragons. Once this ranking list was released, everyone was shocked. The Divine Sect actually had 2 emperor rank existences. Not only that, but there were also many paragons. This made everyone more vigilant. Of course, the most depressed one was King Huai. On that day, this ranking list condensed between heaven and earth disappeared. There was no doubt who did it. There was no one else other than King Huai. Other people's suffixes introduced the origin of their forces. He was a slave of 3 surnames. King Huai almost went to earth to fight with Fang Ping. He did not need to guess to know that this was Fang Ping's doing. But King Huai did not dare. Li Zhen was here, he believed it. There was no way he could not believe it. The movement this time was too big. It was not something Fang Ping could do. There was no one else other than Li Zhen. Not only did he believe it, but the moment the ranking list was released, everyone believed it. The Netherworld King did not leave. If he left, no human could create a big movement that affected 3,000 miles. In this way, Fang Ping's lie to deceive the whole world had become the truth. P.S. Only 2 chapters have been updated today. I'm stuck. Even if I continue to update, it will only be 1 chapter. Slow down a little, let me organize my thoughts. As soon as the Myriad Heavens and Realms leaderboard came out, the various powers became more and more clear. The Divine Sect was the strongest, the second was not the humans, but the Heavenly Plant's royal court. There were a few peak-level experts from the Heavenly Plant's royal court who had not left, including the Right Divine General. On the human side, if Li Zhen was not around and Fang Ping was the only one at the bottom of the peerless talent list, the threat would not be too great. However, with the existence of Li Zhen, an emperor-ranked expert, even if the ranking list had purposely raised Li Zhen's strength, humans were still a force to be reckoned with. The 3 realms were in turmoil once more. After Fang Ping returned to the human world from the catacombs, he continued his closed-door cultivation. In the source world, the deduction of combat techniques continued. As the deduction continued, the new battle strategy became more and more complete. From the initial 1% increase, it had now surpassed the void-piercing sword technique. Within the source world, the image formed by the combination of qi and blood was getting clearer and clearer. At this moment, Fang Ping somewhat understood where old Zhang's Book of Great Tao and Teaching Pointer came from. That was a manifestation of energy after their battle tactics had been reorganized. Saber, the combined form of Fang Ping's vitality, was a saber. It was no longer illusory, but very clear. This saber was somewhat similar to the Zamadeo he had obtained from Zhang Dingnan. With such a combination of energy, will the explosive power be even greater? The combination methods in the source world were all illusory. Fang Ping memorized this combination method and exited the source world. The real world. Fang Ping silently recalled the combination method from before. His vitality began to condense, like a blood-red dragon, and his vitality began to surge. More than 200,000 portions of blood qi surged within his body and began to reconstruct itself. The first reorganization was not as simple as it seemed. What the system provided was actually just a template. How to combine them and use them rationally would depend on Fang Ping himself. Interesting. My own reorganization is also a process of power control. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. However, it's much easier for me to imitate others. A beam of vitality light rose from Fang Ping's hand, its shape changing continuously. Sticks, long sabers, long swords, Fang Ping kept changing the appearance of his vitality. The first time was also a solidification process. Practice makes perfect. If he had to constantly reorganize his energy during a battle, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Fang Ping was fully focused. His vitality had been greatly depleted, and he kept using his wealth to replenish it. The entire training room was dyed blood red, the aura on Fang Ping's body was also getting fiercer and fiercer. The blood-red saber in his hand gradually took shape. Divine weapon. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt something. Experts were all forging their own divine weapons, forging the most suitable divine weapons for themselves. Why? The energy that I've reassembled is, after all, just energy. I should merge it with the divine weapon and form a weapon that suits me the best. When the energy and the divine weapon become one, I should be able to unleash even greater power. It seems like it's easier to split my vitality as I reorganize it with my battle technique. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at the blood-colored Chengdao that had formed in front of him. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. His vitality, which was originally about 3 calories per portion, was now being slowly stripped away. As he split his qi and blood, the long saber seemed to become more condensed. The long saber, which was made up of more than 70,000 portions of blood essence, had become extremely stable. However, this was 3 calories per copy. When Fang Ping slowly began to split it, 80,000 copies, 90,000 copies, the long saber became even more stable and sharp. Alright. That's great. Fang Ping could not hide his joy. Maybe I can take the opportunity to split it into one card. Fang Ping did as he thought of it. He had just begun to disassemble it when the Chengdao suddenly became extremely unstable. Fang Ping's expression changed. This would not do. He did not have the control to forcefully split it. His strength was slightly out of control. Oh no, the energy is going out of control. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "Those outside, go away." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping soared into the sky and broke through the cultivation room's roof. In the next moment, his aura erupted and his saber slashed toward the sky. This was on Sky Island. At this moment, everyone saw an unforgettable scene. The sky was broken, the sky was slashed in half by Fang Ping's saber. An incomparably huge crack appeared in the sky, spanning a distance of thousands of meters. Below, the Heaven Division members retreated one after another. Wang Qinghai and the rest looked at Fang Ping in the sky, speechless for a long time. This guy, what was he doing? Wang Qinghai glanced at Tian Mu and asked in a low voice, "How many cal outbursts?" Slashing the void did not require much on Earth. About 100,000 calories would do. Of course, as Earth's energy recovered, it seemed like it was changing toward the catacombs. He was afraid that it would require about 150,000 calories in the end. There were still many who could slash the first heaven. However, things were different now than in the past. Slashing the first heaven made it difficult to see the second heaven. It was difficult for the weak to judge the strength of powerhouses who were much stronger than themselves. Fang Ping slashed the first heaven with one slash. Wang Qinghai only felt that the explosive power was terrifyingly strong. At least to kill him, one slash was more than enough. Tianmu frowned slightly. It's really hard to estimate. However, Fang Ping is indeed much stronger than before. How far has this guy gone in his origin Dao? Many people actually knew that Fang Ping had not reached the apex. Claiming that he had the apex combat strength was because his foundation was too high. Last time, Fang Ping claimed that he had walked 800 meters in his origin Dao. Now that he was announcing to the public that he had the apex combat strength, the powerhouses who knew guessed that Fang Ping's origin Dao might have already reached the apex. Perhaps he was only one step away from the apex. Hence, the current Fang Ping could be regarded as an apex. As for advancing to the apex, it was not that simple. According to the speculations of the powerhouses outside, if Fang Ping really advanced to the apex, his vitality could change qualitatively. Then, Fang Ping might become a top-notch powerhouse among the apex. Vitality below 2 million calories was the desperation realm. If Fang Ping advanced, his vitality might exceed 1 million cal. As for Emperor level, with the strength that Fang Ping displayed now, he was not there yet. However, the gap between 999 meters and 1000 meters was something that every powerhouse who became an apex powerhouse knew how difficult it was. You don't even know how far he has walked? Wang Qinghai was a little surprised. He whispered, could it be that this guy has already walked 1,000 meters? How can he be that fast? Tianmu shook his head. He did not think that Fang Ping was that fast. How many days had it been since Fang Ping advanced to rank 9? Moreover, Fang Ping. Something was not right. According to his private conversation with Li Changxing, Fang Ping's origin Dao might not be far, it could not be helped. Fang Ping was so powerful in rank 8. His golden body was even at the 9th level and was close to peak. However, according to Li Changxing, the strength of this kid's golden body now was only slightly stronger than his. It was not much stronger. If he had really gone far, Fang Ping's golden body should be stronger than it was now. Tianmu thought about it in his heart. He did not say much. Whether Fang Ping had really gone far or made a false report, it did not matter. It was not a good thing to be too monstrous. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Fang Ping smiled and said, recently, I've felt something. I'm deducing combat techniques. Everyone, try to stay away from me so that you won't be affected. Deducing combat techniques? Everyone was even more surprised. What was a monstrous? This was it. Everyone could really understand why Fang Ping had not created his own combat techniques. He had too many things to do. Moreover, his martial arts improved rapidly. He still had to handle some official business. At this time, it was already hard to accept that Fang Ping could cultivate martial arts to this stage. However, now, Fang Ping actually had the time to create his own combat techniques. If he was not a monstrous genius, then no one deserved to be called a monstrous genius. After the shock, everyone was delighted. Some of the young martial artists who joined the Heaven Division shouted, Minister, I hope that you create the strongest combat technique and sweep across the 3 realms. Ha ha ha, thank you for your blessings. Fang Ping laughed loudly and said quickly, everyone, disperse. I'll continue deducing. When the people from the various divisions come to Magic City, then inform me for a meeting. On the day he came out of the catacombs, he asked everyone to come to Magic City 10 days later to discuss the counterattack. Time was almost up. Nowadays, time was precious. Fang Ping did not want to waste it. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, Fang Ping's figure flashed and disappeared in midair. Inside the dilapidated cultivation room, Fang Ping checked his data panel again. A smile appeared on his face. Wealth, 9 billion points vitality, 450,000 calories, 450,000 calories, mentality, 10,300 Hz, 10,455 Hz to 10,300 Hz, shave, origin, vertical 149 meters, increase 14.9%, horizontal 3008 meters, increase 38%, combat techniques, nameless saber technique, plus 6%, void piercing swordsmanship, plus 3%, manic explosion saber, plus 1%, combat technique combination deduction, 1 million points / time origin energy conversion, 100,000 points / 1 cloud energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, or a simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, origin. Detailed analysis, 10 to 100 million points/time power control, 74% limit outburst, 532,100 cal/719800 cal. At this moment, Fang Ping's limit had increased from 630,000 calories a few days ago to close to 720,000 cal. As for outburst, it had increased by more than 100,000 cal. How many days had it been? The speed of improvement was so fast that Fang Ping was shocked. His origin path was improving every day. His physique toughness was also increasing. Fang Ping's golden body toughness previously had not reached its peak. He did not lack imperishable substances. Under constant honing, his vitality was also increasing. Based on the 400,000 calories vitality of a peak 9 refinement golden body, breaking through to rank 9 and strengthening by 10%, that would be 440,000 calories. Fang Ping had already walked 100 meters. Others could increase their vitality by 5,000 calories. He was the same as others, doubling it by 10,000 calories. At this moment, his vitality of 450,000 calories might not be his current limit. The benefits that a 9th refinement golden body brought to Fang Ping were not only the strengthening of his physique. He did not walk a section of the origin path, so his increase should be higher than others. I think if I walk 100 meters, I'll increase my vitality a little more. It's just that my physique hasn't reached its limit yet, so it's covered up. Fang Ping grinned. His strength control was as high as 74%. The combat technique's deduction this time allowed him to gain a stage. Previously, he was only at 65%. Based on his previous speed, he might need a few months to reach this stage. My limit is close to 720,000 calories. This means that I'm not far from the true pinnacle. Weak pinnacle, the weakest kind, 800,000 calories. It was not that this kind of pinnacle did not exist. In fact, there were many of them. In the catacombs and humans, most of the pinnacle people actually started as weak pinnacles. If the other party's strength control was slightly lower and their combat techniques were rubbish, they would probably be about the same as Fang Ping. As for Fang Ping, his origin path increased by more than 10 meters every day. It was at least a 1% increase every day. Fang Ping's basic vitality was as high as 450,000 calories. His daily limit increase was at least 5,000 cal. Based on this calculation, in about 10 days, Fang Ping would truly possess the combat strength of a weak pinnacle. Nameless Saber Technique. Nameless Saber Technique doesn't sound good. How about 10,000 Master Square Ping Saber? Fang Ping mumbled. Isn't this name too long? Every combat technique's deduction was actually strengthening and optimizing this nameless saber technique. Therefore, Fang Ping would not change his combat techniques in the future. It would most likely still be the optimization of this saber technique. Emperor Destroyer Saber? Isn't it too domineering? Fang Ping mumbled. Emperor Destroyer was too brutal. If there were still emperors alive and heard this name, they would come to kill him right now. My limit is close to 720,000 calories. I'm not counting the artifact. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. He had the God-slaying saber. Actually, the God-slaying saber had an increase too. It was just that the system did not calculate it. Perhaps the increase of the artifact was not stable, or perhaps the system could not calculate the increase of the artifact? The God-slaying saber gave Fang Ping a considerable increase. Fang Ping calculated it himself. Not counting the uniqueness of slaying origin path, just the increase in strength alone, the God-slaying saber he controlled now should be at least 3%, right? Then he would have to add more than 10,000 cal to it. His own limit was probably close to 750,000 calories. God-slaying saber. Why don't I call it God-slaying saber technique? Slay those true gods? Fang Ping rubbed his chin. He had to take things one step at a time. Emperor Destroyer was still too far away for him now. At this moment, it was enough to slay a god. There are still emperor-level existences in the 3 realms. I'll keep a low profile. I won't call it Emperor Destroyer anymore. Fang Ping felt that he was low profile enough. He did not even call it Emperor Destroyer. Zhang Dingnan used to have this kind of saber technique, but he was too weak. He ignored Emperor level. he was too eye-catching. If he called it Emperor Destroyer, he would be targeted by Emperor level easily. God-slaying saber technique and God Destroyer. Just right. Maybe I can continue to optimize combat techniques and increase my strength control. Fang Ping looked at the remaining 9 billion wealth and pondered for a while. This time, the consumption was not small. The deduction of combat techniques did not use up to 700 million wealth. However, his origin world was expanding recently. Fang Ping used up a lot of origin chi. As Sun City gradually merged into the origin world, Fang Ping's origin world that was 10 meters in diameter before was now almost 13 meters in diameter. The origin world was growing, however, it also needed money to grow. It would not do if there was no origin chi to replenish it. As for the phantoms that merged with it, they were only responsible for helping to expand the origin path. They were not responsible for helping to expand the origin world. If I want to expand to the extent of Tsang Mao, even billions and trillions of wealth points might not be enough. I'm afraid this cat has cheated, kidnapped, and stolen a lot. Fang Ping criticized silently. Tsang Mao must have eaten a lot of good stuff, the kind that contained origin chi. Otherwise, even if it really lived for 10,000 years, Fang Ping felt that he might not be able to make the origin world look like that. A diameter close to 1,000 meters. That was really scary. The more the circular origin world expanded outwards, the larger the area needed to be expanded. This was not something that could be reflected by the diameter. Tsang Mao is actually also rank 9. This cat is truly invincible among its peers. Who would dare to believe that Tsang Mao was also rank 9, a cat with the strength of a near emperor level, a cat that could race with heavenly king powerhouses, was only rank 9. Who would believe that? Even Fang Ping found it hard to imagine. When this cat's origin path really reached 1,000 meters, would there also be a qualitative change? If there was, a qualitative change once or countless times, one had to know that Tsang Mao had countless paths. Once it reached 1,000 meters, it would become 1,000 meters long at the same time. It would not be like others who walked the second path. That was a matter for the later stages. Fang Ping shook his head, not daring to think about it. It was fine if there was a qualitative change once. If there was a qualitative change countless times, then this cat would really be invincible. Just when Fang Ping was thinking about Tsang Mao. Fang family courtyard. Tsang Mao rolled over, then a little unhappy. It lay on the ground, looked at Feng Yuan and said, "Call the swindler. Don't think about me every day, or else this cat will move." The swindler's origin world was getting bigger and bigger, and the degree of overlap with it was getting higher and higher. Both of them were close to each other. Now when this fellow thought about it, it could sense it. It was very annoying. Feng Yuan ignored it. While waving the Chengdao, he panted and said, "Big cat, do you think I'm swinging my saber like this? Why are you using a saber?" Tsang Mao was bored out of his mind. He had also forgotten his impatience earlier. He yawned and said, "Isn't using a saber more suitable for you? Use a sword, or use a ribbon?" Tsang Mao muttered to himself, a little uncertain. If you want to use a sword, this cat knows a lot of powerful combat techniques. Use a ribbon. Spirit Emperor used a ribbon in the past, it was very powerful. With a whoosh, it entangled the person. No, a whip works too. Tsang Mao muttered, with a clatter, the whip is very powerful. But if I want to use a saber, my brother will use a saber. Idiot. Tsang Mao scolded. He yawned again and said, "You use whatever the swindler uses. Aren't you stupid? Why don't you use your claws?" Big Dog used to use claws, it was very powerful too. Feng Yuan's face darkened, "You're the one using claws." No, this cat already has claws. However, she was indeed not used to using a saber. At this moment, she hurriedly squatted down and asked, "Big cat, why don't I learn swordsmanship? My teacher uses swords too, but I don't have a good weapon." "Don't you have a sky destroyer? Lend me your chin first." Tsang Mao's fat face trembled. Little chubby face is not a good person. I'll learn from the swindler and be called Little Swindler from now on. How dare you cheat me of my sky destroyer? The more Tsang Mao thought about it, the sadder he became. His divine weapon seemed to be almost gone. The 9 Emperor's seal was gone, the stone tablet was gone, the god-slaying saber was gone, the little hoe was gone, the sky bell was gone, the heaven-trapping bell was gone. Song Mao really wanted to cry. Not only that, in order to set up the trap this time, he even threw his big pot into it. Now, all that was left was the fishing rod, the divine peaking mirror, and the Sky Destroyer sword. The Sky Destroyer sword was used to cut fish, the fishing rod was used to catch fish, and the divine peaking mirror was used to watch the show. Now, little fatty face was trying to trick his Sky Destroyer sword. His conscience was black. Song Mao had no more love in life. He covered his eyes with his paws and drooped his ears, pretending to be asleep. Fang Yuan picked up his ears and said with a smile, "Big cat, you're a cat, not a dog. Cats don't droop their ears." Song Mao ignored her and spouted nonsense. "Big dogs don't droop their ears. Who said dogs do? Who said cats don't? I'm the #1 cat in the 3 realms. Whatever I do is right." Seeing that it was ignoring her, Fang Yuan giggled and said, "Big cat, why don't we eat beef? Also, don't you have cabbage? Let's eat it together?" "No." Song Mao refused, "I don't have much left. The stupid cow has fallen into the trap. If it doesn't want to go now, there will be no more fresh beef." As for the cabbage, it was the only one left since the celestial realm was destroyed. Song Mao could not bear to eat it now. He had saved it for almost 10,000 years. Every time he was hungry, he would eat it to satisfy his craving. Beef and cabbage stew should at least be paired with an emperor-grade beverage. There was no beverage, so he did not want to eat it. Eat it, not eating. Beef and cabbage stew, it's delicious. No. No. Song Mao refused firmly, but soon wavered. "I want to eat it. I can eat it, but you have to get the swindler to get me an emperor-grade beverage, or I won't eat it. This is the best ingredient after the celestial realm is destroyed. It's best to add a fish head. There's a big fish, a big one. Can you get the swindler to help me catch the fish?" The so-called big fish referred to the sea guardian. The 3 guardians were older than the 8 kings. Song Mao had his eyes on the big fish before, but he really could not eat it. Even the heavenly dog said it was troublesome and difficult to eat it. Otherwise, he would have eaten the big fish long ago. Big fish? Fang Yuan understood. She would tell Big Brother later. She had been eyeing Song Mao's beef and cabbage for a long time. The emperor's cabbage was said to be the best kind. Song Mao said it was the best one back then, and he was reluctant to eat it even now. It must be something good. She was fantasizing, and Song Mao was also drooling. He really wanted to eat it. If the swindler could really get the big fish to eat, Song Mao would really be drooling. That fish was delicious. Song Mao had secretly eaten some of Big Fish's small fish in the past, and just thinking about it made him yearn for it. As he thought about it, he felt a little sad. Big Dog was dead, and there was no delicious food. When Big Dog was alive, although he often bullied him, he could eat a lot of delicious food. At that time, he ate all the delicacies in the 3 realms. "I was also glorious in the past," Song Mao murmured. The glorious days were gone forever. Now, even when eating cabbage, he would think that there would be no more in the future. It was really sad. Song Mao rolled a little and yawned. "Forget about sleeping, I'll eat some fish head demon." He kind of missed Big Dog. Little Sword had changed. The swindler was so weak, and he lied to the cat every day. Little Chubby Face was even weaker. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. "Big Dog. You're dead, and you're bullying a cat." Song Mao murmured, a little sad. Big Dog was still alive. How could the son of the earthly sovereign dare to kill him? Meow, a cat's sad meow came into his ears. Fang Yuan originally wanted to continue to harass Song Mao, but when she heard this meow, she suddenly felt sad for no reason and retracted her hand. Big Cat seemed to have a story too. Jiutian Shenhuang, March 12. 10 days had passed since Fang Ping left the catacombs. 7 days had passed since Sun City's anomaly. When Fang Ping exited the catacombs, he requested for all parties to gather in Magic City 10 days later. As the current #1 human, Li Zhen's whereabouts were still unknown. Everyone gave him face and arrived in Magic City on this day. Shanghai Governor's Office. This time, the conference was held in the Governor's Office of Shanghai. This was also the highest summit conference of the human race. Of course, the humans were not the only ones who came. In the domain, Mount Wangu, Weiyu Mountain, and the Xuanda Paradise had received invitations. On the Grandmaster's side, the Dragon-Change Sky, the Jade High Sky, the Mysterious Brightness Sky, the Observant Brightness Sky, the Limitless Sky, and the Thoughtless Sky had also received the invitation. There were also the 6 Holy Lands and 19 other countries. The scale of the meeting was similar to the one Fang Ping had convened last time, but the meaning was completely different. Not only that, Fang Ping had also sent invitations to the 4 major immortal islands of the overseas immortal islands, Boundless Mountain, Immortal Inquisition Island, Water Power Clan, and Dragon Island. As for whether they would come or not, Fang Ping could not be bothered. Magic City Catacombs. The new cat palace had already taken shape, but a certain cat that was going to live in the cat palace that day had already forgotten about it. It passed by the cat palace a few times, but it didn't even look at it. The cat-shaped building was huge and was built according to the specifications of a city. At this moment, a group of people flew over from the Forbidden Sea. From afar, the humans aimed their energy cannons at these people. The martial artists stationed in the city all became vigilant. In the past, humans could only defend the north. The north was where the catacombs' powerhouses were. But now, they had to guard the south as well. The south led directly to the Forbidden Sea. On the southern city wall, Gua Xingquan shouted, "Who goes there?" "Immortal-seeking island, moonless." A crisp voice rang out. Yu Wuhua was full of immortal qi, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Beside him, a huge water buffalo also said in a muffled voice, "The water god race, Wu Qi. That fellow Fang Ping invited us here." Beside them, Luo Yu's face was pale, but he did not say anything. Last time in the Qing battlefield, his golden body had been destroyed by Gu Qing and the others. However, a wisp of his spiritual energy had survived, and he had been lucky enough to escape. However, his injuries were not light, and he had only just recovered his golden body. This time, the Boundless Mountain's heavenly monarch Boundless had also entered the Sky Tomb to search for treasures. The Boundless Mountain used to be the #1 immortal island in the Endless Sea. The Boundless Mountain's heavenly monarch was extremely powerful, and his ranking on the monarch ranking was extremely high. Fang Ping had invited all parties for a meeting. Luo Yu had not planned to attend initially, but now, he had no choice but to attend. Hearing them introduce themselves, Gua Xingquan said loudly, "So you are the distinguished guests of the overseas immortal islands. Esteemed guests, please take a rest in the city. We will immediately inform Minister Fang to send someone to welcome you." He said he was here to welcome them, but Yu Wuhua and the others knew what he meant. He was just informing Fang Ping and the others in advance to be on guard. They didn't care. While flying in the sky, Yu Wuhua said, "Brother Luo, the strength of the human realm is getting stronger and stronger. Brother Luo, please restrain yourself." Luo Yu frowned slightly and said calmly, "Wuhua, you don't have to do this. Everyone in the world came for benefits. As long as there were benefits, everyone would scramble for it. If there are no benefits, Fang Ping won't do it for free. The overseas immortal islands aren't weaker than any other party, so there's no need for us to bow down to anyone." He realized that since the end of the last battle, the overseas immortal islands were somewhat different. The venerable emperors had all left, and there were not many true gods left. As the force closest to the celestial cemetery, a large number of true gods from the overseas immortal islands had left. It was said that one of the 33 overseas immortal islands had been destroyed, and no one had been found alive until now. Now, there were only 32 immortal islands left, but there were probably less than 10 peerless powerhouses left. There were also very few peerless powerhouses on the list of heavens and realms that the human realm had created. There weren't even as many as the Grandmasters. Because the powerhouses had left, the few remaining peerless powerhouses were also in closed-door training. Yu Wuhua and the others held the power of the various islands, but they were extremely afraid of the human realm. Luo Yu frowned slightly. This was not a good thing. In the past, the overseas immortal islands had only Boundless Mountain as their leader, but now there were some changes. Luo Yu did not say anything else. Beside him, Li Wuqi said casually, "Luo Yu, accept your fate. Misery is in big trouble now. Those local demons are attacking the immortal islands everywhere, and your boundless mountain is the first to bear the brunt. The sea guardian is gone, and there's no one to suppress misery. Misery is in a mess. If you cooperate with Fang Ping, you might be able to keep your family business. If you don't. Luo Yu frowned and said, Li Wuji, if everyone has this attitude, the overseas immortal islands will definitely be taken advantage of by Fang Ping this time. How childish and ridiculous. This is not the way to negotiate. He had enough of this big water buffalo now. His IQ was frighteningly low. The key was that he did not know anything and liked to interrupt. On the overseas immortal islands, the misery sea demons were in turmoil. Now there were wars everywhere. The overseas immortal islands could exist because most of the immortal islands were actually made up of heavenly realm fragments, or the kind of semi-divine weapons that could float in misery. On the immortal islands, it was like the immortal world. Not only was there an abundance of energy, but there were also a lot of treasures. Even the local demons could not stay in the Forbidden Sea forever. They needed a place to rest. However, this time, Misery Sea was in turmoil. Many of the demons' lairs were directly submerged and destroyed. Now, a large number of demons had no place to rest and had no choice but to attack these immortal islands. They wanted to seize the immortal islands and turn them into their habitat. Luo Yu's visit this time was also because of this. Initially, he did not take the humans' invitation seriously. However, Yu Wuhua and the others said that maybe they could talk to the human. Fang Ping had many tricks up his sleeve. He might have a way. Although Luo Yu felt that the chances were not high, he still came to protect the family business of Boundless Mountain. Once Heavenly Emperor Wu Yao left, Boundless Mountain would be lost. That would be unfair to Venerable Emperor. Luo Yu's rebuke was not surprising. The big water buffalo snorted and ignored him. It had its own plans. Moreover, the water tribe was not in as much danger as them because the water tribe was also a demon. Now that they were negotiating with the sea demons, it was slightly easier than Boundless Mountain and the other forces. However, negotiating was not a long-term solution. The sea demons were ambitious. In the past, they were afraid of Venerable Emperor and did not dare to riot. Now that Venerable Emperor had left and the Sea Guardian had also left, these local demons were unrestrained. If this continued, the Water Tribe's dojo might not be able to be preserved. After flying for a while, they saw the giant cat head at the city gate in front of him. Li Wuji was a little uncomfortable. His abdomen vibrated. This cat is everywhere. It's so annoying. He hated this cat. Beside him, Long Xian from Dragon Island had also fought alongside Fang Ping and the others before. When he heard this, he had a helpless look on his face. Long Xian was a demon and not at the top, but now he was like a real person. This was also a characteristic of the dragon tribe. They could transform into human form in advance. Ordinary rank 9 dragons might not be able to do it, but Long Xian did it. This meant that he was not far from the top. At this moment, Long Xian sighed. Accept your fate. Venerable Emperor once said that in the early years when the heavenly realm was still around, Emperor Tsang and Celestial Emperor often came to the Bitter Sea to fish. Even Venerable Emperor's descendants were fished away a few times. Venerable Emperor went to the heavenly realm to complain, and even found the Sea Guardian, but it was useless. Helpless, Venerable Emperor could only join in and harm others with Emperor Tsang and Celestial Emperor. Only then did he escape. The two emperors no longer fished the dragon tribe. Hearing this, Yu Wuhua and the others could not help but laugh. They really did not know about this history. So this was how Dragon Emperor hooked up with Heaven Cat and Heaven Dog. After Long Xian finished, Li Wuji also cursed. My elder ancestor is honest. He is not as cunning as your Venerable Emperor. Last time, this cat worked together with your Venerable Emperor and broke his golden body. Elder ancestor only talked about the past when he returned. This cat is not a good thing. Speaking of which, when my elder ancestor was in the heavenly realm, he was quite familiar with them. Elder ancestor said that when this cat and dog went to steal the emperor's mansion, he turned a blind eye to it. Who knew that they were so heartless? When it mentioned this, Long Xian smiled and said, Wu Qi, which emperor is the water god Venerable Emperor under? I have also asked Venerable Emperor, but he said Avicania. Hearing this, Yu Wuhua and Luo Yu were a little curious. The Water Emperor was an ancient venerable emperor. Everyone knew this. However, the Water Emperor was an outsider. After the heavenly realm was destroyed, he came overseas and established the Water Tribe. In this aspect, it was different from the others. Including Dragon Emperor, he had lived in the Bitter Sea for a long time. Boundless Mountain and Immortal Seeking Island were the same. Speaking of which, the Water Tribe was noble. Back then, the tribes that lived in the heavenly realm were more noble than those in the Bitter Sea. Without status, without a backer, without the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, and without the officials of the heavenly court, it was difficult to survive in the heavenly realm. My elder ancestor, Li Wuji, thought about it, shook his head and said, "Don't ask me, I don't know." The elder ancestor doesn't mention these things. All these years, the elder ancestor rarely mentioned the past of the heavenly realm. They heard this and did not ask any more. They were not too sure why the Water Emperor did not mention it, but it might be related to some grudges. Bypassing this topic, they landed on top of the city wall. The others were fine, but the Water Emperor was stared at by many. Water Ox snorted, a little unhappy. What were they looking at? Never seen an ox before? These humans were so annoying. When I become a peak, I will transform into a human and go to the human race to hook up with those females. Did they not see Long Xian attracting the attention of many female martial artists? Li Wuji looked around, saw the passageway entrance, and was about to fly over. Guo, who was talking with Luo Yu and the others, frowned slightly. On the side, Guanfu and Mei Lingfeng from MCMAU quickly flew in front of him, blocking the passageway. Seeing this, Li Wuji said unhappily, "I and Fang Ping are sworn brothers. My elder ancestor and Emperor Tsong are also good brothers. I want to see my brother now, go in quickly." Li Wuji. Behind them, Luo Yu and the others frowned slightly. What was this ox trying to do? Li Wuji ignored them and said again, "Hurry up, I heard that my brother is now your boss. I'm going to congratulate him, go in quickly." Guo frowned. After a moment, he said, "Old Fu, Lingfeng, escort brother Wuji in." "Yes." Both of them responded, a little surprised by Guo Xingquan's decision, but they did not say anything. They separated and accompanied Li Wuji into the passageway. Li Wuji looked a little smug, looked back at the others, and walked in proudly. After it left, Luo Yu said telepathically, "What is this stupid ox trying to do?" Yu Wuhua shook her head lightly. How would she know what this ox was trying to do, at the passageway entrance? Fang Ping was just about to go in when an ox rushed out. Fang Ping was shocked, and just as he was about to attack, Li Wuji shouted, "Brother Fang, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become more charming." Fang Ping was stunned. Li Wuji, what was this guy doing, sucking up to him the moment they met? He and Li Wuji were not exactly on good terms. The first time they met in the Emperor's tomb, this guy ran fast, or else Fang Ping would have killed him. The second time they met in the king's battleground, this ox did contribute a lot, but they were not friends, right? Li Wuji did not care about this. After shouting, seeing that Fang Ping did not attack, he breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "I'm here to report. The overseas Immortal Islands are under attack. The Misery Sea demons are now besieging the 33 Immortal Islands, and there are many peerless powerhouses attacking. Your crazy Taoist who ranks second on the absolute talent list is there." Luo Yu and the others came this time to ask for help. "Brother Fang, feel free to kill them, no problem. I came to the human world for no other reason than to not let you suffer losses and be cheated by them." Li Wuji's voice transmission was fast. Without a pause, he continued, "Of course, when you go to Misery, I have to entertain you. I prepared good wine and dishes on the Waterforce Island, just waiting for you to go. Oh yes, there's a treasure ship in Boundless Mountain that can travel 100,000 li a day, sailing on the Misery Sea, not suffering from its corrosion. Immortal Seeking Island, where is Immortal Seeking Island? In Immortal Seeking Island, there is an Immortal Seeking pill that has been passed down from ancient times. It is said that after consuming this pill, one can become an immortal in the source world. My patriarch once said that after consuming this pill, one can form a radiant sun in the source world. I see that Brother Fang's spiritual consciousness is strong. Sooner or later you'll be able to fuse the source world. After consuming this pill, you can definitely go further. It's like an immortal source, illuminating the land, communicating with nothingness, letting the source world spiritual chi surround you. Fang Ping was stunned. You are here to sell your teammates? Why do I feel like I'm in a trance? Wasn't this ox very stupid? It learned to sell people. No, it was not the first time it sold its teammates. Last time in the Emperor's tomb, this fellow abandoned others and ran away quickly. It was obvious that Li Wuji was addicted to selling his teammates. However, at this time, Fang Ping's attention was really attracted. A treasure ship that could sail on the forbidden sea, an immortal inquiring pill that could make the source world have another sun, especially the second one. Fang Ping's heart moved slightly. His source world was still dark, unlike the cat's world where the sun was bright and beautiful. Fang Ping could not figure out how to make the source world bright. Not everyone liked darkness. He also hoped that the source world could have sunlight, however, he was not in a hurry now, so he did not ask the cat. What Li Wuji meant was that this pill could turn into a sun in the source world. That was a good treasure. Li Wuji saw that he did not speak and said again, Brother Fang, also, on the Dragon Island, the Dragon Emperor killed a venerable rank demon a few years ago. The corpse was well preserved. Forging a true divine weapon is not a problem. Brother Fang, although you have a divine weapon, the other humans will have a great increase in combat strength if they are equipped with a true divine weapon. If that Li Changxing has a true divine weapon, he will be the first among the rank 9. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. This ox came out for this. Brother Li, do you have any requests? How can I have any requests? Li Wuji said honestly, Brother Fang can come to Water Force Island as a guest. I have prepared 100 rank 9 demons outside the island, waiting for Brother Fang to kill them and bring them back to make weapons. These words. Fang Ping was speechless. You can just say it. Your Water Force Island is surrounded by demons and you want me to help you kill them. Why do you have to do this? You even prepared wine and food, prepared demons for me to kill and bring them back to make divine weapons. How dare you say that? I understand. Brother Li, you don't have to be so polite. You're welcome. Brother Fang, you must go. Li Wuji roared. If he did not go, Water Force Island would be breached soon. Fang Ping was speechless. He could not be bothered. He smiled and said, Bring Brother Li to the House of Governors. I will go greet the other guests. Li Wuji's face was full of helplessness. You haven't agreed yet. I came all the way here, and I even snitched on you. You have to give me a definite answer. Brother Fang, if you go, remember to bring the Pluto King. The Water Force clan has long wanted to see the Pluto King. Fang Ping had already entered the passageway. He could not be bothered with it. The Pluto King might be fighting with your ancestor now. Where did the Pluto King come from? Just as Li Wuji entered Magic City. The Fang family. The cat's nose twitched. It closed its eyes and said lazily, Calf? Calf's meat is tender, but it's too weak. Do you want to have a snack first? Beef was delivered to its doorstep. It wanted to eat it. At this moment, Li Wuji, who was only a few li away from it, suddenly shivered. What was going on? Was the human world dangerous? Fang Ping received Luo Yu and the others. After some small talk, he led them out of the catacombs. The people from the overseas immortal islands were a little surprised. However, Li Wuji had already said that the overseas immortal islands were surrounded by demons. These people might not be here for Fang Ping. They were most likely here for Li Zhen. There were 3 people on the emperor ranking. The first 2 were from the divine sect. As for the divine sect, they might not even dare to cooperate with the overseas immortal islands. The Pluto King in the human world had a much better reputation. In addition, both sides had worked together before. Now these people were probably hoping to get the Pluto King's help to solve the crisis in front of him. Since Fang Ping knew what they were thinking, he was prepared. Maybe he could make a fortune this time. As for how to solve the crisis, Fang Ping did not think too much about it. Wasn't the cat here? If it did not work, he would bring the cat to eat barbecue skewers. This cat liked to eat barbecue skewers. Now that the overseas immortal islands were everywhere, he could have a big meal. The human world. At the same time, all parties gathered in Magic City. A silhouette appeared in the wilderness. Looking around, the figure murmured, "I'm in the human world. Spiritual energy is really scarce, so scarce. How did these people cultivate to such a level? Even if Earth's energy was recovering, it was still too scarce for perfected Lord Dizhou. In the divine sect headquarters, that was the heavenly realm, the energy was extremely rich. In the divine sect headquarters, in the Forbidden Sea, he could absorb energy without restraint to replenish himself. In the human world, however, perfected Lord Dizhou frowned slightly. If he absorbed energy here, he would probably set off an energy vortex and be discovered in the blink of an eye. The human world is really filthy. Perfected Lord Dizhou murmured. His figure moved and disappeared in an instant. He had already sensed the disciple's aura. After a while, in a courtyard, a few powerhouses knelt and said loudly, "Greetings, Pope." Perfected Lord Dizhou frowned slightly and sat down on a chair. He was not used to it and said in a low voice, "Rebuild the human god temple immediately." He was used to being high and mighty. He was extremely uncomfortable sitting on a wooden chair in such a dilapidated place as the headquarters. "Pope." Below, an old man looked troubled. "Pope, Sino Nation and other countries in the human world are searching for us. Not long ago, the Cloud Wolf missionary was killed in Sun City. The others were also killed or captured." Perfected Lord Dizhou's face was cold. After a while, he said lightly, "Are the few people who were captured in the divine sect dead?" "They were imprisoned in the Heavenly Department's prison. The previous divine sect's deputy pope was imprisoned together with them." Perfected Lord Dizhou said lightly, "Heavenly Department? The dojo where Fang Ping is?" "Yes. Isn't Fang Ping holding some meeting recently? If that's the case, I'll go take a look and save a few disciples who were captured." Perfected Lord Dizhou was very confident. He was a veteran powerhouse. Among the 72 Lords God, he was not the one who ranked at the bottom. Now that he had entered the human world and Fang Ping had captured his people, of course, he could not sit back and do nothing. It was a good time to investigate the situation. Although it was not suitable for the protector to touch Fang Ping now, it did not mean that he could not. Fang Ping had a divine weapon. Wang Jinyang and the others also had divine weapons. Perfected Lord Dizhou was excited at the thought of it, divine weapon. In the past, King Kuan was there, the protector was there, the protector was there. Even if he got the divine weapon, it might not be his. But now that he had it and the protector was entangled by the Netherworld King, wouldn't it be his? If he was in the human world, the protector might not come. If the news of the human world was blocked, the protector might not even know. Divine weapon, a whole set of divine weapons. And the dojo of King Wu and the others might have some secrets too. Since King Wu and the others can cultivate the Emperor path, I might be able to. Perfected Lord Dizhou was also ambitious. Now the human world was at its weakest. If the divine sect secretly controlled the whole human world, it was not impossible. Thinking of this, Perfected Lord Dizhou said in a low voice, "Does the divine sect still have pawns? The 6 holy lands, are there people from the divine sect in the governments of the various countries? I would like to meet Fang Ping personally and meet him." Perhaps it was better not to show up now. As a representative, he would meet Fang Ping and weigh the pros and cons before taking action. "Pope, the few people below were worried. Among these people, some were powerhouses left behind by the previous evil sections. They knew how scary Fang Ping was. When the previous pope was around, he was cautious and the evil sects almost never showed up. In the end, they were still uprooted. First, he did not know anything about the situation. He just came and wanted to go to the gathering Magic City. Was he not afraid that something would happen? They were still hesitating. Perfected Lord Dizhou snorted coldly, "Why, my words don't work. I dare not." The old man suppressed his emotions and said hurriedly, "I will arrange it immediately. This time, there are 20 countries in the meeting. One of them has a divine sect disciple hiding among them. If the Pope can restrain his aura, he can disguise himself as a representative of that country, then we will arrange it this way." Perfected Lord Dizhou was full of confidence. The strong could discover the weak's disguise, but for the weak to discover the strong. It was a fool's dream. According to human classification, his mentality was close to 13,000 hertz, and he had walked close to 4,000 meters on the origin path. To discover him, only powerhouses at the level of Mount Wangu Qinghua could do. Seeing that perfected Lord Dizhou was full of confidence and could not listen to other people's opinions, they did not dare to say anything more. This person was much harder to serve than the previous pope. The previous great pope would rarely appear. The previous pope was not considered weak, nor was he an idiot. On the contrary, under the circumstances of suppressing Heavenly King and the others, he could still root the evil sects in the human world. He was a character. However, the previous pope was so low-key that it seemed like he did not exist. The few of them sighed in their hearts, hoping that it would be fine. After all, those powerhouses had left the human world. Now, Fang Ping was in charge of everything. Fang Ping was still young. The old man was gradually relieved. It would be fine. Magic City. Bai Gongyan walked to Fang Ping's side and whispered, "Minister, Bangladesh just called. Their flight was affected. I'm afraid they can't come today." Fang Ping frowned slightly and said quickly, "Hurry up. Fly here if you can't. Everyone is here. I have a meeting tomorrow." "Alright, I'll urge them to come as soon as possible." Although Bangladesh was not big, it had a large population and many powerhouses. Previously, they had also sent rank 9 powerhouses to participate in the war. However, the rank 9 powerhouses of each country were not strong. Most of them died in battle. Now, Bangladesh seemed to be left with only one rank 9 powerhouse. Among the countries, they were not the strongest but not the weakest either. Some countries did not even have a rank 9 anymore. However, Fang Ping had no intention of leaving them aside. In the previous battle in the Imperial battlefield, these people had also fought hard. Since they had contributed, they were qualified to participate in such a meeting. To participate in the decision-making of the future of mankind, since the people from one country had not arrived, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to call the meeting. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, "You guys settle the others first. I'll go take a look at Dragon Changing Heaven." "Alright." House of Governors, Guest Hall. When Fang Ping arrived, Wang Ruobing and Wang Hanyue were both there. Besides them, there were others. Ling Xiao was there too. Seeing Wang Ruobing and the others frowning and a little fearful, Ling Xiao was giggling and drinking tea. Fang Ping frowned and said in a low voice, "Ling Xiao, this is where I'm hosting Dragon Changing Heaven. Wangwu Mountain is elsewhere. Don't run around. Magic City is very dangerous." Ling Xiao giggled. "Little brother, don't scare me. I'm just here to see Sister Ruobing." Fang Ping glanced at her and said lightly, "Why? Your strength is recovering to its peak. Is your confidence rising? Do you want to spar with me?" Ling Xiao was originally at the peak. Later on, she slipped. After coming out from the Imperial battlefield, Fang Ping sensed that she was probably going to recover to the desperate realm. As for now, she was probably similar to Fang Ping before. She was also considered to be at the desperate realm. Ling Xiao giggled. "How can I? Why must you be so heartless? Fighting and killing isn't good." Having said that, Ling Xiao laughed again. "I'm just curious. Dragon Changing Heavenly Emperor seems to be a true dragon. Where's Sister Ruobing?" That day, the Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor transformation covered tens of thousands of meters of heaven and earth. Although he had transformed near the Forbidden Sea, Ling Xiao and the others had seen it. It was too shocking. As she spoke, Ling Xiao saw Fang Ping's frown and quickly said, "Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation is a true dragon, perhaps the first dragon clan in the world. According to rumors, it might be related to the Emperor. It's said that one of the 9 emperors, the Beast Emperor, was a true dragon. Of course, it wasn't the current dragon clan. Perhaps the Beast Emperor could also be called the Dragon Emperor." Fang Ping looked at her calmly. "What are you trying to say?" Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Beast Emperor. Although the demon beast race was not created by the Beast Emperor, the reason why the demon beast race can cultivate is greatly related to the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor is even more proficient than Quokang Mountain when it comes to controlling demon beasts. That's not all. It's said that the Beast King has a divine weapon that's used to suppress the demonic beast clan. He could even summon the entire demonic beast clan. Now, the demon race is wreaking havoc and there are countless experts. In the Sea of Bitterness, there are countless demon race. Mount Yuhai is also. Also, it's said that the Sea Guardian and the Beast Emperor are on very good terms. Even the Sea Guardian might be the #1 powerhouse under the Beast Emperor's command. If Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation is really the first true dragon in the world, then perhaps he's the Beast Emperor's descendant, or perhaps he was created by the Beast Emperor. A load of nonsense. Wang Hanyue said coldly, Ling Xiao, if you dare to spout nonsense, don't blame me, Dragon Transformation, for fighting to the death with your Wangwu lineage. Ling Xiao giggled and said, spouting nonsense? Not necessarily. Some ancient legends, probably no one knows more than me, Wang Wu. It's said that something big happened in the Beast Emperor Palace back then. There was a mess. Is it related to Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation? Since Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation is a demon, why hasn't he shown his true form for many years? Also, is Sister Ruobing a demon too? If not for Venerable Emperor Dragon Transformation, a dragon, how could a human be born? Wang Ruobing's expression changed again and again. Ling Xiao looked at Fang Ping smilingly. But Fang Ping looked at her coldly, saying indifferently, are you done? If you're done, you can leave. What are you trying to say? Dragon Transformation has the Beast Emperor's method of controlling the demon race, a divine artifact to summon and suppress the demon race? Or is it that there's simply an emperor hiding in Dragon Transformation? Ling Xiao frowned, not quite understanding Fang Ping's attitude. Dragon Transformation had so many secrets. Was Fang Ping not curious, not tempted? Nowadays, the number of demons in the 3 realms was shocking, especially in Misery. There were countless demons. If he could really obtain that divine artifact of the Beast Emperor back then, perhaps it could suppress all the demons and be used by humans. Would he not be tempted? Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation hid for so many years, only revealing his true form at the last moment of his life. There must be a big secret, Fang Ping sneered and said, in the Wangwu lineage, other than Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit, the rest are all idiots. In your Wangwu lineage, the only one I like is Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit. No matter how overbearing, how crazy, dares to take responsibility for what he does, domineering and unparalleled, worthy of being the Emperor's descendant. As for you guys, don't give me this, whatever I, Fang Ping, want, I will go and get it myself. If Dragon Transformation really has this divine artifact, do you think Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation will stay in Dragon Transformation? He would have taken it away long ago. Also, if he really has it, I'm afraid he would have controlled those demons that day. Is it your turn to sow discord with me? The catacombs' 4 main chambers, 2 main chambers are all demon powerhouses, close to 100 paragons, and 2 emperor ranks. Besides, Water Power, Big Crow, and Dragon Emperor are all emperor ranks, and they still summon demons. If that's really the case, will Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation not do it? Fang Ping said scornfully, unless he's an idiot. Also, you don't have to treat me as an idiot. Since Dragon Transformation is a partner of humans, I know what I'm doing. If you dare to sow discord again, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Fang Ping said again, this news, only you know now, only your Wangwu lineage knows. If it gets out, and someone finds trouble with Dragon Transformation, I'll find trouble with you. Fang Ping said lightly, your Wangwu lineage, Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit won't feel bad even if all of you die. Don't think too highly of yourself. You haven't done what you promised me previously. I'd like to see how you're going to explain when Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit returns. Ling Xiao frowned, saying unhappily, there are some things that Wangwu might not know. The divine sect has existed for many years, established by King Kuan. We know more than Wangwu. When Dragon Transformation transformed previously, we weren't the only ones who saw it. Fang Ping, don't go too far. Fang Ping smiled and said, you guys have to settle that. Wangwu and the divine sect have a blood feud, but why do I feel that you guys aren't anxious at all? Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit's husband was killed by King Kuan. Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit went crazy, but you guys are very relaxed. Ling Xiao was a little annoyed, saying unhappily, the divine sect has 2 emperor ranks. Are you sending us to our deaths? What's wrong with sending us to our deaths? Fang Ping said domineeringly, so what if I send you to your deaths? If you don't send yourself to your deaths, then I'll tell Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit, your Wangwu people saw a great enemy with a blood feud, but not only did you not fight, but you even flirted with each other and mingled together. Back then, maybe it was you guys who secretly leaked the secret, revealing Prince Hongyu's whereabouts, causing him to be killed by King Kuan. Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit didn't see King Kuan pretending to be Prince Hongyu, it was you guys who saw it. Maybe it was also a scam that you guys created together. As he said that, Fang Ping was stunned. He suddenly looked at Ling Xiao, saying with a vigilant look, you guys, who actually saw Prince Hongyu appear that year. He did not even think of this, however, it was said that Moon Spirit's participation in the North-South War and even cooperation with the Divine Sect was related to Prince Hongyu. Unquestionable Jian said that he saw Prince Hongyu, saying that Prince Hongyu taught him swordsmanship. People from Mount Wangwu also said that they saw Prince Hongyu. Anyway, many people saw it, only Moon Spirit did not. Everyone said the same thing, Moon Spirit also believed it. Unquestionable Jian joined forces, and later, the Divine Sect and Mount Wangwu joined forces. The North-South War was only led by a few powerhouses in the dark. Without someone close to Moon Spirit to prove all this, Fang Ping did not think that Moon Spirit would believe it. Alright, it was hard to say. That woman was a little crazy, she might not investigate in detail. Ling Xiao frowned, saying in a low voice, Fang Ping, are you suspecting that someone in Mount Wangwu is colluding with the Divine Sect? Impossible. Back then, it was my master who discovered Prince Hongyu. My master was raised by my grandmaster. Don't talk nonsense. Fang Ping sneered. No wonder. I think Green Lotus is a traitor. This woman doesn't look like your grandmaster at all. Looks like you're also a traitor, maybe you're the illegitimate daughter of Green Lotus and King Kuan. You. Ling Xiao was furious, Fang Ping said coldly, what's wrong? What's wrong with my logical speculation? Don't doubt me. I have a good mouth. If I say that Qi Huanyu is the son of King Ming, then he is. If I say that Ji Hong is Qi Huanyu's son, then he is. If I say that Hua Qi Dao is Li Zhu's son, then he is. If I say that you're King Kuan's daughter, I'm not far from the truth. No wonder your Mount Wangwu and the Divine Sect have such a complicated relationship. Don't worry, I'll announce this to the world soon. You and the Divine Sect can continue to put on a show. Ling Xiao was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Very quickly, she gritted her teeth and said, you don't have to provoke us. The Mount Wangwu and the Divine Sect will fight to the death. I don't need you to tell me this. However, you dared to insult my master. Fang Ping, do you really think that no one can do anything to you? You really think so? Fang Ping said calmly, try me if you don't believe me. Call Qinghua over. I'll see if she can do anything to me. As for the Mount Wangwu, I'll remember the favor of Venerable Sovereign Moon Spirit. You guys. I'm sorry, I don't owe you guys anything. I'm dealing with your master. You servants have to respect me. I asked you guys to send some treasures here previously. You guys made all sorts of excuses. Be careful, I'll ask the Pluto King to rob you guys later. Don't think that anyone will stand up for you. To put it bluntly, we're the only ones in the 3 realms. Don't you know how many people you've offended? Other than us, there's also the Church of the Gods. If the Church of the Gods dares to help you, it'll be a good time to prove that you've betrayed Monarch Moon Spirit. I'd like to see if you dare to ask the Church of the Gods to help you. Ling Xiao said coldly, Fang Ping, I, Wang Wu, have come to the human realm this time to help. If you treat your ally like this, how will the other parties believe you, human, hee. Fang Ping smiled and said, what I need is an ally, not a boss. Humans did not have the habit of bowing and scraping. Partners? That sounds like they're cooperating. Stop talking to me. Once you guys arrived, Dragon Changing Heaven's side, Mystic Heaven's side, and Weiyu Mountain's side, Ling Xiao, I'm warning you, this is the humans' home ground. This is a meeting convened by me, Fang Ping. If you dare to play tricks with me again, I'll directly destroy your royal house. If you don't believe me, you can try, just a few servants, your ambitions are rising. What, your Wangwu wants to unify the 3 realms? Also, go back and warn Qinghua not to play any tricks. Do you really think I don't know? What were they trying to do by secretly contacting King Huai? Join forces to kill me? Idiot. Fang Ping scolded again. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Uncle Qinghua wouldn't do that. Don't slander us. Forget it. Fang Ping said calmly, it's not that easy to hide from me. Do you think I don't have spies in the catacombs? Among the 4 majestic courts, there are many people who want to cooperate with me. If there's even the slightest movement, I'll be able to receive intelligence very quickly. Including Tianyu, the right divine general, these people all have the intention to cooperate with me. Who would believe King Huai's 3 surname slave? Only your royal house is like an idiot, looking for him to cooperate. Fang Ping's eyes were cold and fierce. If I find out next time, then you'll be an enemy. Enemies have their own way of dealing with enemies. I won't be merciful anymore. Having said that, Fang Ping said impatiently, all right, go back. Go where you need to go. Don't be an eyesore here. Ling Xiao was so angry that his face turned red. Beside him, Wang Ruobing revealed a smile. Previously, they were forced by Ling Xiao to the point of being embarrassed. Now, Wang Hanyue suddenly realized that cooperating with Fang Ping was really cool. Although this fellow was very annoying, once they were on the same side, all of his annoying shortcomings became advantages. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, stomped her feet, and left in a huff. She had not gone far when Fang Ping muttered, she's already a few thousand years old, but she has to stomp her feet like a little girl. She's so bored. As soon as these words came out, Wang Hanyue and Wang Ruobing were embarrassed. These words. Alright, pretend they did not hear it. After Ling Xiao left, Fang Ping sat down and said with a smile, what Ling Xiao said just now was true. Is dragon transformation really related to Beast Emperor? Wang Hanyue frowned and said, nonsense. Dragon transformation is dragon transformation. As for Venerable Emperor, we don't know what's going on either. Maybe it's just a kind of beast transformation combat technique. Wang Ruobing also said softly, I don't know why Father could transform into a dragon. All these years. Father has never mentioned this, let alone the past. But Father is indeed very old. In the 3 realms, those who are older than Father are probably Sky Emperor and the others. Everyone knew that the Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor was ancient. When the Azure Cat Tengu was still young, the Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor had met them in the Heavenly Realm. And how old was the Azure Cat Tengu? Ordinary people might not know and could not calculate it. Hearing that, Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, then let's not ask about this. Where is the Beast Emperor's divine weapon? Maybe it's destroyed. Don't worry too much. It was not like divine weapons were unheard of being destroyed. If there was really a divine weapon, the possibility of it being picked up by the Azure Cat was higher. He should ask later. Fang Ping changed the topic and asked, on Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor's side, what's his personality like? How does he treat you guys? The Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor said before to let us humans take care of you guys. If there's any problem, just say it. I, Fang Ping, dare not promise anything else. If there's any problem below Emperor rank, the humans will take care of it. Also, how's the situation on Chang Rongtian's side? Is there any trouble that we need to solve? Wang Ruobing said softly, thank you for your concern, Minister Fang. Senior brother Xingjun is my father's direct disciple. He won't mistreat Ruobing, that's good. Fang Ping did not say much. He smiled and said, if you think Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor is safe, then stay there. If you think it's inappropriate, then stay in the human world. Just stay in Magic City and protect your safety. I'm still confident. There was a cat in Magic City, in the whole world, there was no safer place than this. Of course, in the beginning, Fang Ping went to the Azure Cat to clarify things and help protect it. Otherwise, with the Azure Cat's lazy personality, it might not even take a look if someone died in front of it. After all, the Azure Cat was not a human. It would treat whoever it liked well. For those it did not know, the Azure Cat would not care about their life and death. Thank you, we'll consider it, alright then, let's do that. Fang Ping did not say anything else. Looking at Wang Ruobing's intentions, she was not going to stay. Fang Ping did not care about her anymore. It was fine as long as he fulfilled his responsibility. The Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor said that when he died, the people of Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor would move to Earth. Now, it seemed that these people had their own ideas. Be careful. Many people saw the Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor transforming into a dragon that day. Since Ling Xiao knows about the rumors, others might not be unaware. You guys be careful. I won't say anything else. Fang Ping did not stay and quickly left the guest hall. As soon as he left, Wang Hanyu was deeply worried and said in a low voice, "Junior sister, if it's really like what Fang Ping said, once the news gets out, we'll be in big trouble." Wang Ruobing said softly, "Senior sister, even if Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor has divine weapons, senior brother Xingjun is still here. The humans also have a few divine weapons. Why don't we see the other parties?" Wang Hanyu smiled bitterly and sighed. "Junior sister, you're too naive. We can't compare to the humans. The humans may be weak, but that's relatively speaking, compared to the other major forces. But in the past 100 years, the humans have killed their way to fame and created a bloody path. You've also seen the battle at the Graveyard of Gods. Under those circumstances, they killed enemies that were 10 times stronger than them. Marshal King and the others, under the circumstances where they were far from being able to defeat the other parties, fought to the death and killed until they were afraid of the powerhouses of the 3 realms, Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor. Master's time is coming to an end. Perhaps, by now, who would be afraid of us? Senior brother Xingjun is not weak, but in the 3 realms, if you ask any of the top powerhouses, they would only be afraid of Fang Ping and not senior brother Xingjun. Fang Ping berated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was angry but dared not say anything. If it was senior brother Xingjun, a great battle would have broken out just now. Ling Xiao is not a good-tempered person. Back then, she was called the witch. She even dared to kill her way into the blessed grotto heaven alone and kill the other's chief. She's not a coward. Wang Ruobing frowned slightly. Then just now? Wang Hanyu smiled bitterly again. Do you think Fang Ping was joking when he said he killed her and destroyed Wang Wu? Was it a threat? Wang Ruobing was speechless. It's true. Wang Hanyu took a deep breath. If Ling Xiao didn't respond properly just now, Fang Ping would really do it. Ling Xiao explained again and again that she wouldn't collude with the divine sect and wouldn't leak secrets. Do you think senior brother Xingjun was here? What would Ling Xiao explain? Although Ling Xiao's tone was unfriendly just now, she was defending herself. This was not Ling Xiao's character. Wang Ruobing still had some understanding of Ling Xiao. Although Dragon Changing Heaven was a grandmaster and did not have much contact with the boundaries, he was not completely ignorant of some things. If it was Dragon Changing Heaven, the situation today would not be like this. Wang Ruobing nodded slightly. After a while, she said, "Senior sister. Father. Is he really a demon?" Wang Hanyu shook her head. She was not sure about this. It was unknown how many people in the 3 realms knew. At least for all these years, no one had mentioned this. Just as the 2 of them were discussing, Fang Ping had a little contact with all parties and did not stay long in the House of Governors. The meeting could not be held today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. At this moment, Fang Ping's interest in the Beast Emperor's divine weapon was piqued. He might appear nonchalant in front of Dragon Changing Heaven and Wang Hanyu. However, if there really was such a divine weapon, Fang Ping was almost drooling. To control the demons, there were too many demons in the 3 realms. There were a lot of rank 9 demons in the Forbidden Sea. If there was such a divine weapon, who cared about alliances? He could just summon the demons and crush them, the Fang family. Fang Ping grabbed the escaping cat and dragged its tail. With a fake smile on his face, he said, "Brother Cat, I just have one question. Where's the Beast Emperor's divine weapon that can control the demons? Brother Cat, is it here? Lend it to me." Meow. The cat screamed. Here it comes again. No. It's not here. Brother Cat, don't be like this. You must know where it is? I don't know. Help. The cat looked sad. How would it know? It had been so annoying recently. It wanted to sneakily shove the liar into a trap. Fang Ping was all smiles. Don't, brother cat. Tell me. I'll bring you to eat delicious food tomorrow, big liar. The cat's face was bitter. Its chubby face was scrunched up into a ball. It was terrifyingly fat. Fong Ping could not hold it in anymore. He reached out and pinched it. This chubby face was so fleshy. The cat looked at him listlessly. What an annoying cat. The liar had nothing to do recently. He was looking for trouble every day. He had to find something for him to do. The Beast Emperor's divine artifact. The Beast Emperor's divine artifact, the cat seemed to be thinking. After a while, it said, I remember now. I remember that the Beast Emperor put the divine artifact in a very secret place. Then it was stolen. Stolen? Yes. The cat said solemnly, someone stole it. That year, the Beast Emperor Palace was in chaos. The Dragon Transformation Emperor? You know about it too? The cat said in surprise, it's him. That old man in Dragon Transformation stole it. Then the Beast Emperor didn't look for trouble with him? I don't know about that. You should go to the Dragon Transformation Sky when you're free. Maybe it's still there. That divine artifact is really powerful. Fong Ping rubbed his chin. What Ling Xiao said was actually true. Could this divine artifact really be in the Dragon Transformation Sky? Thank you, big cat. I'll leave first. Go on, the cat hurriedly shooed him away. After Fong Ping left, it sat down on the lawn. Its chubby face scrunched up again. Idiot. The Beast Emperor's divine artifact. Didn't the Beast Emperor's divine artifact become the God restraining staff? It's all broken. I used it to fish. How can there be any left? The cat was disdainful. The liar was really stupid. The God restraining staff was broken, okay? Otherwise, it would have been used to fight the demons. Once hit, it would not move. It was also very powerful now. Fishing, it could catch big fish. Otherwise, how could it catch those top big fish, emperor-level big fish? The liar actually did not know. How stupid, he finally tricked the liar away. The cat grinned from ear to ear. Go to the catacombs to find the divine artifact. Don't come back. You'll annoy me when you come back. Just as he was laughing, the cat suddenly looked at the sky and said with a sad face, why did another true god come? I don't care anymore. You guys fight. Just don't fight here. If you fight, I'll throw you all into the catacombs. At the thought of this, the cat suddenly stood up. No, I have to go to the place where they are meeting and set up a big array, the kind that connects directly to the boundary wall. If they fight, I'll throw you all into the depths of the catacombs. I'll make you go far away. Humph. I'll go find some good stuff and block all the passageways. I won't let the liar come back. The cat was determined. Thinking about it, it was so tiring. Unless he found 107 pieces of celestial realm fragments, only then could he block the passageways. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. Although he could find them himself, moving them back would tire the cat out. Forget it, I won't look for them anymore. I'll just throw them far away. The cat lay down again. He did not want to think anymore. It was better to continue basking in the sun. After leaving Song Mao's place, Fong Ping was still interested in the Beast Emperor's divine weapon. A divine weapon that could control demons. This was more useful than other divine weapons. Dragon Transformation. Looks like I'll have to go take a look when I have the time. Of the 22 Grandmasters, Fong Ping had not been to any of the Grandmasters other than Black Heaven once. Not long after leaving the Fong family, Fong Ping received news that the people from Mingjia had arrived. Since they were here, Fong Ping did not delay any further. He decided to hold the alliance meeting on the 13th, House of Governors. Magic City House of Governors. The place was huge. There was a VIP building for VIPs inside. In this era, powerhouses were VIPs. The reason why the VIP building was arranged in the House of Governors was to show how important it was. It was also to make it easier to monitor these powerhouses. The destructive power of powerhouses was too strong. Moreover, it was in a bustling place. They had to be careful. Magic City House of Governors was also heavily guarded. Magic City Governor Huang Qi had just entered rank 9 this year. It was rare for a rank 9 to be a governor. It showed how much Sino Nation valued Magic City. At this moment, Huang Qi was personally bringing powerhouses to tour Magic City House of Governors. This is where the Department of Investigation Services is located. Almost all the major organizations in Magic City had their headquarters inside the House of Governors. Huang Qi pointed at a small building in front of him and smiled. Magic City martial artists, big or small, are all recorded in the Department of Investigation Services. In the past few years, the Department of Investigation Services' main mission was to hunt down evil sect martial artists and protect the people. Now, the Department of Investigation Services has also begun to get involved in the catacombs. As soon as he said that, a powerhouse from another country laughed. The evil sect is just a clown. Minister Feng annihilated the evil sect headquarters last year. He finally got rid of the tumor for humanity. Yes, the evil sect attacked Minister Feng several times. In the end, they were annihilated by Minister Feng. It's considered retribution. A few powerhouses flattered him. Today, Feng Ping was extremely powerful. Everyone needed Feng Ping to take care of them. Huang Qi smiled. Just as he was about to say something, the leader of Bangladesh, a dark-skinned middle-aged man of average height, who had just arrived, said in a flat voice, "It's said that the cult that Minister Feng annihilated was just an insignificant branch. The main sect of the cult is the Divine Sect, which has countless experts. Governor General Huang, does Minister Feng have any plans to deal with the evil cult?" After saying that, the middle-aged man continued, "Minister Feng doesn't get along with the evil cult, you know that. But now, most of the human powerhouses have left. Now that we are at odds with the evil cult, the humans may suffer great losses." Huang Qi frowned slightly and quickly said with a smile, "Mr. Hart, everyone has the right to punish evil cults. Now that things have come to this, we can't let the evil cult spread those world-destroying theories on Earth, right?" The dark-skinned middle-aged man spoke again, "Governor Huang, please don't misunderstand. I'm just giving some suggestions. Evil cults don't necessarily have to pay a huge price, or even pay the price of failure to become enemies. It's not impossible to turn enemies into friends, or even to rope in humans." Huang Qi's frown deepened as soon as he heard that. Hada continued, "According to the previous ranking, the evil cult has 2 emperor-level powerhouses and many peak-level powerhouses. The strength of the entire human race is no match for them. In the last battle, all of us suffered heavy losses, and a large number of experts died in battle. If we continue to fight against the evil sects, how many experts can we lose?" Hada sighed softly. "Sino Nation has a great cause. Minister Feng and Commander Li are both in Sino Nation. The evil cult may not dare to invade Sino Nation. But our family is small, and I'm the only rank 9 in Bangladesh. If the evil cult attacks, how can Bangladesh defend against it?" As soon as Hada's words fell, some of the country's powerhouses frowned slightly, hesitating slightly. Now, the evil cult seemed to have returned, and there were signs of a comeback. Of course, Sino Nation was not afraid. There were many rank 9 powerhouses in Sino Nation, Li Zhen and Feng Ping. Previously in Sun City, a rank 9 and a few high-ranked powerhouses were easily killed. Plus, Star City was also within Sino Nation's borders, so Sino Nation had the capital to defend against the evil cult. But what about them? In the previous battle in the Imperial Battleground, rank 9s from various countries died, and rank 9s from several major holy lands also suffered heavy losses. Now, did they still have the strength to defend against the evil cult's invasion? At this time, a Western blonde man said, "Governor Huang, this matter needs to be discussed properly. Should the strategy to deal with the evil cult be the same as before, that we must annihilate them? In the past few years, we did not care about the evil cult, and they did not grow stronger." Huang Qi frowned. "You can't say that. At that time, Minister Zhang and the rest were in Sino Nation, and they united all parties to suppress the evil cult's development. That's why the evil cult did not grow stronger. However, if we leave it alone, it will be a huge problem." Huang Qi said in a low voice, "Do you all really think that the evil cult can really coexist peacefully? There have been many cases of evil cult members attacking and killing human powerhouses before, and they have also colluded with the catacombs. They are also unscrupulous in their actions, preaching about the end of the world, and disturbing the people's hearts. Long before the evil cult was annihilated, they advocated opening the passageway, allowing the catacombs' powerhouses to invade, killing the weak, and preserving the elites. This kind of fallacy goes against the spirit of neo-martial artists. If we let it go, all these years, the good situation that we have managed with great difficulty, will soon fall short of success. Everyone is selfish, everyone wants to protect themselves, and everyone thinks of themselves as elites. How is that any different from the catacombs? Huangqi said unhappily, the evil cult wants to lead humans into a second catacombs, but humans are not as strong as the catacombs. We are strong now because we work together. Everyone, don't tell me you don't even understand this? Hard sighed and said, Governor General Huang, you may say that, but you also have to consider the current situation of our countries. Minister Fang is very strong, but he is not as strong as the martial kings and the rest. It is difficult for him to completely intimidate the evil cult, Huangqi said calmly. The evil cult members who have entered Earth now are just clowns. Sino Nation will soon organize all parties to annihilate these evil cult members. As for Emperor level and peak level, naturally, Minister Fang and the rest will deal with them. You all don't have to worry. Hard pondered for a moment, then said slowly, since Governor General Huang has said so, then we will not question Sino Nation's decision. However, I heard that Commander Li Jin's injuries are very serious, and I am worried that Commander Li will encounter a crisis. Although Bangladesh is small and poor, we still have some unique treasures. If Commander Li needs them, please let us know. We will help Commander Li recover as soon as possible. This way, our countries will have more confidence. Yes, Commander Li is injured. Although we can't help much, we will feel more at ease if we can help. At this time, a powerhouse from the Holy Land looked at the Li family's representative, Li Mo, and said, Grandmaster Li Mo, how is Commander Li's injury now? Li Mo said calmly, thank you for your concern. Commander Li is doing well. He is now recuperating and will recover very soon. Hard heard this and asked again, will Commander Li attend this meeting? I'm not sure yet. Huangqi smiled and said, currently, Commander Li is only in contact with Minister Fang. However, a few days ago, Commander Li and Minister Fang went to the catacombs together and announced the ranking list. This time, he may attend the meeting. Hard said emotionally, now, the overall situation of humanity depends on Commander Li and Minister Fang. If Commander Li comes, he will be able to lift the morale of the people and boost our morale. If he doesn't come, I feel a little afraid. Is Minister Fang not enough to boost everyone's morale? Huangqi smiled and said, Minister Fang has entered the impasse realm. His combat strength is extremely strong. Previously in the catacombs, he killed many peak-level martial artists, so there is no need for everyone to worry. Minister Fang's achievements in the past few years are enough to prove everything. That's true. Hard nodded slightly and said with a smile, this time in Sino Nation, Bangladesh also intends to invite Minister Fang to Bangladesh for an inspection. Nowadays, all the young martial artists in the country worship Minister Fang very much. If Minister Fang can give us some pointers, I think Bangladesh's morale will definitely be greatly boosted. It all depends on whether Minister Fang has the time to go. I will mention it to Minister Fang. After Huangqi finished speaking, Hard asked again, Governor General Huang, will we have the chance to go to the Heaven Division for a look? I heard that there are many powerhouses in the Heaven Division. It will also broaden the horizons of small countries like us. Huangqi smiled and said, Mr. Hard did not come last time. The previous meeting was held in the Heaven Division. However, the Heaven Division is in the sea, so it will be a little troublesome to go there. This time, we have chosen to hold it in Magic City. We will see how the Rear Department head arranges it. It should not be a big problem to go to the Heaven Division to take a look. That's good. I have been looking forward to the Heaven Division for a long time. Hard laughed. Huangqi did not say anything more and continued to show everyone around. After a while, all the forces finished touring the governor's manor and waited for the evening banquet. Everyone returned to their respective VIP buildings to rest. As they walked back, Hard sent a telepathic message to the staff next to him. I see that the other countries do not have the intention to go against the God sect. Does that mean that China is the only one targeting the God sect? Sir, the other countries are weak and are not a concern. China is the most powerful and dominates the entire human world. If China targets the God sect, it is actually humans targeting the God sect. You guys are too useless. Hard's eyes flashed and he sent a telepathic message. All these years, the God sect's influence in the human world has been getting worse. I don't know how you guys are doing it. You are all useless. Only when there is great chaos will there be great governance. The God sect secretly created some bloodshed and came out to save the world as a savior. Didn't those foolish humans easily join the God sect? Blindly appeasing and blindly bloodshed will not make the God sect stronger. When the butcher's knife descends and the gods save the world, everything is under the control of the God sect. Why should we worry about the God sect not being able to strengthen in the human world? Perfected Lord Dezhou, who was impersonating Hard, was full of confidence. He sent a telepathic message. Killing can make people fearful. Gods can make people believe in them and receive spiritual salvation. I don't know why the God sect has declined to this extent in the human world after so many years. Sir, the powerhouse who was disguised as a staff beside him said hesitantly, Sir, if this is the case, I am worried that it will cause public anger. The God sect has existed in the human world for so many years because they only target some rebellious martial artists. Ignorant. Perfected Lord Dezhou scolded through telepathic message. The God sect has dominated the three realms but has failed repeatedly in the human world, which is the weakest. It is all because of your incompetence. Public anger? Isn't the current God sect enough to explain everything? It is because of your concerns that the God sect branch was destroyed and became Fang Ping's merit. The staff did not utter a word. He did not know how to explain. I am guessing that Li Zhen will not appear this time. I am afraid he may not be in the human world. Say, if he attacked this time and killed all the leaders, will it cause complete chaos in the human world? Perfected Lord Dezhou said excitedly, after killing them, the God sect will come into the human world during the chaos and save the human world. I will communicate with the Guardian and arrange for people to attack the human world. I will lead people to resist the God sect's invasion. This way, we can also distinguish the God sect from the evil sect that they speak of. Let the people of the God sect become heroes. This way, it would be easier to seize the power of the human world. After killing Fang Ping and the others, he would lead the powerhouses to resist the strong enemy. When people were weak, they needed someone to rely on the most. As for himself, he would provide support for the humans at that time. Perfected Lord Dezhou could imagine all this. It was not the first time they had done this kind of thing. Sir, Fang Ping has already entered the impasse realm. Ridiculous. Perfected Lord Dezhou said coldly, it is just a rumor. He has not entered this realm. When I came, I checked once. This person is still at the origin realm. However, his combat strength should have increased a little. His origin has gone further. He may not have the combat strength of a true god. After saying that, Perfected Lord Dezhou said again, even if he has really entered the true god realm, it will be easy for me to kill him. As for whether I should kill him here or invite him to Bangladesh to kill him, Perfected Lord Dezhou said hesitantly, the appearance of an unfamiliar powerhouse may cause some people to not trust him. I am thinking, why not kill Fang Ping secretly, pretend to be Fang Ping, and rule the human world? If he pretended to be Fang Ping, no one except Li Zhen would be able to tell that he was a fake. As for Li Zhen, if Li Zhen dared to show up, the Thunder Guardian would not let Li Zhen go. If I make a move in Magic City, it may cause chaos and make it easier for Li Zhen to return. Maybe luring him to Bangladesh and killing him on the way is more suitable. The people around him stopped talking. Perfected Lord Dezhou came to Earth and was in a hurry to make some big moves. He could understand that a new official would make changes. However, he felt that it was not appropriate to set the target on Fang Ping. After hesitating for a while, he still said, Sir, why not create some chaos in the outer realm and lure Fang Ping away? Once he leaves, no one in the human world can suppress the God sect. We can slowly plan. Slowly? Perfected Lord Dezhou said coldly, how many years has it been? Who knows when Heavenly King Garrison and the others will return? This is the time to seize the initiative. Idiots. I think all of you are afraid, a bunch of useless people. Tomorrow, act according to my orders. Perfected Lord Dizhou said this and ignored this person, quickly entering the VIP building. At the same time, Mekmao. Fang Ping did not return to the Heavenly Division but stayed in MCMAU. MCMAU Villa area. Villa number 8. Fang Ping looked at old Wu with a face full of ridicule. Opposite him, Wu Quishan hung up the phone and said lightly, "What are you looking at?" "I'm curious. Why is Minister Wu at my instructor's house?" Wu Quishan really wanted to smack him to death. Was there something wrong with him being at his wife's house? Too lazy to say anything, Wu Quishan snorted softly. Governor General Huang called. Everyone has arrived and will meet in the afternoon. Everyone is mainly worried about one thing. How is Commander Li's injury? Oh, one more thing. The evil sect is too powerful. Now everyone is a little afraid. I say, when you made up the ranking list, couldn't you suppress it a little? You made the evil sect the target of everyone's attention, but it also made the humans lose some confidence, especially in the desperate situation. You're the only one on the human side. I'm worth 100. Fang Ping looked confident. Wu Quishan really wanted to kill him, but after thinking about it, he probably was not Fang Ping's opponent, so he quickly changed the topic. Stop talking nonsense. How is Commander Li's situation? Fang Ping, it's best to let Commander Li appear at this time to raise the morale of the people. Commander Li has always been Sino Nation's #1 powerhouse. Only when he's around will everyone feel at ease. As for you, you're still a little inexperienced. You don't have Commander Li's charisma and confidence. Commander Li, Fang Ping smiled. Commander Li has a lot of things to do. How would he have time to come back? Wu Quishan looked at him. After a while, he suddenly said telepathically, "Kid, don't tell me that Commander Li actually went in." I felt that something was wrong. At that critical moment, with Commander Li's personality, how could he have stayed? If he had stayed, there would definitely be Emperor-level powerhouses who stayed behind to hunt him down and suppress him. Also, if Commander Li was really here, no matter how serious his injuries were, he would have appeared to appease all parties. I don't believe that he could hold it in. Fang Ping, tell me honestly, if Commander Li was here. Are you trying to fool everyone? Wu Quishan was not stupid. He felt that something was wrong. Li Zhen was not the kind of person who hid things. If he was here, he might have already attacked the catacombs. A near-emperor powerhouse was invincible in the catacombs right now. With Li Zhen's personality, it was normal for him to kill those catacombs true kings with a sword. As for the previous ranking announcement, Wu Quishan had already received information that Fang Ping, a guy who did not like to use his privileges, had used them recently. In the district where the Fang family was located, especially near the Fang family's villa, everyone had moved away. According to Fang Ping, he would often go back to do some combat techniques deduction. It was very dangerous. Nearby, there were also some Heaven Division powerhouses guarding. This was very wrong. Fang Ping was deducing combat techniques. Why did he have to go home? Wu Quishan had some vague speculations. Fang Ping was all smiles, saying calmly, "Minister Wu, I don't understand what you mean. I, Fang Ping, am not the kind of person who talks nonsense, that's enough." As soon as he said that, Wu Quishan almost cursed. Fine, this kid was 100% bluffing, big trouble. Li Zhen was actually not here. To think that this kid was so arrogant. You are not even a paragon, aren't you afraid of being exposed and instantly being attacked by other parties? That cat, is there? Wu Quishan asked suddenly. Fang Ping smiled. What cat? Alright, I won't ask any more. Wu Quishan took a deep breath, suppressing the palpitation in his heart. He said in a low voice, "I'll pretend I didn't ask. But you, kid, take it easy. This is not a joke. Billions of human lives are at stake. You really have to think twice before you act." Fang Ping ignored him. He looked toward the kitchen, smiling. "Instructor, do you know how to cook? It's rare for you to come here for a meal. You won't be making us charcoal, will you?" In the kitchen, Lu Fengru said in an unfriendly tone, "If you don't want to eat, then scram. What's with all the nonsense?" "Instructor, what are you saying?" "I am, after all, you are the celestial emperor." "So what?" Fang Ping was speechless. "I'm not Tengu. Whoever wants to be can be it." "Instructor, is there any good news in MCMAU recently? Is there any hope of advancing to rank 9? "There is hope for old Lu, but it still depends on luck." After saying that, Lu Fengru continued, "My father has been researching the sky screen that you brought last time. It's very difficult to mass-produce it. However, there are some small results recently. It's a little similar to a video recorder. Next, we might go to the catacombs to test it. Maybe we can use the new product to go to the catacombs to take photos." Fang Ping's eyes moved. Old Lu is very impressive. If that's the case, there will be actual pictures for publicity in the future. Oh right, let old Lu try to see if he can make a catacombs phone. Right now in the catacombs, the main thing is that communication is not convenient. Even in desperate realms, the strong ones can transmit their voices thousands of miles away. The weak ones can only transmit their voices hundreds of miles away. If you want to collect some information, you have to do it yourself to bring back the information. It's very troublesome. I will convey it, but it's very difficult." Lu Fengru continued, "The video recorder is ready. You can pick a suitable time to fight and record it. Let people witness your ability and the war in the catacombs. Recently, I've noticed that as the war in the foreign lands has decreased, some of MCMAU students are not in the right state. It's not just MCMAU, it's the same in society. It's useless to advertise every day. There are still a lot of martial artists who have never participated in a war. They don't know the cruelty of war. No matter how many movies you shoot, they will know that they are fake. They are made by actors." Hearing that, Fang Ping nodded slightly. This was true. Everyone knew that movies were fake. Even if they were adapted from reality, it was useless. Fake was fake. That's fine. I'll get this from old Lu later. Maybe I can use it soon. After saying that, Fang Ping smiled. "Instructor, why are you still rank 7? Have you been slacking lately?" Lu Fengru was exhausted, peak rank 7, she was already peak rank 7. Was it easy? She broke through last year. It had been exactly a year since then. Was it slow to go from early rank 7 to peak rank 7? Alright, it was really slow. It would have been fine if Fang Ping did not come, but when he did, he hurt her heart. She did not want to say anything. Seeing that Fang Ping was bullying his wife, Wu Quishan looked at him unkindly. "Fang Ping, you can even promote Zhang Peng to rank 8 5th refinement. Aren't you going to take care of your instructor?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes, speechless. It's not that simple. But MCMAU really has some hope. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. He was most familiar with Sun City, but in reality, he had stayed in MCMAU the longest in his life. For the past 3 years, he had spent most of his time in MCMAU, materializing the entire Magic City. Fang Ping felt that the chances were not high. However, the chances of materializing MCMAU were very, very high. Maybe I should give it a try. MCMAU is where I started. Moreover, there are many powerhouses in MCMAU. If I can really materialize MCMAU, it's very likely that the integration will be faster than Sun City. Moreover, when that time comes, there might be a group of powerhouses emerging from MCMAU. Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Previously, he had thought of materializing a city. Now that he had changed it to a school, there should be hope, right? He had left too many traces in MCMAU, and he really had feelings for MCMAU. Without MCMAU's strong support, he might have been finished when he was still weak. Now, MCMAU's instructors and students could no longer keep up with his pace. Now, Fang Ping had no choice but to give up on focusing on MCMAU, because there was not much MCMAU could do to help him with what he wanted to do. I can try. Fang Ping made a decision in his heart. After the meeting tomorrow, he would come to MCMAU for a walk and try more. He also hoped that these teachers could become stronger, and not be like now, everyone was actually very anxious even though they did not say anything. Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Wu Kuxian was a little happy. Looking at Fang Ping, maybe MCMAU could be like Sun City. As for the origin formation, he did not really believe it. This kid Fang Ping had a way of fooling people. Wu Kuxian guessed that it might be related to Fang Ping's materialization. I hope so. Wu Kuxian was also looking forward to it. As these people became stronger, MCMAU's people could not keep up, and he actually felt bad. Becoming stronger might not be a good thing, at least it would be more dangerous. However, if they did not become stronger, those old buddies of the past would be left behind, and those old buddies would not be satisfied either. If this went on, those at the front would be lonely, and those at the back would also walk further and further away. During this dinner, everyone was thinking about their own matters, and the food was a little tasteless. The few of them ate the half-cooked food randomly, not caring if it was delicious or not. Wu Kuxian, who was absent-minded, even bit the metal plate into pieces. He ate with relish. If an ordinary person saw this, they would probably be dumbfounded. The sky gradually darkened. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor the next day. 13th of March. The House of Governors. Powerhouses from all sides gathered in the magnificent state guest hall. The powerhouses whispered and chatted in low voices. In the crowd, the No Chi Force Bull looked dissatisfied and suddenly shouted, "That, change old bull's seat." When others sat on the sofa, it sat on the sofa too. The key thing was, it was too uncomfortable, not to mention that the seat was too small, it did not even dare to use force. A little force would break it. Humans are so troublesome. Why did they make the seat so soft? Unlike the demons, the throne they made was huge and sturdy. That was domineering. The human race was petty. Of course, it said this in its heart. Since yesterday, it had a sense of danger in its heart. It was afraid of being targeted, so it did not say it out loud. As it spoke, the buffalo swung its tail, sweeping Hard, who was beside it. Hard frowned slightly. He did not say a word, but he was annoyed. How dare they arrange for me and this stupid bull to sit together, yet, this stupid bull did not realize it, swinging its tail everywhere. This made him extremely angry. If it was not here, he would have killed this stupid bull long ago. Just as the No Chi Force was roaring to change seats, the hall door opened. Fang Ping stepped in, glanced at it, and said lightly, "There's no seat that suits you. Make do with it. If you can't, just lie down first." The No Chi Force was a little embarrassed. It was a little afraid of Fang Ping. It was fine if the patriarch was still here. Now that the patriarch was not here, it had no confidence. The Hydro God clan did not have a desperate abyss this time. It was not as confident as Luoyu and the others. At least they had absolute abyss holding the fort. Minister Fang. Minister Fang, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look even more energetic. The others greeted him one after another. Fang Ping nodded slightly and went straight to the main seat. Sitting down on the main seat, Fang Ping looked around and said, "The 3 major territories, the 6 grandmasters, the 4 overseas immortal islands, the 6 holy lands, and the 19 human countries. Everyone who should be here is here. Then I'll get straight to the point. I'll cut to the chase." Fang Ping was very direct. He opened his mouth and said, "Let's talk about the first thing first. The 107 passageways in the catacombs have been opened. Although the number of catacombs foreign invasions has decreased, we still have to defend against them. There are 24 passageways in China. This time, the 6 great grandmasters and the 3 great realms are preparing to enter one of the passageways. That makes 9 passageways." Ling Xiao frowned slightly, saying, "Fang Ping, if the disciples of Mount Wangu don't leave the mountain." Fang Ping looked at her and said slowly, "Mount Wangu is between the 2nd Southern Territory and the 1st Southern Territory. Do you want to choose one or both of them? Let me say this in advance. If you do not defend, then you are not allowed to open the passage. I don't want to see anyone opening the portal on Earth without permission." Ling Xiao was silent for a moment before replying, "The southern region. Don't think that I'm threatening anyone. There are benefits to guarding the passage. Without the passage, there would be no human today. Of course, you might say that we don't lack resources, but this isn't a matter of resources. It's a matter of providing you with opportunities to become stronger. If we don't guard the passage, how can there be so many battles? If I don't fight, how can I improve my strength? Having said that, Fang Ping said, then we'll arrange it this way. Among the 9 passageways, we've discussed before which one you will be assigned. In this way, the humans will guard 98 passageways. Sino Nation will be left with 15 passageways. The Southern Territory still has 2 passageways and other small countries. We will help to guard these 2 passageways. In other words, the entire 27 territories in the Southern Territory will be guarded by Sino Nation. At this point, the golden-haired powerhouse from the Hall of Gods thought for a while and said, Minister Feng, in this way, there are still 81 passageways. If it were in the past, we could also guard them. But now, all sides have suffered heavy losses. 81 passageways. There are 19 passageways in the Hall of Gods alone. We might not have the strength to guard them. There are 18 passageways in the ancient Buddha sacred land too. I'm afraid it will be difficult to guard them. The 2 sacred lands had many passageways in their territories. A total of 37 passageways. The 2 sacred lands were not weak in the past, but they had suffered heavy losses this time. They might not have the ability to guard them. Fang Ping smiled. It's fine. Both of you can gather some powerhouses from the nearby countries to make up a total of 37 rank 9s. One person guarding a passageway should be enough. But, it was fine in the past. But now, Fang Ping smiled. Don't worry. The catacombs don't have so much energy to attack humans now. Of course, if there is a crisis, Sino Nation will help all sides. After hearing what he said, everyone had no choice but to agree. Everyone was doing the defense of the passageways now. There was no need to instruct them. Soon, Fang Ping started the second topic. Secondly, it's about the revival of the evil sect. The evil sect is wreaking havoc in the catacombs and the Forbidden Sea. We can't let them take root on Earth. Powerhouses from various countries and sacred lands, pay more attention. Once you discover traces of the evil sect, if you can't wipe them out, inform Sino Nation. Sino Nation will wipe them out. We can't let the evil sect, this malignant tumor, be active on Earth. Having said that, Fang Ping was about to continue when Hard said, Minister Feng, I've discussed this with Governor General Huang and the rest yesterday. Right now, the evil sect has not shown any intention to be hostile to humans. Why don't we ignore them? That won't do. Fang Ping rejected immediately. We can't give them a chance to breathe. This sect is a malignant tumor. If we don't get rid of it now, it will breed big trouble in the future. Humans don't need to compromise with this kind of evil force. Hard laughed. I don't mean to compromise. I mean to ignore them first. When we're stronger, we'll wipe them out, then it's too late. Fang Ping laughed. Mr. Hard, the evil sect can't be left alone. The longer we delay, the easier it is for something to happen. That's why after this meeting, the first thing we need to do is to wipe them out. If the base camp is not safe, then no matter how well the frontline battles are fought, it will be easy for something to happen. The first task is to wipe out the evil sect? Hard was slightly surprised. He looked shocked, but he snorted inwardly. Fang Ping's hostility toward the divine sect was too great. This time, it was said that the purpose of the meeting was to take revenge on some grandmasters or to counterattack the catacombs. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping told him firmly that the first task was to target the divine sect. If that was the case, there would be no chance for both sides to ease up. I've given you a chance. True Lord Earthweak muttered in his heart. I've given you a chance. If you're not in a hurry to go against the divine sect, maybe I can let you go. But since you're so determined to wipe out the divine sect, then we can't let it go. Fang Ping saw that he was silent, laughed and said, if everyone has no objections, then let's move on to the third topic. Fang Ping continued, thirdly, this time I'm preparing to carry out a joint training. We'll mainly attack the catacombs, wipe out 1 or 2 foreign territories, seize some cultivation resources, and let all parties cooperate once to see the results. In the future, there will be many joint battles between all parties. As soon as he said that, someone looked at Fang Ping in surprise. Didn't he say that they would wipe out the territories? How did it become the catacombs, on the side of the ancient Buddha Holy Land? Butoya, who had already advanced to rank 8, said slowly, Minister Fong, if this is the case, will it cause the catacombs to join forces and target us humans again? No worries, this time we're targeting the Sky Plants Royal Court. As for the Destiny Royal Court, ask their people to retreat. Fong Ping laughed and said, I know the few paragons in the Sky Plants Royal Court now. No one will believe in King Huai. The right God General needs to stay in the Imperial City. As for Tianyu, it's the guardian demon of the Royal Court. Monster plants are difficult to move, so I'm afraid it won't come. In addition, some of the foreign territory city lords have been stirring recently, wanting to enter the inner territory. Maybe if we do this, we'll still be following the wishes of both parties. The foreign territory can't wait to have a reason to leave now and enter the inner territory. The inner territory can't wait for us to kill these foreign powerhouses and give them some time to catch their breath. This time we're not targeting all parties, just the Sky Plants Royal Court. This way, the pressure will be much less. Moreover, it's not for the sake of launching an all-out war. Just wiping out 1 or 2 catacombs won't cause too much of a stir. Having said that, Fong Ping looked at the Grandmaster powerhouses and said with a smile, since everyone is here, then the intention of the alliance is very obvious. This time everyone must also send powerhouses to participate in the battle. In the crowd, Luo Yu frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Li Wuji quickly said, the Water Clan has no objections. Luo Yu almost exploded in anger, this stupid cow, what was he doing? The Water Buffalo continued, however, the Water Clan doesn't have many powerhouses, unlike Boundless Mountain and Immortal Inquisition Island. My Water Clan can only send 10 rank 9 powerhouses to assist in the battle. Luo Yu's expression darkened, 10? So you're saying that we're going to send more? Where did so many rank 9 powerhouses come from? Won't our lives be better? In the previous battle in the land of Imperial Battleground, which clan did not suffer heavy losses? What was this stupid cow thinking? At this moment, even Yu Wuhua was a little speechless. We haven't even talked about the crisis, and you're already agreeing to the conditions. In this case, how are we going to discuss next? Fong Ping smiled. Li Wuji was a little interesting. Everyone will act according to their capabilities. It's not mandatory, but, Fong Ping looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. Wang Wu is strong. Ling Xiao, send more people from your side. Ling Xiao frowned. Fong Ping smiled. Previously, more than 30 rank 9 powerhouses from your side participated in the battle. There were almost no losses in the land of Imperial Battleground. Your Wangwu Mountain has as many rank 9s as there are hairs on a cow. Since we're cooperating, then contribute more. Of course, I won't let you contribute for nothing. Previously, for Venerable Emperor Yueling's 3 peak level heads, you sent 30 rank 9s to assist in the battle. I'll consider it as you've completed 1 head. This isn't too much, right? Ling Xiao said in a low voice, Fong Ping, I don't understand. Why do humans insist on waging war against the catacombs now? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. He frowned again. In my opinion, you humans should be recuperating and improving your strength now. Fong Ping interrupted, sorry, I'm afraid you don't understand humans. Fong Ping looked around and said calmly, everyone may not understand, but I still want to tell you, human martial artists are born to fight. Only fighting can make us stronger as soon as possible. If we don't fight and recuperate, perhaps we will also become stronger. But how long will it take? Everyone, do you really have time? Now is the best opportunity. Even if there's no battle at this time, even if there are enemies everywhere, we must still fight. If there are no enemies, then we must create enemies to kill. A battle, a life and death battle, may be worth 3 months of your cultivation, 5 months, or even 1 or 2 years. As for humans, how much time do you have? Everyone, do you really think that the world is at peace? Once the Sky Cemetery is breached, the Catacombs' true king will return, and those emperor-level hostile to humans will return. Everyone, when that time comes, can you still enjoy peace? Humans had never been safe. Some people felt that at this point, humans were already at peace. At this moment, they should not start a war anymore. However, Fong Ping knew more than them. It was just wishful thinking. If they did not take the opportunity to fight with the same rank now, not take the opportunity to seize resources now, not take the opportunity to become stronger now, after a period of time, they would no longer have such a chance. As soon as he said that, someone said, Minister Feng is right. The peak-level experts everywhere are still waiting for rescue in the Sky Cemetery. At this moment, we cannot slack off. It's good that you understand this principle. Fang Ping laughed. That's why we must fight. Not only you, but also those middle and low-ranked martial artists. Next, we will take the initiative to break out some large-scale wars. Everyone will participate in the war. I'm not afraid of offending people. We're enemies anyway. What's there to offend? Ling Xiao was speechless. However, Jiang Kuei said, Fang Ping, some things still need to be said clearly. You humans need to fight and hone yourself, you need to seize resources, but we don't need that. If that's the case, then why should we participate in the war? We can come here to guard a catacomb, but to participate in the war. That's unacceptable. In the previous war in the Imperial battleground, Weiyu Mountain had suffered a great loss. Jiang Kuei felt that such a war would not be very beneficial to Weiyu Mountain. If that was the case, then there was no need to participate. Fang Ping laughed. That's the logic. Everyone's position is different, so the things they consider are also different. However, some things are mutually beneficial. There are many powerhouses in Outland and the boundaries now, but there is a shortage of young and old. Brother Jiang, there may be many older powerhouses in Weiyu Mountain, but are the new generation of Weiyu Mountain very strong? Fang Ping looked at Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei said calmly, then Brother Fang means, imperishable substance. Fang Ping laughed. I don't expect everyone to help humans for no reason. It's like a mercenary model. You send people to fight, and I'll provide you with imperishable substance. I know that some boundaries have a lot of imperishable substance in storage. But that's for powerhouses. I don't think you're so rich that anyone can use it. As for imperishable substance, even if it's rank 9, or even at the peak, it's still the best treasure for honing the flesh. Honing bones, honing flesh, honing internal organs, imperishable substance can be said to be omnipotent. Even you, Brother Jiang, don't you lack imperishable substance? I see that you've honed your flesh, and you're only at the 7th level. Don't you want to make your flesh stronger? The war between the North and the South has long proven this point. If there's a flaw in the flesh or mentality, there will be a flaw, a very big one. Some of those venerable emperors have been sleeping for thousands of years because their flaws were targeted. Some of their flesh was destroyed, and some of their mentality was almost destroyed. Jiang Kuei gave him a deep look. After a while, he said, Can I use other treasures to exchange for it? No. Fang Ping said lightly, humans lack treasures, but imperishable substance is more precious. If we kill the catacombs powerhouses and destroy the catacombs, we might get a lot of natural treasures, but we definitely won't get a lot of imperishable substance. Treasures can be snatched, but imperishable substance, where can we snatch it? Beside him, Su Bing laughed. Minister Feng, then your idea is, how should we exchange for it? To prevent people from working without putting in effort, we'll calculate it by killing. Killing a rank 9, 50 yuan. Killing a rank 8, 20 yuan. Killing a rank 7, 5 yuan. As soon as he said that, Wu Quishan, Old Manly, and the rest wanted to twitch their mouths. This kid was really ruthless. However, imperishable substance was indeed precious. Usually, when they followed Fang Ping, they wasted it as much as they could. Anyway, it was fine as long as they became stronger. They never considered these things. Now that they thought about it, a rank 9 powerhouse's imperishable substance was only about 50 yuan at most. If it was used up, it would be difficult to recover without spending a few months or even a few years. Now that they thought it was not precious, that was because they had seen it too many times. Thinking about the past, human powerhouses were too heavily injured, their imperishable substance depleted, and many could not recover. These people had no choice but to go to the catacombs and fight until the last moment. A genius like MCMAU's old vice-chancellor had no choice but to be stuck at rank 8 because he lacked this. Recalling these tough days, Old Manly and the rest felt a little emotional. It was only after Fang Ping had grown up that Sino nation did not have these concerns. In this regard, Fang Ping did better than anyone else. Too little. Jiang Yan frowned. Rank 9s also have strong and weak ones. It's impossible to encounter the weakest rank 9 every time. Not only is it extremely dangerous to fight with a rank 9, even if you win, you'll often consume a lot of energy. What you give us is not enough. If that's the case, why take the risk and fight with them? Fang Ping laughed. You can go kill rank 7, I'm not stopping you. Kill 10 rank 7s, 50 yuan, that's enough for you to cultivate imperishable substance for a few months. Is it difficult for a rank 9 to kill a rank 7? If you encounter them head-on, a rank 9 killing a rank 7, 10 moves should be enough, right? Of course, a useless rank 9 might let a rank 7 escape. That's your problem, it has nothing to do with me. In the 107 outer territories, there are more than 1,200 cities. In a royal city, there are at least 4 to 5 rank 7s, and at most more than 10. On average, there are 8 people, so there are about 10,000 rank 7s in the outer territories. If you don't want to go to the inner territory, then just go to the outer territory. 10,000 rank 7s, that's enough for you to kill, right? Who has the ability to kill all these rank 7s? 50,000 yuan of imperishable substance, that's enough for many of you to hone your golden body to your own limits. As he said that, Fang Ping laughed again. Of course, you can also try to rob me. If you have the ability, and are confident that you can find so much from my corpse, then do as you please. Having said that, Fang Ping added, this is for other forces. Humans also have a battle merit system. I can't afford to give it away for free. I'm also worried that some people will not put in the effort, only thinking about the rewards without putting in any effort. According to the battle merit system, the whole world's unified system can be used to exchange for imperishable substance. In reality, human heads. Are they useful to me, Fang Ping? Useless. Everyone, don't think that I'm taking advantage of anyone. I just want humans to become stronger, to be able to establish a foothold in the 3 realms. In the previous battle, the leaders of the 6 holy lands were willing to die for humans. I, Fang Ping, remember that. Everyone is fighting a bloody battle in the king's battlefield. I've seen it too. That's why this global joint operation is happening. Otherwise, such a good thing wouldn't happen. As soon as Fang Ping said that, everyone nodded and praised him, no matter what they were thinking. Fang Ping was right. Human heads were useless to him. He established the battle merit system in the hope that humans would become stronger, so that powerhouses would dare to fight and risk their lives. At this moment, Fang Ping did not say much. Instead, he observed the reactions of the powerhouses in silence. As he watched, Fang Ping's gaze landed on Hard from the corner of his eyes, paying a little more attention. The reason why he was paying attention was not because Fang Ping had discovered anything. His mentality was not as strong as the other parties. It was difficult for him to notice anything unusual. As for Hard's staff, they were real staff. Evil cultists would not have the word evil cultist carved on their faces. The reason why Fang Ping was paying attention had something to do with the boundless force. This big water buffalo could not sit still. Its tail was wagging non-stop. Fang Ping did not know if all cows had this habit, to chase away mosquitoes or something, or if this buffalo just liked wagging its tail. The boundless force was quite close to Hard. Although it did not sweep the other party, its tail wagging non-stop in front of Fang Ping was quite annoying. Fang Ping was attracted, not because of the annoyed look in Hard's eyes, but because of indifference. Yes, indifference. The boundless force was a rank 9 ranked near the top of the ranking list. Hard was only a weak rank 9. Logically speaking, when a weakling like Hard was harassed by a powerhouse, he would either be annoyed, avoid it, or simply take the opportunity to build a relationship. However, Hard's gaze was very cold. It gave Fang Ping the feeling, as if he was looking at a dead person. No, a dead buffalo. Fang Ping had seen this kind of gaze before. When he gave a person a death sentence and felt that the other party would definitely die, he was also confident that he could kill him. This was more or less his attitude. Fang Ping gave Hard a second look. Hard seemed to feel it. He looked at Fang Ping, nodded slightly, and smiled. Perhaps to true Lord Earthly Zhou, this attitude was very normal. He was giving Fang Ping face. However, Fang Ping was stunned once again. Hard, was this calm? He was the leader of mankind, the strongest powerhouse. Right now, everyone else, including those people from the Holy Land, were more or less fawning over him. Other than acquaintances like Old Manly, the others did not know about Fang Ping's personality and were extremely polite to him. Even if they were to pretend, they would pretend to be more enthusiastic. Hard was only a weak rank 9, and he was also the leader of a small country. Just look at the other 18 countries and you would know. When Fang Ping looked at those people, they might not be smiling obsequiously, but the enthusiasm on their faces was almost melting. This kind of abnormality, without comparison, Fang Ping might not care. However, with comparison. Fang Ping mumbled in his heart, aloof? It was not that there were no aloof powerhouses. This was a very normal thing. Powerhouses were more or less a little proud. However, a country's leader still had the ability to put on a show, right? Similar to old Zhang, when it was time to be shameless, he would be shameless. On the other hand, Li Zhen was a little aloof. He was only suitable to be a general, but he would never become Sino Nation's #1 leader. Fang Ping was still thinking. Wu Qi's tail swayed even more. This time, perhaps because the movement was too big, the tail was about to slap Hard's face with a smack. Fang Ping was still paying attention from the corner of his eye. In the next moment, his heart trembled slightly. Hard didn't move much. He just leaned back slightly. The others didn't notice it, not even Li Wuji. However, Fang Ping was stunned. Hard had dodged the normal force's sweep. This big water buffalo's tail swayed extremely fast. Fang Ping looked at Wu Qi abruptly. Did this bull notice something and give him a reminder? He looked at Wu Qi. Wu Qi was also staring at him with widened eyes. Why was Fang Ping looking at him, looking at his posture again? Wu Qi was also helpless. I said this chair is not suitable for me, but you insist on making me sit here. Could it be that you think it's unsightly for an old bull to lie down? If I don't lie down, am I supposed to sit? This is also uncomfortable. Even though he cursed again and again in his heart, Wu Qi still stood up and sat up. This time, his tail did not swing anymore. Wu Qi sighed in his heart. They should have let the demons rule the 3 realms. This human-shaped creature ruled the world. The demons were really uncomfortable. Just look at him. A bull under the eaves had to lower its head. Wu Qi sat up. His tail stopped swaying. Hard also heaved a sigh of relief. He had enough of this stupid bull. If this bull dared to swing its tail again, he had the thought of flipping out on the spot. It was too annoying. When had he, true Lord Di Zhou, ever been slapped in the face by a stupid bull's tail? In that moment, even if he avoided it, he was still furious. The Water Clan's venerable Water Emperor was not here. He would definitely settle scores with this stupid bull later. While he was thinking about this, Fang Ping was moved. Had he sensed wrongly? Overthinking? The cat was in Magic City. There wouldn't be powerhouses sneaking in, right? He did not know. The cat was too lazy to tell him. Anyway, the cat felt that liars would not die. If there was a fight, he could just throw them away. As for the others, the cat would not care. Although Fang Ping did not notice anything, he was more cautious. He looked at Wu Qi, hesitated for a moment, and still restrained his aura. He leaned on the sofa and did not move. Seeing him like this, everyone frowned. What was Fang Ping doing, showing off that he could restrain his aura? At this moment, no one noticed that an invisible mentality was wandering in the hall. Fang Ping carefully explored the surroundings. Very soon, Fang Ping seemed to notice something. In the next moment, a voice rang in Wu Qi's mind, continue lying down. Continue swaying your tail. Swing it a little more. The Hydro Island matter can be discussed. Wu Qi was stunned. What did that mean? Fang Ping had this hobby. Did he like to watch me swing my tail? What hobby was that? Although he did not understand, Wu Qi did not mind. He liked to lie down too. It was more comfortable. Swaying his tail was instinctive. It felt good too. Since Fang Ping had said so, then he would satisfy his hobby. Patriarch, oh, Patriarch, in order to protect the Water Clan, Wu Qi will do anything. Sigh. Wu Qi sighed in his heart. He had even started to sell his body. He did not know if Fang Ping had other hobbies. If he did, Wu Qi's head hurt. Should he agree? The mediocre oxtail continued to swing. Fang Ping seemed a little tired. He closed his eyes for a moment, opened them again and said, "Everyone, what do you think about the hiring that I mentioned earlier?" Su Bing smiled and said, "The imperishable substance is a good thing, the more the better. But Minister Fang, this is indeed too little. My indestructible substance is limited, but it isn't limitless." Having said that, Fang Ping said slowly, "Let's do it this way. If you kill someone, you can add some qualifications. For example, one could not use heaven and earth treasures to exchange for imperishable substances. If one killed a rank 9, one could use heaven and earth treasures to exchange for 20 yuan of imperishable substances. I won't ask for more than that. This way, if you kill a rank 9, you'll definitely have some gains. You can exchange at least 70 yuan worth of imperishable substance." Everyone fell silent again. A moment later, Jiang Kuwei said slowly, "Rank 9, 60 bucks. Advanced Dan, add 5 yuan. As he said this, Old Man Li suddenly spoke to Wu Quishan and the rest through voice transmission, chuckling. "Doesn't this smell like bargaining in the market? Doesn't this unit of indestructible matter sound a little unpleasant?" Everyone was too lazy to pay attention to him. Why did this old fellow have so much nonsense to say, but come to think of it, it did feel a little like that. After a moment of silence, Fang Ping said, "All right. It's a win-win situation. Besides, there are too many rank 9 powerhouses in the catacombs. Weakening the catacombs. To put it bluntly, other than us humans, don't you have this idea, how many rank 9s did humans have? All in all, there were less than 300 of them. What about the catacombs? There were 1 to 2,000 rank 9s in the outer domain, and even more in the inner domain. Even if he had killed nearly 1,000 rank 9s earlier, they were still as many as the hairs on a cow. In the catacombs today, the total number of rank 9s is 5,000. That is an underestimate of mine. Everyone, in a situation where there are very few paragons, rank 9 is the true peak combat strength. Under such circumstances, even if I don't pay any price, are you really going to stand by and do nothing?" Everyone fell silent. Ling Xiao interrupted, "If that's the case, why don't we join forces with all the grandmasters to weaken the catacombs? What do you think? They can do whatever they want. I can't be bothered to care about their lives. I'm only giving it to you because we're allies. But if that's the case, if those people don't participate in the battle and just sit back and reap the benefits," Fang Ping said coldly, "in this day and age, those who don't dare to fight and only think of taking advantage of others end up dying horribly. When we continue to improve and become stronger, these people are still sitting back and watching the show, waiting to take advantage of us at the end. They are all idiots. In the end, when chaos broke out, they would be the first to die. Don't you want to be at the top, sitting in life-death seclusion to reach the peak? Dream on." Which peerless peak was achieved through seclusion? Fang Ping chuckled. "So, whether these people attack or not, it's up to them. Of course, we have to prevent them from attacking us." Everyone nodded again. Fang Ping tapped the table lightly, as if he was hesitating about something. Hard, dodged the oxtail again. This was definitely not something a weak 9th pin could do. According to his senses, the other party was a weak 9th class. Being able to hide it from him meant that his mental strength was higher than his, allowing him to hide it from him. Absolute peak? Fang Ping's heart trembled slightly. Which faction's paragon was the other party from? Could it be the hidden pinnacle of humanity? That did not make sense. Even if he was a human, if he did not even go to war, then he was not a good person. Beyond heaven? Bounded domain? Catacombs? Evil sect? Only these 4 places were suspicious. However, if the catacombs paragon entered, he would know. If it was that easy to infiltrate, humanity would have been finished long ago. So, he could only come through the passageway between beyond heaven and bounded domain. Beyond heaven and bounded domain that cooperated with humans are all here. No matter who it is, they are all enemies. Coming without notice and hiding their strength, no matter which side they were from, they were all enemies. Moreover, their mentality was stronger than his. He did not discover anything at the beginning, which meant that the other party was at least 1,000 hertz strong, at least a powerhouse who had walked 2,000 meters. Big cat, answer me quickly. A paragon has come to Magic City, did you notice? Why didn't you tell me? Tell me quickly, what is the other party's strength? Help me take him down, Fong family. The cat sighed, looking helpless. How could he notice this? The liars were getting better and better. This cat doesn't fight. He's probably walked 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Don't bother me, if you keep bothering me, I'm going to move. Fong Ping quickly estimated the other party's strength. Even if the paragon walked the same distance on the origin path, there was still a difference in strength. The difference in the foundation. Even if the lowest standard is 200,000 calories, walking 4,000 meters would have a foundation of 230,000 calories, an increase of 1.3 times, almost 530,000 calories. If I add some points to combat techniques, I'm afraid it would be 550,000 calories. Paragon vitality, 1 million calories. Rank 9 vitality. Fong Ping murmured in his heart. Very powerful, 1 million calories, 80% strength control, that was close to 900,000 cal. The guy in front of him was not a weakling. He had let such a powerhouse sneak into Magic City, he was too careless. If he suddenly went berserk, he would not be able to suppress it. Even if he was not careful, he would still be in danger of dying. The cat is an unreliable guy, he actually found out and didn't tell me. If it wasn't for the stupid cow wagging its tail, maybe I would have suffered a big loss this time. Even if I'm fine, Magic City will be in trouble. Fong Ping suddenly realized that he could not really rely on the cat. This cat was not reliable at all. It was too lazy to meddle. Most of the time, even if it knew that there was danger and there was a battle, it would not intervene. Quokang Mountain was the best proof. The cat had stayed in Quokang Mountain for so many years. In the end, when the war broke out, the cat went to sleep. Maybe Gong Juanzi was alive because of it, but it only protected those that it approved of. As for the others, what did their lives have to do with the cat? I can't rely on the cat too much. It's already good enough that it can help me protect my family. I can't ask for too much. I still have to rely on myself. Initially, when the cat returned, his sense of danger suddenly decreased a lot. However, now that someone had gotten close to him, Fong Ping's sense of danger increased again. He could not be too arrogant. Wealth, 8 billion points. Vitality, 475,000 calories, 475,000 calories. Mentality, 10,455 hertz, 10,455 hertz, can be cut. Origin, longitudinal 209 meters, plus 29%, horizontal 10 meters, plus 1%, combat techniques, nameless saber technique, plus 6%, void-piercing swordsmanship, plus 3%, manic explosion saber, plus 1%, combat technique combination deduction, 1 million points / time origin energy conversion, 100,000 points / 1 cloud energy shield, 1 point / minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points / minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10 to 100 million points / time strength control, 75% limit outburst, 559,300 cal / 745750 cal. March 5, Fong Ping integrated the materialized object in Sun City. Until now, it had been almost 9 days. Fong Ping had also successfully crossed over to second stage origin. He was now considered to be at third stage origin. His basic vitality had increased a lot, and so had his amplification. After a few days, even his strength control had improved a little. However, Fong Ping was still far from 1 million calories. I'm not this guy's match. Give me another month, maybe I can do it, but not now. Fong Ping fell into deep thought. However, the other party did not know that he had discovered him. If he could catch him off guard and cut off his Dao, he might have a chance to kill him. But I can't start a war in Magic City, or else I'll be in big trouble. I have to lure him away from here, to the catacombs? He won't go. Otherwise, if the passageway vibrates, even a fool will know that there's something wrong with him. Should I pretend that I didn't discover him? Although Fang Ping wanted to wait, once this guy left, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Who knew what would happen if he let him go? I have to kill him. This guy came with ill intentions. No matter which side's paragon he is, I have to kill him. Anyway, no matter which side he was from, he would not be on the human side. Fang Ping could be sure. Old Wang didn't come this time, but Old Yao and Ironhead are here. If the three of us combine, my combat strength can increase by at least 20%. An increase of 20%, Fang Ping would almost have the true strength of a desperate realm. If I catch him off guard and cut off his Dao, coupled with the strength of a desperate realm, I have hope of killing him. No, maybe I should drag him into my origin world to fight. My origin world is full of origin chi. Even if I can't destroy his origin world, I can still injure him and make him unable to unleash the amplification effect of origin Dao. This guy is not as strong as me. Thoughts emerged in Fang Ping's mind. This was also the first time he was facing a paragon in his complete state. Previously, the few he met in the space battlefield were all half-crippled paragons who had spent more than 2,000 years. As for killing the other paragons, he did not do it. He only cut off their Dao and let the others finish them off. Today, in front of everyone, I will kill this guy. The three realms will know that I, Fang Ping, possess the true strength of a paragon. The human side's morale will also be greatly boosted. Maybe I can even harvest a batch in Sun City to speed up my origin Dao. Fang Ping was still thinking, but Li Wuji was a little scared. Fang Ping had been staring at it, he had been staring at it for a long time, it wanted to shift its position but was worried that Fang Ping would be unhappy. Li Wuji felt sad for no reason. Did Fang Ping really like old cow? What a special hobby. Cough, cough. Wu Quishan coughed softly, interrupting Fang Ping's thoughts. What was this kid thinking? He had been staring at that cow for a long time. Was he going to eat it? Fang Ping came back to his senses and smiled. Li Wuji, I've heard about your overseas immortal islands. Luo Yu, I know why the few of you came this time, but, just like how I hope that you will pay the price for your attack, if you want me to attack, you have to do the same. Fang Ping said, of course, now is not the time. I can't leave Earth in the near future. As for Commander Li, he is now in the final stage of healing. When he has recovered, we can talk again. Luo Yu said in a low voice, Fang Ping, how long will it take for the Netherworld King to recover from his injuries? 3 months at the longest, a month at the shortest. Fang Ping did not mind saying it. He smiled. Of course, if we're lucky, he might recover tomorrow. But don't worry, once Commander Li recovers, we promise to help you. This is something that will benefit everyone. As for you guys, your sects are still guarded by venerables. They won't be breached in a short time. I think it's better to stay now and earn some imperishable substances. When the time comes, it will be more effective to go back and help. If we're lucky, we can break through during the battle and become paragon. That would be even better. The few of you, you're only one step away from paragon. It's not like there's no hope. Luo Yu frowned slightly. Fang Ping ignored him. He stood up and smiled. There are only a few things. 10 days. In another 10 days, powerhouses from all sides will gather and destroy a catacombs. I won't reveal which catacombs we're going to attack now, in case the catacombs receive the news in advance. Of course, in these 10 days, don't idle around. Fang Ping said coldly, it's still about the evil sect. Find their stronghold and destroy them. Those evil sect beasts deserve to die. As he said this, he had been watching hard in silence. Hard had mentioned the evil sect a few times before. He suspected that the other party was from one. The few evil cultists who had been captured earlier had also revealed some things under torture. The evil cult had a new pope. The previous Grand Pope might have entered the fake sky grave together with the humans. When the new Grand Pope took office, an order was passed down, but it did not come to Earth. Could it be that this person was the evil sect's Grand Pope who had just come to Earth? It's too late for the 3 major realms to guard against us now. The various Grandmasters are also in a lot of trouble now. They might not have the time or the courage to come to Earth. No matter how I think about it, the paragon who might come to Earth in the near future is the evil sect's new Grand Pope. one of the 72 Lord Gods? Clues flashed in Fang Ping's mind. Soon, Fang Ping had a general judgment. The other party was most likely a powerhouse from the evil sect. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of killing a few evil sect powerhouses to establish my authority, and you came knocking on my door. After I kill you, I'll see if the evil sect dares to send people to Earth in the near future. The rear is unstable. I dare not leave Earth. I have a lot of things to do here. If this guy is hiding in the dark, I might not be able to do anything to him. Fang Ping was vigilant and worried before, but now he was eager to try. He came just in time. No matter how strong the enemy was on the surface, it was easier to deal with than the enemy in the dark. This newly ascended great pope was really impatient. The previous grand pope was really like a mouse, very difficult to deal with. That kind of person was really dangerous. Old Zhang and the rest had searched many times but could not find any trace of the other party. Compared to that person, this one was really too stupid. Did he really think that he was invincible? He actually dared to sneak under his nose. After roughly determining the other party's identity, Fang Ping smiled and said, "This is the purpose of gathering everyone here this time. As for the specific details, we can talk about it later. However, you don't have to leave in a hurry. Since you're here, I still have to do my part as a host. This time, I'm hosting a banquet on the sea to entertain everyone. This time, I put in a lot of effort. I've taken out all kinds of precious treasures. Everyone, please give me face and attend the banquet together." As he said that, Fang Ping added, "Everyone, please take a seat first. I'll go make some arrangements. I must give everyone a surprise. It's not a waste for everyone to come all the way here." Before Tsang Mao left, he gave me a few pieces of beef. This time, I've taken them all out. As soon as he said that, Innocent Force's eyes almost went blind. "What, beef? Who's, you? Want me to eat the elder ancestors' meat?" Fang Ping, this bastard, was too much of a bully. Innocent Force was about to fly into a rage. The others' eyes were also flickering. Some of them looked at Innocent Force, holding back their laughter, but they refused to make a sound and let it go. Not making a sound, everyone wanted to eat Overlord rank beef. It was really beneficial. If they were lucky, the rewards might not be small. They did not expect that Fang Ping would even take out this. As for Innocent Force, who cared? Not only were these people tempted, Hard, who was about to speak, suddenly stopped talking. Venerable Water Power Overlord's beef, that was worth looking forward to. That's good too. Let's go to the sea and taste the Venerable Water Power Overlord's beef. When the time comes, whether to kill Fang Ping or not, it'll be much more convenient. Hard glanced at Fang Ping, a smile on his face. Fang Ping was really considerate. He had even chosen the location for him, and he even conveniently gave him Overlord rank meat. Now, his mood that had just been angered by Innocent Force was a little better. "This stupid bull, I'll kill it later and mix it with your elder ancestors' meat. It'll be a different kind of taste." While he was thinking, Fang Ping said again, "Minister Wu, the few of you stay here and entertain the distinguished guests. Instructor Li, come with me to take a look." Li Chongqing said nothing, standing up and following him. Fang Ping was hosting a banquet. Why did he not know? It was a good thing that Fang Ping did not cheat people. Why would he give away benefits for no reason? He was even hosting a banquet on the sea. Did Fang Ping have the time to do that? Despite the many doubts in their hearts, the few Sino nation powerhouses did not say anything. Wu Quishan understood Fang Ping's intention as soon as he heard it. He wanted to keep these people here and not let them leave. Then go and come back early. I'll bring the distinguished guests to MCMAU for a tour, Fang Ping smiled. That's fine too. Oh right, if we go to MCMAU, Fang Ping struggled in his heart. He smiled again. Then call Fang Yuan along. Let Fang Yuan broaden her horizons and get to know the powerhouses from all over. As Fang Ping said that, he smiled at everyone. Fang Yuan, my sister is still young. She doesn't know much. She's made a fool of herself. As soon as he said that, the people who were a little uneasy before were suddenly relieved. Even Ling Xiao laughed. I heard that you care about your sister the most, Fang Ping. You've never met her before. Today, let's see if your sister is as talented as you. Fang Ping's sister was highly valued by Fang Ping. Quite a few people knew about this. When Fang Ping asked his sister to go to MCMAU, all the wariness in their hearts dissipated instantly. Moreover, MCMAU was Fang Ping's alma mater. Plus, his sister was there. No one thought that there would be any traps. Fang Ping would not use these people as stakes. True Lord Earthly Zhou also suppressed the hint of wariness that rose up in an instant. When Fang Ping was about to leave earlier, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Now, however, he had thought too much. Fang Ping smiled and did not say much. He did not want Fang Yuan to be in danger, but if Fang Yuan did not go, the cat would not care about the lives of the others in MCMAU. If Fang Yuan went, the cat would only intervene when Fang Yuan was in danger. Since when did I become like this? At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt a little lost. Since when was I willing to put my family in danger just to prevent others from being in danger? Zhang Tao. I've become the person I don't want to be the most. You've harmed me. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt an indescribable feeling. Not long ago, I said that I was extremely selfish. The lives of everyone in the world are not as important as my family. But what am I doing now, even if the cat is here, the moment I asked Fang Yuan to go to MCMAU? Am I still the same person I used to be? Taking the world as my responsibility? What a ridiculous thought, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He strode away, his steps a little heavy. I've changed, unknowingly, I've changed. Back then, I heard that Tian Mu and the others died in battle. Some of Zhang Tao's descendants died in battle. He admired them, but he did not think that it was worth imitating. But now, Fang Ping's steps became heavier. Old Zhang, that bastard, he's plotting against me. He pushed me to this point step by step, making me lose my original heart step by step. Damn bastard, in the source world, the world roared. On the origin Dao, the Dao roared. The Emperor Dao, all the humans in the world are protecting me, not just my family. Vaguely, the Dao moved forward a little. However, Fang Ping could not feel happy. After walking for a long distance, he suddenly said, "Old man, if there's a day when humans are in danger and I need to sacrifice you to save millions of people, I'll sacrifice you, it's worth it." Old Manly said lightly, "Of course, the premise is that among these millions of people, at least one has my strength. Or after saving them, there will be no more danger. Otherwise, I won't be willing. Even if I die, it must be worth it." Is it worth it? Fang Ping murmured. It's worth it. Kid, every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. I know this saying. However, humans can live worry-free in this cruel environment. When the golden age comes, it's because there are people who are willing to sacrifice. As long as it's worth it, it's worth it. Of course, I'm just saying that You don't have to think too much. No, I don't want to sacrifice anyone. That's why I have to be stronger. Fang Ping regained clarity in an instant. He laughed. As long as I'm strong enough to fear nothing, why do I have to do this? Old man, this time I'll bring you to do something big. Let me ask you, how much strength control do you have? Me? About 85%. What if your strength suddenly increases by more than 3 times? The strength of a paragon? That's right. Old Manly said slowly, I've tried to control strength that exceeds my limit. That sword in Nanjiang back then was the strongest sword I've ever controlled in my entire life. That's not 100%. It's far beyond this range. I don't want to hear you boast about the past. I'm talking about the present. 80%. Are you sure? Of course. Old man, if you're spouting nonsense and boasting, then let's die together. 80%. It was slightly higher than Fang Ping's. Moreover, it was under this situation where his strength had skyrocketed. As for Fang Ping, once his strength skyrocketed, his original 75% control might drop to 70%. A difference of 10% was not a small number. Fang Ping had an idea. Perhaps he should let Old Manly be the main body. There was no other reason. This old man was also a ninth refinement golden body. He could withstand that kind of pressure. Others might not be able to. Right now, among the non-paragons that Fang Ping knew, only he, Old Manly, and maybe Li Hansong had a chance of withstanding this kind of power. Others like Wu Quishan, whose power had skyrocketed, might even blow themselves up. Old Man Li took a deep breath. Although Fang Ping did not say anything, he already knew a little. This time, he was really going to do something big. I, Li Changsheng, am going to make a name for myself this time. Back then, a rank 6 killed a rank 8, a rank 8 killed a rank 9. After rank 9, wanting to cross ranks and kill people again was a pipe dream. But today, maybe the opportunity had come. Swordsman longevity, Duan Changsheng. Today, I'll have a taste of this. Old Man Li grinned. Fang Ping, however, glanced at him as if he knew what he was thinking. He muttered in his heart, "You're thinking too much. This is my chance to make a name for myself. As for you, you'll only have 2 hands then. Don't worry. Face, that's me, Fang Ping. P.S. Recently, I'm in a period of exhaustion from writing." At this stage, the author more or less feels a little powerless. Less than 5 million words in 11 months. Old Eagle is indeed a little tired. Everyone, please don't rush me. I might need a break. In the depths of the sea. There was no such thing as a banquet. Old Man Li waited for a moment as he watched Fang Ping setting up layers of mentality shields. He asked, "Who are we dealing with? Hada might be the new pope of the evil cult. Then we have to be careful." Old Man Li did not even ask how he knew. He said in a low voice, "Once they escape and attack without restraint, humanity will be in danger. That's for sure." At this moment, Fang Ping had already set up more than 10 layers of mentality barriers. After some thought, he said, "What do you think about hiding a nuclear bomb underneath?" After a while, Old Man Li said, "You want to kill everyone else? Then forget it. The government should develop some small-scale, highly lethal weapons." Ordinary weapons were already useless against this kind of powerhouse. The more powerful they were, the wider the area of effect was. Absolute experts might not necessarily be harmed, but other powerhouses would have to be careful of being accidentally killed. After a while, Fang Ping asked, "Has your origin Dao improved recently?" "Not bad. We've walked for almost 500 meters. After returning from the Land of Kings, Old Man Li had gained quite a lot. Fang Ping had also given him a lot of origin qi. During this period of time, he had improved by leaps and bounds. Previously, when he stepped into the origin, he walked about 300 meters. It had only been a few days, and he was almost 500 meters. Old Man Li's golden body had not even reached the peak of the 9th refinement previously. He had leveled up not long after entering the 9th refinement, and his golden body had been improving recently. Coupled with the progress of the origin path, Old Man Li's vitality of 180,000 calories when he had just entered rank 9 had now reached 220,000 calories. Unfortunately, he did not have the origin path to increase his vitality, which was equivalent to 440,000 calories. This old man's strength control was at 85%, which was much better than Fang Ping's strength control. His maximum outburst was as high as 370,000 calories and above. This did not even include the increase given to him by combat techniques. Old Man Li was the first among rank 9, and he fully deserved it. "I don't know what's going on with you, but your origin Dao isn't increasing at all. What a pity." Fang Ping felt regretful. If Old Man Li had the enhancement of origin Dao, he would be incomparably powerful now. That's the way of martial arts. There are gains and there are losses. Not everyone can be as omnipotent as you. Old Man Li, on the other hand, was open-minded. He was already very strong, terrifyingly powerful. Even if the origin Dao did not increase his strength, he did not care. It did not take him a few years to go from rank 6 to invincible rank 9. Moreover, not having an amplification was not necessarily a bad thing. At least he could focus on one thing and not be distracted. After this, are you really going to attack the catacombs? I just found something for everyone to do and divert their attention. Fang Ping laughed. I'm not planning to start a full-scale war with the catacombs right now. When the time comes for the others to wage war with the catacombs, I will bring people to destroy the 3 major domains. Ambush them. This Hada was used as a sacrifice to the flag. Intimidate the evil cult. To deal with external threats, we must first stabilize the internal situation. First, we must eliminate the threat of the evil cult. As for what happens next, it might not be them coming to cause trouble for us humans, but me. I promised old Zhang that I would make mankind stronger. Since I promised, I, Fang Ping, will do it. When they come out, they will definitely be shocked. In the three realms, humans were the strongest. The other forces are trembling at the sight of the human race. At this moment, Fang Ping was brimming with confidence, as if he had forgotten that he still had a formidable enemy. He wanted to let old Zhang and the others see how powerful he was. Just you wait and see. You all think that I'm living a hard life outside, but I'm out there sweeping across everything and scaring you all to death. At this moment, Fang Ping had already set up dozens of layers of mentality barriers. Very quickly, Fang Ping began to solidify the surface of the sea. After a while, Fang Ping took out some tables, chairs, and benches. He laughed. If we're going to put on an act, we'll have to go through with it to avoid arousing suspicion. Be careful not to accidentally hurt everyone. Don't worry. The seat that I arranged for Hade is a trap. When he sits down later, with a bang, he'll fall into the sea. Aren't you afraid that he won't sit in the seat you arranged for him? Unless he's prepared. He'll turn hostile the moment he comes. But it's okay, I have arrangements. Fang Ping calculated for a while and said quickly, it's almost time. You can go back and fetch the guests first. Tell them that I'm arranging the banquet and have something to announce. Okay. Old Manly wasted no time and flew toward Magic City quickly. While Fang Ping was setting up the trap. Mekmao. Li Wuji was far away from Feng Yuan, his ox face full of fear. What was going on? Why was there a strong cat smell on this human's body? He knew that the cat and Fang Ping were close. However, the cat had been gone for a while. Why was there still a strong cat smell on Fang Ping's sister's body? Humans might not be able to detect or sense anything, but he was a demon. Moreover, Li Wuji was also extremely afraid of the cat. That was why when he sensed the smell on Feng Yuan's body, Li Wuji immediately walked a few steps away without batting an eyelid. He walked quietly on the lawn at the side, looking like he wanted to eat grass. Luo Yu and the others were a little strange. This stupid ox was making a fool of himself again. The extraterritorial Immortal Island's reputation was completely ruined by this stupid ox. You want to eat grass, but can't you go back and eat it? Do you have to eat grass in MCMAU's territory? They felt embarrassed and distanced themselves from Li Wuji. Li Wuji could not wait for them to go further away. He did not want to stay with them at all. Now, Li Wuji was terrified. The elder ancestor had scolded him before. Both the cat and the dog were malignant tumors. This cat and dog were the worst in the three realms. They had never done anything good. If they could avoid provoking them, they would run away as far as possible. Only when the heavenly hound died did the cat calm down. It went to sleep if it had nothing to do. If the heavenly hound did not die, who knew how chaotic the three realms would be now? The elder ancestor also said that the cat and the heavenly hound had many tricks up their sleeves. The heavenly hound was slightly better, mainly because of its strong combat strength. The cat really had many tricks up its sleeves. Don't tell me the cat didn't leave? Will the cat come out? This cat doesn't like to snatch treasures. This time, it went to snatch treasures for no reason. Could it be a scam? The cat. The cat is a master, a divine cat, a good cat, the best cat in the three realms. The cat has smooth fur and a beautiful body. When the elder ancestor returns, he should cut some meat for the Sky Emperor to eat. The Sky Emperor is powerful and has high standards. He won't eat any demon below the peak. If he embarrasses the Sky Emperor, he should at least eat Emperor level. The Sky Emperor should be the best cat in the three realms. If I, Li Wuji, become an Emperor level, I must take the initiative to cut my meat and offer it. It's a pity that I'm too weak. My meat is loose. If the Sky Emperor eats my meat, it will become a big joke. At first, Li Wuji cursed the cat in his heart. But soon, Li Wuji began to lick the cat, for no other reason than that, it remembered something. The elder ancestor said that the cat seemed to have the ability to predict. It could avoid harm and seek benefits. It could sense those who had ill intentions towards it. Thinking of this, Li Wuji did not dare to think further. I don't care if the cat is here or not. I'll flatter it first. Just as Li Wuji was about to lick the cat. At the school archives. On the top floor. The cat's head rested on the railing of the rooftop like a statue. Only its furry head was exposed. It had no aura, or rather, these people could not sense its aura. Originally, the cat had been staring at a calf and was about to drool. But then, the cat suddenly muttered, "Yes, if I want to eat, I should eat an emperor-level cow. This calf is so weak. If I eat it, I'll embarrass myself. Should I raise it until it reaches the emperor level?" The cat looked up at the sky and fell into deep thought. The calf's meat must be very tender. But since the calf said so, wouldn't it embarrass itself if it ate it? Forget it, forget it. I won't eat it. The cat muttered. Forget it. It would not eat the calf this time. It had not finished the calf's meat. Not far away, Li Wuji's tail was stiff earlier. Now, it gradually relaxed. The sense of danger seemed to have weakened. Since yesterday, it had been feeling danger. Especially after entering MCMAU, this sense of danger had increased to the maximum. But it seemed to have weakened a lot just now. At this moment, Li Wuji suddenly made a judgment. That cat was really in the human world. Not only that, it might be in MCMAU. At this moment, if it were not for the fact that it was not suitable for running, Li Wuji's only thought was to run. It was being targeted by the cat. Damn it, the cat did not leave. Li Wuji was shocked and frightened. Who would have thought that the cat did not leave and was in the human world? No wonder Fang Ping was so confident. Li Wuji's but was facing the school archives. At this moment, it dared not even look around. It suspected that the cat was watching them in the dark. How would it dare to look around? It lowered its head and walked on the lawn. It did not even look around, as if it was really eating grass. Li Wuji could sense it, but it did not mean that others could. At this moment, Hard was also looking around. Was MCMAU the biggest martial arts holy land in the human world? Although there were 6 holy lands in the human world, they were all old antiques. The new generation of powerhouses was average. On the other hand, these so-called martial arts universities had cultivated the most elite batch of martial artists in 100 years. Is this how the martial king cultivates his direct descendants? Hard looked at the MCMAU instructors and students coming and going, a look of contemplation in his eyes. There were not many powerhouses who could amaze him. He was an impasse and an old antique. He had seen many powerhouses. The strongest ones were only rank 8 or 9. The weakest ones were only rank 2 or 3. They were not enough to amaze him. However, in a school with tens of thousands of people, more than half of them were middle-ranked martial artists, and they were all very young. This was unimaginable. Looking at these youths full of vigor and fighting spirit, true Lord Dizhou suddenly felt a little jealous. The human world was the weakest of the 3 realms. Back then, it was just a place for some powerhouses to open up an outer sect. Now, it had become one of the strongest forces in the 3 realms. MCMAU, true Lord Dizhou murmured in his heart. This was a good way to cultivate talents. If he could recruit these martial arts universities or simply control the entire human world, his position in the divine sect would rise rapidly and be consolidated. 8 great protectors, 3 great protectors, various thoughts flashed through true Lord Dizhou's mind. If he obtained the divine weapon and became an emperor, even if his strength was not as good as the 3 great protectors, with a base camp like the human world, the 3 great protectors would not dare to do anything to him. Looking at the curious Fang Yuan next to him, true Lord Dizhou revealed a faint smile. Fang Ping's sister, MCMAU. If he wanted to impersonate Fang Ping or control the human world, these people were very important. Just as true Lord Dizhou's thoughts flashed through his mind, Old Manly broke through the air and arrived. He glanced at Fang Yuan in the crowd. Seeing that everything was fine, Old Manly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly smiled and said, "Everyone, Fang Ping has already set up a banquet in the ocean. He also has something important to say. Everyone, follow me." Everyone responded and stepped into the air. Below them, Fang Yuan seemed ready to go too. Old Manly scolded her jokingly, "Little girl, you're not qualified to attend the meeting. Stay in school. As an MCMAU student, how long has it been since you last came to school? Go look for your instructor. Fang Yuan stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. She also felt wronged. I want to come, but Big Cat eats a lot. She's either eating or brushing her fur every day. She doesn't have time to come to school. She was very busy now too. 10 of the 24 hours a day were spent cooking, brushing her fur for a few hours, and practicing martial arts. Her schedule was almost full. Since Old Manly had said so, Fang Yuan did not follow. She waved at everyone and went to look for Bairuashi. She had not seen Bairuashi for a while. The others also had smiles on their faces as they walked through the air, as if they were immortals. Over at Star Town, Jiang Yuanhua laughed and teased, Fang Ping's sister, is she 17 this year? Everyone looked at him. Jiang Yuanhua chuckled and said, my Jiang Chao. Wu Quishan said straightforwardly, old Jiang, don't mention it. If you do. I'm a little worried about your Jiang Chao. Jiang Yuanhua could not help but laugh. Beside him, a few powerhouses from Sino Nation also laughed out loud. Although the Jiang family was a famous family with a near-emperor powerhouse like warlord in the family, Jiang Yuanhua was also a rank 9 powerhouse. Although Jiang Chao was not reliable, he was also a rank 8 golden body now. He was worthy of the Fang family, however, Fang Ping raised Fang Yuan like a daughter. If Jiang Yuanhua brought this up in front of Fang Ping would probably not fall out with him on the spot. In private, Jiang Chao had to be careful. It was normal for someone to break his leg one day. As they chatted and laughed, everyone soon saw Fang Ping in the depths of the sea. On the sea, a transparent round table rose out of nowhere. Jiang Quishan saw it and said, Fang Ping didn't ask us to come to this banquet to liven things up, did he? From the House of Governors to the depths of the sea, could it be that Fang Ping wanted to watch a rank 9 fight? Amidst everyone's curiosity, Fang Ping stood on the transparent round table and looked at the powerhouses from all sides. He smiled and said, everyone, please take your seats. Seats were not for anyone to sit on. This was true at all times. Everyone took their seats according to their strength and influence. At this moment, some people seemed to feel that something was wrong. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and asked, Fang Ping, is there a spiritual barrier here? She felt that her mentality could not penetrate the surroundings. Obviously, a powerhouse had set up a barrier. Fang Ping smiled and said, yes. This time, I asked everyone to come here to keep it a secret. To prevent anyone from eavesdropping on our conversation. Don't think too much of it. Some powerhouses have this kind of hobby. We have to be careful. As soon as he said that, everyone laughed again. There were people who really liked to do this. King Wu was a famous person. Someone laughed and sighed. King Wu has entered the heavenly cemetery now. I don't know when he will come out. It will happen sooner or later. As Fang Ping said that, he said seriously, the reason I invited everyone here is actually, I want to tell everyone something. It's very important. It's about the evil sect. Previously, I was afraid that the evil sect members had infiltrated the House of Governors. Moreover, with the development of modern technology, we can still sense some methods with energy fluctuations. However, if it's some modern equipment, we may not be able to detect it. Evil sect? Everyone suddenly became serious. The Pantheon powerhouse said, Minister Fang, Sino Nation has discovered the whereabouts of the evil sect powerhouses? It's not the evil sect powerhouses. It's the evil sect headquarters. As soon as Fang Ping said that, the powerhouse's expressions changed. Ling Xiao said hurriedly, you mean the divine sect's location? At this moment, even true Lord Dizhou was looking at Fang Ping attentively. The divine sect headquarters had been exposed, how was that possible? Yes. That's why I didn't say it before. I'm telling everyone now because I want to discuss with everyone on how to deal with it. Fang Ping said in a low voice, the evil sect is very powerful. 3 great protectors, 8 great protectors, 72 Lord Gods. It's not an exaggeration to say that such a force is number 1 in the 3 realms. Therefore, regarding the evil sect headquarters being discovered, this matter still needs to be handled with caution. As Fang Ping said that, he continued solemnly, the key is not this. Instead, it's that we've discovered a bigger secret. What? Fang Ping looked around, enunciating each word, Tengu. As soon as he said that, True Lord Dizhou's expression changed uncontrollably. Of course, the others' expressions changed too, but it was not too obvious. Tengu? Ling Xiao said with a straight face, Fang Ping, what exactly is it? Tell me in detail. Fang Ping paced slowly, smiling. Don't worry, this is a big deal. I'm familiar with Old Cat, everyone knows that. Before Old Cat left, he told me that he discovered. Tengu is not dead. Rumble, as if struck by lightning, at this moment, True Lord Dizhou was extremely shocked. What did that mean? Tengu is really not dead, it's just in a deep sleep, and Tengu is now in the evil sect headquarters. At this moment, True Lord Dizhou was shocked again. Fang Ping really knew, yes, Tengu's corpse was in the divine sect headquarters, in King Kuan's temple. Back then, Tengu died in battle, and the divine sect took a huge risk to take away Tengu's remains. But Celestial Emperor was not dead. True Lord Dizhou was confused. Celestial Emperor was not dead. What did this mean? Tengu is not dead, but it's in a deep sleep. Right now, Tengu is powerless to resist strong enemies, so Tengu's ultimate Dao is now complete, and also the easiest to pry and strip. I'm worried that someone in the evil sect has stripped Tengu's Dao. True Lord Dizhou's mind shook instantly. Tengu's Dao, a complete Dao, what did that mean? Could it be that Celestial Emperor's Dao was still there? At this moment, Fang Ping had already strolled to his side, speaking slowly. Not only that, Tengu's Dao is actually not a big deal. The key is that there's a big secret related to Tengu. True Lord Dizhou listened attentively, unwilling to let go of any details. He might know an earth-shattering big secret. Moreover, he had the absolute advantage. Others might not know how to get to the divine sect headquarters, but he did. Others might not know where Celestial Emperor's remains were, but he did. What other secrets did Fang Ping have to say? Even Celestial Emperor's Dao was nothing. Could it be related to the Emperor? At this moment, True Lord Earthly Zhou was paying full attention, afraid that he would miss a single word that Fang Ping said. At this moment, Fang Ping walked to his side, smiling slowly. That secret is. Tengu is actually. True Lord Dizhou panicked. Say it quickly. It's actually a dog. Rumble. At this moment, it was really like being struck by lightning. Everyone else was stunned. Nonsense. If Tengu was not a dog, then what was it? What kind of big secret was this? But everyone did not have the time to curse. Just as True Lord Dizhou was in a daze, the seat below suddenly fell. True Lord Dizhou had just reacted when Fang Ping's mentality erupted instantly, forcefully suppressing him. Not only that, at the same time, Fang Ping's gaze was a little dull. True Lord Dizhou was also in a daze, falling with a rumble. On the other side, Old Manly did not make a sound, but he already had a long sword in his hand, slashing at the person beside True Lord Dizhou. That person was only at rank 8 golden body, still in shock. How could he be on guard? Almost in the blink of an eye, a sword gleam fell from the top of his head. Bang! With a loud bang, the rank 8 golden body powerhouse was slashed into thousands of pieces directly. Only then did the others react. Ling Xiao and the rest were just about to explode when Old Manly roared, "Don't move, evil cult member." Everyone was stunned. At this moment, True Lord Dizhou had already landed below the round platform. Fang Ping's eyes shone, growling. The seat that True Lord Dizhou was on earlier was instantly filled. Until now, everyone only realized that this was not the round platform, it was an incomparably huge cage. Fang Ping used his mentality to solidify a huge cage, trapping the other party inside. God Slayer. At this moment, Fang Ping's roar reverberated through the clouds. In the void, a path appeared, thousands of meters long. At this moment, Fang Ping's illusion appeared in the void, holding the God Slayer, slashing down. With a crack, a corner of the path was broken. At this moment, the origin energy in the void was scattered everywhere. The next moment, an extremely resentful voice was heard. Fang Ping, I have underestimated you. It's time for you to die. Fang Ping let out a cold roar, his mentality erupting again, sweeping in all directions, shouting, "Unrelated people, go away." Having said that, an incomparably powerful vitality force erupted from his golden body. The vitality force pushed the others back one after another. In the brilliant golden glow, many people's eyes were pierced. In their senses, Fang Ping's aura was getting stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger. Almost in an instant, it was already too much for them to bear. The next moment, everyone saw the scene in the field. At this moment, Fang Ping was incomparably huge, wearing golden armor, holding the God Slayer in his hand, and carrying a blood-colored longbow on his back. There seemed to be a head on the armor, but almost in an instant, it seemed to be pressed into the armor by force. No abnormalities could be seen. Fang Ping's vitality erupted, shaking heaven and earth. Fang Ping shouted, "Powerhouses from all sides, join forces, and set up a barrier to quell the tsunami. Today, the headquarters will slay the evil sex pope. Let everyone see what happens to those who trespass on earth. Fang Ping, you're smarter than I thought." At this moment, in the transparent ball, True Lord Earth's face was slightly pale, blood flowing from his mouth. He was ambushed by Fang Ping, his Dao cracked with one slash. Although it did not break, the amplification of the origin Dao was greatly reduced. This B** starred, he had actually discovered him. Moreover, Fang Ping was stronger than he had expected. The current Fang Ping's aura was much stronger than what he sensed earlier. "I am a divine sect, nameless people, no need to register," Fang Ping growled. In the next moment, he blended into the ball. The god-slaying saber in his hand seemed to have merged with a saber-shaped energy, its power growing stronger. The saber gleam even penetrated the mentality barrier that Fang Ping had set up, the saber gleam tearing a black hole in the sky. The powerhouses who had spread out in all directions felt an invisible pressure at this moment. Rumble, the ocean was roaring. Wu Quishan roared, "Everyone, quell the tsunami, Fang Ping will definitely slay the powerful enemy." He could not care less about why Old Manly and the rest were not around. At this moment, he let out a roar, displaying his powerful strength. Ling Xiao and the rest's eyes were flickering. At this moment, Li Wuji's voice spread in all directions, shouting, "The Hydro clan is invincible in controlling water. Old Bull, come." As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic water buffalo appeared on the surface of the sea. A wave that was more than 100 meters tall was stomped down by its hooves, instantly quelling it. Li Wuji's voice was like a great bell, spreading in all directions. "The Hydro clan is united with the human world. Minister Fang, if you need help, just say the word. We can even kill Paragon." At this moment, Li Wuji's actions were really beyond everyone's expectations. This stupid bull actually wanted to make a move at this moment. Was he really not afraid? Li Wuji sneered in his heart. Idiot, of course Old Bull was not afraid. With Sung Mao around, what was there to be afraid of? Looking at Old Bull's words, the powerhouses in the human world were instantly impressed. This was true ability. At the same time, Fang Ping had already slashed with his saber. Rumble, this deafening sound could be heard even in Magic City hundreds of miles away. In the next moment, everyone heard Fang Ping's loud laughter. "A mere Paragon rank 5, how dare you come to my Sino nation and act presumptuously? Watch me slay you and destroy your evil sect." Everyone was in an uproar. Paragon rank 5? 9 Heavens Divine Emperor, a mere Paragon rank 5? At this moment, even true Lord Earthly Zhou was furious, arrogant. Even an emperor level was not considered a Paragon rank 5. Fang Ping was so arrogant. Did he really think that being injured by his sneak attack was his capability? "You're courting death. I originally wanted to. Want your ass." Fang Ping was straightforward, interrupting him with a roar. At this moment, the Chongdao had already slashed down. "Arrogant." True Lord Earthly Zhou growled. A shield condensed in his hand and he swung it at Fang Ping. Rumble, a loud sound rang out. The shield and Chongdao collided. The shield was smashed into pieces immediately. Fang Ping also took a few steps back, frowning slightly. "Is that all you've got?" Fang Ping snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Trash. Is that all you've got after living for tens of thousands of years? I thought you were strong. Now it seems like you're nothing but a clown." "Clown?" True Lord Earthly Zhou gave him a cold look. At this moment, his Dao was injured. His initial 1.3-fold increase was now only 1-fold. True Lord Earthly Zhou's basic vitality had reached 480,000 calories. Even if the increase was only 1-fold, his strength was still 960,000 calories. His strength control was also about 80%. His explosive force had also exceeded 750,000 calories. With such strength, even if he felt Fang Ping's powerful aura and was injured, true Lord Earthly Zhou was not afraid. Could Fang Ping kill him? He could kill him. The shield shattered. In the next moment, true Lord Earthly Zhou condensed a spear. Seeing this, Fang Ping cursed, "I hate enemies who use spears the most." True Lord Earthly Zhou snorted coldly. Before he could speak, Fang Ping suddenly roared, "I'll kill you in the source world." "Trash, come on." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping's mentality erupted, pulling true Lord Earthly Zhou. His mentality was not as good as the other party. He could not forcefully pull the other party into his source world. True Lord Earthly Zhou frowned slightly. Fang Ping wanted to fight in the source world. This was actually the most dangerous. However, when powerhouses fought, it was also the easiest to kill their opponents in the source world. Fang Ping was indeed very strong. Right now, Fang Ping gave him the feeling that he was not much weaker than him. If they were to fight in real life, he might not be able to defeat Fang Ping smoothly. Although Fang Ping was confident that he could forcefully pull him into the source world, he might have a trump card. However, at this moment, true Lord Earthly Zhou only hesitated for a moment before deciding to fight Fang Ping in the source world. After all, Fang Ping had just entered the peak level. Was the source world really as powerful as he was? In the next moment, both of them appeared in the source world. Fang Ping's source world was currently a circular area of more than 10 meters in diameter. There was a mini-city on it. True Lord Earthweek's source world was slightly bigger than Fang Ping's, with a diameter of about 20 meters. However, there was nothing but darkness. It was just a lonely floating island. Fang Ping was wearing his origin armor and holding a divine weapon. Seeing this, he suddenly laughed and said, "You've got guts. You suddenly dare to start a war with me in the source world? Are you out of your mind?" True Lord Earthweek ignored him. Instead, he looked at the small city in his source world and said in shock, "Fuse. You fused with your materialization." "No, why is your materialization like this?" This is Sun City?" Although he had never been to Sun City, at this moment, he could guess it. Looking at the countless densely packed shadows behind Fang Ping, true Lord Earthweek's expression changed. "No. What exactly is this? Why is there such a change in the source world?" Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He maneuvered the source world and, without a second word, crashed into it madly. Rumble. True Lord Earthweek was not prepared at all. The two worlds collided. Rumble, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The two floating islands were not big, but at this moment, it really felt like the universe was collapsing. The surrounding darkness was shaking. Fang Ping did not care about this. Holding the god-slaying saber, he broke through the air and slashed. Divine weapons could be more effective in the source world. Crack crack, the void seemed to be shattering. True Lord Earthweek could not care less about being shocked. The moment the worlds collided, his figure became a little more illusory, but he shouted angrily, "I don't believe that the foundation accumulated for thousands of years is inferior to you." How long had it been since Fang Ping achieved Tao? Did he have enough origin chi to consolidate his source world? Even if Fang Ping's source world seemed to have fused with something extraordinary, so what? Kill. True Lord Earthweek was really powerful. Holding the long spear in his hand, with a sweep of the spear, the origin armor that was seized in black light that day actually showed many cracks at this moment. This was only used by ordinary rank 9s. Against powerhouses in the desperate realm, the effect was not too great. Fang Ping, however, did not care. Like a crazy demon, he charged forward in a frenzy. God-slaying. The world resonated. A long energy dragon appeared. At this moment, the god-slaying saber turned into a long dragon, filled with energy, swallowing toward True Lord Earthweek. Star's destruction. True Lord Earthweek also roared. In the dark sky, 72 stars appeared at this moment, one of them extremely dazzling. At this moment, led by this dazzling star, 72 stars began to fall like a meteor shower, smashing toward Fang Ping's source world. The battle in the source world was even more mysterious. Here, everyone was the ruler of their respective worlds. Fang Ping's combat technique turned into a dragon, True Lord Earthweek's combat technique condensed into a meteor shower. In reality, both of them might not be able to do this. Here, however, both of them did it. The long dragon roared, mixed with endless origin chi, opening its mouth and biting toward true Lord Earthweek. As for the meteor shower, it also fell in an instant. Block! Fang Ping growled. At this moment, the long dragon swung its tail, sweeping away those meteors. Rumble, the collision of energy, the collision of origin chi, shook both worlds once again. Fang Ping himself also charged toward the sky at high speed, blasting out a punch. His fist was like the sun, smashing a dim star into pieces with one punch. However, at this moment, other stars fell. Rumble. Below, in the source world, the mini-city was smashed into pieces. Not only that, the floating island where the source world was also smashed until it was cracked. Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of origin chi, his figure dimming slightly. At this moment, true Lord Earthweek was also waving his spear and fighting with the giant dragon. Seeing this, he sneered. Idiot! Fang Ping actually took his origin combat technique head-on. He had a death wish, the source world was instantly damaged by him. In this case, it would be difficult for Fang Ping to survive. So what? Fang Ping's armor was dazzling. At this moment, the god-slaying saber turned into a long dragon. However, in the next moment, a long spear appeared in Fang Ping's hand, still incomparably powerful. There's no need to dodge to kill you. Fang Ping held the long spear and attacked the most dazzling star, snorting coldly. This is your natal star, isn't it? If you smash this thing, you'll be seriously injured too. Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. True Lord Earthweek sneered. Stars fall, trap and kill. As soon as he said that, the remaining dozens of stars suddenly changed their angle, surrounding Fang Ping from all directions, rumbling and crashing toward Fang Ping. The most dazzling star, suspended in the sky, seemed to be dominating everything. Fang Ping held the long spear and roared. The long spear was like a shadow, smashing a star with one stab. However, as soon as one side was smashed, the other side came again. Not only that, in the sky, the natal star seemed to be still giving birth to stars. Seeing this, Fang Ping sneered. I see. The natal star is the only one. The other stars are split by consuming origin energy. This combat technique is quite interesting. So what if you understand it? True Lord Earthweek swept the long dragon away with his spear, but he did not care. It was easy to see what his combat technique was. The natal star was the core. He had gathered the origin energy that he had condensed for many years and laid out the 72 stars formation. As long as the main star was not destroyed and the origin energy was not depleted, then he could continuously create stars, smash Fang Ping to death, smash Fang Ping's source world. As for Fang Ping, unless he smashed the main star, otherwise, he would not be able to break out. Faced with the siege of so many stars, Fang Ping's origin energy consumption was extremely fast. If this went on, true Lord Earthweek felt that he could smash Fang Ping's illusion by smashing about 30 stars. Very soon, he could completely destroy Fang Ping's source world. When that time came, Fang Ping would be a living dead man. If he wanted to kill him again, it would be a piece of cake. At this moment, Fang Ping was also awe-inspiring. With a spear in hand, his speed broke through the limit. With a stab, the stars were smashed. With a sweep of the spear, all directions were emptied. You want to kill me with such insignificant skills? Fang Ping sneered and shouted again, God Slayer, slash. At this moment, the long dragon in the sky roared and swallowed true Lord Earthweek into its stomach. Rumble, true Lord Earthweek seemed to be swallowed on purpose. At this moment, there was a huge commotion in the giant dragon's stomach. In the next moment, the giant dragon was smashed, and the God Slayer flew back. As for true Lord Earthweek, his figure was a little disheveled, but he was in high spirits, laughing. Fang Ping, is this your strength? You still disappoint me. I thought you could bring me some surprises. My ****. Fang Ping held the spear in his left hand and the saber in his right, slashing rapidly. In all directions, a large number of stars were smashed again. You're quite resilient. At this moment, Fang Ping's figure was already extremely illusory, but his combat strength was still strong. True Lord Earthweek was slightly surprised. He was stronger than he imagined. When a star was condensed, it would require about 100 clouds of origin qi. In just a short while, Fang Ping had smashed close to 20 stars. 2,000 clouds of origin qi, even if it was him, under the situation where Tao was consumed and the source world was stabilized, it would be considered good if he could accumulate 100 clouds of origin qi in a year. In other words, Fang Ping had used up decades of accumulation in this moment. Although true Lord Earthweek had lived for a long time, he was not so strong from the beginning. He had achieved the peak less than 3,000 years ago, and he had also fought many battles back then. In addition, he had slept for a long time during that period. The real accumulation was not too much. At this moment, he felt a little heartache. Despite his heartache, he was still indifferent, saying coldly, "Fang Ping, you should be proud. The price I paid to kill you was not small. You have exceeded my expectations." "Kill me?" Fang Ping's figure was illusory, but he let out a roar, once again brandishing his saber and spear, smashing many stars. At this moment, he was heading straight for the main star. "I, Fang Ping, have unlimited potential. How can I be defeated like this? Origin Qi. Everyone, lend me a hand." Fang Ping roared. Below, countless shadows emitted origin Qi at this moment. In the next moment, Fang Ping's body became much more solid. He laughed and said, "I have the help of tens of thousands of people. Do you think you're qualified to compete with me?" After saying that, Fang Ping struck with his spear. At the same time, true Lord Earthweek broke through the air, blocking in front of the main star, and slammed his spear down. "Go back." Rumble, Fang Ping flew backward again. Dozens of stars appeared around him in an instant. True Lord Earthweek looked at those shadows, frowning slightly. Fang Ping still had this trick: these shadows could actually provide Fang Ping with origin qi. However, Fang Ping was also at his wit's end. These virtual figures had a limited amount of qi of origin. Now that Fang Ping had squeezed them dry, his origin world was on the verge of collapse. "Let's see how long you can last," True Lord Earthweek said, letting out a soft cry. He also charged into the formation with his spear, hiding behind the stars. Fang Ping had just shattered a star when True Lord Earthweek appeared instantly, piercing his skull with his spear. Fang Ping was just about to counterattack when True Lord Earthweek disappeared and appeared on a star behind him in an instant. He struck with his spear again, nailing Fang Ping in the void. "Interesting." Fang Ping shattered the long spear and laughed. "How interesting. Your combat technique is not bad. You can actually move as you wish. Wherever the stars are, you are. You're slightly stronger than the 4 Lord Gods I killed. You're qualified to sign up. Tell me, which Lord God are you?" "Xianxia and the others were killed by you," True Lord Earthweek said coldly. In the space battlefield, he also knew that the 4 great Lord Gods were killed. Previously, everyone said that it was Fang Ping who did it, but he did not see it with his own eyes. Now, Fang Ping had admitted to this point. Many of the divine sect's 72 Lord Gods had been killed over the years. However, 4 of them were killed at once. Even in the history of the divine sect, it was rare. But I'm not them. For the past 2,000 years, they've been constantly consuming and never replenishing. Moreover, their strength is not as good as mine. I'm True Lord Earthweek. What's with the pretense? Fang Ping sneered. Xianxia is True Lord Diqiao, ranked 31st among the 72 Lord Gods. You, Earthweek, are only ranked 37th. I thought you were some big shot. You're asking for it. True Lord Earthweek was furious. Yes, he was ranked 37th, but that was back then. For the past 2,000 years, True Lord Diqiao, Xianxia, might not have improved at all. However, he had gone from peak 3,000 years ago to peak 5 now. Such strength had long surpassed Xianxia. The enraged True Lord Earthweek once again demonstrated the strength of his strength. Wherever the stars were, he could appear in an instant. From all directions, a large number of stars bombarded Fang Ping. True Lord Earthweek also appeared from time to time, swiftly assassinating Fang Ping. Crack, this time, the rank 9 origin armor could not avoid being defeated. It was immediately destroyed. Fang Ping quickly faced the attack, but his body was like a sieve. He blocked the stars, but it was difficult for him to block Earthweek's sneak attack. This happened 3 times. His body was pierced one after another, and his origin chi was leaking. Even so, Fang Ping was not without the strength to fight back. With 2 divine weapons in hand, he had already slashed dozens of stars. At this time, Fang Ping sneered. You think you've won? In your dreams. As soon as he finished speaking, a set of armor appeared on his body again. Emperor armor. True Lord Earthweek's eyes flickered. As expected, Emperor armor, God-killing spear, and God-slaying saber are all in your hands. The God of War bow is probably with Wang Jinyang. After killing you, all 3 divine weapons will be mine. It's indeed very powerful. But you still have to die. 10,000 stars fall. True Lord Earthweek roared. In the starry sky, the main star dimmed instantly. Countless stars appeared. This time, it was not 72 stars. 10,000 stars really appeared. True Lord Earthweek did not want to waste any more time, killing Fang Ping and seizing the divine weapons. 3 divine weapons only consumed a lot of origin chi. It was worth it. Things might change if he delayed. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. He also roared. The long spear flew straight out, smashing those stars rapidly. As for Fang Ping himself, holding the god-slaying saber, he attacked the main star again. At the same time, True Lord Earthweek's figure appeared again. Holding the stars in his hand, the stars formed a long spear. He swept the spear toward Fang Ping. Both of them exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. Fang Ping's figure became dimmer and dimmer, but he roared again and again. Regardless of the cost, he chopped off True Lord Earthweek's head with one slash. True Lord Earthweek recovered quickly. His face was pale. The main star behind him became dimmer and dimmer, but he said smugly, Fang Ping, do you still have other tricks? Apart from fighting to the death, do you humans have any other abilities? Fang Ping let out a cold humph. Below, the floating island crashed with a rumble, crack. There were cracks on both of the floating islands. True Lord Earthweek was slightly annoyed. You want to injure me before you die? So what if I'm injured? I'll kill all of you and pretend to be you. Who will know? Fang Ping, when that time comes, I'd like to see if you humans, under my control, kneel before me and crown me as the human emperor. Can you and King Wu die in peace? Human emperor? Fang Ping laughed out loud. A good-for-nothing who doesn't even dare to reveal his true form. Are you worthy of being the human emperor? You're the dog emperor. Even the heavenly dog despises you for being too ugly and stupid. What a sharp tongue. True Lord Earthweek's figure flashed again. Accompanied by the collision of the stars, he knocked Fang Ping into the void. In the next moment, countless stars fell, bombarding Fang Ping's floating island. Even Fang Ping himself was blasted into the ruins. Good for nothing. True Lord Earthweek snorted. Although Fang Ping was no match for him, his words were indeed infuriating. Encountering this kind of person usually made people extremely annoyed. In the next moment, True Lord Earthweek landed on Fang Ping's floating island. At this moment, this small floating island looked like it had been bombed. It was full of potholes and countless cracks. Fang Ping was also smashed into the ground. His entire figure was incomparably illusory. Fang Ping, other than that mouth of yours, what else do you have to be proud of? Although Fang Ping's figure was illusory, he was still not afraid. He said disdainfully, 1,000-year-old tortoise, a 10,000-year-old tortoise. I'm 21 years old this year and have cultivated to this stage. What right do you, an old tortoise, have to say these things to me? I treat divine weapons as toys. As the leader of humans, I roam everywhere. Even the catacombs turn pale at the mention of my name. What right do you, a cowardly tortoise, have to be arrogant in front of me? Perfected Lord Earthzhou walked over and said calmly, so what? Fang Ping, you're too childish. The one who lives to the end is the winner. Today, your divine weapons are mine. I'll gladly accept the humans that you lead. And I'll live, but you'll die. As he said that, True Lord Earthweek looked at the 2 divine weapons in Fang Ping's hands and the emperor armor on his body greedily. The 3 divine weapons were all his. With these divine weapons, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He might even dare to fight an emperor level, It would be a real waste if the divine weapons were in Fang Ping's hands. Fang Ping struggled to retreat. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the star behind True Lord Earthweek. Fang Ping suddenly exploded, stabbing at the star with his spear. True Lord Earthweek slapped his palm. Fang Ping flew backward, his figure becoming even more illusory. Seeing this, True Lord Earthweek sneered. Struggling on your deathbed? Did you really think that I didn't have any defenses? Fang Ping's strength earlier, even if he allowed Fang Ping to hit the main star, it would not be a big deal. At this moment, Fang Ping was already extremely weak. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, a look of despair flashing in his eyes. Yet, he refused to admit defeat and accept his fate. He exploded again, he slashed his saber, bang, True Lord Earthweek slapped him again, sending him flying backward. His illusory figure became even more illusory. Fang Ping, why struggle on your deathbed? Hand over the divine weapons. I don't want to search around later. Hand over the divine weapons now, and I might spare your flesh. Who do you think you are? Fang Ping exploded again, but his strength was getting weaker and weaker. True Lord Earthweek slapped again and again, hitting Fang Ping until he collapsed continuously. At this point, True Lord Earthweek was getting impatient. Looks like I can only destroy your origin first. Fang Ping's strength was extremely weak. Now that he did not even have the strength of a rank 9 origin, he was not in the mood to continue wasting time with Fang Ping. He had fought for so long in the source world. Although not much time had passed in the outside world, he had to hurry. Anyone who saw him attack today had to die, otherwise, if Fang Ping died and the news of the divine weapons falling into his hands leaked, it would be somewhat troublesome. Moreover, Li Zhen was still around. He was also worried that Li Zhen would return and fight him. True Lord Earthweek grabbed Fang Ping with his palm. If this palm landed, Fang Ping's weak origin would definitely be extinguished. However, at this moment, True Lord Earthweek suddenly saw Fang Ping smile. Yes, he smiled. Just as he felt that something was amiss, Fang Ping's origin suddenly flourished. In an instant, he recovered to his peak state. At this moment, Fang Ping also unleashed his full strength. His saber and spear screamed, breaking through the air in an instant, charging toward the main star. How can this be? I'm suffocating. Both of them said at the same time. Fang Ping was really suffocating. He could recover his origin chi, but he did not use it. He kept paralyzing True Lord Earthweek. He also wanted to end the battle quickly. If he recovered his origin chi prematurely and True Lord Earthweek found out, this moment would not have happened. When that time came, the other party's mentality was stronger than his. It was possible that he would exit the source world prematurely. Fang Ping did not have the chance to exhaust him to death. However, now that he was already weakened to the extreme, Fang Ping pretended to attack with all his strength again and again, sneak attacking with all his might, dispelling True Lord Earthweek's concerns time and time again. Finally, he seized the opportunity. Slash! Fang Ping let out a roar. His speed was unbelievably fast. In the midst of True Lord Earthweek's angry roar, the long spear and god-slaying saber landed on the star with a rumble. Crack, rumble. First, there was a crack, followed by an earth-shattering roar. At this moment, True Lord Earthweek's floating island collapsed instantly. His projection also collapsed in the blink of an eye. Even now, True Lord Earthweek could not believe it. He roared, how is this possible? How long had it been since Fang Ping entered rank 9? Where did he get so much origin chi accumulation from? If his origin chi was really abundant, he should have been able to sense it just now. But he did not. In his eyes, Fang Ping was already at the end of the line. However, at this moment, True Lord Earthweek was caught unawares. Rumble, the floating island exploded. True Lord Earthweek's angry roar reverberated in the dark space. As for Fang Ping, he also did not hesitate, vanishing from the floating island in an instant. True Lord Earthweek was not dead, however, his origin was severely injured by him. He had to go out and slash his flesh. Up until now, he had planned to weaken the other party's strength. At this moment, True Lord Earthweek's strength was also weakened to the extreme. He might not be able to use his origin anymore. Without the amplification of origin, relying on True Lord Earthweek's golden body strength alone, he might be able to kill all the other rank 9s, including Old Manly. However, against himself, and after combining, he must kill him. Trash, I must kill you today. At this moment, in the outside world, Fang Ping's roar reverberated. At the same time, under the shocked gaze of the others, True Lord Earthquake spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. His skull exploded once and recovered rapidly. Then, without a word, he attacked the mentality barrier madly. He wanted to escape. Fang Ping had injured his origin severely. If he did not run, he might really die here today. However, the moment he attacked the mentality barrier, behind him, Fang Ping's eyes were as bright as the sun. At this moment, Fang Ping grew 2 arms out of thin air. The arms held the god-slaying saber, but held it like a sword. Longevity. Saber. The first half of the voice sounded slightly different from the second half, however, at this time, no one noticed. Fang Ping's roar quickly suppressed a certain someone's longevity sword shout. Kill, what the hell are you shouting for? At this moment, between heaven and earth, only a blood-colored Chengdao could be seen. Rumble. With a loud bang, the mentality barrier finally shattered. Under the situation of Fang Ping's outburst and True Lord Earthquake's crazy attacks, it shattered. However, at this moment, the Chengdao also slowly descended. Energy swept in from all directions. Heaven and earth changed color. Bang, bang, bang. From all directions, powerhouses fell into the sea, deterred by the pressure and affected by the saber glare. At this moment, rank 9 powerhouses like Li Wuji retreated rapidly too. Each and every one of them had a terrified look on their faces. Monstrous waves rose, as if the end of the world had arrived. Paragon rank 5? Just SOSO. Fang Ping was like a god of war. At this moment, the golden glow on his body was dazzling, illuminating hundreds of miles. The second round of the sun rose above the sea. Slash. Fang Ping, True Lord Earthquake tore space apart, fleeing in fear, but the saber had already descended. Rumble, space was slashed into pieces directly. True Lord Earthquake fell from space. With a roar, he turned around and counterattacked. I haven't accomplished my great cause yet. How can I fall in your hands? True Lord Earthquake's hands were like iron walls. When they came together, he gathered all his strength, unleashing an incomparably brilliant blood-colored glow. When they came together, he punched out. Rumble. At this moment, the Chengdao slashed down, and a loud noise sounded again. There was no sound of an explosion. This slash directly cut the other party's giant fist in half. The remaining power did not diminish, falling straight down. Under True Lord Earthquake's incredulous gaze, he was cut in half with one slash. At this moment, Fang Ping stretched out his palm, covering the sky and the sun. He pinched the body that was cut in half in his hand, snorting coldly, I'll crush you dog *T to death. Rumble. This time, the sound of an explosion was heard. A peerless expert had been crushed into pieces, and at this moment, heaven and earth roared. In the sky, a path collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the sky was blood red. Fang Ping frowned slightly, smashing the bloody clouds in the sky with one punch, saying coldly, non-human paragons are not fit to make heaven and earth cry in the human world. True Lord Earthquake was not qualified to make heaven and earth grieve for him. Fang Ping was a little surprised. He thought that when the paragon fell in the human world, there would be no blood rain, unless the other party achieved enlightenment in the human world. Now it seemed that earth also had this sign. Was it because of the opening of the catacombs passageway? Fang Ping smashed the bloody clouds, but at this moment, he still could not hide his shock. At this moment, the powerhouses from all directions were stunned and did not know what to say. Fang Ping killed a paragon rank 5 powerhouse. One must know that this was a kill, not a defeat. If it was not 2 or 3 ranks higher, it was impossible to kill the opponent. Fang Ping did it, under everyone's watchful eyes. He killed a paragon. At this moment, Fang Ping's voice was calm, but it spread everywhere. The cult's patriarch, True Lord Earthquake, was killed by me in the East China Sea today. Today, the headquarters will completely destroy the cult. Everyone, help me. After saying that, Fang Ping tore the void and appeared in the sky of Magic City in a flash. Not only that, Fang Ping stretched out his hand and waved. A mirror fell into his hand. In the next moment, Fang Ping raised the mirror and threw it into the air. The mirror erupted with a brilliant light, shining in all directions. At this moment, Fang Ping broke through the air again, appearing in an ordinary courtyard in the blink of an eye. In the courtyard, someone felt an incomparably powerful pressure. Just as he was about to break through the air and escape, Fang Ping slapped down with his palm, and a rank 8 powerhouse was smashed into meat paste directly. Everyone, maintain order. Human powerhouses, protect the people. After saying that, Fang Ping broke through the air again and left. At this moment, a mirror was wandering in the sky, the mirror shining in all directions. Before many people could react, Fang Ping broke through the space, traversed the void, and traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Along the way, wherever the mirror stopped, Fang Ping killed, shrill screams were heard, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Ping showed off his prowess and also displayed shocking techniques, using the divine peeking mirror to investigate the cult powerhouses. In a moment, Fang Ping crossed the land of Sino Nation, from south to north. In less than 5 minutes, Fang Ping killed more than 20 cult high ranks, shocking the world. P.S. This is the last 2 hours of this month. Brothers, vote if you have the monthly votes. If you don't, forget it, lest it's a waste. March 13th, Fang Ping made a name for himself in the 3 realms. The newly appointed Pope of the evil sect, True Lord Earthweek, ranked 37th among the 72 Lord Gods and 13th on the absolute talent list, was killed by Fang Ping above Dong Hai. This newly appointed Pope had just arrived on Earth for less than a day. On this day, the evil sect martial artists of various countries fled. Fang Ping quelled the evil sect disaster in Sino Nation in 5 minutes, scaring everyone, within the borders of various countries. On this day, there were evil sect powerhouses attacking the passageways by force, escaping to the catacombs. Before this, the evil sect powerhouses that swarmed out were all scared out of their wits. Even when King Wu was around, he did not kill the Pope on Earth like Fang Ping did. He did not even have the means to directly lock on to the evil sect martial artist's location like Fang Ping did. Someone recognized that mirror, the cat's divine peeper. As for how he did it, they did not know the mystery of the divine artifact. However, they knew that Fang Ping might have used some special means to lock on to the evil sect martial artists. Now, it was the information age. Fang Ping's actions in Donghai and Sino Nation were too big. Almost immediately, the internet was filled with news of Fang Ping killing a peerless 5th-stage pope. In various parts of Sino Nation, the news of many evil sect martial artists being killed also spread quickly. All the evil sect powerhouses who saw the news, without exception, had no thoughts of hiding or fighting. They could only run. Their lives were their own. True Lord Earthweek was ambitious. He came to Earth for only a day, and in the end, he died. It was too horrifying. At this moment, those high-ranked martial artists from the evil sect headquarters wished they could grow a pair of legs and run as far as they could. The previous pope had always kept a low profile. The development of the divine sect on Earth was not smooth. Originally, they thought that after King Wu and the others left and this time the powerful True Lord Earthweek came, the divine sect would definitely create glory in the world this time. However, after this battle, those people had no such thoughts. Even some of the remaining evil sect martial artists were secretly cursing, useless. True Lord Earthweek was useless. If you didn't have the ability, don't be so arrogant. Many orders were issued, but they were killed by Fang Ping as soon as they arrived. Now, they were exposed and had no choice but to flee. The divine sect's assets on Earth were all thrown in this time. Previously, perfected Lord Dizhou had them roam around. Now, even if some of them hadn't been exposed, they were still worried about being killed. All of them began to flee. If they were lucky, they would storm the catacombs passageways without stopping, blasting open the escape passageway and running away. Those who were unlucky and had many powerhouses guarding the catacombs were killed on the spot. In one day, the world was turned upside down. In the blink of an eye, the evil sect that had caused a huge uproar had become a joke. Above the East Sea. Even though Fang Ping had left, everyone's emotions were still fluctuating. The innocuous Force Bull's face was filled with a wide grin. I profited. He had really profited this time. Fang Ping was actually so strong. In just a short while, he had already beheaded a peak rank 5 powerhouse. Unbelievable. As for the others, some were frowning, and some were worried. Fang Ping was too strong. Very quickly, Ling Xiao said in a low voice, Fang Ping seems to have borrowed external forces. Wu Qi cursed, idiot. To kill a peak 5th level, one had to be at least a peak 7th level powerhouse. Even if Minister Fang borrowed strength, Old Bull saw that it was just a little bit. At the very least, he has the strength of a peak 5th stage. Is that something you can doubt? Ling Xiao almost exploded in anger. With an ugly expression, he said in a low voice, Wu Qi, are you provoking me? How about it? Wu Qi did not care at all. His bull's nose rose to the sky and said, you dare to touch me? I am Minister Feng's ally. Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit is not here. What right do you have to scare me? Do you think my water clan is afraid of you? Even if the heavenly realm is not destroyed, Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit is also very polite when she sees my elder ancestor. What right do you, Ling Xiao, have to threaten old bull? Ling Xiao said coldly, Wu Qi, Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit was Emperor Nan's mount back then. *CK your mother's mount. Wu Qi flew into a rage out of humiliation and scolded, Ling Xiao, my elder ancestor is a direct descendant of the emperor. How dare you slander my elder ancestor? Mount. Even if it was a emperor ancestor's mount, it would not do. In this day and age, the emperor was gone. Everyone had to think highly of their status. How could a mount sound better than a direct descendant? Even if it was true, it had to be denied. Ling Xiao snorted, a little unhappy. If it were any other day, he would definitely beat this stupid bull until his golden body exploded. But today, Wu Qi was in the human world. Not only that, now that she had formed an alliance with Fang Ping, she more or less knew Fang Ping's personality. If she dared to attack Wu Qi, Fang Ping would dare to kill her now. Although Uncle Qinghua was ranked at the top of the absolute peak, was she really stronger than true Lord Earthly Zhou? That might not be the case. If Fang Ping could kill Earthly Zhou, he could also kill Qinghua. Ling Xiao was also on guard. This time, she had to think more. She did not expect Fang Ping to be so powerful. A few days ago, in the Graveyard of Gods, Fang Ping was almost killed by those rank 9s. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping killed a paragon rank 5. At this moment, Ling Xiao was a little worried. The stronger Fang Ping was, the more Wang Wu had to keep a low profile. Fang Ping was not a big-hearted person. Until now, he still remembered that he had hit her when she was down. It was fine that he did not have an excuse now. If he had an excuse, he might even attack Wang Wu directly. Ling Xiao stopped talking, but Wu Qi did not stop. He roared, Ling Xiao, you are extremely overbearing. You call Minister Feng's name directly. Do you think you are still the impasse from back then? The current you is not in the absolute peak. What right do you have to call his name directly? If this happens again, I will not let this matter rest. Everywhere was silent. Even Wu Quishan and the rest looked dazed at this moment. What was going on, this buffalo? Did he flatter too much? Calling Fang Ping's name directly was something many people did. After all, Fang Ping was young. Even Wu Quishan called Fang Ping's name directly most of the time. If that was the case, he had to change the way he addressed him too. Ling Xiao was really about to explode. This was too much. Wu Qi. Water Buffalo was extremely cold at this moment. He shouted, how is it? Not convinced? A true god cannot be humiliated. A paragon cannot be humiliated. You called him by his name directly. Did I say anything wrong? You dare to call His Excellency Martial King by his name directly? The rules of the 3 realms are non-existent. Minister Feng does not mind. That is magnanimity. How can you be presumptuous again? As soon as these words came out, the powerhouse's expressions changed slightly. Not to mention, Water Buffalo was not deliberately looking for trouble. Of course, the fact that it was not human was ignored. The name of a paragon was not something that could be called casually. Everyone was not a paragon. When they met Fang Ping, they either addressed him respectfully or called him by his name. Calling him by his name. This was indeed breaking the rules. Previously, everyone did not care, mainly because although Fang Ping was on the absolute talent list, whether he had the combat strength of a paragon was still somewhat doubtful. That day in the space battlefield, these people had seen Fang Ping's strength. At least in Ling Zhao's opinion, the current her was not weaker than Fang Ping that day. However, at this moment, the domineering Ling Xiao did not utter a word this time. She did not utter a word. Wu Qi became more and more insolent, shouting again, the next time someone dares to disrespect Minister Feng, I will not let it go easily. At this moment, Wu Kushan and the rest looked at each other. This buffalo. Was it arranged by us humans to enter the Forbidden Sea? Why did it feel like it was even more attentive than them? At this moment, it had almost become this buffalo's home ground. Just as everyone was speechless, Fang Ping broke through the air and returned. At this moment, Fang Ping had already returned to his original state. As for Old Man Li and the rest, he had thrown them to Magic City halfway. Old Man Li was indignant, insisting that Fang Ping had deliberately disrupted his rhythm, almost causing him to not be able to slash with his sword. Fang Ping was too lazy to talk to the old man, tossing them to Magic City casually. Nonsense, I'm the main character. Back then, when I was the main character, there were always people who came to disturb me. Old Wang had done this, Old Zhang had done it, Old Manly had done it too. Now that he was the boss of Earth, how could his limelight be stolen by others? He had already given Old Manly enough face by slashing with his sword, yet he still wanted to speak. Did he not see Ironhead's head, which was forcefully stuffed in by him, stuck in the armor until now and could not be pulled out? Fang Ping stepped on the air, extremely calm. At this moment, the powerhouses from all four sides looked at each other. Without waiting for them to speak, Wu Qi's voice was like a great bell, his roar shaking the heavens. Congratulations, Master Fang, for killing true Lord Dizhou and becoming invincible. Fang Ping stared at this buffalo. You. Are you sure you haven't been possessed by Jiang Chao, Qin Fengqing, and the rest? These words sound very familiar to me. However, Wu Qi did not care. It was very afraid. Afraid of Fang Ping, afraid of the cat. Anyway, it was afraid. Moreover, it had a grudge with Fang Ping. When they were in Emperor's tomb, it was not on Fang Ping's side. Among the powerhouses who besieged Fang Ping and the rest in Emperor's tomb that day, who was still alive, Qi Huanyu was dead. Qi Huanyu's master, Fate King, was dead. Nameless Mountain's youth was dead. Nameless Emperor was dead. Changrong Heavenly Emperor was dead. Mystic Dragon Guardian's descendant, Mystic Dragon, was dead. Changrong Sky's Changshan Qi was still alive, but would he dare to leave Changrong Sky in this lifetime? Lu Ji was not dead, but now there was no sign of him in the three realms, excluding King Hua's grandson. Thinking about it, it seemed that only Wu Qi was not dead. His elder ancestor was not dead either. According to Fang Ping's trend, if he did not die, then the elder ancestor would die. The opponents in Emperor's tomb were almost all killed. Li Wuji was really scared. He did not want to die. Seeing that Fang Ping was looking at him, Wu Qi was trembling with fear. He said, trembling with fear, Master Fang, today, you made a name for yourself in the three realms with peak rank 5 blood. Now that there are no venerable emperors in the three realms, you are the number one in the three realms. Why don't you change your title to Realm King? Having said that, he quickly added, previously, you were called the Demon King, but when the Demon Emperor was alive, the Demon Emperor was not as heroic as you. You can't change your title after you become an emperor. Wu Qi said it with fear. Would there be a problem with what old Niu said? As for the Demon Emperor, who cared? The Demon Emperor was not here now. Even if he came back and the elder ancestor came out, he was not too afraid. Realm King? Fang Ping smiled. No need. Fame and fortune are external things. If I am strong, who in the three realms dares to offend me? If I am not strong, so what if my title is famous? Wu Qi had just heaved a sigh of relief when two words suddenly appeared in his mind. King of Man. At this moment, thunder rumbled. At this moment, Wu Qi almost lost his footing. Oh my god, was Fang Ping speaking? Old Niu was about to break down. Wu Qi was really shocked. Did this mean that he wanted him to suggest that he change his title to King of Man? King of Man was Martial King, everyone knew this before. However, Martial King had his own title, very few people would call him King of Man. But now, Fang Ping was so shameless, he wanted to be King of Man. Even though Wu Qi almost broke down, he reacted quickly and shouted, how can you do this, sir? A powerhouse's name should be known throughout the three realms. How can you let the powerhouses of the three realms call sir by his name? As soon as he said that, Wu Qi's voice sounded like a bell again, spreading in all directions. When Sir was in danger, you stood up and united the human race. You killed the cult master and saved the human race from danger. Now that King of Man has entered the tomb of heaven, the human race has no king. How can a race be without a king? Sir should be King of Man, and lead the human race to become the strongest in the three realms. As he said that, Wu Qi's power exploded. He looked around, his mentality fluctuating to the extreme. Everyone, Sir Fang is not worthy of the title of King of Man? Wu Qi. Fang Ping's expression was cold, and he said lightly, King of Man is martial king. What are you planning by making the headquarters the King of Man? Wu Qi cursed in his heart, shameless bastard. However, this kind of person was the hardest to deal with. He was not afraid of those normal paragons, but he was afraid of Fang Ping, who was shameless to the extreme. At this moment, even though he was cursing in his heart, he said again, Sir, the Water Clan has no intention to sow discord. Sir Martial King is the best in the three realms. Everyone in the three realms knows the title of King of Man. The title of King of Man is not stronger than that of King of Man, it is only easier for the powerhouses of the three realms to spread. Sir, King of Man, you are worthy of the title. Fang Ping frowned. At this moment, Wu Qi roared again, Greetings, King of Man. The water buffalo's mentality had been unleashed to the extreme, even suppressing many rank 9 powerhouses. It was already like this. At this moment, many people looked at each other. Soon, someone from the Hall of God said, Minister Fang's previous title of Demon King is indeed inappropriate. The Demon Emperor is alive, he should change his title. King of Man. Minister Fang is worthy of the title of King of Man. When King Wu went to the Celestial Cemetery, before he left, he entrusted Earth to Minister Fang, hoping that Minister Fang could lead the human race to prosperity. The human race also needs a new leader. Minister Fang, you are worthy of the title of King of Man. Yes, Minister Fang, you killed the cult's pope today and saved all of humanity. If the cult was allowed to grow stronger, humanity would be in danger. True Lord Earthweak hid in the human world and pretended to be the country's leader. His evil intentions should be punished. Fortunately, Minister Fang had sharp eyes and killed the enemy, saving the people from disaster. He is worthy of the title of King of Man. Totem City supports Minister Fang's change of title. Andes Mountain seconded. The Hall of God seconded. The 10,000 Pagoda World seconded. Fervent shouts rang out one after another. Over at Star City's side, Jiang Yuanhua looked around, laughed, and said, Star City seconded as well. Now that you represent humanity, you should have your own title. Demon King, the King of Humanity, how can you copy others' words? Fang Ping, the current leader of humanity, you are worthy of the title. Fang Ping frowned and said unhappily, there's no need for these empty titles. The name Fang Ping is enough to make the enemy tremble in fear. Sir, whether you are willing or not, the rules are the rules. Li Wuqi's voice boomed again, from today onwards, King of Man is Sir. Sir is King of Man. Fang Ping snorted and did not say much. However, he was deep in thought. This bull could be talked to. It was good material to be a fighter. When he reached the peak, he would see if he could make this bull his mount. Now, he was not interested in ordinary mounts. Not even Jiao, as for the big cat. Forget it, Fang Ping was afraid that it would poke him to death. This bull was not bad, it was only one step away from the peak. Maybe it would be there in a few days. Also, riding a bull sounded better than riding a cat. And there were alternatives. When he reached Emperor level, he might be able to ride the Patriarch of mediocre strength, that bigger bull, Fang Ping thought but did not show it. He said quickly, everyone, come back to Magic City with me. Now that we have killed that useless Dizhou and a large number of evil sect powerhouses, there will be some unrest in the next few days. Try not to leave Magic City to avoid misunderstandings. No one dared to question him. Soon, they followed Fang Ping and flew toward Magic City. At the same time, with the escape of the evil sect martial artists, chaos broke out in the catacombs. The news spread quickly. Fang Ping killed true Lord Dizhou in the human world, he killed the other party easily, Li Zhen did not appear. True Lord Dizhou entered the human world for less than a day and died. It was shocking. The powerhouses of the three realms were shocked, but some were terrified. On this day, Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, one of the three realms, closed all its doors. All the scattered disciples, including the demons, were summoned back and did not come out. The only reason was because perfected Lord Dizhou had walked through their door, the venerable emperors of Mount Luofu and Mount Huatong were not dead, so true Lord Dizhou did not dare to bully them. But Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven's venerable emperor was swallowed by King Wu. Their chances of survival were not high. When true Lord Dizhou knew about this, he was not too polite. Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven did not dare to refuse and let him enter the human world. But now, Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven was afraid. They thought that they were in the realm, protected by the array, and there was a supreme expert guarding inside. Even if the human world knew, they might not dare to do anything. But now, that supreme expert of Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven was regretful. True Lord Dizhou was so useless that it was shocking. He was killed by Fang Ping after entering for a day. He thought that the divine sect could more or less make some noise in the human world this time. Fang Ping had enemies both inside and outside, so he did not have the mood to find trouble with them. Who would have thought that the divine sect could not withstand a single blow, and its foundation was destroyed in the blink of an eye? The news was still brewing. Not long after true Lord Dizhou was killed, Fang Ping was elected as the human king by all the forces in the human world, the overseas immortal islands, the blessed Grotto Heaven, and the outland. Fang Ping rejected it 3 times, but all the powerhouses pushed for it. Fang Ping had no choice but to acquiesce to the human king title. At this point, Demon King became a thing of the past. Human King Fang Ping was officially famous in the 3 realms. Human King? 3 rejections? Magic City. Old Manly and the others were heavily injured. They could not withstand the damage from the backfire. At this moment, looking at the gossip, Old Manly almost cursed out loud. 3 rejections? Do I believe it? I heard that the title of Human King was first mentioned by that bull Li Wuji. Could it be Fang Ping himself who suggested it? Of course, Li Wuji was a monster from the overseas immortal islands. He did not seem to have much connection with Fang Ping. It might not be Fang Ping's idea, but, if Fang Ping rejected it, he would not believe it. This bastard, he was too much. Li Hansong tilted his neck and muttered, I don't believe it either. This guy, at least show me his face. This time we killed a 5th stage powerhouse, but he didn't even show his face. I'm a little pissed off. Yao Qingjun laughed and teased, didn't you show your face? You're just being pushed back. Cut it out. Li Hansong was depressed. Fang Ping almost crushed his head. This bastard was too much. But he became the human king. So domineering. Li Hansong grinned and said, Human King. Looks like I have to prepare a title too. Human King. How about I call myself? Aren't you called North Emperor Zheng? Yao Qingjun smiled faintly. Do I still need to rename it? It doesn't feel domineering enough. Then I'll call you Iron King, or Head King, get lost. The 2 of them argued for a while. Old Manly was speechless. After a while, he said, today, I, Swordsman Longevity, should be the one to make a name for myself. This kid is such a F***king bastard. He had finally shouted but was covered by Fang Ping. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Instructor, how old are you? Why are you still fighting with us youngsters? Li Hansong had just finished when Old Manly said unhappily, how old am I? I'm just over 60. You guys, 10,000-year-old monsters, how dare you tell an old man how old I am? The 2 of them were speechless. As they spoke, Fang Ping strode in. He lamented, Human King. Sigh. Why do you have to do this? I said it's not suitable. Why do you have to do this? That stupid bull, Boundless Force, is only cooperating now. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill it. Fang Ping shook his head repeatedly, his face full of dissatisfaction. The 3 of them looked at him. Are you really not embarrassed? Why do we feel like you're here to show off? Fang Ping sighed repeatedly. I'm not showing off. I want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow me to. Showing off was one thing, but Fang Ping quickly said seriously, Human King, these are all trivial matters. They're nothing. The important thing now is to quickly find out where the passageways to the other outland and the bounded boundaries are. This trash from Earthzhou must have come through there. Passageways, this time, if it wasn't for my brilliance in discovering him quickly, we would be in big trouble if an impasse realm hid in the human world. We don't have to investigate the 3 major boundaries. I'm prepared to kill them. but the outland, we must investigate thoroughly. The few of you, this is your biggest mission now. Old Yao's mentality is very strong, close to 10,000. He's also one of the top mentalities among humans. Old Yao, you're in charge of this. You must investigate thoroughly, otherwise, this kind of thing will definitely happen again. As he said that, Fang Ping added, oh right, we must also investigate the 3 major boundaries. I'm prepared to kill them. We have to prevent them from entering Earth through the passageways. When that time comes, they'll be in big trouble. All right. Yao Qingjun nodded solemnly. This matter really had to be paid attention to. It was very troublesome. Once the enemies joined forces and killed their way into Earth, then Earth's destruction would be imminent. Fang Ping issued the mission and left quickly. As he walked, he said, sigh, being a human king is so troublesome. I hope old Zhang comes back soon. I don't want this title. The few of them rolled their eyes madly. Old Manly shook his head incessantly. Sigh, the family's misfortune, how did MCMAU teach such a thing? He could forget about pretending in the past. He usually did not pretend in front of him, but now. Since his strength surpassed him, even he himself had become a victim. Strength is still needed. The old man sighed. Look, now he did not even have the strength to send him flying with a kick. He could not stop Fang Ping from pretending. The difficult April was finally over. In April, Old Eagle had almost exploded. There were too many things to do. On the 16th, Old Eagle became a god. He happily told everyone that he was going to take a leave of absence to roam the world, but that very night, his father was hospitalized with gastric bleeding. Now that he was discharged, he only said a few words to avoid people saying that he was trying to act pitiful. In those few days, everything had come together, and he only went to bed at 3 or 4 in the morning. He was truly too tired, too exhausted. It just so happened that some idiots came to set the pace, and their moods were about to explode. Thus, there was the matter of him scolding someone for a single chapter. Fortunately, all the unhappiness had passed, a new month, a new beginning, everything was progressing in a good direction. Gao Wu could be considered to have entered the later stages, and it truly was rather difficult to write now, so the update schedule was not very stable. But no matter what, Old Eagle would continue writing, giving a good explanation to the brothers and sisters who supported Gao Wu, as well as to himself. Starting from September last year, Old Eagle had truly been working hard, never slacking off. Some of his brothers would often say that Old Eagle had slacked off, that he had become complacent, that he had truly suffered unspeakably. From September until now, there had not been a single month where he had updated less than 500,000 words. Including this month, he had updated around 550,000 words. Not slacking off, not becoming complacent, Old Eagle knew how he had risen, but the later stages of the book were truly much more difficult to write than the earlier stages. Let alone saving drafts, there was no such thing as such a thing. Anyone who could save drafts for this sort of update was truly amazing, and Old Eagle truly could not do it. Sometimes, when he updated a little late, it was either because he was stuck, or because he was not in good condition. Being in poor health was not an excuse, it was a fact. In short, I hope that my brothers can understand. As for the foundational updates that I owed, I was actually too lazy to split them into chapters. I often update 7,000 or 8,000 words per chapter. If I didn't mention it now, then I really wouldn't be able to return it. I'll just do my best to do it. That's all for now. In the next few months, Gao Wu will no longer fight for first place in the monthly votes, and Old Eagle will no longer have the motivation to do so. Everyone can just vote normally. Vote as much as you can, and secure a spot in the top 10. The other brothers can do as they please. Thank you all for your support. After returning to Magic City, Fang Ping began to urge all parties to eliminate the evil sect forces. As for Fang Ping himself, he disappeared again. Just as Fang Ping disappeared. At the headquarters of the Divine Church. On the square outside the Kuan King Divine Palace. The phantom image of the Thunder Protector appeared again. A few moments later, several figures appeared. The atmosphere at the scene was dead silent. After an unknown period of time, the Thunder Protector's furious voice rang out slowly. I told Dijon not to provoke Fang Ping. Why did he encounter Fang Ping as soon as he entered the human world and was killed on the spot? Idiot. At this moment, he was furious. Controlling the human world by the church was an important part of his plan. He did not expect true Lord Earthly Zhou to be killed by Fang Ping as soon as he went to the human world. It was fine if he died, but many of the sect members he brought with him were killed. These were the core members of the sect. Now, those who had died were dead, and those who had fled had fled. The foundation of the divine sect in the human world was instantly destroyed. The members of the divine sect who were still in the human world were almost all in the middle and low-level realms. Moreover, it was too late for them to hide, so they did not dare to show up again. The few apex experts were trembling with fear. A moment later, a woman said softly, "Sir, Zhou is an idiot. Their deaths are not to be regretted." Even so, Fang Ping's combat strength was extraordinary. After all, Zhou had the strength of a fifth-stage true god. In the end, he was killed by Fang Ping on the spot. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. If he could kill Zhou, then he could kill most of them. Fang Ping's strength had exceeded their expectations. The moment these words came out, the Thunder Protector also became serious. Fang Ping had improved too quickly, much faster than he had imagined. Zhou was killed. No matter how Fang Ping killed him or how he did it, it was worth being vigilant. At this moment, the Thunder Protector was also incomparably vexed as he said in a solemn voice, "Li Zhen has not been discovered all along. The Bitter Sea is too vast, it's very hard to find his whereabouts. Li Zhen is hiding in the dark while Fang Ping is out in the open. If this goes on, the human world will only get stronger and stronger." At the thought of this, the Thunder Protector suddenly said, "I asked you to contact the various Grandmasters, Boundary Lands, and the fake royal court. How is it going?" "My lord, most of the sky beyond heaven has been sealed off, and a few of the grotto heavens and blessed lands have shut their doors. Among the 4 great courts of the fake dynasty, the only one willing to come into contact with us is the Sky Plant Royal Court's King Huai." The Thunder Protector gave a light snort and said in a low voice, "All trash. Contact them again. They could not allow the human world to grow stronger. With King Wu and the others gone, it would not be easy for Fang Ping to become a human king. Even those cities in the outer realm, contact them in secret." The Thunder Protector's eyes were sharp as he said, "Order them to attack the human world. Everyone in the world comes for benefits. If there are benefits, even if these people know it's dangerous, they will still take a gamble. Weaken everyone's strength and let them fight each other. Give them benefits. Tell them that the divine sect has everything, including the imperishable substance, the divine fruit of spiritual sense, divine weapons, battle techniques, and cultivation methods." The Thunder Protector placed his hands behind his back and looked around. The overall strength of the human world is not strong. It is inferior to any of the 4 great courts. His only redeeming quality was that he dared to fight. But no matter how much we dare to fight, our strength isn't enough, so it's all futile. The 72 divine nations of the God sect, the 8 emperors' domains, the 3 sacred domains, and the central heavenly court all sent people out of the God sect. Place people in all directions. Activate the 3 realms divine sect spy. My lord. When he said this, a divine master beside him said in a low voice, "Sir, the spies are all arranged by Cult Master. We have no right to use them." "How dare you?" The Thunder Protector's face turned cold and he said gloomily, "The situation has changed. Now that Cult Master and the 3 great guardians are not here, the God sect is at a disadvantage. Are we going to sit and wait for death? Activate the spy and the God sect will have the chance to unify the 3 realms. Even if Cult Master is here, he will not refuse. Since Cult Master is not here, I have the right to use all the God sect's resources. I don't want to say it a second time. Sky Plant, Destiny, thousands of monsters, and the 4 great court spies will be activated immediately. Take this opportunity to seize the military power in the fake dynasty, join forces with all sides to encircle the powerhouses of the human world. Only when there is chaos will there be a great world. Now, all sides are extremely conservative and waiting. Fang Ping also saw through this, that's why he dared to kill our divine master gods recklessly. The God sect was born in chaos. If the 3 realms are not in chaos, how can the God sect grow stronger? The Thunder Protector was very clear at this time. He said with a cold gaze, only in chaos will there be a chance. Although the God sect is strong, can they really suppress all sides? Although there are not many powerhouses from all sides now, if they join forces, even if Fengyun Protector is really in the dark, he will not be able to resist all the powerhouses. Was the God sect strong? Very strong. He didn't leave the 8 great protectors. Fengyun most likely didn't leave. There were still 5 or 6 divine masters that could be contacted. Just because the others couldn't be contacted didn't mean that they had left. There were many high-ranked powerhouses in the God Nation, but so what? No matter how strong they were, the God sect would still have to kneel if all the forces in the 3 realms joined forces. Now, all sides were watching the God sect. The God sect couldn't fight all of them alone. When the Divine Masters heard this, although they were slightly worried, they didn't dare to refute Thunder Protector's words. Soon, an elder continued, Master, there has been some abnormalities in Destiny Royal Court recently. Some true God descendants and rank 9 martial artists from Destiny Royal Court want to seize the royal power of the Ji family, but these people are also worried about Ji Hong's return. If the God sect can support these people and get rid of the threat of Ji Hong, I feel that Destiny Royal Court can be used by the God sect. There's such a thing? The Thunder Protector just heard this news. His eyes lit up. Interesting. Destiny Royal Court was controlled by King Zhen in the dark. Now that King Zhen is not here, the people he subdued are all true God martial artists. Almost all of them have left. Right now, King Zhen has almost no control over Destiny Royal Court. At this point, the Thunder Protector looked at the elder and said in a deep voice, God Lord Di Qi, I'll leave Destiny Royal Court to you. Currently, the only true gods left in Destiny Royal Court are Ji Hong and Ping Shan. You are ranked in the top 10 among the 72 Divine Masters, a level 8 true god. Even if it's 1 against 2, you have the confidence to defeat them, bring people and seize the royal power of the Ji family. Destiny Royal Court has millions of soldiers. Once the God sect takes control, the God sect's power will increase greatly. Yes. The elder replied. True Lord Di Qi was ranked 8th among the 72 Divine Masters. Of the 7 before him, some died, some disappeared, and some entered the tomb of heaven. Now, the elder was the strongest Divine Master left in the God sect. Level 8 true god with origin Dao more than 7,000 meters. Strictly speaking, he was stronger than Hades and War King half a year ago. Of course, his actual combat power would only be known when they fought. The Thunder Protector was also very confident that he could go to Destiny Royal Court. The Thunder Protector continued, go and contact the 3 forces of Heaven Plant's Royal Court. Even if you can't subdue them, create chaos. I don't want to see the 3 realms in peace anymore. As he said that, his eyes lit up. The 3 realms are in chaos. I don't believe that Li Jin won't show up. I wanted to kill him secretly, but if he doesn't show up, then attack the human world and force him to show up. Yes. The few of them replied again. Soon, the topic returned to the woman's voice. Sir, how should we deal with Fang Ping? No matter how incompetent Earthshou is, he's still our divine master. Moreover, Fang Ping is too strong. It's not good for the God sect. Fang Ping, the Thunder Protector was silent for a moment, then said, Fang Ping is cunning. He survived until now and is hard to kill. Especially in the human world. If I go over, it'll easily cause the Dao to tremble and make him escape immediately. However, after thinking about it, the Thunder Protector said, Fang Ping intends to unite all the forces in the human world and enter the land realm to train. Keep a close eye on those people, especially those Fang Ping cares about. Take the opportunity to capture them and see if there's a chance to kill Fang Ping. After saying that, he added, especially Wang Jinyang and the other 2. Once they enter the land realm, take action immediately. These 3 people, 2 divine masters went to capture them previously and died in the end. There must be a secret. However, be careful and advance step by step. Lure them deep into the sea of bitterness and then kill and capture them. This matter will be handled by true Lord Earth Wisdom. The Thunder Protector looked at the woman who spoke. True Lord Earth Wisdom, ranked 23rd among the Divine Masters. Among the 3 great sect protectors of the God sect, there was a Saint Heaven Wisdom, one of the 36 saints back then. Heaven Wisdom and Earth Wisdom were still somewhat related. True Lord Earth Wisdom was also a top-notch powerhouse. Her ranking was much higher than Earth Zhou. The Thunder Protector felt that leaving it to her was not a big problem. Yes. True Lord Earth Wisdom answered and said with a sweet smile, I've always wanted to see how heroic the reincarnation of the Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor is. Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor. The Thunder Protector pondered for a moment before saying, these people might not be the reincarnation of the Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor. Sect Master once said that the Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor might not be dead. Of course, it might not be the reincarnation of a wisp of divine consciousness. No matter what, it's best to be careful. The two divine masters died strangely. I understand. Then go do it. The Thunder Protector waved his hand. The few figures quickly disappeared. Once they left, the Thunder Protector looked toward the Earth King Hall. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly moved. In front, a huge temple stood, the door tightly shut. Walking slowly to the temple door, the Thunder Protector looked at the incomparably huge door and murmured, the remains of the Heavenly Emperor are inside. King Earth usually cultivates here. Do you really not know the earthly sovereign's great Tao? All these years, you've thrown the three realms into chaos. Did you really gain nothing? The war of the earthly Emperor God dynasty, the war between the North and the South, the war of the demon emperors. You're everywhere. What are you doing? The Tao of war. I've never seen you use this Tao, war. Heavenly emperors live by war and fight all their lives, Sect Master. What are you doing? The Thunder Protector closed his eyes as countless thoughts ran through his mind. The earthly sovereign was actually the kind of person who focused on fighting. Among the 9 emperors, he was the most powerful. Needless to say, the Heavenly Emperor also fought to his death. Sect Master. Was the projection of the earthly sovereign, you? At this moment, the Thunder Protector murmured softly. If these words were spread out, it would probably cause a great uproar, King Earth. Projection of the earthly sovereign, no one had ever thought of that. However, as one of the 8 great protectors of the divine sect, Thunder Protector had some doubts. The projection of the earthly sovereign appeared too late. It only appeared after the heaven realm was destroyed and the 3 realms were in chaos for thousands of years. The Thunder Protector had once suspected that the establishment of the earthly Emperor God dynasty was to follow the path of the heavenly court, the orthodox Great Tao. However, later on, they discovered that this path was not working. Therefore, during the peaceful era of the earthly Emperor God dynasty, the news that the earthly sovereign was a projection was leaked, and the subsequent war broke out. Did King Earth think that the path was not working and wanted to change to another way? If so, it made sense that the divine sect leaked the news. Over the years, this was what puzzled the Thunder Protector the most. Why did King Earth leak the secret? If the projection of the earthly sovereign was real, even if it was not his father's real body, it should be a clone. The earthly Emperor God dynasty was also King Earth's family business. Why did he directly leak the secret and cause the destruction of the earthly Emperor God dynasty? Some things could not be figured out, but they could be explained for the sake of the great Tao. What's the secret in the divine hall? The Thunder Protector strode forward. After a few steps, he saw countless flashing restrictions on the gate of the divine hall. The look in Thunder Protector's eyes changed, and he asked, is it because the remains of the Heavenly Emperor that you set up so many formations in the main hall? Or, are there more secrets? You can leave. The divine sect is the supreme one. Why can't I go in and have a look? After saying that, the Thunder Protector took another step forward. At this moment, there was a rumble, a real thunderbolt shot out from the gate at an extremely fast speed. Its speed broke the concept of time and space. The Thunder Protector almost had no time to dodge. With a rumble, the thunderbolt exploded outside his body. Puff! A mouthful of golden blood spurted out. His chest was charred black. The Thunder Protector looked at the gate with cold eyes. After a long time, he stood up from his half-kneeling position and said in a low voice, it still doesn't work. You're really strong. The restriction you left behind can actually hurt me. It's just a restriction, but it's a 5-layered heaven formation. Sect leader, you've really exceeded my expectations. 5-layered heaven formation, breaking through 5-layered heaven required a vitality of 2.4 million calories. Even a slightly weaker venerable emperor would be in danger of being killed. When the explosive power exceeded a martial artist's limit, they would have the confidence to kill the other party. A newly advanced venerable emperor would only have a weak vitality of 2 million calories. 5-layered heaven formation had the power to kill an emperor level. King Kuan had set up such a large formation in the headquarters of the divine sect. One could imagine that there must be a huge secret hidden in the divine hall. However, the Thunder Protector did not probe further. He was worried that there was a 6-layered heaven formation inside. If there was, then even a sage might be killed. I also want to know if you can still keep the formation running when you're trapped for a long time. The Thunder Protector snorted and disappeared in a flash, as if he had never been there. At the same time, Spirit Sovereign Dojo. King Kuan's eyebrows moved slightly. He tilted his head and looked back as if he had seen through everything. He murmured, "Someone touched my formation. Thunder? Wind and cloud? How dare they?" He had just left, and someone had dared to go to the divine hall. Dezhou is dead. Who killed him? Is the divine sect also in chaos? Although King Kuan did not leave the Spirit Sovereign Dojo, he knew that perfected Lord Dezhou was dead, just like how Taoist Feng Yu knew which divine master had died. The divine masters, protectors, and sect masters of the divine sect had left a trace of their spiritual consciousness with him. Perfected Lord Dezhou's spiritual consciousness had been shattered. King Kuan muttered a few words and did not care about that anymore. The divine hall was not a place that anyone could enter. His top priority was the 9 Emperor's seal. He needed the 9 Emperor's seal, not only the 9 Emperor's seal, but also the door of reflection in Zhang Tao's hands. These two things were what he urgently needed. As for the 9 Emperor's 4 Emperor's fruit, it might not be trustworthy. The cat is gone. Did it find a place to hide and sleep, or did it go out? As King Kuan spoke, he frowned. In the next moment, a blood-red figure tore through the sky. Hong Kuan, die. Moon Spirit. King Kuan frowned and said coldly, time and time again. Don't think that I can't kill you. Kill me? Moon Spirit's eyes were scarlet. She snorted and slashed with her saber. Try me. King Kuan's expression turned cold, but he soon snorted and stepped through the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Heaven's pole tore through the sky and said crazily, Moon Spirit, where are the 9 Emperor's 4 Emperor's fruits? Say that you have them. Moon Spirit snorted coldly. Kill Hong Kuan and you'll have them. Kill Hong Kuan, kill Hong Kuan. After muttering a few words, the two of them tore through the sky again. After they left, the figure of Heavenly King Suppressing appeared behind them. He shook his head and sighed. He's unlucky to meet these two lunatics. King Kuan was really unlucky. Moon Spirit wanted to kill him the moment she arrived. Moon Spirit wasn't his match, but Heaven's pole was a little crazy. Back then, he had a good relationship with Moon Spirit. When Moon Spirit said that killing King Kuan would allow him to become an emperor, this lunatic actually believed it. Now, this lunatic Heaven's pole also had the combat power of a heavenly king. Even if the two heavenly kings weren't as strong as King Kuan, once a third party interfered, King Kuan would be in danger. Normal martial artists wouldn't be willing to fight with peers of the same level here. But these two lunatics, it didn't matter. Heavenly King Suppressing gloated for a while. This was good too. 3 heavenly kings were now entangled here. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for humans to survive here. At this moment, Heavenly King Suppressing had just finished gloating. Soon, he had a headache. He scolded, King Zhen, King Sun, why do you two keep following me? King Kuan had troubles, but so did he. These two bastards kept following him. It was very troublesome. Weapon Master, hand over the Heavenly King seal. F***ck your mother. Heavenly King Suppressing scolded, how can you believe Li Zhu's nonsense? That fellow is the Weapon Master. He purposely sent you away so that he could get the 9 Emperor's seal. Idiots. The next moment, Li Zhu's laughter came from the void. Heavenly King Suppressing, what do you mean by that? I am Li Zhu. How can I be the Weapon Master? Both of them denied their identities. At this moment, a man with an imposing appearance broke through the void and arrived. The man looked young. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, he was dressed in black armor and reeked of blood. When the man arrived, he snorted and the void broke. Not far away, Li Zhu's figure appeared. Weapon Master Seal? The man looked at the two and said coldly, "You changed so much that I didn't even recognize you." King Sun saw the man and smiled. "Sea Guardian, shut up." The man scolded coldly, "You don't have the right to speak." King Sun's face turned green. "Among the three messengers, I thought I was the only one who survived. I didn't expect both of you to be alive." Heavenly King Suppressing smiled. "Sea Guardian, don't misunderstand. I'm really not a weapon master. I'm just an errand boy, I'm not interested in knowing that." Sea Guardian did not ask further and said coldly, "I want the 9 Emperor seal. After I get it, hand it over to me. I'll borrow it for a while. I'm going beyond the 9 heavens." Everyone frowned. Sea Guardian did not say anything. He looked at Li Zhu again and said indifferently, "You should know how to open the 9 Emperor seal. Once I get it, I can go to the 9 heavens with you." Li Zhu smiled helplessly. He did not reply and disappeared instantly. Heavenly King Suppressing smiled. "He wants it for himself. Sea Guardian, you're thinking too much. Let's go and kill this guy together. Maybe we'll have a better chance of getting it." After saying that, he also broke through the void and went to find trouble with Li Zhu. Not long after they left, War King came with Zhang Tao on his back and scolded, "Kid, you haven't recovered yet? Don't lie to me. This is the first time I've carried someone for so long in my life." Zhang Tao said weakly, "Do you think that thing is a divine medicine? It only contains some origin qi. The effect is average. It's still too early for me to recover." "Kid, don't call me kid," Zhang Tao retorted. He looked around and said with a smile, "Let's go and find Spirit Sovereign's garden. There should be good stuff there. They want the 9 Emperor seal. We just need some defective goods. It's not that easy. This damned place has a lot of restrictions. There are 4 or 5 heaven formations at every turn. It's dangerous. Take it slow. There's no rush. We can use up some of their strength. You're thick-skinned and can take a beating. As for those weaker true gods, the 4 heaven formations can kill them." "Are you complimenting me?" "Of course. Piss off." War King was furious. He was almost like a horse here. He had enough of carrying Zhang Tao every day. Zhang Tao smiled, not minding it. He glanced at his source world, which was continuously producing origin qi. In the center of the source world, a skinny figure sat cross-legged. As if sensing War King's gaze, he looked up and said coldly, "King Wu, if this continues, neither of us will have a good ending. Let me go." "Let you go?" Zhang Tao's huge figure appeared in the source world like a god. He laughed. "Why should I? I'll grind you to death this time. Do you see that? The origin qi in my source world is still strengthening. Looks like we humans have been doing well recently. The people are united. In a few days, when I merge the 6 realms, I'll send you on your way, old man. Don't worry." The Void Mausoleum Heavenly Emperor's eyes were cold. "What are you trying to do? Do you think you'll have a good ending if you kill me? There might not be any benefits, but I like killing people. Don't you agree?" Zhang Tao laughed. Very quickly, he said lightly, "Aren't I creating an opportunity for Feng Ping? You should have a mentality sculpture in the sect, right? If the sculpture is broken, will the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven still have the guts to go against humans? Let's see if Feng Ping can seize the opportunity to destroy you all." The Void Mausoleum Heavenly Emperor was silent. After a moment, he said slowly, "You once said that in the blessed Grotto Heaven, as long as there are powerhouses guarding Mount Royal Sea, you'll let the sect leader go once." "I did say that." Zhang Tao laughed. "Don't worry. When I've grinded you to death, I'll let you go." The Void Mausoleum Heavenly Emperor said nothing. Sure enough, in the next moment, Zhang Tao said again, "And then I'll grind you to death. Happy? Shameless bastard." The Void Mausoleum Heavenly Emperor cursed. Zhang Tao laughed happily, squinting. I like it when you guys praise me like this. I also like it when you guys hate me but can't kill me. It's so comfortable. Zhang Tao laughed smugly. The Void Mausoleum Heavenly Emperor's face turned even more livid. Meeting this kind of person, he could not communicate with them. The more he communicated, the angrier he got. P.S. Double monthly votes. Vote for some guaranteed monthly votes. Although you don't want first place, you can't lose the top 5, right? Crying. Magic City. At this moment, Fang Ping naturally did not know the situation in the trap. After killing True Lord Earthly Zhou, Fang Ping did not appear much for the next 2 days. Sino Nation and other countries' governments were wiping out evil cultists on a large scale. The whole world joined forces. The evil cultists that had almost no high ranks were no match for them. Soon, some of the more well-hidden evil cultists exposed their whereabouts. When the evil cultists were annihilated previously, they mainly killed powerhouses. Some low-profile middle and low-ranked martial artists were not pursued by all parties. However, this time, Fang Ping issued a death order. All evil cultists could be killed. As a result, all parties also adopted the most stringent measures. These few days, many powerhouses patrolled the countries. Fang Ping did not show up this time, not for anything else, but because he wanted to materialize MCMAU. Over at Sun City, ever since he killed True Lord Earthly Zhou, the morale was greatly boosted and the people were united. These few days, in his source world, there were more and more shadows. And Sun City in the source world was also becoming clearer. The source world that was almost destroyed by True Lord Earthly Zhou previously, after Fang Ping spent close to 5,000 cloud origin chi, finally recovered to this state. Not only that, Fang Ping felt that the source world was becoming more and more solid. 5,000 cloud origin chi was worth 500 million wealth points. However, Fang Ping did not lose out. He had killed perfected Lord Earthly Zhou and obtained the latter's storage ring, so he had actually profited from it. In the storage ring, just the energy liquid alone was more than 2,000 caddies. It was equivalent to 10,000 caddies of rank 9 energy stones, worth as much as 3 trillion, which brought Fang Ping 300 million wealth points. Fang Ping also obtained a lot of other heavenly treasures. In the end, the system gave Fang Ping 600 million wealth points. After the battle, Fang Ping did not lose out by using the battle to nurture the battle. He had consumed a lot before. It was worth it. The other point was the improvement of Origin Dao. That day, when Fang Ping walked out of Magic City's House of Governors, he had walked a section of Origin Dao, almost 300 meters. Over the past 2 days, his Origin Dao had improved even faster. He was able to expand it by nearly 15 meters in a day. At this moment, Fang Ping's Origin Dao had reached 330 meters. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. However, as the improvement became faster, Fang Ping also discovered the drawbacks. The origin chi consumed was increasing. If he did not have wealth points, he might not even be able to consume Origin Dao. Mekmao. Fang Ping walked out of his closed-door cultivation once again. This was the first time he came to this tiny MCMAU, but Fang Ping felt that it was incomparably huge. The gate that was 100 meters wide shocked him. However, now that he had seen the wide world and wandered the Forbidden Sea, the tiny MCMAU was becoming smaller and smaller in Fang Ping's eyes. The perimeter was no more than 20 square kilometers. It was huge for the university, but for Fang Ping, it was too small. One step and he could walk out of MCMAU's territory. However, this small territory was the place that left the deepest impression on Fang Ping. Here, he became a martial artist. Here, he learned battle techniques. Here, he met friends, teachers, and a group of like-minded comrades. He gained a lot. He could not forget the old principal whom he was not familiar with and whom he had never spoken to. He could not forget Huang Jing, who had stood on the rostrum at the beginning of the semester and told the new students that being a martial artist was both glory and pain. He also could not forget the fatty Guixing who entered the school with him and worshipped him. He remembered Fu Changding, the second-generation martial artist who had gone crazy with him at the start of the semester. He remembered that day in the Martial Arts Society, the first time he participated in a battle in the arena and killed 2 rank 1 seniors. He also remembered the naive and sweet Xianxia whom he had tricked into buying a lot of pills that he did not need. There was also the proud and stubborn fellow disciple, Xiaoxueme. Now, where were they? Someone had died, someone was nowhere to be found. Fang Ping had deep feelings for MCMAU. He had spent the happiest period of his life here, even if there were setbacks, even if there were pressures. However, he had gained so much here. MCMAU did not teach him too many martial arts battle techniques, nor did they provide him with too many martial arts resources. However, MCMAU's teachers had taught him what it meant to be a martial artist. From the beginning, he only sought wealth and self-preservation. In less than 3 years, Fang Ping had changed a lot. Perhaps he himself had not noticed all this, however, Fang Ping had felt this change the last time. I've really changed. Small family? Everyone? He could not describe his feelings, but he knew that in these 3 years, it was the predecessors and martyrs who had slowly changed him. The old vice-chancellor, old Manly, Zhang Tao, and the countless humans who had died in the catacombs were all guiding him to change. Mekmao. Fang Ping walked and stopped. It had not been 3 years, and he had only left the university for a few months, but it felt like a long time had passed. In the dormitory building, Fang Ping saw some of his former classmates. These people were about to enter their senior year. Not everyone was like Fang Ping, who could reach this stage in 3 years. Some of the classmates looked familiar, and some were still stuck at rank 3. Of course, there were very few of them. MCMAU's Year 3 students could usually advance to the middle ranks now. There were more rank 4s, but there were not many who were stronger. Fang Ping kept a low profile when he walked. He did not deliberately hide anything, but there did not seem to be many people who saw him. Just as Fang Ping was about to change to another place to continue walking, a man holding a gun in front of him suddenly turned his head to look at him. As he looked at him, his gaze became a little strange, and a weathered smile appeared on his face. Yes, weathered. This word was difficult to describe a young man, but at this moment, it was. Fang Ping, the young man walked over. He did not call the director or the vice-chancellor, but called Fang Ping's name. Fang Ping smiled and said, "You've just come back?" "I just came back." Fu Chongding was much more mature and experienced. He smiled, turned his head to look at the dormitory building, and said, "Do you want to go up and have a seat?" Fang Ping had not returned to the dormitory for a long time. Ever since he became the president of the Martial Arts Society, he had not gone back much. At this moment, hearing Fu Chongding's words, Fang Ping smiled and nodded. "Then let's go up and have a chat." Fu Chongding walked in front, his steps firm and heavy. He did not say anything else. Dormitory number 15. This was Fu Chongding's dormitory. Fang Ping's dormitory was opposite, room 86. Fang Ping sensed that room 86 was empty. Fu Chongding opened the door and smiled. "I was going to change dormitories, but after thinking about it, I'm used to it. I don't come back often, so there's no need to change." Fang Ping entered and looked at the layout. It was no different from before. Living room, kitchen, cultivation room, bedroom. Other than the cultivation room, the other places looked like they were about to turn to dust. "You haven't been here since your freshman year ended. This building is quite empty." Fu Chongding said it calmly, but it was not. There were 200 households in this building. It was quite empty. They had not graduated, but were only in their 3rd year. Other than a monster like Fang Ping, the others did not graduate even if they had reached rank 6 or 7. They were dead, many people had died. Fang Ping sat down on the sofa. Fu Chongding opened the fridge, took out a can of beer, and tossed it to Fang Ping. He smiled. "When I first entered the university, I didn't even have the chance to taste alcohol. Now that I'm stronger, I don't have to worry anymore. Speaking of which, you're such a busy person. How do you still have time to wander around MCMAU?" "I'm the vice-chancellor of MCMAU." Fang Ping glanced at him. What did he say? As Fang Ping said that, he sized him up and smiled. "Not bad. Peak rank 6, mentality vitality fusion. Looks like you'll be a high-ranked one soon." "High-ranked? Grandmaster?" Fu Chongding smiled and sat down opposite Fang Ping. He took a sip of beer and sighed. So what if you're a high-ranked one? If you don't reach the peak, you're still an ant. My grandfather's biggest wish in this life was to become a grandmaster. He did it. Rank 7 grandmaster. At least my grandson didn't catch up to him. Yes, he won't catch up to him in this lifetime. I won't see my grandson be more successful than him in this lifetime. Fang Ping was stunned. After a while, he said, Old Master Fu, he died in battle. Fu Chongding said calmly, his luck wasn't good. When capital city catacombs were evacuated, a war broke out with the catacombs. It wasn't a big one. At that time, you were preparing for the battle at the King battleground, so this news probably didn't reach you. My old man, seeing that I was about to become a grandmaster, probably wanted to take a gamble and insisted on fighting to the death. In the end, he died in battle. I fulfilled his wish. He's a martial artist, after all. Dying in the catacombs is the greatest glory of his life. As he said that, Fu Chongding shook his head lightly. He took another sip of beer, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. That's why, Fang Ping, I really admire you. I worship you. If I were as strong as you, I wouldn't have to pee my pants here. As for you, killing the catacombs powerhouses is like killing chickens. And sometimes I'm also jealous of you. Why are you so strong? If only I had a little bit of talent, so that I could reach rank 8, rank 9. I'd be satisfied. After Capital City's battle, I can go and join the battle. I'll go and tell that old man that we young people have shouldered this day. He should go home and enjoy his retirement. It's a pity that it's useless to think about it. He didn't let me practice martial arts since I was young. He was afraid that I would die before him one day. It's fine now. He died before me, so I don't have to watch him die before me. It was not the wine that intoxicated him. Fu Chongding drank a few mouthfuls of beer. He seemed to be drunk. Fang Ping exhaled softly, listening to him ramble on. After a while, he said slowly, Old Fu, I won't say any comforting words. You're a peak rank 6 martial artist. Just like what my teacher told us back then. Only the weak will grieve. Powerhouses must seek revenge. If the catacombs kill one of my people, I'll kill 100 or 1,000 of theirs. I want to, too. Fu Chongding said bitterly, but nowadays, rank 6. Rank 7 doesn't work either. Rank 9 martial artists are as many as the hairs on a cow these days, sigh. After a sigh, Fu Chongding quickly regained his smile and said, Alright, let's not talk about this. Martial arts, take it slow. The path of martial arts is long. Who knows what the future holds? Maybe I can achieve rank 8 or rank 9 one day. That's not impossible. As he said that, Fu Chongding joked, How are things with Chen Yunqi? I heard that someone said that Jiweping should consider getting married. Fang Ping frowned slightly. After a while, he said, She went to the catacombs in South Capital and hasn't returned yet. Fu Chongding was silent for a while. Soon, he smiled and said, It's okay. She's already rank 7. There hasn't been a war in the catacombs in South Capital recently. The catacombs are very low-key now. You've killed them so much that they're afraid. They won't dare to make a move now. That's not the problem. It's just that there hasn't been a war. That's the problem. Fang Ping said in a low voice, Mount Luofu is in South Capital. Among the 8 major domains, Mount Luofu was located in the catacombs of the southern capital. Mount Luofu did not have a hostile relationship with humans before. However, in the battle in the Imperial battlefield, both sides completely fell out. Shen Haoyan came from Mount Luofu. Before this, in the eyes of humans, Mount Luofu could actually be considered an ally. Among the 8 major territories, except for Mount Wangu, which humans were not familiar with, the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, where the Yang family's elder ancestor died and was not clear about the situation, and Purple Cap Mountain had a demon emperor. At that time, humans actually had the intention to rope in the other few sections. Fang Ping and the others targeted Grandmaster, but they did not pay much attention to the territories under their noses. However, who would have expected that in the previous battle, the venerable emperors of the 3 major territories would become the culprits of many human powerhouses' deaths in battle? Because of the delay of the three great venerable emperors, Zhang Tao's use of the demon emperor to stop the six venerable emperors became useless. The three great venerable emperors blocked Zhang Tao. It was also because of this that Zhang Tao went crazy with hatred. He ignored everything and directly swallowed the Void Mausoleum Emperor. Mount Luofu, regarding the battle in the imperial battlefield, some news had also spread. Although Fu Chongding did not know the specifics, he also knew that Mount Luofu was now the enemy of humans. Hearing that Mount Luofu was there, Fu Chongding also frowned, but quickly smiled and said, Chen Yunqi won't run to the territories, right? Mount Luofu is in seclusion, so they may not come looking for trouble with humans. Fang Ping nodded slightly and did not say anything. He did not go to the catacombs in South Capital. Right now, he could not rashly appear in the catacombs, otherwise there would be some trouble or even accidents. Mount Luofu. He did not know if Chen Yunqi had gone, but Mount Luofu was his next goal. He was prepared to destroy the three major territories in one go. When that time came, he could go to the catacombs in South Capital to look for Chen Yunqi. Perhaps Chen Yunqi was just cultivating somewhere. Fu Chongding saw that he did not speak and changed the topic again. Fang Ping, in the blink of an eye, I'm going to be in my senior year. What do you think about me going to your Heaven Division in the second half of the year? Sure, I have no objections. Fang Ping smiled. It's not a bad idea to make the Heaven Division MCMAU's headquarters. Just like the three major military schools, almost all the graduates have been taken away by the military department. The Heaven Division also lacks a base to provide talents. I think MCMAU will do. Aren't you afraid that the Vice-Chancellor will find trouble with you? The Vice-Chancellor he was referring to was Wu Quishan. Fang Ping chuckled. What's there to be afraid of? Old Wu is no match for me. His objection is invalid. Ha ha ha. Fu Chongding laughed loudly, downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, and said happily, yes, the era of the young, the old fellows have no say. Both of them looked at each other and laughed loudly. Fang Ping laughed, but there was some bitterness in it. Some things could only be kept in. Fu Chongding's grandfather had died in battle. This was something he did not know. Today, Fu Chongding had changed a lot. It was difficult to return to the way he was 3 years ago. 3 years ago, he was in high spirits, giving orders to the country, free and unfettered. The rebellious Fu Chongding had even deliberately come to Magic City from Capital City to avoid his old man and joined MCMAU. Today, did Fu Chongding regret it? Regret that he did not even return home a few times in these 3 years? Both of them continued drinking and chatting. Fang Ping also found out some things that he did not know before. Fu Chongding's old rival, Tang Songting, the guy who was known as Pekingese, had joined the Wuan military. Now, he was a small lieutenant in the Wuan military and did not return to school anymore. Zhao Lei, who was beaten up by Fang Ping for a few years, was now also a peak rank 6. He seemed to have taken a liking to Yang Xiaoman, and the two of them might be together. Some of the companions who participated in the first championship together back then, Jin Lei and Sui Kai, were dead. The first championship had 10 people, 5 main fighters, 5 reserves. 2 people had died. These people who could participate in the championship back then were all prodigies. Jin Lei died in the Battle of Sky Gate, and Sui Kai died in the Battle of Magic City that time. The rest of them also went their separate ways. Zhao Xuemei's whereabouts were unknown, and Li Zhaoshu's figure was almost nowhere to be seen. Talking about the past, both of them were a little lost in their memories. It was the first exchange tournament. How high-spirited it was. Fang Ping led MCMAU to win the championship. At that moment, everyone was extremely excited. But now, the changes were too great. Some of his opponents from back then were either dead or crippled. Sun Mingyu, who fought with a broken arm that day, came from Beijing Martial Arts University and died in battle in Beijing. Fang Ping still remembered that he had met Sun Mingyu and had a drink with him when he went to Beijing during his rank 3 invincible path. Now, Sun Mingyu was dead. Qin Jiaoxing from Donglin Martial Arts University had taken up the Qin family's banner and applied to oversee the Donglin catacombs. He was not a rank 9, nor was he a high-ranked, but he was the bravest commander in the Donglin catacombs. Fang Wenxiang from CCMAU had taken over CCMAU Martial Arts Society just a few days ago. The president of the martial arts society of the same batch, Han Su, had broken through rank 7 and left CCMAU. No one knew where he had gone to fight in the catacombs. Even after drinking a lot of alcohol with Fu Chongding, Fang Ping was not drunk at all. This type of alcohol was no different from water. But he was still a little drunk. When he walked out of the dormitory, Fu Chongding did not send him off. Last year on this day in this sect, the faces of people and peach blossoms reflected each other red. Fang Ping did not know if he was thinking of his grandfather, or the classmates and teachers who had died in battle. In 2009, when Fang Ping entered the catacombs for the first time, he saw the old vice-chancellor die in battle and saw the tragic self-destruction of a few grandmasters. That day, when he walked out of the catacombs, there was an old grandmaster singing loudly outside the catacombs passageway. He was singing the same part. Are humans very strong? No, humans are not strong. But we have guts. Fang Ping murmured in a low voice. Very quickly, it turned into determination. Humans would become strong, and there was already a turning point. In the beginning, humans could only risk their lives to kill the enemy and could only be controlled by others. Now, humans had gradually gained the upper hand. The catacombs' outer realm no longer dared to invade the human world. This was success. The blood of the fallen heroes was not shed in vain. On this day, Fang Ping went to the southern cemetery, to the top floor of the school archives. For the entire afternoon, Fang Ping stayed on the top floor of the school archives, wiping the memorial tablets one after another. Compared to before, there were more memorial tablets. Fang Ping, however, did not feel any sadness, only joy. Because he had already felt something different. On this day, he went to every place in MCMAU. The whole of MCMAU appeared in his mind with unparalleled clarity. At this moment, Fang Ping had a premonition that he could materialize MCMAU. It was so clear, materialize MCMAU, and even integrate MCMAU into the source world. At this moment, Fang Ping also thought of NMAU's old vice-chancellor. That person also materialized a corner of NMAU. It was a pity that he died in battle in Nanjiang's catacombs. Otherwise, Fang Ping suspected that person could also walk the path of an emperor. As expected, the path of an emperor was not a specific path. Everyone could be an emperor. MCMAU will eventually fight with me. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but I know that fate must be in your own hands. We've struggled, we've tried our best. Even if we fail, we won't regret it. Fu Chongding felt that he was not strong enough to save his grandfather. Old Wu and the instructor regretted that they were not strong enough back then. They watched their daughter get killed, their fellow disciples get killed, their good friends get killed. Old Manly regretted that he was not strong enough to help the old vice-chancellor, to help everyone, and embarked on the path of unification of all paths. All of these told Fang Ping that the people of MCMAU were not afraid of death or battle. They only hated that they were not strong enough. Today, Fang Ping will give everyone a chance. Fang Ping laughed. He walked out of the heroic spirit pavilion slowly, stepped into the air, and flew directly to the top floor of the school archives. Fang Ping went to the top floor of the school archives. At this moment, MCMAU was in an uproar. What a familiar scene, what a nostalgic scene. Vice-Chancellor Fang went to the rooftop of the school archives. A loud roar echoed throughout MCMAU. Excitement, excitement, indescribable. Outsiders might not understand, but MCMAU's instructors and students knew that something good had happened. Fang Ping went to the top floor of the school archives a few times. It was either because he had broken through himself or because he had something important to announce. All in all, it was a good thing every time. At this moment, in the school, there were countless figures in the air. They were all gathering here. Fang Ping stood in the air, looking around. When almost everyone had arrived, he laughed suddenly. Today, Fang Ping will set up the origin formation in MCMAU. I'll help all instructors and students. Everyone loves martial arts. Everyone fights for humanity. Martial arts must be fought. Kill your way to a bright future. MCMAU instructors and students, tell me, do you dare to fight? Are you willing to fight? Yes. A loud roar resounded throughout Magic City. I'm willing to fight for humanity. The wild roar scattered the clouds in the sky. They were willing to fight, and they dared to fight. Ha ha ha. Fong Ping laughed loudly and roared, then, set up the formation. May everyone in MCMAU be like dragons. Today is MCMAU's grand feast. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. The commotion was incomparably huge. At this moment, Fong Ping's vitality covered the entire MCMAU. MCMAU turned golden and blood red. Blood red and gold red alternated and began to cover the surroundings. First, it was the school archives. There seemed to be some changes in the school archives. At this moment, it was as if a phantom appeared, merged with heaven and earth, and disappeared without a trace. At the bottom of the school archives, Tang Feng, who was standing in front, suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, his expression changed. At this moment, in the sky, a golden silhouette appeared, an incomparably huge silhouette. At this moment, Tang Feng roared excitedly. I, Tang Feng, will forge a golden body today. As long as my golden body is not destroyed, I will not stop fighting. Rumble, heaven and earth roared again. This fellow who was known as Mad Lion was now really like a golden mad lion, his body shining with golden rays. Golden body formed. A loud roar resounded in all directions. In the sky, a gigantic golden lion appeared. Tang Feng could not stop laughing maniacally. He had achieved a golden body. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor on this day, MCMAU shocked the world. Tang Feng instantly reached the golden body realm. He had just completed it when Lu Fengger did not utter a single word. Her body flashed with golden light, and she smashed the big lion in the air with a punch. A fiery red phoenix soared in the void. On this side, the phoenix was still soaring. On the other side, the bridges between the heavens and the earth appeared one by one. Not just one, a lot, by Ruoshi, Zhao Lei, Fu Chongding, Zhang Yu. At this moment, many peak rank 6 powerhouses began to materialize their mentality. In the sky, the imperishable substance fell like rain. Fong Ping stood proudly in the void. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of imperishable substance emerged in the air. Energy converged from all directions. The entire Magic City could feel the terrifying energy from MCMAU. The teachers and students soared into the sky, bathing in the golden ocean. Celestial bridges appeared one after another, blocking Lu Fengger's phoenix. Lu Fengger pursed her lips. At this time, Old Manly leaped into the air. A large path appeared. He covered 100 meters with one step, showing off his prowess. Today, 100 flowers were blooming. On the other side, Wu Quishan stepped on the air and came over. He let out a soft humph and stepped on Great Path. Great Path spread and smashed Old Man Li's Great Path instantly. How dare they compete with him on a mere 600-meter long road? My Dao is 999 meters long. Even if it wasn't as strong as you, it had to be longer than you. Old Man Li rolled his eyes. Old Wu, this old thing, could only do this kind of thing. Wu Quishan had just displayed his great path when Gua Xinquan and the other 2 rank 9s came over from the other side, exchanging glances. The 3 of them felt that they could not do it alone. The 3 of them roared, and in the sky, 3 great paths appeared. Originally, they were around 200 to 300 meters away, but at this moment, they all took a step forward. The 3 paths were joined together, and they were slightly longer than Wu Quishan's. If one person can't suppress you, then 3 people will. No matter how strong you are, I'm longer than you. Wu Quishan's face darkened. 3 rank 9 martial artists had shamelessly linked the paths together. You might as well send more people to build a 10,000-meter path. 100 flowers bloom. It was truly the blossoming of 100 flowers, stirring people's hearts. On the other side, Lu Polu sighed and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, this old man should just keep a low profile. The golden body flickered for a while. At this moment, a great path appeared in the void. Lu Polu glanced at it and landed on the ground. Forget it, this old man won't fight anymore. There was no way to compete, his origin had just appeared, and he had yet to take a step forward. He was still at the starting point, unable to show off. It was different from Yang City. After all, most of the people in Yang City were ordinary people. War. How many times had anyone experienced it? But what kind of place was MCMAU? This was humanity's frontline against the catacombs. Too many heroes had died in battle here. One after another, Wu Quishan, Li Chongqing, Fong Ping, Tian Mu, Wu Chuan. Powerhouses like these had all contributed greatly to mankind in the catacombs. With them around, MCMAU would be invincible. With them around, MCMAU would never lose. In terms of belief, who in MCMAU did not have a strong fighting spirit, the martial Dao experts were competing with each other for beauty. You're on top of me, I'm on top of you. Rank 9s looked for rank 9s, rank 8s looked for rank 8s. The middle and low-ranked martial artists were also extremely excited at this moment, vitality force flickering on their bodies. At this moment, a figure was thrown over from afar. Without anyone noticing, the figure was thrown to the ground. Fang Yuan looked up in confusion. Why did Big Cat throw me here, in the air? Fang Ping glanced at her but did not say anything. Round had already appeared in the materialized object when he had materialized, but there had never been any feedback. The Round in the source world was also a lazy girl who only ate origin chi and did not work. Fang Ping seriously suspected that this girl could not get any feedback from him at all. The truth was as expected. This girl did not have any reaction. This was because Fang Yuan did not identify strongly with MCMAU. Not just MCMAU, she did not have strong feelings for Sun City. Her feelings were only for Fang Ping and her parents. She did not identify with the overall situation of mankind. She did not practice martial arts to be a hero or a hero. On the day she decided to apply for MCMAU, she only thought about getting closer to her brother. Even if she could not help, she wanted to run. This was Fang Yuan's true intention. She did not have the ambition to rule the world. She just wanted a complete family. It was that simple. In her eyes, her brother could not die. Her parents could not die. Her good friends could not die. It was the same as Fang Ping in the past. It was unrealistic for the current Fang Yuan to have a sense of righteousness to fight for the country and for mankind. Not all of MCMAU's instructors and students could get feedback. In a school with tens of thousands of students, almost half of them were currently in school. However, only about half of them changed. This meant that the remaining half of them did not have as strong a will as imagined. Fang Ping was not surprised. They were all a group of young people. Some of the students actually did not participate in the war many times. How could they be like Fang Ping and the others, who had seen so much and knew how tragic the race war was? These people did not understand. Being able to have half of them was already beyond Fang Ping's expectations. This meant that these people's will was extremely strong. They received feedback almost instantly. This meant that they all agreed with some of Fang Ping's ideals, or that everyone's ideals were the same. Only in this way could these people receive feedback so quickly. Everyone competed with each other. More and more people became stronger. As for Fang Ping, his origin chi was also overflowing at this moment. However, it did not appear as a Dao. Instead, it was an oppressive force that shook the heavens. It did not mean to hurt people, but it shook the surroundings. Far away, silhouettes appeared one after another. The powerhouses from all sides who had not left were all extremely shocked at this moment. The origin formation. How does the origin formation set up? This is too scary. Everyone was extremely shocked, dumbstruck. In this short period of time, MCMAU had one more rank 9, Lu Polu. In this short period of time, MCMAU had 3 more rank 8 martial artists. There were 20 more rank 7 martial artists. What did this mean? At this moment, there were about 60 high-ranked martial artists in MCMAU. What did this mean? Even the Grandmaster and overseas Immortal Islands powerhouses were extremely shocked. High-ranked martial artists were really not cabbages. It might seem like a lot, but it was the accumulation of time. The people in MCMAU were young. In the crowd, Jade Hollowchild muttered, as expected. The Tao of the human world has loosened. The closer one is to a human king, the easier it is to prove one's Tao. This sentence was coincidentally heard by Li Wuji, who was nearby. Shock was written all over Li Wuji's face. Tao, loosened, there was such a thing. In the next moment, Li Wuji suppressed his fear of MCMAU. His fear of Fang Ping suddenly became incomparably huge, shooting toward MCMAU. Fang Ping was ready to attack when Li Wuji suddenly roared, "It's not easy for the human race, it's not easy for the human king. I have never cried in my life, but today I feel so uncomfortable that I want to cry." Li Wuji's ability is limited. I can only let the water clan and the human race form an alliance of life and death. Li Wuji is willing to be the human race's sea guardian, to suppress the chaos of embittered sea. I hope the human king will grant my wish. Everywhere was silent, everyone was stunned. This was the first force to surrender to the humans, one of the 33 immortal islands. Would the venerable water power overlord kill this calf when he returned? Definitely, Li Wuji was actually going to be the human race's sea guardian. Sea guardian, had it, back then, the sea guardian was the heavenly court's sea guardian, suppressing the chaos of embittered sea. Now, Li Wuji was going to be the human race's sea guardian. This was different. The 33 immortal islands were all guarded by venerable emperors. The venerable water power overlord was even Emperor Nan's mount back then. His status was also noble. Yes, noble, the human race was just a group of mortals. Emperors surpassed immortals. It was not a shame for the water power to be the emperor's mount. It was an honor. And Li Wuji was actually going to be the human race's sea guardian. The human race did not have the strength to unify the three realms. They were even in a precarious situation. But now, this bull had gone crazy. Fang Ping was also surprised. Li Wuji was going to be the human race's sea guardian. Humans had not set foot in the Forbidden Sea at all. The Forbidden Sea was extremely powerful. Fang Ping did not dare to set foot in it rashly. The few times he went to the Forbidden Sea, he returned quickly, not daring to stay for long. Fang Ping was surprised. Li Wuji's 4 hooves were half bent, and his mentality exploded. I hope the human king will grant my wish. I confer the title of Li Wuji as the Sea Guardian. Different from the Heavenly Court Sea Guardian, Li Wuji will be the human race's Sea Guardian. Li Wuji, Luo Yu's face was blank. He could not help but shout. Are you crazy? Li Wuji. Yu Wuhua also frowned and said softly, Embittered Sea, the land of the 33 immortal islands. In other words, humans could not step into it. The catacombs could not step into it. This was the territory of the 33 immortal islands. In the sea, there were 33 venerable emperors. Now, the water power clan was actually going to rely on the humans. It was beyond their expectations. Li Wuji did not care about them. At this moment, Li Wuji only remembered one sentence. It might be easier to advance when one was close to the human king. What did these guys know? The celestial cemetery was a scam. Who knew if his elder ancestor would come back? The water power clan did not have a venerable emperor to guard it anymore. He was the strongest powerhouse of the water power clan. If he did not find a backer now, he would die. The human race was not considered strong, but that was only in terms of overall strength. There were still many powerhouses. Right now, in the 3 realms, the human race was in the limelight. The key thing wasn't the cat still here? Even the cat was here. So what if the old cow defected to Fang Ping? While Fang Ping was still in a daze, Li Wuji roared again, Human King, please confer the title. I am the Sea Guardian, and I will guard the sea for the human race. If the Water Power clan does not perish, the sea will be peaceful. Water Power Divine Island, 32 rank 9 demons. 178 rank 8 demons, 256 rank 7 demons. More than 10,000 demons below rank 7. Water Power Divine Island, 1 venerable emperor and 2 venerable emperors. I am willing to guard the sea for the human race. Fang Ping frowned and said lightly, the venerable emperor of water power is not here. Li Wuji, you are not qualified to represent the Water Power Divine Island. Li Wuji is not talented. When the ancestor left, he said that the Water Power clan will be under Li Wuji's command. Before the ancestor returned, I will be the clan leader of the Water Power clan. Li Wuji's voice reverberated in all directions. The cow's cry shook the sky. I'm definitely defecting. Look, Wu Quishan had reached the end of his great path. That longevity sword had walked another 100 meters. It was too scary. His great path was more than 900 meters. He was a powerhouse of rank 10 origin. If he could see a little bit of hope in the great path, he might be able to prove his Dao peak very soon. Even the cat had defected to the human race. He was just a small cow. What was wrong with defecting? Now that he had defected, they were a family. If he met the cat in the future, he probably would not eat the old cow, right? Li Wuji had a lot of ideas. Fang Ping's gaze was also strange. The overseas immortal islands were not weak. They were very powerful. They walked in the Forbidden Sea. Those who were not rank 8 could not enter the sea. Therefore, there were many rank 8 and rank 9 powerhouses. The Water Power clan had more than 30 rank 9s and more than 100 rank 8s. Fang Ping was not surprised. Without so many powerhouses, it was not a clan to count on an emperor level. That big crow was also very powerful. No one said that it was a clan. It had ruled many rank 8 and rank 9 demon clans. What surprised Fang Ping was that under such circumstances, Li Wuji, this cow, actually wanted to defect to the human race. This was the first time since the beginning of the world, saying this in front of all the powerhouses. This was not a secret alliance. This was an alliance of life and death. Was he crazy? He felt that Li Wuji was a little crazy, although he did not understand. At this moment, Fang Ping still shouted, "Li Wuji, have you thought it through? Overseas is where the evil sect's base camp is. We humans have many enemies. The evil sect is one, the catacombs is one, the boundaries are one, even the outland is one. If you guard the sea for the human race, alone in the sea, it is very likely that you will be destroyed tomorrow. I have thought it through." Li Wuji's roar shook the sky. The Water Power clan is willing to guard the sea for the human race. Fang Ping was silent for a moment. In the next second, he shouted loudly, his voice shaking thousands of miles. Today, the human race is willing to form an alliance with the Water Power clan. An alliance of life and death. In the name of the human king, I confer the Water Power clan leader Li Wuji as the human race's sea guardian. His voice spread in all directions. At this moment, there were powerhouses floating in the air from all directions, their faces shocked. One of the 33 immortal islands overseas had formed an alliance with the human race. The human race had their first official ally. The human race bears witness. Fang Ping shouted again, "The human race bears witness." In the crowd, Wu Quishan and the others were also wild with joy. This was not just a matter of the Water Power clan, but a trend, a general trend, an inspiring feat. Someone is willing to form an alliance, one of the immortal islands overseas, with a venerable emperor in charge. The human race bears witness. Everyone roared, joy was written all over their faces. Today, many good things had happened. Today, MCMAU was strong. Who would have thought that there would be overseas forces coming to seek refuge at this time? The conferment of the human king meant that Li Wuji considered himself subordinate, not an alliance of equals. This was too unbelievable. The human king is invincible. The human race is invincible. The Water Power clan is invincible. His voice resounded in all directions, spreading outwards continuously. Wave after wave, Magic City heard it. In the next moment, it spread in Donglin, which was adjacent to Magic City. In the next moment, it spread even further. One by one, the powerhouses rose into the air, shouting in all directions. It was too exciting. When the 3 realms ranking list was released that day, everyone knew that this world was divided into 3 realms, and among them, the overseas immortal islands were terrifyingly powerful. On the emperor ranking, the overseas immortal islands had the most venerable emperors, the 33 immortal islands, each island had one force. But how many days had it been? The Water Power divine island and the human race had become allies, and the human race was the dominant one. The whole world was in an uproar. Moreover, it was conceivable that after the news was brewed and spread, the 3 realms would be shaken. This was the first time that people would consider one thing. Had the human race really become one of the overlord forces? In the king's battleground, the human race was besieged on all sides. Under the situation where Zhang Tao was almost begging, although a few venerable emperors took action, they did not say that they would seek refuge with the human race. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping had only been in charge of the human race for a few days, and there were already forces coming to him, MCMAU. When Fang Ping conferred the title of Li Wuji as the human race's sea guardian, Li Wuji showed great joy on his face. Old Niu was the first to seek refuge. If it was easy to prove one's Tao, Old Niu should have been the first to do so. The most important thing was, he had become a family with the cat. How great! Greetings, King. Li Wuji's voice was louder this time, resounding throughout Magic City. At the same time, the Fang family. The cat felt a little regretful. This cow, was so smart, if he was raised to emperor level, would this cat still eat him? Sigh. The cat sighed, a little melancholy. Soon, the image of the cat appeared in Fang Ping's mind, not as clear as before. Liar, liar, answer the phone. Fang Ping was still immersed in the trance of the water power clan seeking refuge with the human race. Upon hearing that, he quickly sobered up and asked, "What's wrong?" "The Sea Guardian can't be conferred casually. This cow wants to bask in the limelight. The human race's Tao seems to have loosened a little. It's easier to reach the top. If this cow conferred the Sea Guardian title and runs away in the future, your Tao will be blocked a little." What? Fang Ping was surprised. There was such a saying? Yes, if your heart is not united, the Tao will block your path. Fang Ping focused and said quickly, "Understood. Big cat, why don't I confer a title on you and make you a glutton ambassador?" Meow. In his mind, the cat bared its fangs and brandished its claws, as if it wanted to bite Fang Ping to death. Soon, the cat's figure disappeared. It did not want to talk to the liar anymore. Fang Ping smiled, but his heart was filled with emotions. The cat did not have such thoughts. But it was fine as long as this cat did not become an enemy of humans. At the same time, Fang Ping cheered up, looking at Li Wuji and said quickly, "Li Wuji, you and I are allies in life and death from now on. The human race's difficulties are the water power clan's difficulties. The water power clan's difficulties are also the human race's difficulties. In the Forbidden Sea, your water force divine island is being besieged by demons. I will go to the Forbidden Sea as soon as possible to quell the disaster." "Thank you, King." Li Wuji roared, excited. "Look, the benefits are coming." Previously, no matter how hard he tried, Fang Ping did not say a word. Now, needless to say, Fang Ping was ready to help. Around them, powerhouses from all sides wore complicated expressions. Some looked at Li Wuji, some looked at Fang Ping, and some looked at MCMAU where someone had become stronger again. It was really a complex feeling. In MCMAU, there were close to 5,000 people. Right now, there were almost no lower ranks, middle ranks, almost all of them. MCMAU would soon enter the level of middle ranks in the whole school. This was unimaginable. A group of youths who were not even 20 years old had actually entered middle ranks. This was rare even during the Three Realms' most glorious period. Fang Ping was also full of smiles. Li Wuji's defection made MCMAU's instructors and students even more excited. As a result, in a moment, there were many more projections. In the source world, there were close to 20,000 projections now, and there were a lot of powerhouses. Old Man Li and the others were there before, but their bodies were not as condensed as now. In this moment just now, Fang Ping sacrificed a lot of vitality and imperishable substance, at least spending close to 300 million wealth points, but everything was worth it. The path of origin was harder the further one went. This was inevitable. Previously, in Sun City, 10,000 people could accelerate Fang Ping to 10 meters per day. But later, more projections from Sun City entered, reaching more than 15,000 people. Still, the speed was not high, and the increase was not as big as before. And now, as the MCMAU projections entered, Fang Ping made a simple judgment. This batch of MCMAU people was really of extremely high quality. I'm afraid it can reach 25 meters per day. Fang Ping was a little happy, a little excited. Now, his own path of origin was also a little more than 300 meters, less than 700 meters away from the real peak. Did this not mean that if everything went smoothly, he could achieve the Desperation Realm in a month? The Emperor path is too scary. Fang Ping himself was a little shocked. This path was really scary. Old Zhang's previous strength might have a lot to do with this. But soon, Fang Ping criticized in his heart. Old Zhang only ate and did not vomit, unlike him, who reciprocated each other. This was true kindness. As expected, I'm the most outstanding. Fang Ping was a little narcissistic. After so many years, did old Zhang manage to make a forced surrender to humans? Look at me. It had only been a few days, and one of the 33 immortal islands had come to seek refuge. People really could not be too outstanding. He was afraid that old Zhang would be jealous of his excellence if he knew. At this point, it's time to do something big. Fang Ping looked around, and finally looked at Li Wuji, smiling a little brightly. His smile made Li Wuji a little frightened. What was it? Old Niu has surrendered to you, what else do you want? Fang Ping did not say anything after scaring Li Wuji for a while. Today was a good day. Li Wuji had led his clan to seek refuge with the humans. Fang Ping understood the principle of 1,000 gold being exchanged for a horse's bones. Li Wuji wanted to avoid it, but he didn't dare to do so. Fang Ping was like an enlightened monk. He stepped into the air and pressed a hand on his bull's head. Li Wuji could not get any feedback from Fang Ping. At least, this bull had no intention of guarding the forbidden sea for humans. However, Fang Ping was not stingy this time. A large amount of imperishable substance surged into Li Wuji's body. Outsiders could only see the imperishable substance, but Li Wuji's eyes widened. At this moment, a large amount of origin chi surged into his source world. Originally, Li Wuji's golden body was close to 8 forges, but it had not reached this stage. However, at this moment, a brilliant golden glow erupted from his golden body. Li Wuji roared. In the next moment, his body became even bigger, golden body 8 forges, demon's physiques were strong. Even if he had not reached 8 forges, he was not weaker than a typical 8 forges golden body. Now that he had entered 8 forges, Li Wuji's strength was even stronger. Moo! A loud sound reverberated through the sky. At this moment, a huge golden bull appeared in the sky above Magic City. Li Wuji's body was huge. Not far away, Luo Yu's expression changed slightly. He could be ranked top 10 in the rank 9 ranking because of his powerful golden body, peak 8 forges. Li Wuji had entered 8 forges. Even if he was just a beginner, he was probably on par with him. According to the human physique, one could reach 140,000 calories vitality limit at rank 8. Li Wuji was origin stage 10, and his origin path had traveled close to 1,000 meters, according to the 5,000 calories vitality increase of one stage and the transformation at rank 9, Li Wuji's current basic vitality was at least 200,000 cal. This was the limit of a human. When humans reached 200,000 calories, they were almost at the peak 8 forges golden body. If they went any higher, they would be at 9 forges golden body. Normal martial artists could not reach 9 forges golden body. At this moment, Li Wuji's basic vitality was about 200,000 calories. The increase of origin path was also close to double. In theory, he had reached a limit, almost at Qi Huanyu's level. Of course, Li Wuji's strength control and combat techniques might not be as strong as Qi Huanyu's. Even so, the people watching from all directions were also shaken. Li Wuji had actually entered the 8th stage of the golden body realm. How much imperishable substance did Fang Ping consume to help it upgrade? Li Wuji, who was at the 8 forging realm, might even advance a few places in the rank 9 ranking. Li Wuji, who was already ranked 7th on the rank 9 list, might be able to enter the top 3 this time. Top 3, first place Li Chongqing. The second Ling Xiao, Li Chongqing had also improved this time. His first place would probably be secured. Ling Xiao was probably about to return to the impossible realm, and not long after, she would return to the absolute peak. Boundless Strength ranked 3rd, which was already the limit of rank 9, Li Wuji was overjoyed as well. The roar shook the heavens. Not only had its golden body improved, but Fang Ping had also provided it with some origin qi. Even its origin Dao seemed to have improved. Before this, it had already traveled more than 900 meters on its origin path. Now, it was getting closer and closer to the 1,000-meter mark. Many thanks for the help, sovereign personage. Li Wuji was satisfied and in a good mood. As expected, Old Cow's choice was correct. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Of course. We humans will definitely repay kindness and enmity. If it's an enemy, then we'll kill. If it's a friend, then we'll treat him with good wine. Brother Cow, I'll treat everyone to a banquet tonight." Li Wuji wanted to retort. "It's not appropriate to call me Brother Cow. I have a name." However, after thinking about it, he did not retort. He was a little wary of Fang Ping now. When Fang Ping grabbed his head earlier, he felt that his head would be crushed by him any time. The man and the cow conversed for a while. Fang Ping landed on the ground. He did not entertain the others. Obviously, he was sending them off. Although Luo Yu and the others wanted to enter MCMAU again to see what the origin array was, they could only give up when they saw that Fang Ping had no intention of doing so. The origin array. On this day, this name spread everywhere. The origin array in Sun City was already shocking enough. However, the one who improved the most that day was Zhang Peng's rank 8. Today, however, even rank 9 was improved. On this day, MCMAU's veteran powerhouse, Lu Polu, advanced to rank 9. This martial artist, who was the same generation as the old vice-chancellor and was not much younger than Zhang Tao, advanced to rank 7 a long time ago. However, he stayed in rank 7 for decades. After Fang Ping took charge of MCMAU, he advanced to rank 9 in just a few years. Wu Chuan, Wu Quishan, Li Chongxing, Tian Mu, Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun, Gua Xingquan, Guan Fu, Mei Lingfeng, Lu Zhen, Lu Polu, more and more rank 9s walked out of MCMAU. As for Fang Ping, the number of rank 9 powerhouses in the Heaven Division and MCMAU directly under him was also increasing. Bei Gongyan, Nan Yunping, Jing Tao, and Wang Qinghai were all under Fang Ping's command now. Other than that, there were also countless rank 8 powerhouses. In MCMAU alone, there were Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, Chen Zhenhua, Su Guqing, and many other powerhouses with rank 8 combat strength. In rank 7, the younger generation was also rising. Xiao Lei, Chen Yunqi, Fu Chongding, Zhang Yu, Bai Ruoxi. These people were not old, but they had all broken through to rank 7. In Sino Nation, starting from MCMAU, more and more powerhouses emerged. Moreover, the speed was shocking, and the coverage was still expanding. That night, Fang Ping hosted a banquet. This time, he brought out many good things to entertain the powerhouses from all sides. While Fang Ping was hosting the banquet. Destiny City. Night fell, but the Imperial City was brightly lit. The 10-day deadline had arrived. On the 5th, Fang Ping set up the origin formation in Sun City. On the 15th, Fang Ping set up the origin formation in MCMAU. During the 2 times that humans had improved, Ji Yao felt an incomparably huge pressure in the huge palace. Ji Yao did not sit on the throne. Instead, she sat on a slightly smaller throne at the side of the throne. Below her, on both sides, were powerhouses from the Destiny Royal Court. This time, there were more powerhouses. The descendants of the true king, the Royal City's city lord, the Destiny Army's commander-in-chief, the hall masters and deputy hall masters, the generals of the major border armies, and even a few top-notch powerhouses from other regions. Other than these people, the Guardian Royal Court had also sent monsters. A few rank 9 monsters that could not transform into humans had also arrived at this moment. They were especially eye-catching. Among them was Phoenix Spirit, who had escaped from the humans. Although the Destiny Royal Court had suffered heavy losses in the Land of Kings battleground, among the 800 rank 9s who had participated in the battle, less than 300 were from the Destiny Royal Court. There were 360 royal cities in the Destiny Royal Court alone. This did not even include the royal cities in other regions. Rank 9 powerhouses might not be as numerous as the hairs on a cow, but they numbered in the thousands. At this moment, there were as many as 100 rank 9s gathered in the main hall. Ji Yao, rank 8, had just entered not long ago. Beside her, Phoenix Sparrow's head was lowered, as if it had fallen asleep. It was also only a rank 8. 2 rank 8s. Facing so many rank 9 powerhouses, Ji Yao's expression was cold. There was no fear, only anger. These people were forcing her to abdicate again. At this moment, the hall master from the tribute hall, a rank 9 powerhouse who was also on the rank 9 ranking list, Universe Bao, said indifferently, "Your Highness, the 10-day deadline is up. Today, the Land of Rebirth will set up the origin formation again to enhance MCMAU's strength. One of the overseas immortal islands, Water Force Divine Island, Li Wuji's entire clan has sought refuge with the Land of Rebirth, suppressing the seas for the Land of Rebirth. As for the royal court, danger lurks everywhere. The Destiny Army is scattered and disorganized. The king has never shown up. Hall Master Qi died in battle, Commander-in-Chief Ji Nan died in battle, and many other commanders-in-chief died in the Land of Rebirth. 500,000 Destiny Army, 4 million border soldiers, now a group of dragons without a leader. The Destiny Royal Court alone had an army of 4.5 million soldiers. This did not include the guards of each royal city. nor did it include the true king's exclusive army. 500,000 Destiny Army, all of them middle-ranked and above. Although not all 4 million border soldiers were middle-ranked, the proportion of middle ranks was not small. Of course, most of them were rank 4. This was an extremely powerful force. The Ji family had suppressed the royal court for 300 years, not only because of the Life King, but also because of this powerful military force. 500,000 Destiny Army, 50 previous commanders-in-chief were all rank 9. Most of them were Ji family's direct powerhouses. In addition to Deputy Hall Master Qi Huanyu and Hall Master Ji Hong, these people were enough to suppress the entire royal court. Today, a large number of commanders-in-chief had died in battle, and they were all Ji family members. At this moment, among the remaining 10 or so commanders-in-chief, there were not many who were willing to support the Ji family. If Fang Ping were to rank Ji Hong, the morale of the people would have been gone long ago. Even so, Ji Hong had not shown up for a long time, causing the royal court to be in a precarious situation. Universe Bao said a few words, then said indifferently, the Destiny Army's Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master will be selected immediately. Reorganize the armaments, gather the royal court powerhouses to assume the commanders-in-chief, so that the Destiny Army will no longer be scattered. The stronger the land of rebirth, the more dangerous the royal court will be. Now there is an urgent report from the outer region. The land of rebirth intends to start a war in the outer region and is recruiting powerhouses from everywhere. Your Highness, the army has no commanders-in-chief, how will it fight? As soon as he said that, many people chimed in. On both sides of the basilica, powerhouses frowned. A rank 9 powerhouse in golden armor berated, the king is still here, His Highness is still here. If that's the case, His Highness assuming the position of the Destiny Army's Deputy Hall Master is enough to stabilize the army's morale. Universe Bao said indifferently, Commander-in-Chief Longshire, His Highness is only a venerable. How will he suppress the chaos? Although the king is here, the king has not shown up for a long time. Maybe he was delayed by some trivial matters. Who knows when the king will return? The army cannot be without a commanders-in-chief for a day. Do we have to wait until the land of rebirth breaks through the outer region and invades the divine land? Only then will he wake up? That's right, not just the land of rebirth. Today, the Heavenly Plant's Royal Court's Right God General has regained control of the Heavenly Plant's army and recalled the old troops. Hua Qidao is once again the left commander, supporting Li Yi to ascend to the king's position. The Heavenly Plant's Royal Court's morale is stable. Lord Monster Plant Tianyu is still here, the people are at peace, someone said sternly. If this goes on, the Destiny Royal Court will not even be comparable to the Heavenly Plant's Royal Court. The head of the 4 royal courts will become the last of the 4 royal courts. His Highness Long Qi, the son of the Myriad Demon King, has come out of retirement to take charge of the royal court, suppressing everywhere. The White Tiger King has come out of retirement to assist, and 2 true kings are keeping watch, stabilizing the royal court. To protect the royal court, the son of the Sky Demon King, His Highness Pingyue, came out of seclusion and took control of the royal court. He also suppressed the chaos in the royal court. Now, the chaos in the royal court is gradually subsiding. Only my Destiny Royal Court's King Lord hasn't returned yet. Right now, the various king cities and capital cities are all in a state of panic. If this continues, there will be trouble. Everyone spoke one after another, starting to force Ji Yao to replace Ji Hong and appoint the Heavens Mandate Army's Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master, as well as the 32 missing commanders. The Heavens Will Hall Master was also a military commander. Once he took control of the Heavens Will Hall, all the armies within the borders would be under the control of the Heavens Will Hall. Ji Yao looked at everyone and said coldly, Father is still here, and you want him to abdicate? Ji Hong was the palace master of Heavens Will Palace. Universe Bao replied indifferently, I wouldn't dare. However, now that Hall Master Qi is dead, someone must take over his position. An absent main Hall Master made no difference whether he was replaced or not. However, he had to take over Qi Huanyu's position. At the mention of Qi Huanyu, Ji Yao's expression changed again. Now, there were rumors about the catacombs. Qi Huanyu, Life Prince's son, that was nothing. The key point was that the rumors said that Ji Hong was Qi Huanyu's son. Such rumors also made the Ji family a laughingstock. Ji Yao suppressed the agitation and anger in her heart and said coldly, "Then, Hall Master Yu, who do you think is suitable to take over Hall Master Chi's position?" Before Universe Bao could speak, someone laughed and said, "Of course it's Hall Master Yu." Hall Master Yu is the descendant of the Panther King and the tribute Hall Master. He ranks third on the God General's ranking. Even in the Land of Rebirth's rank 9 ranking, Hall Master Yu ranks 20th among the 3 realms rank 9 ranking. Hall Master Yu is also a veteran of the royal court. He's experienced and prudent. Your Highness can rest assured that Hall Master Yu is in charge of the Heaven's Mandate Army. That's right, Your Highness. The royal court is in danger now. Only Hall Master Yu can turn the tide and stabilize the royal court. Looking at the powerhouses from each hall supporting him, Universe Bao did not say a word. Ji Yao glanced at the powerhouses from the other regions and said indifferently, "What do the city lords from the other regions' royal cities think?" "I have no objections. I've heard of Hall Master Universe Bao's name. He's qualified to take on this responsibility." Ji Yao's expression turned cold. Universe Bao had already stepped into the other regions? "Border Army commanders, do you have anything to say?" Among the border army generals, some were silent, some sighed, and some said, "The Sky Tiger Army has no objections." At this time, among the few demons guarding the royal court, one of the peacocks, who had been silent all this while, said with mentality, "Your Highness Ji Yao, before I came, His Highness Pingyue said that the Heaven's Mandate Army needs to pacify the people and stabilize the situation as soon as possible. If we continue to fall into disorder, Your Highness will consider recalling all the demons in the Heaven's Mandate Army." Ji Yao said coldly, "Kong Yu, this is the Heaven's Mandate Army's internal affairs. Since when do you have to step in to protect the royal court?" The peacock said coldly, "Your Highness Ji Yao, what do you mean by that? The 2 great royal courts are of the same breath and branch. Lord Mystic Dragon has been guarding the Heaven's Mandate Army for many years. Now that there are countless demons in the Heaven's Mandate Army, if the Heaven's Mandate Army is in chaos, those demons will be threatened. I have never interfered in the Heaven's Mandate Army's affairs, but now that the Heaven's Mandate Army is in chaos, what's wrong with recalling the demons?" At this time, Feng Ke raised her head and said with mentality, "Kong Yu, Lord Mystic Dragon has left. I will take care of the demons in the Heaven's Mandate Army." The moment these words came out, the peacock beast chuckled. "Your Highness Phoenix Sparrow, I forgot to inform you that the Phoenix clan has an order for you." At this time, Feng Ling said, "Your Highness Feng Ke, Lord Phoenix King has left and the clan is in chaos. The elders have ordered Your Highness to return to the Phoenix clan, Feng Ling." Feng Ke said coldly, "What right do you have to order me? You betrayed the God Continent, the demons, the Phoenix clan, and surrendered to Feng Ping. What right do you have to represent the Phoenix clan?" Feng Ling said in a clear voice, "Your Highness is right." The Phoenix spirit had indeed been held captive by the Land of Rebirth, but she had luckily escaped with her life. Currently, many powerhouses of the Phoenix clan had perished in battle, including elders from the Council of Elders. The Phoenix spirit was fortunate enough to return to the Phoenix clan and was recommended by a few elders. Now, she had entered the Council of Elders and assumed the role of the Phoenix clan's 19th elder. Now, Feng Ling has received orders from the Heaven's Mandate and the elders to ask Your Highness to return to the Phoenix clan. Your Highness, please think twice. Bastard. Feng Ke was furious. The traitor of the Phoenix clan could actually become an elder of the elders. Now that the elder ancestor was gone and she was not around, the Phoenix clan might have changed. Ask her to return, kill her. Feng Ke was also a genius of the Phoenix clan. She had already honed her golden bones when she was rank 6 and quickly advanced to rank 8. Moreover, she had signed a contract with the Phoenix clan's descendant. If everything went smoothly, she would definitely take over the position of the Phoenix clan's clan leader. But now, Feng Ke was also extremely angry. The elder ancestor is not dead yet and you dare to disobey him. Feng Ling, aren't you afraid that the elder ancestor will return? Your Highness. Feng Ling interrupted. Feng Ling only listens to the Heaven's Mandate and the Elder's Mandate. Even if the Lord Phoenix King returns, Feng Ling is only a messenger. Moreover, the Phoenix clan has no intention of disobeying Your Highness. They are only doing this for Your Highness's safety. Feng Ke wanted to say more but Ji Yao raised her hand and interrupted her. The intention of protecting the heavens mandate was very clear. They wanted to weaken the forces on her side and not give her a chance to borrow strength to protect the heavens mandate. If Fengke was recalled, she would lose the support of the demons. There were many demons in the heavens mandate now. Fengke was the descendant of the Phoenix King and one of the demons' highness. Since Xianlong was not around, Fengke had the authority to control these demons. But now, the heavens mandate had issued an order. Even if Fengke did not leave, the demons in the heavens mandate would not listen to Fengke anymore. Ji Yao's face was filled with despair. The outer region, the border forces, the various halls, including the demons, were all roped in. Who else could she rely on? Where was her father? Why was he not back yet? Previously, she thought that her father had entered the sky cemetery. But Fang Ping and the others said that her father was still there and did not enter. Could it be that he was hiding and healing himself? Father, the Ji family is in such dire straits. Why haven't you appeared yet? Ji Yao paled even more. Where should she go? While Ji Yao was thinking about Ji Hong. Outside Destiny City. Who are you? Ji Hong asked in grief and indignation. In front of Ji Hong was an old man with white hair and beard. He smiled calmly at the question. Why would a dead man need to know such things? Ji Hong, this seat didn't expect you to have a second Dao. It seems that you've been walking the origin Dao these days. Both are short, but it's still beyond my expectations. Ji Hong said nothing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You're very strong. After a moment of silence, Ji Hong said mournfully, now that there's still such a nameless expert in the three realms and someone who wants to meddle in Destiny Court, it must be someone from the divine sect. You're not stupid after all. The old man smiled. Since you've guessed it, there's no harm in telling you. I am True Lord Di Qi. True Lord Di Qi, ranked 8th among the 72 Divine Masters? Ji Hong said sadly, I see. Di Qi frowned but didn't say anything. That little bastard Fang Ping had learned some information about the divine sect that had spread throughout the three realms. 72 Divine Masters, 8 Enforcers, and 3 Sect Protectors, the news had spread far and wide. Ignoring them, True Lord Di Qi slowly walked toward Ji Hong. He'd been waiting for either Ji Hong or King Pingshan, but the latter hadn't shown up at all. Instead, Ji Hong had. Now that he had injured and killed Ji Hong, King Flattening Mountain was the only true monarch in the entire Destiny Royal Court. As an 8th-stage true god who'd walked more than 7,000 meters in the Origin Dao, Ji Hong was far inferior to a newly ascended peak like Ji Hong, even though he'd walked 2 great Daos. It wouldn't be hard to kill him now that he was injured and had nowhere to run. On the other side, Ji Hong despaired. I can join the divine sect, is that so? True Lord Di Qi smiled. He didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. House Ji had great influence on Destiny Court. If he let Ji Hong go, they could easily rebel. Universe Bao and the others, on the other hand, needed the divine sect's support. Killing Ji Hong was more in line with the interests of the divine sect. True Lord Di Qi, it's not that I can't do anything. However, Yaoer knows nothing and doesn't have the strength to fight against the divine sect. If you agree to let Yaoer go, Ji Yao, True Lord Di Qi smiled. That's not impossible, but, you're not qualified to negotiate with me. Before he finished his sentence, True Lord Di Qi's hand covered the skies and grabbed towards Ji Hong like an iron cage. Ji Hong's face was filled with despair as well, however, the next moment, it turned into a vicious expression. Die. In the void, a great Dao appeared. From all directions, countless people prostrated themselves in worship. That was the Dao of the people of the catacombs, that was the Dao of the King Lord. Ji Hong had cultivated for many years and cultivated the Dao of the people to the extremity realm. It was extremely powerful. At that moment, Ji Hong did not hesitate at all. Boom, the Dao collapsed, he self-destructed his Dao. Perfected Lord Di Qi's palm exploded and he frowned slightly, his origin Dao was shaking. However, Ji Hong was dead for sure, he seemed to have just taken a step into his second Dao. It was merely 1,000 meters. There was no way a martial artist as such would be a match for perfected Lord Di Qi if he was severely injured. Right as he was thinking, Ji Hong's aura intensified instead of weakening. Heaven destruction. His roar shook one's heart. Suddenly, a spear appeared in Ji Hong's hands with an incomparably powerful spear shadow that resembled a dragon. It seemed even stronger than his Tao of the people. However, Ji Hong had not displayed it before this. The spear was extremely fast, right as perfected Lord Di Qi was defending against the effects of his first Tao self-destruction. The spear pierced into his body in the blink of an eye. Boom, there was a loud explosion. Perfected Lord Di Qi wanted to retaliate when a dazzling spear light burst forth from his body and blood oozed from his mouth. Ji Hong's expression was cold as he retracted his spear swiftly and harumphed coldly. Di Qi, you'll definitely die if I don't. With that, he tore through the air and fled. Perfected Lord Di Qi paused on the spot for a moment and dispersed the spear light with an extremely cold gaze. The second Tao is even stronger than the first. How did he do it? Spear technique. Heaven destruction. Qi Huanyu. Perfected Lord Di Qi's gaze flickered slightly and he chased after Ji Hong without hesitation. He was starting to understand. Qi Huanyu had most likely imparted his Tao to Ji Hong. Qi Huanyu was dead and the fate monarch who walked on his Tao was dead. However, there were still people who knew how to do it. Not only that, Ji Hong entered a hopeless state swiftly after the two of them died with his Tao unobstructed. It was no wonder why his Tao was even stronger than his first Tao. Ji Hong was walking on a Tao that existed to begin with. Furthermore, Qi Huanyu must have put in a lot of effort and Ji Hong might have already walked on his second Tao prior to this and was only a step away from the peak. Qi Huanyu, what a man! Perfected Lord Di Qi knew of this man but he had not expected the other party to have such a setup. Qi Huanyu's Tao was extremely strong. If it was not, the fate monarch would not have taken a liking to him. However, the combat strength that Ji Hong displayed at this moment far surpassed that of most early-stage hopeless realm experts. The other party was not weak or at the peak. Perhaps it was a good thing that his first Tao was destroyed. If his Tao was unobstructed, he might be able to become stronger swiftly by walking on a stronger second Tao. This man must die. Otherwise, there'll be trouble in the future. Perfected Lord Di Zhou glanced sideways at Destiny City, feeling somewhat relieved. There were still many experts of the divine sect here. Although they were not at the peak, there were still dozens of rank 9 experts. Since Yu Bao dared to rebel, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Ji Hong. Perfected Lord Di Qi growled and shot through the air in pursuit. In the main hall of the Imperial Palace. Ji Yao was still unaware of what had happened outside the city. The two experts exchanged blows, but their pressure was not apparent, so Ji Yao did not sense it at all. She didn't know that her father had already appeared, but that he was being chased by someone and couldn't come to help. After being forced to abdicate the throne, her father had yet to return. Ji Yao felt immense pressure. In the main hall, Ji Yao was silent for a long time. Under everyone's covetous gazes, she was a little tired and said in a cold voice, "To become the commander-in-chief of the Heavenly Fate Army, it's not enough just because you have some strength. Wisdom, foresight, courage, and strength. Not a single one can be lacking." Universe Bao smiled faintly. "Your Highness, do you think that I lack these things?" Ji Yao doesn't know and doesn't understand Palace Master Yu. Ji Yao said coldly, but the Heaven's Mandate Army was single-handedly forged by Hall Master Qi. The Imperial Court will not let an incompetent person take the position of Hall Master either. Even if I agree to it, the Heavenly Mandate Army won't. As soon as these words came out, someone below said coldly, "That's right. The Heavenly Mandate Army will only obey the strong and the wise. Trash isn't qualified to lead the Heavenly Mandate Army." Universe Bao frowned slightly. After a long while, he slowly said, "Your Highness, you mean?" Ji Yao closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened them and said, "Hall Leader Qi died in Fang Ping's hands. If you want to be the new commander-in-chief of the Heaven's Mandate Army, you'll have to kill Fang Ping first and avenge Hall Leader Qi." As soon as these words came out, the main hall was instantly in chaos. Universe Bao's face turned ashen. He said in a low voice, "Your Highness, are you sending me to my death?" What a joke. Fang Ping had just killed a desperation top-notch powerhouse. Should he kill Fang Ping himself? Ji Yao said coldly, "Since you don't have this ability, how are you going to fight the Land of Rebirth? You swore earlier that once you became the commander of the Heaven's Mandate Army, you would suppress everyone. Is this how you're going to do it?" Universe Leopard frowned. These words were difficult to answer. Fang Ping was Qi Huanyu's murderer and the main culprit behind the Life King's death. Killing Fang Ping and making him the leader of the royal court's army would be the best outcome. But he really couldn't do it. Would King Pingshan, who was still in the royal court, dare to kill Fang Ping? Would the powerhouse supporting him dare to kill Fang Ping? Fang Ping was now in the land of rebirth. Going there to kill Fang Ping would be courting death. Even if he came to God Continent, he wouldn't dare to make a move. The person behind him was more likely. Yu Bao gestured to the person beside him. Soon, that person said, "Your Highness, why deliberately make things difficult for Palace Master Yu?" It was not the first time they had tried to kill Fang Ping in Divine Land, but they had suffered heavy casualties every time. The deaths of Hall Leader Qi and Lord Fate King were all related to Fang Ping. Not only that, it was rumored that Fang Ping had killed a few other true kings before this. The only thing we can do now is to defend against such an expert with all our might and wait for the majestic court true monarch to return, and not seek our own deaths now. Your Highness, Imperial Court has already suffered heavy losses. Now, you're still sending Palace Lord Yu to his death. Your Highness's heart. Ji Yao took a deep breath and said coldly, "Fine. If you think that this Empress is deliberately making things difficult for you, then this Empress will not make things difficult for you. But I said that a coward is not worthy of being the commander of the Heavenly Mandate Army. Kill Fang Ping. I know you don't have the capability to do so. But the Heavenly Mandate Army is the strongest army in Divine Land. Do you think you can change the commander at will? This Empress has a test." Yu Bao said in a low voice, "How does your Highness want to test us?" Ji Hong was not dead, so he did not dare to forcibly seize the Ji family's authority. There were still many people in the Ji family supporting him, so he could not attack Ji Yao. At the very least, the 500,000 soldiers of the Heavenly Mandate Army were trained by Qi Huanyu. If he forcibly took over, it might shake the army's morale. On the other hand, if Ji Yao were to confer the title, he could naturally make Ji Yao a mere figurehead, slowly eliminate the Ji family's influence, and replace her. Yu Bao considered this and did not want to shed all pretense of cordiality. Ji Yao pondered for a moment, then said, "It can't be just you. Since this Empress cannot be the commander, then I'll let you fight for it. The one with the most means and strength will naturally be the final winner. This way, it can also test your strength, wisdom, and courage. Commander Longshire, the rest of you will also participate in the fight." Ji Yao looked at the few Heavenly Mandate Army commanders and said coldly, "You all are in charge of the Heavenly Mandate Army to begin with and are more qualified than Hall Master Yu Bao to compete. Hall Master Yu Bao, if you can't even win against them, this Empress does not wish to hear such words again." Yu Bao glanced at Longshire and the rest and said with a smile, "Your Highness is right. Since that's the case, tell us how the test will be, Your Highness." There are 3 tests. First, there have been rebellions in several capital cities recently. Choose 3 capital cities, and you all lead the experts under you to quell the rebellions in the capital cities. The fastest with the least influence and the least losses will be the winner of the first round. Agreed. Yu Bao laughed and agreed without hesitation. There were rebellions in several capital cities, but the scale was not large. With his strength, he could directly attack the root of the problem and kill the rebel leaders, and the rebellions would naturally be eliminated. Second, recently, the Heavenly Plant's royal court has repeatedly violated our borders. Furchuan is testing us. When Hall Master Qi was around, he had suppressed the Heaven Plant's royal court for many years and had never lost. I will have each of you lead an army of 10,000 and fight on multiple fronts to defeat the enemy. The winner will spread the might of our royal court. This is the winner of the second round. Yu Bao frowned slightly. This matter was a little troublesome. The Heavenly Plant's royal court had stabilized faster than them. The Right Divine General Furukawa was still around, and he quickly pacified the threat to the royal court. Now, there was indeed a large army attacking the border. Furukawa was indeed testing the limits of Destiny Royal Court. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat the other party, and he was worried that the other party's true monarch would make a move. After thinking for a while, Universe Bao said, "Yes, but this is only limited to battles between armies. If a true monarch makes a move and the army is defeated, it does not count." Ji Yao snickered and said coolly, "Relax, Furchuan doesn't dare to rashly go to battle." He was also worried that his father and King Pingshan would ambush and kill him. This time, it was just a test. This empress had you bring people to repel the army only to test your abilities. Universe Bao smiled and said, since your highness has said so, I agree to these 2 tests. What's the third? The first test, martial strength. The second test, the ability to command an army in battle. The third test, guts. Ji Yao said coldly, I want you to bring troops into the outland to deter the land of rebirth. Feign an attack on the land of rebirth. Force the land of rebirth to retreat, and now, the land of rebirth is constantly moving the battlefront forward. This empress doesn't expect you to attack the land of rebirth, but can't you bring troops to deter them from retreating? If you're so useless, then just let the land of rebirth occupy the outland. What's the point of fighting? Isn't it best to let them invade God's land soon? Ji Yao sneered and said, what was common back then is now being used to test your guts. What a joke. The overall ability of the land of rebirth is far inferior to ours. This empress only wants you to force them to retreat and reduce the pressure on God's land. This isn't difficult, is it? The royal court's army can't just exist for internal strife. Universe Bao frowned. This was actually not a big deal, and the pressure was not great. What he was afraid of was a surprise attack from the land of rebirth's powerhouses. Once it was too aggressive, it would easily cause those lunatics to counterattack. They would gather all their forces to deal with one side. After thinking for a moment, Universe Bao said, Your Highness, for the third stage of the test, should I choose one of the outland by myself, or is it designated 108 territories? The pressure was different. Ji Yao said coldly, Southern Territory. The outland that is connected to Sino Nation. God's land's greatest enemy is Sino Nation. Southern Territory is connected to Sino Nation's 25 territories. The passageway is open to all 24 territories, and you can choose any. Southern Territory. As soon as she said that, many people frowned. To deter the land of rebirth in the Southern Territory required guts indeed. Especially now that Sino Nation had Fan Ping. If they were not careful and Fan Ping came, or if they provoked that person, there might be big trouble. Of course, it might not be that dangerous. As long as they did not launch a large-scale attack and let the other party misunderstand that God's land was invading the land of rebirth, Fan Ping might not dare to attack rashly. Ji Yao sneered and said, Of course, you can also call for more people to help. Although Fan Ping has the combat strength of a true king, this empress thinks that all of you should already know the Destiny Army's joint attack tactics. With 100 god generals and an army to hold the line, no matter how powerful Fan Ping is, he might not dare to take the risk. It's fine if all of you die, but if he dies, the land of rebirth will definitely be hit hard. If all of you can really perish together with Fan Ping, it will be a joyous occasion for the royal court. Having said that, she said mockingly, Of course, Fan Ping is not stupid. I'm afraid he won't dare to attack rashly. If he attacks, the other true kings will definitely not stand by and watch you get killed. Everyone was still deep in thought. Ji Yao said tiredly, Who wants to fight for the position of Hall Master? If there is, everyone has a chance. If you give up, then only Hall Master you, Longsher, and a few others will participate. Everyone looked at each other. Some of them were tempted. They wanted to be Hall Masters too. Commanding the millions of powerhouses in the royal court army was not only powerful, but there were also many benefits. The royal court's resources, treasury, and military treasury had a lot of treasures. Becoming a hall master actually gave one the chance to advance to the pinnacle. If Qi Huanyu's path had not been taken away, he would have reached the pinnacle long ago. Among the 3 god generals of the Heavenly Plant's royal court, other than the left god general who died in battle and the right god general who became the pinnacle, Li Zhu's previous ranking was even emperor level. It was easier to prove one's Dao as a military leader. Although many people supported Yu Bao this time, not all of them were united. Soon, someone laughed. Since His Highness has a test, then I'll count as one too. I'll be a foil to Hall Master Yu. It won't be embarrassing even if I lose. Yu Bao glanced at him, his eyes cold. He was also a descendant of a true king, he was not weak. Although he was not as strong as him, the gap was not big. Now, it seemed like he was tempted. It was not just him. In the next moment, a few more people laughed. We'll count as one too. Everyone knew that Ji Yao was doing it on purpose. She was deliberately baiting them and making them fight among themselves. However, this was related to benefits and proving one's Tao. No one could ignore it. Even some of the people who cooperated with Yu Bao spoke up. They were not too worried that the mysterious powerhouse would be dissatisfied. The other party wanted to support, was not specific. It was just that Yu Bao had the highest hope. If they won, as long as they continued to cooperate with that powerhouse, everything would not be a problem. Yu Bao snorted. At this moment, there were as many as 15 powerhouses ready to compete. Ji Yao said lightly, "It's good that you dare to join. Even if you can't become a hall master, it won't be a problem for those who perform well to lead an army. The Heaven's Mandate Army has 500,000 troops. 10,000 people are united, and there are only 18 surviving commanders-in-chief. There's a big gap. Everyone can try. Perhaps the other commanders-in-chief will be some of you." As soon as she said that, some people were tempted again. That was true. Even if they could not become a hall master, being a commanders-in-chief and leading an army of 10,000 was not bad. This was the strength of 10,000 middle ranks and dozens of high-ranked powerhouses. Soon, a few more people participated. Ji Yao glanced. There were 20. Some people did not participate, but that did not mean they would not participate. Perhaps they had defected to someone, such as Yu Bao. It was normal for them to cooperate. Seeing that, Ji Yao said lightly, "That's it then. In the first round, everyone can choose 1,000 people from the border troops. In the second round, you can choose 10,000 people from the border troops. In the third round, you can choose a unit of the Heaven's Mandate Army. In every round, a few people will be eliminated. I don't want to see the last 20 outer regions threatening the land of rebirth. If that happens, an even bigger war will break out." Some people thought that her arrangement was not bad. Otherwise, if all 20 of them entered the third round, would it not shock 20 places in the land of rebirth? With such a large scale, they might as well start a war. If some were eliminated, it would be relatively easier. Seeing that no one had any objections, Ji Yao said calmly, "If that's the case, everyone should prepare today. Tomorrow, the 3 rounds of tests will begin. I don't care about external forces. I don't care who you find to help. This is all your ability." Everyone was silent. This was inevitable. If one could find powerful external help, that was also one's ability. However, it was somewhat embarrassing to be exposed by Ji Yao. Ji Yao said again, "In addition, after the candidates for Hall Master and Commanders-in-Chief have been decided, I want to be crowned." As soon as she said that, many people frowned. Yu Bao said lightly, "Your Highness, the Lord has not abdicated, I know." Ji Yao said coldly, "If my father dies, you can just kill me. My father is not dead and he has long wanted to abdicate. My coronation is only natural. However, even if I die, I will die on the throne." Die on the throne. As soon as she said that, everyone's eyes flickered. That was true. If Ji Hong died, the Ji family would not be able to sit on the throne. Ji Yao would definitely die. If Ji Hong did not die, these people would not dare to kill Ji Yao. It would be the same whether she became the Lord or not. Ji Yao wanted to become the Lord because she wanted to walk the path of the people. Everyone knew that. However, a puppet lord wanted to walk the path of the people. That was just wishful thinking. Ji Yao was just making her final struggle, using the position of Heaven's Will Palace's deputy hall master and commanders-in-chief in exchange for the reputation of a puppet lord. Yu Bao thought about this and smiled. "Your Highness, you are too serious. A country cannot be without a ruler. Since the Lord has not returned, crowning your Highness is also a blessing for the palace. Then, the day the Heaven's Will Army's commanders-in-chief returns will be the day your Highness is crowned." Ji Yao laughed coldly. Without saying anything, she stood up and left. Seeing that, Feng Ke left with her. After she left, everyone in the hall looked at each other, deep in thought, and dispersed. Feng Ling and the other monsters communicated with each other using their spiritual energy. Then, they continued to meet Feng Quebec. They had to bring Feng Ke back, in the bedroom. Ji Yao was not angry. She was very quiet. After a long time, Ji Yao opened the bedroom's barrier. Then, she said in a low voice, "Feng Ke, we are at the end of our rope now. Father has not returned. Perhaps he is in danger. The palace is out of our control. The demons can no longer rely on any external forces. The 3 trials are just to buy us some time. I want to take the opportunity to kill these people. In order to deter the land of rebirth, Yu Bao and the others will definitely gather in the outskirts to prevent Feng Ping from attacking. As for me, I hope that Feng Ping will attack now and kill these people. Ji Yao, Feng Ke said worriedly, but now, we are restricted from going out. Not to mention going to the outskirts to the land of rebirth. Even if we leave the palace, there will be people watching us. And if we leave the palace, we will be in danger. They won't dare to kill you in the palace, but if you go out and get killed halfway, there will be no witnesses. Ji Yao was silent. This was the truth. She could not even go out of the palace now. So, I need someone to go out and help me deliver the message. Ji Yao looked at Feng Ke and said in a low voice, Feng Ke, only you. Only you. If the others know that I want to work with Feng Ping, the possibility of them betraying me is higher. In such a big palace, you are the only one I can trust. She could no longer trust anyone, even if Longsher and the other commanders were still supporting her now. Once they knew that she wanted to work with Feng Ping to kill those powerhouses, from the palace's perspective, that was absolutely impossible. By then, the possibility of these people betraying her would be even higher. But you can leave. Ji Yao said softly, now is your chance. Didn't Feng Ling and the others want you to return to the phoenixes? Think of a way to escape and go to the land of rebirth to look for Feng Ping. Tell him that as long as he helps me this time, I will leave the palace and will not make the land of rebirth my enemy. Otherwise, if Universe Bao and the others gain power and control the palace, even if there are powerhouses in the land of rebirth, it will be difficult to stop so many powerhouses from entering. Feng Ke said worriedly, but I'm worried that I won't be able to escape. Feng Ling and the others are all rank 9. If they can't go to the land of rebirth, Ji Yao, then I won't die. At least not now. Ji Yao's gaze was cold. Then bear with it. Bear with it like Lordly. Before my father dies, they won't dare to kill me. Feng Ke saw the determination in her eyes. She chirped a few times and said quickly, all right, then I'll go to the land of rebirth. Ji Yao heard that and her gaze was a little complicated. Be careful. You are a demon. It's very dangerous for you to barge into the resurrection passageway. Feng Ke, if I win, I will help you return to the phoenixes and take over the clan leader position. Maybe even become the lord of the palace. You be careful too. Feng Ke said no more. She had already heard the palace maids report that Feng Ling and the others wanted to see her. Magic City. A new day had begun. The sky was bright. The sun rose. Spring was warm and flowers bloomed. Spring had arrived. However, at this moment, Li Wuji did not have the slightest bit of excitement from last night. Last night, he drank too much. Feng Ping took out some good wine from his collection. It was good wine brewed with life essence to entertain his ally. He drank a little too much, it was just a nap. For a powerhouse like him, napping was fine. If there was danger, he would sense it immediately. However, when he woke up, Li Wuji was terrified. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? No, what is that cat doing? Damn it, how could I appear here? Why? Song. Emperor Song. Li Wuji was about to cry. He realized that his 4 hooves were tied up and he was hanging on a huge barbecue rack. He was going crazy, this cat wanted to eat him. Emperor Song. Calf's meat is not delicious. Emperor Song, Calf has just formed an alliance with King Chen. Emperor Song, spare me. Emperor Song, elder ancestor Calf's meat is delicious. Calf's meat is not delicious. Next time elder ancestor comes back, Calf will let elder ancestor cut his meat to serve Emperor Song. The cat lay on the ground. Small flames appeared on its claws. Its big eyes were full of contempt. Calf, the cat wagged its tail and said angrily, the liar's wine was all left for me. Last night, you drank my wine. I'm angry. What the liar had was what it had. Last night, it also smelled the fragrance and wanted to get some food. In the end, just as it rushed over, a huge water buffalo drank all its wine and ate all its dishes. Snatching food was the biggest sin. Cats were also protective of their food. Even if it did not really like that wine, the key was that it was fragrant. This buffalo actually drank its wine. The cat was a little angry. Li Wuji was about to cry. He was on the verge of breaking down. I've lost my mind. Why did I go to the banquet last night? Why did I drink and eat, most importantly? Li Wuji felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Emperor Tsang, last night, not only did calf drink that wine and eat that meat, why didn't you find someone else? The cat said lazily, they don't know that I'm still in the human world. You know. Also, I took a look. They're all humans, not demons. You're the only demon. Of course, I have to catch you. I can't eat anyone else. Li Wuji had never hated himself so much. Why was he not a human? Why did he have to become a demon? It was too unfair. Emperor Tsang, spare me. Li Wuji cried. Tears streamed down his face. He had to cry. If he did not cry, he would die. Lower your voice. The cat was unhappy. Li Wuji quieted down instantly and looked at the cat pitifully. I'm really screwed this time. The cat was finally satisfied. A smile appeared on its fat face. It said sneakily, calf, if you don't want to be eaten, tell me, where did you hide the Southern Imperial Palace? I remember that there are many delicious foods in the Southern Imperial Palace. What? Li Wuji's eyes were blank. What Southern Imperial Palace? Humph, don't try to lie to me. I'm omniscient, the old cat said proudly. Your calf hid the Southern Imperial Palace. When the heavenly realm was shattered, the Southern Imperial Palace's foundation was destroyed. That calf took the opportunity to sweep the Southern Imperial Palace away and escape to misery. I know everything. Tell me, where is the Southern Imperial Palace? Otherwise, I'm going to eat barbecue now. Li Wuji cried innocently, Emperor Tsang, calf really doesn't know. If I knew that the elder ancestor had such good stuff, calf would have asked for it long ago. How could I not be at the top now? The cat held its fat chin with its paws. It was a little distracted. Did calf not know? It was still thinking when a figure appeared. Fang Ping stood in front of the cat and smiled helplessly. Big cat, what are you doing? The cat muttered, liar, you promised to give me a lot of food and drink. Now you're not giving it to me but giving it to someone else. I'll stab you to death. King of Man, save me. At this moment, Li Wuji yelled as if he had seen his savior. Fang Ping smiled. Calm down, brother calf. I was just joking. If I really wanted to eat you, I would have eaten you long ago. He then looked at Li Wuji and smiled. But brother calf is smart. You already knew that the cat was in the human world? Li Wuji's face was full of fear. Silence the cat? Lord King of Man. I guessed it too. Previously, I sensed a monstrous might from Sister Human King. Emperor Tsang is a venerable sovereign of the demon clan. He is incomparably noble. That noble aura almost made little cow prostrate on the ground. In the entire 3 realms, the only one who can make little cow so respectful is Emperor Tsang. Li Wuji hurriedly explained, don't worry, Lord King of Man calf won't dare to say anything. Together, Lord King of Man and Emperor Tsang are invincible. The 3 realms will be unified by humans sooner or later. Calf is now the human sea guardian. Maybe he can replace him and become the sea guardian of the 3 realms in the future. Calf won't say anything. Please spare my life, Lord. Fang Ping smiled without saying a word. Only when Li Wuji was terrified did he say, what you said. How should I put it? I don't really believe you. Usually, there's a proof of allegiance. Just tell me, Lord. Calf will do his best and not let you down. Talking to smart people. Calf is so pleasant. Fang Ping chuckled. It's simple. I want to attack the 3 realms. I don't have enough manpower. I want you to lead a team of powerhouses and attack one place. Of course, I'm talking about exposing it in advance. If you don't react when I attack one place, you can monitor from the outside, but if there's a reaction, and they're ready to escape, you must stop them, if one person escapes. Brother calf, in the 3 realms, if you think you can escape from Emperor Tsang, you can try. Li Wuji was about to cry, attack one of the grotto heavens. Old Calf wasn't at the top, it didn't even need to guess to know which three great domains they were. The other party seemed to have ultimate voodoo guarding them. Wasn't this sending him to his death? Brother Calf. You're only one step away from the top now. You're a demon. You're strong and can take a beating. I'll let Minister Wu Kushan help you. If you two work together, I don't think it'll be a problem. Li Wuji put on a long face. How could he refuse? The three realms were huge, but Emperor Tsong was too powerful. Old Calf was not confident that he could escape. Fang Ping, and Emperor Tsong set him up? Li Wuji looked at Emperor Tsong and Fang Ping helplessly. It was very possible, otherwise, he would never do this even if he was beaten to death. He struggled internally, but when he saw Emperor Tsong starting to take out the Sky Destroyer and sharpen it, Li Wuji was terrified instantly. Tears streamed down his face. Since Lord King and Emperor Tsong have given their orders, Calf will definitely die. Fang Ping laughed heartily. He took a step forward and untied his four hooves, grinning. Brother Calf is indeed a good ally of humans. I believe that Brother Calf will definitely achieve great things in the future. Li Wuji looked dejected. He hoped so. Old Calf was afraid that it was over this time. This time, he had really boarded a pirate ship. Beside him, Emperor Tsong put away the Sky Destroyer. Because Fang Ping's gaze was very sneaky, Emperor Tsong was also very depressed. A swindler was trying to cheat him of his sword again. Seeing that, Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. Old Man Li really lacked a good weapon. A good weapon might be of great use. What a pity, what a pity. He cheated the cat every day. Even he felt a little embarrassed. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor. Even though he felt that it was inappropriate to lie to the cat, Fang Ping still said, Brother Cat, lend me the sky-crushing sword for a few days. I'll return it to you after I destroy the three major realms. The cat began to roll its eyes. If there was something, ask Brother Cat. If there was nothing, ask Big Cat. Now that he heard the name, he did not even need to look at the cat world to know what the scammer was going to do. No way. If he borrowed it, it would be a one-way trip. God-slaying saber, borrowed, gone. Heaven confining bell, borrowed, gone. Stone monument, borrowed, gone. Anyway, the cat realized that ever since it came to the human world, the good stuff in its little treasure vault was getting lesser and lesser. It made the cat sad. The cat wanted to leave, but Fang Ping grabbed it by the tail. At the back, Li Wuji was trembling with fear. He could not bear to watch. The cat tail was caught by someone. Was he going to kill the cat to keep it quiet? He really did not dare to watch. Li Wuji said hurriedly, Lord King, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Sure, remember, don't leak anything about the cat. I wouldn't dare, I definitely wouldn't dare. Li Wuji was terrified. How would I dare? I can't wait to stay away from you guys. I wouldn't dare to cause trouble for myself. Li Wuji ran so fast that he wished he had 8 legs. Fang Ping did not care about it. This cow would not dare to leak the secret. Even if the secret was leaked, would anyone in the 3 realms dare to provoke the cat? As soon as it left, Fang Ping began to ravage the cat's head, pinching its big fat face, smiling brightly. Brother Cat, I'll borrow it for a few days. I promise to return it to you. It's not like you don't know that every time that teacher of mine wields his sword, he shatters divine weapons. No matter how big my family business is, I can't afford that. No matter how rich I am, it's still Brother Cat's in the end. I owe you so many divine weapons. Don't I have to earn money to pay you back? Now that I've squandered everything, where would I find the money to buy food, drinks, and divine weapons for Brother Cat? Meow. The cat mourned. I don't believe it. Brother Cat, can you bear to see humans suffer heavy losses? These are the workers who are responsible for making cat food for you. Many of us have died, and no one is in the mood to work. If no one is in the mood to work, how can we make a lot of cat food? You said you wanted to save enough cat food for 10,000 years, but there was no one to work for you. Where would you get cat food, Brother Cat? Think about it. Don't you agree? Meow. That makes sense. The old cat began to doubt his life. What he said made sense, but did it have anything to do with borrowing the sky-crushing sword? Brother Cat. Fang Ping said helplessly, I'm just borrowing it. I, Fang Ping, am not the kind of person who doesn't return what he borrows. This time I intend to let Teacher Li keep an eye on Ju Feng. Without the heaven-punishing sword, he will definitely die. Brother Cat, do me a favor. He would personally deal with one of the 3 great domains. As for the remaining 2 families, he had to send people to keep an eye on them to prevent them from causing too much of a commotion. If the news spread quickly, they would know and run away. Once he escaped and went to the Forbidden Sea, he would have to be careful of retaliation. Either he didn't do it, or if he did, he would kill them all. Since the 3 venerable emperors dared to make a move, they had to be prepared to be killed. With the destruction of the 3 great domains, there would no longer be a peak in the outer domains. It would be much safer for humans to enter the outer domains to fight. Moreover, there were many good things in the bounded boundaries. Fang Ping had his eyes on them since a long time ago. In the past, he could not move them away. When he could move them away, the emperor level was still around. He could not find fault with them for no reason. But now, there would be no problem. The cat was also very sad. Liar, I almost don't have utensils to eat anymore, and you want to borrow it again. If you don't return it this time, I will poke you to death. Let me tell you, I mean what I say. I will poke you to death. Don't worry, don't worry. Fang Ping patted his chest and promised. The cat suddenly became sad for no reason. The more you promise, the more I dare not believe you. So sad, the cat reluctantly handed the heaven-punishing sword to Fang Ping, then retracted its claws. It really could not bear to part with it. What if the liar did not return it? Seeing its expression, Fang Ping almost snatched and dragged it before he finally took the heaven-punishing sword in his hand. He smiled so widely that his teeth were showing. However, seeing the cat's sad look, Fang Ping hurriedly comforted it. Don't worry, when the humans win and I am not dead, I will be responsible for your food and drink in the future. Big Cat, I will build you a huge cat palace in the future. You can have anything you want. Don't worry, I will raise you like a son, or even a daughter. The cat rolled its eyes madly. It always felt like it was being taken advantage of. Why did these words sound so awkward? Fang Ping grinned, smiling brightly. He ravaged the cat's fat head again. Why did this cat become cuter the more he looked at it? It was such a good cat. Speaking of which, Fang Ping rubbed his chin. Big Cat, you are a male cat, right? Spring is here. Do you need me to find you a female cat? Meow. The cat was angry. It swatted its tail, causing Fang Ping to take a few steps back. It laughed loudly. The cat muttered. It could not even swat this fellow away. Liars were getting stronger and stronger. However, humans. When they became stronger, they sometimes became bad. The cat lay lazily on the ground, facing the morning sun. Looking at Fang Ping, who was laughing heartily, it quieted down, as if reminiscing about the past. It was only at this moment that one could see a trace of vicissitudes in the cat's eyes. It was not a kitten, nor was it a pet cat that knew nothing. It was the first cat in the 3 realms, it was also the oldest creature in the 3 realms. In this life, it had seen too much. It had seen too many heroes, ambitious and ruthless people, overlords, and emperors. It had seen too many, so many that it had sealed its own memories, not wanting to recall all of it. Meeting Fang Ping was just a memory that was not worth mentioning in these long years. It had come into contact with many people. Some people succeeded. After succeeding, they forgot everything and their original intentions. Some people failed. After failing, they died in despair, leaving only a heart full of unwillingness and indignation. There were also people, in short, this life had been so long that it was a little tired. It did not know what the future of the person in front of it would be. The cat squinted its big eyes, looking at Fang Ping. Where will you go? It had witnessed the world changing into mulberry fields. In the past 10,000 years in the 3 realms, there was no one more amazing than Fang Ping. Fang Ping smiled and looked down at the cat under the sun. He saw the vicissitudes of life and suddenly felt a little emotional. He chuckled. Big Cat, why don't you stop wandering the 3 realms? It's so tiring to run even though you're eating. Why don't I take care of you? This was a stray cat, a cat that wanted to eat and drink and live a relaxing life. But the ways of the world were cruel. Even if it was just a cat, it had its troubles too. It had lived for too long. This was a sin. Maybe its divine weapon was just an insignificant toy in its eyes, but there were people who wanted to snatch it. Maybe the combat techniques and secrets it knew were just a little decoration in this life, but there were people who wanted to know, wanted to obtain, wanted to force it out. Including why it had lived for so long. Maybe there were people who had always been thinking about it. You take care of me? The cat opened its eyes, its chubby face twisted. It struggled and said, "You can't take care of me. I want to eat a lot and sleep for a long time. Once I wake up, maybe you'll die." The cat said sadly, suddenly getting up and leaving. "Yes, once I wake up, you'll die. Why do I need a master? Demons are heartless, but I'm not a demon. When I wake up, the world has changed. I have no friends, no family, nothing. I have nothing. Back then, the dog that bullied me said it would protect me for a lifetime, then died. Meow, indescribable sadness, indescribable grievances. A cat's life was so lonely. Who could accompany it? Behind it, Fong Ping laughed. Be a happy cat. If I die, I'll give birth to a son to take care of you. If my son dies, I'll give birth to a grandson. It's the same. Big cat, think about it. Meow, I won't think about it. The cat did not even look back. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared on the spot. It's not enough for you to trick me. You want your son, your grandson, to trick me for generations. I won't do it. A liar's son is a liar, his grandson is a liar, his whole family is a liar. I won't believe a liar anymore. Moreover, the liar was a single dog, the cat muttered. Big Dog was so perverted. The first dog in the world was not single. Why would humans say it was a single dog? After tricking him into getting the Sky Destroyer, Fong Ping quickly passed it to Old Manly. In the next few days, Fong Ping began to prepare. This time, he wanted to annihilate the 3 major territories. He could not be careless. If he could not eliminate the root of the problem, it would easily leave behind a huge hidden danger. The pinnacle of the 3 major territories must be killed, moreover, he had to guard against the evil sects and the catacombs' involvement. Not only must he be ruthless, he must be fast. He let forces like Wuyu Mountain take action to divert attention, so that those people's attention would be focused on the place where these people were. As for himself, he would lead some elites to raid the 3 major territories. This is the first big thing I want to do after old Zhang and the rest leave. It must go smoothly. It must be steady. Fong Ping told himself again and again to be steady. The 3 major territories must be eradicated. Disregarding other things, the 3 passageways were huge hidden dangers. He did not want true Lord Earthly Zhou's incident to happen again. If I annihilate the 3 major territories, Grandmasters might be on guard. I won't be surprised if they join forces to deal with me. Fong Ping considered the consequences. After this, regardless of success or failure, Grandmasters would definitely be extremely vigilant. There are currently 9 known pinnacles and Grandmasters. I don't know if there are any hidden ones, but, other than the 9 pinnacles, the others can't pose an absolute threat to humans. Humans must produce another pinnacle, at least one. Otherwise, once I leave, no one will be able to protect Earth. Although Tsang Mao was around, Fong Ping could not pin his hopes on him. Right now, the people who had the highest hopes of achieving the pinnacle were Wu Quishan, Tian Mu, Su Yunfei, and a few others. Tian Mu was walking the Pine King's path, a flat plain. Perhaps with enough origin qi, he could continue. Fong Ping was already considering whether to provide Tian Mu with a large amount of origin qi. Time passed, day by day. In these few days, some things happened in the catacombs. A war broke out in Destiny Royal Court. The Royal Court quelled the chaos and killed many people. Over at Heavenly Plant's Royal Court, a few battles also broke out with Destiny Royal Court. There was also some insignificant news that a few demons were fighting in the restricted area. Some demons escaped into Mount Royal Sea, as if they wanted to break into Mount Royal Sea and seek refuge in the outer realm. Over at Heavenly Plant's royal court, the right divine general supported Li Yi to ascend to the position of lord and began to reorganize military affairs. Over at Grandmasters, all the Grandmasters shut their doors and did not come out. It seemed like they were also waiting for something. Some of the catacombs dynasties and divine sects were also moving. It was said that in one of Heavenly Plant's royal court's dynasties, there might be a true king who had not left. It was said that the true king's companion monster plant had broken through to the desperate realm. Not long ago, an unfamiliar powerhouse entered the territory. There seemed to be some movement. As a result, a powerful chi dynamic erupted that day, killing many rank 9 powerhouses. When the news came, Fang Ping was also changing his information records. Xianxia dynasty. Suspected to have a desperate realm guarding. The Desperate Realm powerhouse is the true King Xianxia's companion monster plant, a mysterious ancient tree. Xianxia dynasty, established 1,000 years ago, affiliated to Heavenly Plant's royal court. The true King Xianxia's strength is average. I don't know if he died in the last battle. Xianxia dynasty and Mount Royal Sea are not connected. They rarely come into contact with humans. The dynasty's strength is unknown. Heavenly division. Fang Ping recorded the information line by line. One more paragon meant one more surprise. Many paragons had appeared in Heavenly Plant's royal court now. King Huai's whereabouts were unknown. Sky Elm and Old Creek were both in the imperial city. Now an ancient tree had appeared. There were already 4 desperate realms. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. Fang Ping could only sigh. The catacombs was too big. It was difficult to explore clearly. There were paragons who hid their auras. Unless they were also desperate realms and were separated by about 1,000 miles, there was no hope of discovering the other party. Otherwise, it was difficult for the weak to discover the abnormality. There were movements in the catacombs. There were also movements on the human side. The 3 elite armies, Wuan Army, Fallen Star Army, and National Garrison, were gathering, preparing for a great war in the Outland. Forces like Weiyu Mountain and Wangwu Mountain were also mobilizing powerhouses, preparing to participate in the war. The specific target had not been determined yet. However, the location of the war was very likely to be the Southern Territory. Other countries and Holy Lands also had powerhouses coming to Sino Nation one after another, including some of the Holy Land's elite armies. Overseas, the monsters besieging the island was still ongoing. The island had a defense system and was guarded by powerhouses. Until now, he only heard that 2 of the islands had been breached. The other places were still in a state of panic. The divine sect, on the other hand, had completely disappeared. There was no news from the divine sect on Earth or in the catacombs. Just as Fang Ping was recording the news, someone knocked on the door. Come in. The next moment, Peak Rank 6 Ling Yi entered the door. She looked at Fang Ping, not saying a word. Fang Ping looked up, but quickly lowered his head to continue recording. He said, "If you have something to say, say it." Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not even raise his head. He said lightly, "This is the heavenly division." Ling Yi suppressed her anger and said angrily, "Minister Fang. Lord King. Are you forgetting something? Say it. It seems like you've really forgotten." Ling Yi said angrily, "Yunqi has left Sino Nation for 20 days. February 28th, the day you left, she left. Now so many things have happened, and Yunqi is nowhere to be seen. If she knew that you'd become a king, I'm afraid she would have come back to congratulate you. But she didn't come back even after such a big event. And you? I'm afraid you've forgotten. There are too many people who flatter you. How can you still remember that woman? 3 days ago, Grandmaster Chen Yaoting broke through to rank 9 and entered the catacombs in South Capital alone. Until now, there has been no news from him. Minister Fang, an old man like you probably didn't care about all this." Fang Ping raised his head, looked at her, and said lightly, "Ling Yi, do I need you to remind me of all this?" "Humph." Ling Yi said angrily, "Every time you go to the catacombs, Yunqi is scared out of her wits. She doesn't eat or drink. She only knows how to cultivate. Her only thought is to increase her strength so that she can share your burden. What about you? You eat well and sleep soundly. You're a king now, the leader of the human race. Yes, you're very powerful, so powerful that people fear you, but you can't have a conscience. I can live up to my conscience. Fang Ping snorted. Ling Yi, you have no right to criticize me. What you eat, drink, wear, use, and use for cultivation, I, Fang Ping, killed in the catacombs with my saber and spear, robbed, and seized. I fought with the catacombs' ultimate peak, and you were still basking in the sun on Sky Island. You have no right to criticize me. You were the same rank as me in rank 3 back then. What can you do now? As for me, I'll say something that you don't want to hear. I'm shouldering the pressure of the entire human race. What do you know? You're just a little girl, you only know how to talk nonsense. Ling Yi gritted her teeth and said in a muffled voice, yes, I don't know anything. I'm not as great as you, but Yunqi's whereabouts are unknown now. Can't you go to the catacombs in South Capital to look for her? I can't go now. Fang Ping frowned. Stop talking nonsense. I know better than you. Either she's fine, or, it's been 20 days, and she's already dead. Fang Ping's eyes glinted coldly. He said in a low voice, I still have things to arrange here. We'll know in a few days. Your mission now is to break through to rank 7 and join the battle at the front line, not to talk to me about this. Fang Ping stood up and shouted, go, cultivate, assemble. Prepare for the upcoming battle. Who asked you to stay on Sky Island? I, Fang Ping, nurture martial artists who are willing to fight, not vermin. If you don't have any credit, go back to CCMAU. Don't embarrass me in the Sky Division. Ling Yi's face was flushed. She gritted her teeth, turned around and left. Just as she left, Old Manly came in through the door, laughing. Why are you angry? Your temper is rising. She's just big boobs and no brains, didn't you call her little boobs? Why did you change it? Fang Ping rolled his eyes, speechless. Since when did you have this hobby? You even listen to gossip. How many years ago was that? How many years ago? Old Manly did not know whether to laugh or cry. Just 2 years. Not even 2 years. Speaking of which, when you fought with her, that old thing Chen Ting was still watching from the sky. In the blink of an eye, that old thing is also rank 9. After coming out of the catacombs, Chen Ting, who was severely injured, was really stimulated this time. In a spurt of energy, he broke through to rank 9 directly. 6th refinement advancement, he did not wait any longer. 6th refinement golden body, breaking through to rank 9 directly. According to the old man's foundation as the first rank 7 back then, breaking through to 6th refinement was not a big problem. But Chen Yaoting gave up, just like old Manly who did not reach peak 9 refinement, they could not wait any longer, what the future prospects were, they did not care. It was enough to seize the present. Because no one knew if they still had a future, old Manly lamented, but soon laughed. Alright, let's not talk about this. Are you going to Mount Luofu this time? Fang Ping nodded, sat down and said, I'm going to Mount Luofu, you go to Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, Li Wuji bring people to Hutong Mountain. Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven is the weakest of the 3 major grotto heavens, but it is also said that there is an absolute venerable guarding it. I'll let Ironhead accompany you. He has Emperor armor, he can help you block a killing blow. And your explosive power is very strong now, don't fight to the death with the other party. Entangle the other party, or just don't fight at all. Even if the other party really runs away, your mission is to keep an eye on the other party's whereabouts. When I destroy Mount Luofu, immediately come to help and annihilate them. Old Manly pondered. I'm not worried about my side, I'm worried about you. Kid, the other party is a genuine absolute venerable, and also an old antique. The probability of a weak absolute venerable is not high. Under normal circumstances, after all these years, no matter how weak the other party is, they still have 1,000,000 vitality. Also, Mount Luofu is one of the 10 major grotto heavens, it is not comparable to other grotto heavens. I'm worried, even more than one absolute venerable. Some of them may not wake up from their deep slumber, but once you ambush the other party and break through the sect, no matter how deep they sleep, they will still wake up. I heard that some absolute venerables have reached the end of their lifespans and have no choice but to sleep. I'm afraid there are still such old monsters. As he said that, Old Manly said in a low voice, "Why don't we not split up? Let's concentrate our forces and besiege one place. Bring Iron Head and the rest. At the crucial moment, you can still use the combined combat techniques, this way the chances are higher." Fang Ping was too ambitious. Old Manly was extremely worried that he had to destroy 3 major territories in one go. Fang Ping laughed, however, and said, "If we concentrate our forces, we have the confidence to destroy one place. But if the absolute venerable dies, the movement will not be small. The other 2 major territories will receive the news very soon. Once they escape, it will actually be more troublesome." Fang Ping laughed. "Don't worry, I'm not as weak as you think. It's fine if I don't move, but if I move, I will definitely destroy the other party. Kid, tell me honestly, how far have you gone in your origin path?" Old Manly frowned. "Also, how strong is your vitality exactly?" Fang Ping laughed. "Not far, about 1,000 meters, get lost." Old Manly scolded. Was he addicted to bluffing people? "You can bluff me too." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. Today was already the 20th of March. It had been a week since he beheaded True Lord Earthly Zhou, and 5 days since he integrated the MCMAU. These few days, he had improved very quickly. However, Fang Ping also felt something. As he advanced on the road, his speed was also decreasing. The origin path, the further he went, the harder it was. If on the day he integrated the MCMAU, he could walk 25 meters a day, on the second day, it would be 24 meters, on the third day, it was still decreasing. Of course, there were projections from Sun City and MCMAU every day, barely maintaining a balance. However, Fang Ping knew that this was just the beginning. When no more projections from Sun City and MCMAU came in, and the further he went on the origin path, the slower he would be. At this moment, Fang Ping also knew that he was too optimistic. That was true. How could the difficulty of a 1,000-meter road and a 10,000-meter road be the same? Reaching the absolute venerable in a month. I'm afraid it's now an extravagant hope. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. Too slow, he could not say this out loud. If he said it out, he would be spat on. Wealth, 7. 5 billion points. Vitality, 499,999 calories, 4,999,999 calories. Mentality, 10,685 Hz, 10,685 Hz, can be cut. Origin, longitudinal 450 meters, plus 45%, horizontal 3090 meters, plus 39%, combat techniques, nameless saber technique, plus 6%, void-piercing swordsmanship, plus 3%, manic explosion blade, plus 1%, combat technique combination deduction, 1 million points / time origin energy conversion, 100,000 points / 1 cloud energy shield, 1 point / minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points / minute, plus, origin detailed analysis. 10 to 100 million points / time power control, 75% limit outburst, 682,120 cal / 905000 cal. At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to have reached a bottleneck. His vitality had stopped at the 500,000 calories threshold. His limit had already surpassed the weak paragon. At this moment, Fang Ping could be said to truly possess the combat strength of a desperation realm. After all, he still had the divine weapon, reaching the limit of more than 900,000 calories. Even a desperation realm would need many years. However, Fang Ping was still not satisfied. Among the old antiques nowadays, how many of them were at the weak paragon? According to his plan, he would take action in 3 days. He did not know if he could break through the bottleneck in 3 days. Let his origin path exceed 500 meters, let his vitality exceed 500,000 calories. Time can't be delayed, Fang Ping mumbled in his heart. If he delayed any longer, there would be trouble. He could not go to the South Capital catacombs to search wantonly, lest he alert the enemy. 3 days. 3 days later, he had to take action. I hope my combat strength will be even stronger then. I can conceal my aura. This is my magic weapon to win. What Fang Ping was prepared to do was to scheme against the unsuspecting. He did not plan to attack forcefully. Only an idiot would attack forcefully. Inform all parties, we'll take action in 3 days. Fang Ping spoke, but did not mention his strength. A mere 900,000 calories limit. It was fine if he did not mention it. The outside world thought that he had the strength of a peak rank 5. He was nothing. Old Manly saw that he had no intention of changing his plan, so he did not say anything more. He stood up and said, "All right, then I'll inform all parties." "Oh right, there's some chaos in the Donglin catacombs. It seems like a monster broke into the Donglin catacombs. Now there are powerhouses entering. I'll go take a look to avoid trouble." "All right." Fang Ping did not say much, quickly agreeing to it. P.S. Not a serious book. A book friend wrote Journey to the Great Novels. It's not serious either. Professional hater of readers and authors, writing nonsense. Everyone, go and flame him. Fang Ping did not pay much attention to the chaos in the Donglin catacombs. Recently, the catacombs had been in chaos. Demon wars often broke out in the Royal Sea Mountain region. It wasn't a big deal for a demon beast to break into the outer realm. Very soon, however, the situation in the Donglin catacombs caught Fang Ping's attention. Who was Old Manly, the current number 1 on the rank 9 list? Old Manly had reached 600 meters on his origin path. He was now a level 7 origin powerhouse. His own vitality was almost 230,000 calories. After doubling his vitality limit, it was a full 460,000 calories. In addition to his longevity swordsmanship and sky-crushing sword, Old Man Li's limit was probably more than 500,000 calories. His control over his power had never been lower than 80%. With such a realm, no rank 9 would be a match for him, barring the absolute peak. On the 20th of March, Old Man Li was going to Donglin catacombs to take a look. On March 21st, Fang Ping received a call from Old Man Li, tell him to go to Donglin. It was very urgent. After receiving Old Man Li's call, Fang Ping arrived at Donglin in less than 10 minutes. East Forest Province. Fang Ping's biggest impression of Donglin Province was the Qin family. The Qin family was full of loyal warriors. Apart from the Qin family, there was another acquaintance from East Forest. Zhao Xuemei was from Donglin Province. She was the third best student in the college entrance examination, and the top scorer was Qin Jiaxing. Fang Ping still remembered Zhao Xuemei saying that after the Gaokao, Qin Jiaxing had talked to her about it. He hoped that she would stay in Donglin and bring glory to Donglin Martial Arts University with him. When they were strong enough, they would guard the Donglin catacombs. Zhao Xuemei did not agree. She chose to go to MCMAU because her father had just died in the Tiannan catacombs not long ago. Zhao Xuemei needed a stronger martial arts school to support her cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Zhao Xuemei hadn't shown up in a long time. And now, Qin Jiaxing was also a fierce general in the Donglin catacombs, a fierce general. Donglin Province, Gold City. The Donglin catacombs passageway was in the suburbs of Gold City. In a military base in the suburbs. The moment Fang Ping arrived, the first person he noticed was the young man with a ramrod straight at the front of the crowd. He had an ordinary appearance and a pair of hooks on his waist. The Qin family's Wu Go. At this moment, the young man was no longer wearing an ordinary martial arts uniform. Instead, he was wearing the military uniform of a lieutenant general. When he saw Fang Ping, the young man's eyebrows shot up and he said loudly, "Hello, Minister Fang." Behind him, several experts from the military department greeted him. Qin Jiaxing. A smile appeared on Fang Ping's face suddenly. "It's not easy for you to still be alive." Qin Jiaxing also smiled when he heard that. He and Fang Ping had not seen each other for a long time. Both of them met during the first Martial Arts University Championship. Actually, Qin Jiaxing had never fought against MCMAU before. They had fought CCMAU twice and lost both times. They did not even have the chance to encounter MCMAU. However, Qin Jiaxing, Sun Mingyu, and a few other former members of the Martial Arts University Alliance were admired by everyone a few years ago. They had lost, but what he had lost was his strength, not his spirit. The 10 participating members of the Martial Arts University Alliance fought fiercely, surpassing all the other universities. All for the sake of fighting for a little more resources for the martial arts university they belonged to fight for a little more hope and opportunity for the local area. At that time, Cathay was still poor. He was really poor. The number of martial artists had increased greatly, but they were unable to obtain the corresponding resources. The three major companies were still hoarding resources, waiting for the people to spread martial arts. Zhang Tao had big plans and big ideas. However, while the plan was huge, resources were scarce. Left with no choice, he could only use the limited resources to nurture more experts who dared to fight. Therefore, the Martial Arts University Championship was born. Therefore, in the first Martial Arts University Championship, a group of geniuses who dared to fight emerged. At this moment, seeing Qin Jiaxing, Fang Ping was quite emotional. He was also in a good mood. Qin Jiaxing was also in a good mood. He was not handsome, nor was he simple and honest, but he looked very down-to-earth. In fact, in the past 3 years, he had indeed been down-to-earth. One step at a time, back then, he was already a rank 2. He advanced step by step, leaping over each other. In the later years, when resources were abundant, Qin Jiaxing, as the most outstanding prodigy of Donglin Martial Arts University, also received some training. At the beginning of this year, Qin Jiaxing entered rank 6. Until now, in March, Qin Jiaxing entered middle stage rank 6. His speed was also extremely fast. Middle stage rank 6 was nothing. At least among the current batch of prodigies, his rank was considered very low. In MCMAU, he might not even be ranked. However, Qin Jiaxing was neither arrogant nor rash. Even though his reputation these few years was not as high as 3 years ago, in Donglin, he had received a lot of praise from powerhouses. Donglin's governor, Donglin military branch commander, many grandmasters in Donglin had high hopes for Qin Jiaxing. Qin Jiaxing was Nanjiang's Wang Jinyang, even if the difference in strength between the two was very big. Minister Fang, call me Fang Ping. Fang Ping laughed, took a step forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said with emotion, as always, you make people feel that you're reliable. Although you're very weak, but humans also rely on weak but fearless martial artists like you to support them. Qin Jiaxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this a compliment or a belittling? Fang Ping was still as unruly as ever. His words were unruly. Behind him, a few powerhouses from the military department also held back their laughter, not making a sound. Qin Jiaxing also did not care about catching up with Fang Ping. Very quickly, he said, Fang Ping, forget it. Just call me minister. This is official business. I'll call you by your name in private. Qin Jiaxing did not give Fang Ping a chance to speak. He said quickly, it's like this. On the 18th, a great war broke out in the Royal Sea Mountains area. We're not very clear about the specifics. In Donglin, we haven't extended our defense zone to the Royal Sea Mountains area. We only know that a rank 8 monster with extremely strong strength broke out of the Royal Sea Mountains area and rushed into the outskirts. After that, a few rank 9 monsters also attacked. On that day, Donglin's 2 big forbidden zones seemed to have been mobilized too. However, the situation was a little complicated. 2 big forbidden zones, one side was helping the rank 8 monster escape, the other side was helping the monster chasing after it. In this way, there were more rank 9 monsters participating in the war. There were 2 big forbidden zones in Donglin catacombs. Usually, the 2 big forbidden zones had a good relationship. However, this time, they each had their own masters. They fought and killed each other, which also disturbed the entire Donglin catacombs. Qin Jiaxing continued, on the afternoon of the 20th, which is yesterday, Minister Li Chongqing entered Donglin catacombs. He was worried that the demon war in Donglin would affect humans. Initially, Minister Li was only defending and had no intention of interfering. However, last night, a great war broke out between both sides again. When the war broke out, Minister Li said that something was wrong. He sensed a familiar demon aura. Fang Ping laughed. Who is it? Is it Jiao? That old man ran away halfway through the call. He's not young anymore, but he's still unreliable. Qin Jiaxing said hurriedly, I know about this. Minister Li just came out this morning, and soon, chaos broke out in the catacombs again. some demons attacked Donglin City. Minister Li had no choice but to enter the catacombs again to quell the chaos. Attack Donglin City? Fang Ping's gaze turned cold instantly. At this moment, the air in the entire military base seemed to have turned cold. How dare they? Do the demons want to die? Fang Ping let out a cold humph. How dare the demons attack a human city at this time? Qin Jiaxing explained, this matter is related to Minister Li. He sensed a familiar aura earlier and went to the place where the war broke out to check. Not long after, Minister Li brought back 2 monsters. Everyone knows one of them. I think it's the West Phoenix City's guardian demon, the Phoenix Spirit, that you captured in Magic City's catacombs. The other monster should be the same clan as the Phoenix Spirit, but it was seriously injured. The demons attacked Donglin City because of these 2 monsters. They demanded us to hand over these 2 monsters. Many rank 9 demons came. But Minister Li was here. He killed a rank 9 monster in an instant this morning and scared the other party away. But the other party is now contacting other powerhouses in the Donglin catacombs. It looks like they're not going to let it go. The Phoenix Spirit? Fang Ping said in surprise, this monster ran away, but it still dares to appear in the outskirts. It's got guts. The same clan as it, the Phoenix clan monster? Fang Ping frowned slightly. He had captured the Phoenix Spirit. Old Manly did not need to pay so much attention to it. The Phoenix Spirit was a coward and afraid of death. It was normal for it to run away. But Old Manly asked him to come. That was not normal. At most, he would escort the Phoenix Spirit back to Magic City. Thinking of this, Fang Ping smiled. Let's go. I'll go to Donglin City to take a look. Instructor Li is still down there, right? Yes, but, Qin Jiaxing said hesitantly, Minister, the absolute peak does not enter the outskirts, it's fine. They don't know that I'm in the outer realms. It's not a big deal if I don't attract too much attention. Fang Ping chuckled. Of course, right now, he did not dare to be too ostentatious in the catacombs like before. This was to prevent the catacombs from finding out that he was in the catacombs and not in the human world. Once it was known, it might cause a lot of trouble. Similar to Zhang Tao and the rest back then, the current Fang Ping did not dare to leave the human world easily. On the vast earth, there was only him, a pseudo-paragon, keeping watch. Even for the big operation 2 days later, the news leaked to the outside world was that Fang Ping would not enter the catacombs but would keep watch on Earth. Not only that, the current him had to be like old Zhang, often showing his face in public. I have to let everyone know that I, Fang Ping, am still here. Old Zhang used to be on TV a lot, but it wasn't because he liked it. But he had no choice but to show himself, inform the human powerhouses that I, Zhang Tao, am still on Earth and everything is fine. He also informed all the powers that were keeping an eye on the humans that he, King Wu, was still on Earth, and that all ghosts and monsters should scram. Because of this, nothing major had happened on Earth in the past few years. Because the martial king was on Earth. Once King Wu was gone, the cult would have grown stronger over the years. The previous pope was most afraid of Zhang Tao, afraid that he would be captured by Zhang Tao, so he rarely showed his face in China. Hearing what Fang Ping said, Qin Jiaxing did not think that Fang Ping thought less than he did, so he stopped trying to persuade him. Soon, the group entered the passage. When the martial artists guarding the passageway saw Fang Ping, they were also full of energy and excitement. This was Fang Ping's first time in the Donglin catacombs. Compared to Zhang Tao, Fang Ping was younger. His rise to power was also shorter. Comparatively speaking, Fang Ping still had a lot of selfish motives. He was mainly in charge of Magic City, so he went to the Magic City catacombs the most. Next was the Nanjiang catacombs. Of these 2 catacombs, one was where MCMAU was, and the other was where Fang Ping's hometown was. He paid more attention to them. As for the other catacombs, Fang Ping had not been there many times. Some of them he had never been there at all. However, everyone understood. After all, Fang Ping had risen too quickly. Before this, most of his energy was focused on Magic City. It was normal for him to oversee things there. After a few more years, Fang Ping would probably experience some changes. In the tunnel, Fang Ping restrained all of his aura. Even the shape of his face changed slightly. He had to be careful not to be spied on. As he walked, Fang Ping asked, "Do you know why the demons are hunting that rank 8 phoenix?" "I don't." Fang Ping did not ask again. A rank 8 phoenix. He only knew one, the phoenix that was a little shrewd and a little ambitious. However, the phoenix was Ji Yao's guardian monster. Why would it appear here? Moreover, the phoenix was the descendant of the Phoenix King. Did the demons dare to hunt down the descendant of a true king? The Phoenix King was not dead yet, was he? After a few more steps, the entrance to the passageway appeared. Fang Ping suddenly said, "I heard that the last time Zhao Xuemei entered the catacombs was in Donglin catacombs. These few months, has there been any news of her?" "No." Chen Jiaoxing sighed. "Xuemei is really working too hard. Back then, I advised her to stay in Donglin Martial Arts University. Later, I realized that going to MCMAU might be the best choice. Before she left the last time, she had already reached peak rank 6. I think she went deep to break through to rank 7. When she came back, I believe she must be a rank 7 grandmaster. It's been a few months, don't worry, Minister." Chen Jiaoxing laughed. "A few months is not long, and it's not like there's no news. Previously, there was news that there were a few battles in the depths of the catacombs, suspected to be between high ranks. One side probably used vitality force, and that's probably Xuemei. She should be fine, and there's a high chance that she has broken through. Now she's looking for powerhouses to train herself. If not, she wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Constant battles, constantly putting oneself in a dead end. If one did not die, one would improve even faster. This was a shortcut for a neo-martial artist to become stronger. Of course, this path was also covered with blood." Fang Ping did not say anything more. That stubborn girl had been like this since a few years ago. Fang Ping had advised her a few times, but she was still the same. Back then, Lu Fengru had said that she was most optimistic about Qin Fengqing and Zhao Xuemei, not anyone else. Qin Fengqing, this guy. He did not know where he went recently. There was no news at all. Zhao Xuemei did not let him down. With her once honed realm, even if Fang Ping had provided her with a lot of resources, if she really broke through to rank 7, it would be really scary. While the two were talking, Fang Ping stepped out of the passageway. "Get lost. If you dare come again, don't blame me for killing your nest." Fang Ping dared to come out. In the air, an extremely domineering roar came. Old Manly held his sword, standing proudly in the void. On the opposite side, a few rank 9 monsters and rank 9 powerhouses looked livid. There were many rank 9s here. On this side, there were only 2 rank 9s, Old Manly and a rank 9 who guarded Donglin catacombs. However, Old Manly was not afraid at all, incomparably domineering. "I said to stew and eat, and you still dare to come and make trouble. I gave you face, but you don't want it. This is the last warning, or else, don't even think about leaving today." Old Manly growled, and a sword ray shot out. On the opposite side, 5 or 6 rank 9s were on high alert, attacking one after another, joining forces to block. Rumble, there was a loud explosion, and a few rank 9 powerhouses took a few steps back. Some of them already had bloodstains on their bodies. "If you don't get lost, I'll really be ruthless." Longevity sword. At this moment, on the opposite side, a peacock monster with a powerful aura raised its feathers, its mentality fluctuating violently, saying, "Guardian of the royal court, we have no intention to be your enemy. However, you killed my royal court powerhouses, kidnapped my royal highness. Even if the king of man is here, he must give the royal court an explanation. Hand over her royal highness, hand over Phoenix clan elder Feng Ling." "What do you mean, your highness?" Old Manly humped coldly. "I went to kill Feng Ling." "How dare you? Since you've sided with us humans previously, then you should work hard honestly. How dare you run away? Humans only have one word for deserters, kill." As he said that, Old Man Li humphed, "The king of man is here? If the king of man is here, he's not as easy to talk to as I am. Let me tell you, if you don't leave now, when Fang Ping really comes, none of you will leave. That temper of his. If you dare to attack my human city, all of you will die." As soon as he said that, the powerhouses on the opposite side all had strange expressions. The peacock monster said angrily, "Longevity sword," I said, "hand over Her Royal Highness and Feng Ling, and we will retreat immediately. There is more than one demon king guarding the royal court, and we are not afraid of your land of rebirth. Your land of rebirth is already surrounded by strong enemies. Do you want to force the royal court to start a war with you?" Old Manly said lightly, "You have no right to talk about starting a war. Ask your demon king if he dares to start a war. I'll say it one last time, that little bird's injuries are too severe. It's dead, I'll stew it and eat it. That big bird, Feng Ling, it must be brought back to the Heaven Division and killed according to military law." As he said that, Old Manly clenched his teeth. A strand of flesh appeared and shot toward the other party. After thinking for a while, a giant bone appeared in his hand. He tossed it out casually, cursing, "I said I'll eat it, so I'll eat it. If you want it, I'll pull it out for you. Do you want it? Feng Ling isn't dead, but you thought it through. If you insist on taking Feng Ling away, then the traitor of the Heaven Division will be guarding the royal court. When it comes to traitors, we only have one word: kill, kill. Even if we hide in the depths of the royal court, we'll still attack. Don't force us to start a war with you." The peacock monster took the giant golden bone. This time, its mentality fluctuated violently. The phoenix sparrow's golden bone, damn it, did the longevity sword really eat the phoenix sparrow? The phoenix sparrow was severely injured previously, but it was eaten by the martial artist who resurrected just like that. It ate a descendant of a true king. Even if it wanted to bring the phoenix sparrow back, it was not to kill it but to imprison it. But now, Kong Yu was on the verge of breaking down. If the phoenix sparrow was really eaten, how was she going to explain it to the phoenixes? As for the phoenix spirit, although it was an elder of the phoenixes, many people knew that the phoenix spirit had defected to Fang Ping previously. With Fang Ping's personality, it was normal for him to hunt down the phoenix spirit after it betrayed him. Whether to start a war with the humans for the phoenix spirit or to turn a blind eye, Kong Yu knew, the royal court's demon king would probably make a choice. The key was still the phoenix sparrow. It did not expect the phoenix sparrow to ambush them halfway. It fled toward the outskirts, fighting and retreating at the same time, escaping into 8 southern regions. It did not expect the longevity swordsman to come here and even attack. With lightning speed, he killed 3 ninth-grade demonic beasts, captured the phoenix spirit alive, and took away the phoenix sparrow along the way. Now, Kong Yu was in a dilemma. The phoenix spirit was captured, and the phoenix sparrow's fate was unknown. Was she going to leave just like that? If that was the case, it would be hard to explain. Although it was not weak and was also a powerhouse in the rank 9 ranking, compared to the longevity swordsman, the gap was not small. It was not a match at all. Was a war really going to start in 8 southern regions? While it was struggling, Old Manly said impatiently, "Don't force me to attack again. You killed a mere rank 8 monster and captured a traitor. Do you want revenge? In the land of King's battleground, I killed more than 10 of your royal court guardian true kings, but I didn't see you fart." Kong Yu's mentality fluctuated, and she said coldly, "Longevity swordsman, it's because of overbearing powerhouses like you that the land of rebirth is surrounded by enemies. This time, you killed the royal court true king's descendant and many demon generals. Cut the crap." Without another word, Old Manly rushed over with his sword in hand. Kong Yu harumphed coldly but did not say anything else. She retreated quickly. Old Manly did not give chase. He stood on top of the city wall and said loudly, "Speaking of which, the phoenix demon beast tastes pretty good. I ate a dragon, that mystic dragon's descendant, the phoenix too. When are you guys going to get me some fresh ones to try?" "Humph. Longevity swordsman, you'll regret what you did today." "Regret? I do regret not eating the peacock meat. I'll try it now." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Manly shot forward. In front, Kong Yu and the other demons and the catacomb city lords fled. Although there were many of them, they did not dare to fight longevity swordsman to the death. Now, although they did not know if the phoenix sparrow was really dead, longevity swordsman had eaten the phoenix sparrow's meat. That was true. The shredded meat really belonged to the phoenix sparrow. Moreover, they did not sense the phoenix sparrow's aura in Donglin City. As for sending the phoenix sparrow away through the passageway, it was huge. If they really sent it away, they would have noticed it since they had been watching since yesterday. The only thing they could do now was to continue watching. To see if the phoenix sparrow was really dead. Whether the phoenix sparrow was dead or not was not too important. However, the phoenix sparrow's sudden escape, whether it was its own idea, Ji Yao's idea, or if it had other motives. She still had to pay more attention to this. The phoenix sparrow's identity was a little special. Kong Yu had to confirm if it was dead. After Kong Yu and the others left, Old Man Li quickly returned to Donglin City. In the city, a large number of guards cheered. Longevity swordsman. Invincible. The cheers were exhilarating, comfortable, refreshing. So what if I ate your true king's descendant? I captured your rank 9 demons and brought them back to be executed according to military law. Do you dare to barge in? This was a human, this was a longevity swordsman, this was exhilarating. All these years, humans had been suppressed by the catacombs. The catacombs could only bully them. Even when they fought, it was a battle of numbers. Once there were more humans, a war would break out immediately. They had to reduce the number of powerhouses in the city to maintain balance. Right now, there were not many people. There was only one person and one sword, yet he intimidated everyone. Those rank 9 demons and city lords would not dare to offend him. High up in the sky, Old Man Li laughed. Everyone, let's encourage each other. Humans are no longer a party that can be bullied by anyone. Of course, it's not to the extent of wantonly starting a war. Whether or not we can be completely exhilarated still depends on everyone. The stronger you are, the more exhilarating we will be. Sooner or later, we will slaughter our way to their lair. After encouraging everyone, Old Man Li had already seen Fang Ping and the others. Although Fang Ping had changed his appearance, he still recognized him at a glance. Seeing that, he no longer hovered in the air. He landed quickly, gave Fang Ping a look, and quickly walked toward the city center. Seeing that, Fang Ping quickly followed. Did the old man discover something? Why was he acting so secretive? Why was the phoenix sparrow here? And was it being hunted by the demons? What happened to the Destiny Royal Court and the Guardian Royal Court? Fang Ping's interest was piqued. Maybe, there would be some unexpected gains this time. 9 Heavens Divine. Emperor Minister Li, spare me. Fang Ping had just entered the war supervisor's house in the center of the city when he heard Feng Ling's screams. The layout of the war supervisor's house was extremely simple. In the spacious hall, a huge map of Donglin catacombs was placed on the wall. There was not even a bench. At this moment, the gigantic Feng Ling seemed to have been shaved, much smaller than before. Feng Ling was lying on the floor in the hall, weak and listless. Beside it was a barbecue grill. Fang Ping even suspected that Sung Mao had snuck over. In the next moment, Fang Ping knew he had misunderstood. Old Man Li slashed with his sword. A piece of flesh and blood flew. Old Man Li simply started barbecuing. While barbecuing, he said lightly, "It's fine if you ran, but you insisted on killing your way back to the outskirts. You just had to run into me. Feng Ling, you joined heaven. Traitors, you should know." Minister Li, Feng Ling's voice was desolate. This was a female monster. Her voice was also tearful. "I didn't plan to run. After the battle that day, I was going to return to heaven, rest." Old Man Li interrupted. "Don't say that to me. This old man has heard more lies than you. Those demons outside have left. It looks like they've given up on you. You tell me, should I barbecue you, or stew you, or just steam you?" "Minister Li, I'm also a rank 9. I can guard the airspace for heaven, no need." Old Man Li said, tilting his head. "Do you want some?" After saying that, Feng Ling struggled to lift its head. When it saw Fang Ping, even if it was Fang Ping in disguise, its bird face changed drastically. Fang Ping was here, it was doomed. "Minister. No, Lord Human King, I know I'm wrong. I won't do it again." Feng Ling trembled. It was over, it was really over, its luck was unparalleled. It had just arrived at the outskirts, and it was already bumped into by Li Chongsheng. Now, even Fang Ping was here. Feng Ling was so desperate that it wanted to kill itself. Why was it showing off? If it had known, it would not have gone to Destiny Royal Court. Fang Ping looked at it and smiled. Don't be afraid. I won't eat your flesh. Besides, you're a demon. You're not on our side. Running away is normal. I don't blame you. The more he said that, the more Feng Ling was afraid. Milord, alright, cut the crap. Fang Ping cut him off. I can't eat your meat. I still remember when I peed myself last time. Even cats don't eat it. Do you think I'll eat it? As he spoke, he teased, Teacher, do you want to eat this bird meat? Aren't you afraid of being stained with feces? Old Manly was calm and composed. He said nonchalantly, You still haven't suffered. This is a great supplement. Even if it poops right in front of you, it'll still excrete energy. It's also a great supplement. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He sat down and said, Let's cut the long story short. If I stay here for too long, it won't be good if someone finds out. It's nothing big. It's Phoenix Sparrow, Jiao's bird. The Phoenix Spirit was chasing after this bird. The Phoenix Spirit complained, Department Headley, I was only trying to persuade Her Highness to return to the Phoenix clan. I didn't kill it. Old Manly looked at it and said lightly, If you interrupt again, this old man wants to eat some Phoenix marrow. The Phoenix Spirit quieted down instantly, not daring to make a sound. Old Manly continued, I met the Phoenix Sparrow. It sent me a voice transmission saying that it has something important to look for you. That child of wealth of yours seems to want to give you wealth again this time. Fang Ping laughed. There's such a good thing? You don't say, Jiao is really my lucky star. When the catacombs are conquered in the future, why don't we build a sculpture for the catacombs? How about carving Jiao? The great hero who liberated the catacombs. Old Manly could not be bothered with him. He continued, the Phoenix Sparrow is not dead yet, but it's not easy to bring it back. I've stuffed it underground now and sealed it with vitality force. It's about to die. Should we save it? I'll go take a look first. All right. The two of them talked among themselves. No one cared about the Phoenix Spirit. They left it behind and went underground. The half-dead Phoenix Spirit still dared not move, even if no one was restraining it. The longevity swordsman was here. Fang Ping was here. If it dared to run, it would just kill itself, or it would die a worse death. After a while, Fang Ping saw the Phoenix Sparrow that was on its last breath. This phoenix had almost died this time. However, it was a rank 8 golden body powerhouse after all. Even if it was on its last breath, when it saw Fang Ping, it quickly told him Ji Yao's plan. After that, it begged, Fang Ping, helping Ji Yao is also helping your place of resurrection. Fang Ping rubbed his chin, saying lightly, it's not that simple. Is Ji Yao crazy? She actually let these people gather and attack us. Do you know that once Skyplant's royal court and these forces see this situation and send their troops at the same time, how dangerous it will be for humans? I think Ji Yao might be up to no good. Follow me and use the injuring myself trick. When I really appear, maybe 100 rank 9s can hold me back for a while. Very soon, many paragons will come charging. Fang Ping sneered. I know how to use the injuring myself trick too. I'll believe whatever you say. What an idiotic decision. Humans have really suffered losses this time. I'm not done with Ji Yao. Ji Yao actually let these people come to the Outland. If they were not careful, a great war would break out. That would be huge trouble. Also, he was working on a big plan now. In the end, it was about to be implemented, but Ji Yao might also enter the third stage of the test at that time. Motherf *Ker, he was making trouble for himself. He could not split himself up. How could he go and kill people? Also, if it was a trap, then it would be even more troublesome. With so many powerhouses gathering, his plan might have a huge loophole. If he started a war in the Outland and delayed for a moment, it might give these people the opportunity to attack Earth and destroy it. Originally, there were not so many powerhouses in the Outland. Humans still had a chance to resist. Damn it! Fang Ping cursed. They did not come earlier or later. They came at this time. They really knew how to find trouble for him. After pondering for a moment, Fang Ping said in a low voice, but if it's true, it's not like there's no chance. Old Manly looked at him, focusing. Fang Ping, if we start a war on multiple fronts, you're the only one with paragons on the human side. It's very easy for big problems to arise. Or we can delay the other plans first. Fang Ping raised his hand slightly and said in a low voice, Instructor, do you think there's a way to make them fight each other? Old Manly said hesitantly, the Destiny Royal Court is considered one side. The Outland, they might not dare to go there. The Outland is obviously guarded by the catacombs. With the cowardly style of those people in the catacombs, would they dare to look for trouble? What if the people in the Outland kill their people first? You said you're in disguise? Old Manly shook his head. It's very easy for people to guess it's you. The Outland doesn't have any conflict with them. If there's a conflict for no reason, anyone with a little bit of intelligence will think more. That's true. Also, I don't want to cause too much trouble here in the Outland. Fang Ping thought for a while and said slowly, the Outland and the Destiny Royal Court will all be a force in this plan. The Outland is also considered a force. Wangwu Mountain and these forces are considered a force. We are considered a force. This way, the 5 forces will participate. As Fang Ping said that, he squatted down and wrote and drew on the ground, marking out the 5 forces. In addition, the Evil Sect, the Extraterritorial Immortal Island, Imperial Sea Mountain, Skyplant's Royal Court, Beyond Sky. Among these 5 forces, Beyond Sky and the Extraterritorial Immortal Island are too busy with their own affairs right now. They might not participate. The other 3 forces might participate. We can't ignore them. Fang Ping joined the 3 forces again. This time, the 8 forces were gathered. 8 camps. Our goal is the Outland. Wangwu Mountain and these people's target is the Outland. The remaining ones are still Destiny, Skyplants, Imperial Sea Mountain, and the Evil Sect. Fang Ping tapped the floor tiles lightly and said with a smile, Old Manly, do you think there's hope to make these 4 sides fight it out? How do we fight it out? Old Manly said with a headache, it's about the same if they joined forces to fight us. Dream on. Not necessarily. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. I'm at Imperial Sea Mountain. Actually, there's still some hope. Devil Swordsman can be said to be the most powerful demon chieftain in Imperial Sea Mountain's territory now. It's Unquestionable Sword's demon servant. Unquestionable Sword has already appeared. Fang Ping smiled and said, no worries. It's just a corporeal puppet. Old Manly, you are Unquestionable Sword. Old Manly was dazed. You have the sky-crushing sword. With the sky-crushing sword in hand, your Unquestionable Sword. Tell Devil Swordsman that the previous one was just a corporeal body that you controlled. Not only do you have the sky-crushing sword, but you're also a swordsmanship powerhouse. This fits Unquestionable Sword's persona. As for me, I'm actually groomed by you. Tell him that you have a big plan to unify the 3 realms. Now, the human realm has already fallen into your hands. Old Manly continued to be dazed. Beside him, Phoenix Sparrow's eyes were also dull. He did not know if he had heard wrongly. You want to unify the land now. You needed to lend you a helping hand. You're a 9th refinement golden body. Everyone knows the name Longevity Swordsman. You're also this era's most dazzling genius. Devil Swordsman's IQ is average. As long as you fool it well, there won't be a problem. Old Manly could not help but say, will this work? I know almost nothing about Unquestionable Sword. It's okay. I'll teach you how to say it later. Fang Ping smiled. Do as I say. There won't be a big problem. Fool Devil Swordsman and let it lead the Imperial Sea Mountain demons into battle. I want to muddy the waters. Let people not know what I want to do, where I will appear, whether I will be in the catacombs or not. As Fang Ping said that, he continued, Devil Swordsman's target is Destiny Royal Court. Ji Yao wants me to make a move. This woman's IQ is 0. If I really kill so many rank 9, I guarantee that humans will become the target of public criticism very soon. If I dare to kill 100 rank 9s today, I'll dare to kill 100 paragons tomorrow. Humans will become everyone's public enemy immediately. Ji Yao only thinks about her own interests. Does she really think that I'll make a move easily and leave a big problem for myself and humans? On the other hand, Imperial Sea Mountain side is very interesting. The other party is independent and also belongs to Thousand Demon Royal Court. It's fine if they gain an advantage. If they suffer a loss, Thousand Demon Royal Court will send demons to help them in battle. This has always been their style. There are many rank 9 demons in Imperial Sea Mountain. As long as Devil Swordsman has some ability, subduing some rank 9s won't be a big problem. Let it drag Destiny and Thousand Demon Royal Court into this mess. It's very suitable. Fong Ping got up and paced for a while. He continued, the remaining ones are the Evil Sect and Heavenly Plants Royal Court. Send someone to find Huayu. This fellow won't be satisfied. He won't be satisfied that the Royal Court is controlled by Li Yi. Although King Hua has entered the Sky Cemetery, the King Hua territory is not weak. Even Furchuan won't dare to touch the King Hua territory easily now. Old Man Li's head grew bigger. It can't be that simple. Furchuan and Tianyu are here. Huayu is just a rank 8. Would he dare to create chaos at this time? He would dare. But the prerequisite is sufficient safety and sufficient benefits. Fong Ping laughed. I've already thought about it. There's a fellow, we can actually work together. Who? King Huai. Old Man Li was stunned, Phoenix Sparrow was stunned too. Who? King Huai. Fong Ping laughed. This fellow is the real smart one. Benefits are the most important. Do you think he really wants to be a slave to 3 people? He just doesn't have the ability. Right now, everyone in Heavenly Plants Royal Court wants to beat him up. Furchuan and Tianyu see him as a thorn in their side. Tell me, if I tell him to work together to eradicate Furchuan and Tianyu and let him work with Huayu to take over Heavenly Plants Royal Court, will he be interested? Old Man Li said solemnly, be careful that you don't get yourself into trouble. He's not that simple. If he was that simple, he would have died a long time ago. He wouldn't be free and unfettered until now. I know. That's why I don't plan to work with him. However, I can help him and Huayu. These 2 fellows, one lacks the support of a core force, the other lacks the cooperation of top-notch combat strength. If they work together, they can have a place in Heavenly Plants Royal Court. They understand this point too. That's why I hope to see Heavenly Plants Royal Court have internal problems so that they can't participate in this chaotic fight. Old Man Li frowned again. This matter could easily backfire. Fong Ping did not care about this. He said again, actually, the most alarming thing should be the evil sects. Fong Ping opened his mouth and said, evil sects hide in the dark. The enemies in the dark are the most dangerous. I don't believe that the powerful evil sects will not make a move at this time. The commotion on Earth previously is proof. They also hope to stir up some trouble. We can't deal with the evil sects alone. Even if we win, we will suffer heavy losses if we fight the evil sects alone. Fong Ping flicked his fingers lightly. The evil sects will definitely not hide in their headquarters obediently. This time, the evil sects might appear. The evil sects are powerful. Everyone has seen the ranking before. To deal with the evil sects, everyone has to work together, however, everyone is afraid of death. Who will be the first to stand out? What do you want? Old Man Li's head hurt. Fong Ping was ambitious and greedy. Did he want everyone to deal with the evil sects? Fong Ping laughed. Everyone hopes to become stronger. Everyone is actually fighting for it. I am, and so are they. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many powerhouses entering the Heavenly Cemetery. Now, among the remaining powerhouses in the 3 realms, no one hopes to become stronger. It's still the same as before. Heavenly Dog is in the evil sect. If one obtains Heavenly Dog's remains, there is hope to inherit everything from Heavenly Dog. That is an existence that surpasses the Heavenly King rank. Do you think everyone will be tempted? Although the evil sects are strong, if everyone joins forces now, taking them down will not be a problem. As Fong Ping said that, he suddenly touched his chin. As expected, the more the situation is analyzed, the more thorough it becomes. Tell me, if I reveal to some people in advance that I want to annihilate the 3 major realms, what do you think? You're crazy. No, I will tell them that my goal is to lure the evil sects out. I want to kill the evil sect powerhouses, weaken their strength, find their headquarters, and seize Heavenly Dog's remains. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. I want to change my goal. At least in the eyes of others, I'm doing it for the evil sects, not the three major realms. The three major realms are just a bonus. Others aside, the crazy Taoist from the Forbidden Sea did not enter the Heavenly Cemetery last time. Now that he knows about Heavenly Dog, I don't believe he won't be tempted, including the powerhouses in places like Weiyu Mountain and Wangu Mountain. Will they not be tempted? Right now, they won't be tempted by the imperishable substance, nor will they act rashly. But if they become heavenly kings and above, this is the best opportunity. Otherwise, when the others come out of the Heavenly Cemetery, those powerhouses today will not have any chance. If they don't fight now, they will have to wait for death in the future. I don't believe that these powerhouses are really muddle-headed at this time. Previously, they did not go to the Heavenly Cemetery because they were afraid and felt that there was no hope. But now, to be honest, other than the three emperor ranks, the difference in strength will not be too big. If one is not a match, two can also occupy a place if they join forces. If 5 powerhouses join forces, even an emperor rank may not win. Therefore, the current combat strength of the powerhouses is the peak, the overlord of the three realms. Everyone has hope. If they did not go, there was no hope. There were a lot of heavenly kings. Many people felt that if they went, they would die and there was nothing else. But now, it was hard to say. How can you make them believe that Heavenly Dog's corpse is in the evil sect and that they can inherit everything from Heavenly Dog? Fang Ping, the powerhouses are not stupid. Heavenly Dog's corpse is really in the evil sect. Fang Ping laughed. This was told to me by a Lord God before he died. I don't think it's fake. The difficult part is how to make everyone believe. Fang Ping was a little troubled. It was not easy to make people believe him. Especially those powerhouses who believed him. Actually, I don't need everyone to believe me. I won't tell everyone either. As long as 3 to 5 people know and 3 to 5 people believe me, then the others will act upon hearing the news. That's how it is. As Fang Ping said that, he muttered, maybe. I can also let the evil sect people say it themselves, then everyone will believe me. I think what Faceless said is true. Heavenly Dog's corpse is really in the evil sect. If the evil sect powerhouses really appear, maybe we can make use of them. Old Manly understood a little. He pondered and said, you want to contact some powerhouses secretly and tell them some things so that they can witness everything in secret? Fang Ping, you're playing with fire. He also did not think that Fang Ping needed to take such a risk. Actually, you can wait. Why are you in such a hurry? Fang Ping shook his head. You're wrong. The powerhouses need someone to ignite the fire. If no one ignites the fire, it will be lukewarm. The situation between the powerhouses will continue like this. This is actually disadvantageous to us. They are not in a hurry, but I am. They are stronger than humans. They can wait for the cemetery to open. We can't, you know that. Therefore, we have to make the powerhouses circle chaotic. Only when it's chaotic will we have a chance. Previously, I set up the All Heavens and Myriad Realms ranking to make the evil sect a target for everyone. Unfortunately, it's not enough, because there are only threats and no benefits. When there are enough threats and temptations, only then will everyone be tempted. Looking at Fang Ping's eloquence, Old Manly was filled with emotion. This fellow was becoming more and more like Zhang Tao. Of course, he was still lacking a lot. He was not as astute as Zhang Tao, not as strong as Zhang Tao, and not as experienced as him. However, Fang Ping was indeed growing rapidly. Old Manly sighed in his heart and said, I'll only say 3 points. First, if the evil sect doesn't appear, everything you're doing now will only add to your troubles. Second, if the evil sect appears, the others won't trust you and will take the opportunity to join forces with the evil sect. Fang Ping, you might be surrounded and killed. Have you considered this? Third, how can you be sure that the people you contact are not spies of the evil sect? Fang Ping nodded again. Makes sense. Then the plan has to change. Don't inform them in advance. I have some ideas. Sky screen. I need some helpers to play the sky screen at the crucial moment at some of the pinnacles. When the evil sect martial artists appear, I'll set up the sky screen. When the time comes, I'll cause a commotion and the pinnacles will know. If the evil sect powerhouses reveal that Tengu's remains are in the evil sect, then these people will definitely attack. What if it's not exposed? You'll still be in big trouble. Then I can only run. Moreover, I'll open the sky screen when I'm confident. As long as the Tengu incident is true, the probability of self-destruction won't be too low. Old Manly thought about it. This did not conflict much with his previous plan. It was just that he had added some insurance measures. If that was the case, it was not considered a loss. Up to you. But who will go to those pinnacles and wait for the sky screen to be played? It's extremely dangerous. I'm afraid most people won't be able to get close. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. There's still a candidate. It might not be a human powerhouse. For example, a certain coward king. Tell him to cooperate. Otherwise, if I go and cause trouble for him, do you think he'll do it? He'll just ask some subordinates to do it. It's not like he'll do it himself. He'll just do some chores. It's nothing. No matter how cowardly the coward king is, his subordinates won't dare to disobey his orders. Moreover, he's a real king with status in the catacombs. His people are also harmless. Even if they appear in front of someone's house, they might not attract hostility. Li Chongqing was speechless. Feng Ke was confused. King Pine, wasn't King Pine dead? Also, he came to inform Fang Ping to help Ji Yao. But Fang Ping did not seem to have that intention. No, he was prepared to let the Mount Royal Sea Monster clan help. But was this reliable? Feng Ke realized that he understood Fang Ping less and less. In the past, he thought he knew a little about Fang Ping's personality. Now, he really did not understand. Ji Yao might have also misjudged the situation. Ji Yao thought that Fang Ping would be wild with joy if she betrayed her teammates. But now, it sounded like Fang Ping was not happy at all. Fang Ping did not care about it. He wanted to quickly arrange everything. The Destiny Royal Court's matter might not be a bad thing. Of course, it might not be a good thing either. However, the Destiny Royal Court's unforeseen event made Fang Ping feel that this might be the trigger for him to mess up the three realms. On this day, Fang Ping quickly made some arrangements. He arranged for Old Manly to go to Mount Royal Sea. This time, Fang Ping arranged for Li Wuji to be the messenger for the King of Peaceful Mountain, including the crazy Taoist from overseas. This time, the Water Clan would put in the effort. As for the Sky Plant's royal court, Fang Ping secretly asked someone to contact Huayu. He had a way to contact Huayu. As for King Huai, Fang Ping did not care. He only asked Huayu to pass on his message. As for whether it would work, it was up to them. As for the Phoenix Sparrow and the Phoenix Spirit, the Phoenix Sparrow was only left with a small half of its head. Fang Ping's mentality sealed it and forced it into the Phoenix Spirit's stomach. Then, he sent someone to escort the Phoenix Spirit back to Earth. As for the demon powerhouses who were hiding in the dark and monitoring, it would be strange if they could find out. They could see the Phoenix Spirit being escorted away, but they definitely could not sense the Phoenix Sparrow's existence. The Phoenix Sparrow's severed limbs were divided among the Donglin City powerhouses on the same day. The aroma of meat spread throughout Donglin City. Therefore, Kong Yu, who was secretly observing, felt an incomparably miserable scene. The Phoenix Sparrow had really been stewed by a martial artist who had been resurrected. Not only that, on this day, another piece of news spread in the catacombs. Fang Ping had disappeared. It was said, just said, that he had snuck into the restricted area. It might be the same as before. He had gone to one of the four large dynasties' imperial city. As for where he had gone, it was unknown. This time, whether the four large dynasties believed it or not, they would be in chaos for a while. This was also Fang Ping's little strategy. No matter what, it was good to delay the four large dynasties' pace. That was why they were so suspicious, and that was why they were hesitant. Actually, he did not want the four large dynasties to get involved at this time. However, if he could not delay them, then it would not matter if they got involved. Time passed quickly. March 22nd, passed in the blink of an eye. March 23rd, the day that Fang Ping and the major forces had agreed on. the powerhouses gathered, preparing to open up a new battlefield in the outland. P.S. This won't do. Old Eagle's writing is too laggy. I have to stop for a while. It's already 2 chapters tonight. Tomorrow, depending on the situation, I might ask for a day off to fix it. Of course, after I fix it tonight, I won't ask for a day off tomorrow. Heaven Division. Everyone gathered. Jiang Kuei and the others had been waiting for a while. However, Fang Ping was still looking at the map. It seemed like he hadn't confirmed his target yet. There were rumors about Fang Ping's disappearance in the outside world, but that was only the outside world. Jiang Kuei and the others had seen Fang Ping the moment they arrived, so naturally, the rumors were false. They also thought that Fang Ping would not leave Earth. If the current Fang Ping left hastily, Earth would be in great danger. After waiting for a while, Jiang Kuei couldn't help but ask, Minister Fang, you told us 10 days ago that you were going to open up the Outer Realm battlefield. Don't tell me you still haven't confirmed the target? Fang Ping was too unreliable. Fang Ping tilted his head and smiled. I'm sure, but I'm afraid there might be some trouble. Having said that, Fang Ping pointed at the map and laughed. 7 Southern Territory Magic City, 8 Southern Territory Donglin, 9 Southern Territory Nanjiang, 10 Southern Territory Beihu, 11 Southern Territory Tiannan. Demonic City has been pacified, Tiannan has been pacified, and a large number of experts from the outer regions of Nanjiang have died. If we take down the 2 catacombs in Donglin and Beihu, the 5 major territories in the Southern Territory will become one. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He said quickly, that's why my targets are Donglin and Beihu. But I am a little hesitant now. Minister Fang, please speak clearly. Xianxia said with a frown, it shouldn't be a problem for us to take down 2 outer realms. I know. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, Donglin of 8 southern territories is adjacent to Destiny Royal Court, while Beihu of 10 southern territories is adjacent to Skyplant's Royal Court. I'm worried that once we attack these 2 great catacombs, the powerhouses of the 2 great royal courts will come to our aid. Everyone was speechless. Which catacombs was not adjacent to the inner territory royal court? Then you might as well not organize such a battle. Now, he was hesitating. Fang Ping flicked his fingers lightly, smiling. I heard that there has been a lot of activity in the catacombs recently. I'm worried that something might go wrong. Fang Ping continued, this time, I can't go. I have to keep watch on Earth. When that time comes, it will be very dangerous for all of you if you encounter the apex. Everyone, if I really choose these 2 catacombs, the apex of each of your clans, still have to look after it. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to save you in time. No one was surprised that Fang Ping would not go. As for desperate adepts making a move, it wasn't as if the various clans didn't have desperate adepts. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said, Minister Fang, cooperation is cooperation, but I'll say the ugly words first. If the 2 majestic courts really send impasse realm experts, even if we have impasse realm experts, it's more likely that our people will have to retreat. When that time comes, Minister Fang, don't blame us for deserting. We don't want what happened to Feng Ling to happen to us either. They were only cooperating, not selling their bodies. The phoenix spirit of the demon race was captured and imprisoned on the Heavenly Island. It was said that she was in a miserable state. Jiang Kuei did not want Fang Ping to do the same thing to them later. If they could win the fight, they would fight. If they could kill, they would kill. If they couldn't, their own sex apex experts would step forward to negotiate peace, and both sides would retreat. At worst, they would just wrangle a little. This was the norm for the major powers. Fang Ping chuckled. Of course not. I won't watch everyone go to their deaths. Of course, you won't listen to me and die. Your mission is very simple, kill the powerhouses in the catacombs. Our mission is also very simple, advance the front line. Fang Ping looked at Li Daong and said, the military department's mission is to move the front line forward. Right now, most of our cities are beside the passageway. Once the cities are breached, the other party can enter the passageway quickly and attack Earth. And my goal is to push the front line forward at least 500 li. This way, even if the front line collapses, we still have time to react. Fang Ping looked at everyone. Everyone's goals are not conflicting. You guys kill the high ranks. you don't have to worry about the rest. We're responsible for cleaning the battlefield and pushing the front line forward. Of course, there will also be high ranks who will act with you. Also, don't worry about being killed. If our people and your people kill the catacombs powerhouses together, both sides will count one head. Fang Ping chuckled. This way, we can avoid disputes because of snatching heads. Of course, I might have to spend an extra portion of imperishable substance. But this is not a problem. I still hope that everyone can work together to kill the enemy, and not be on guard against each other and have conflicts. Jiang Kuei did not say anything. Ling Xiao giggled. In that case, if your people kill the other party's powerhouses and we go to finish them off, it counts as a head too. Yes. Fang Ping was very generous. He laughed. Of course it counts. If you have the ability, you can convince the human powerhouses to finish you off, or you can just cooperate with each other and kill one as two. That's not considered cheating. This price, I, Fang Ping, will bear. Minister Fang is very generous. Su Bing and the others praised. It was generous enough. In that case, they could totally cooperate with the humans. No matter which side killed someone, they could use one as two. Xuanda Grotto Heaven's Xianxia thought for a while. In that case, there are two goals this time? Beihu and Donglin? That's right. Xianxia said again, but between Nanjiang and Beihu, there's still the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven. If you want to unite the 5 territories, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. Between the 5 territories, there were 2 bounded territories. However, Purple Cap Mountain was destroyed, and Gong Yuzi had entered the Heavenly Cemetery. Now, only the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven was an obstacle. Fang Ping said lightly, there's no hurry. The Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven doesn't dare to come out now. When there's time later, I'll go talk to them and open a path between the bounded territories. This way, the 5 territories can be connected. The corner of Xianhua's mouth twitched. That was easy to say. Open a path, was this not splitting the other party's Grotto Heaven into 2? It would be strange if the other party agreed. Fang Ping did not say anything. Very quickly, he said seriously, Commander Li Daong, you and the people from Wanwu Mountain, Weiyu Mountain, and Xuanda Grotto Heaven will go to the Donglin Catacombs together. You will lead the military department powerhouses and the 4 houses of guardians to join the battle. In addition, the powerhouses from the 6 Holy Lands, Star City, and Pantheon will also go to the Donglin Catacombs. Minister Wu Quishan, you will lead the powerhouses from the Department of Education, as well as the martial artists from the other 4 Holy Lands and countries. Cooperate with the 6 Grandmasters and the overseas Immortal Island powerhouses to go to the Beihu Catacombs. The mission this time is very simple. Just like what I said, clean up their powerhouses, push forward the battlefront, and unite the 5 territories. Fang Ping looked at the martial artists from the various Holy Lands and said with a smile, settle some of the chaos in Sino Nation first. Only then can I extricate myself. Otherwise, I can't extricate myself now, and it'll be difficult for me to support the countries. So, everyone, don't blame me for prioritizing Sino Nation first. As soon as he said that, from the Pantheon side, Fang Ping's old acquaintance, Ross, said, since Sino Nation has the upper hand in the Southern Territory, it's inevitable that they will expand their advantage. We've already considered this before we came. Minister Fang, you don't have to worry that we'll be dissatisfied. That's good. Thank you, everyone, for your understanding. Fang Ping gave them a fist salute and said with a smile, then it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Everyone, the situation on Earth is complicated now. There are too many people and too many mouths. Just go directly. I'll keep an eye on all sides to prevent the news from spreading to the catacombs too quickly. Ling Xiao glanced at him, thought for a while, and said, if you're not going, are the others from the Heaven Division not going too? Fang Ping smiled and said, everyone has a mission. The Heaven Division is in charge of guarding Magic City and keeping an eye on the safety of the ground. They'll be ready to assist the other catacombs at any time. Right now, the evil sects haven't been completely wiped out yet. They have to prevent any accidents from happening. At this time, Boundless Force's Bullface struggled and said, Lord King, if that's the case, Old Bull has to go to the Beihu Catacombs? Yes. Boundless Force was very depressed. The others did not understand, but he knew it. Old Bull was going to Behu not to kill people, but to keep an eye on the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven's movements. Who knew, he might even have to fight with the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven's paragon, Wu Quishan. Wu Quishan's mission was not to advance the front line, but to bring people to assist him. Boundless Force felt helpless. It was very dangerous, okay, compared to the paragon, that cat and Fang Ping were even more dangerous. Sighing in his heart, Boundless Force still said, "All right then, Lord King, after this, Old Bull will return to Water Force Island." The crisis over there has not been resolved yet. Fang Ping smiled and said, "That's what I should do. After conquering these two outer regions, Sino Nation's troubles will be much smaller. I'll also contact Commander Li Zhan to return. When the time comes, Commander Li or I can take action and help you solve the crisis." "Thank you, Lord King." Fang Ping waved his hand, looking indifferent. "Everyone, let's get moving. Brother Jiang, Ling Xiao, all of you, please try your best to avoid getting involved in the middle and low-ranked battlefields. Move the front line as far as possible. Our people will advance from the rear." The few of them had no objections. Their goal was to kill those powerhouses. As for the battle between the weak, they had no intention of doing so. Very soon, Li Daong led the military department powerhouses, including the powerhouses from Polaris City, and hurried toward Donglin. They left using the flight step. On the ground, hundreds of military vehicles that were ready to go also started moving quickly. These people did not need to go too quickly. After Li Daong and the rest went in and lured the high-ranked away, it was time for them to enter. When they arrived and reorganized, the time was just right. After Li Daong left, Wu Quishan did not delay either. Behu was still quite far from Magic City. He quickly made arrangements to lead the army and powerhouses to Behu. At this time, Zhong Qinghuan, who was not assigned a mission, frowned slightly and asked, "Minister Feng, what about our mission?" Wu Quishan led the education department powerhouses to Behu, while Li Daong led the military department powerhouses to Donglin. The four houses of guardians had missions. Tian said that they had to watch over Earth. "What about the Department of Investigation?" Fang Ping glanced at her and smiled. "Your mission? Your mission is naturally to be responsible for the safety of the ground. You and the Department of Investigation cooperate with Bei Gongyan, Tian Mu, and the rest, and prepare for assistance. The catacombs are not dead people. War may break out in other areas. The evil sects may intervene too. With Minister Feng watching over the ground, would they dare to come and make trouble?" Zhong Qinghuan felt that it was somewhat unnecessary. This would restrict their combat strength too much. Among the four departments, two were watching over Sino Nation. It would be better to liberate their combat strength and let the Heavenly Department or the Department of Investigation join the battle. This way, with the help of those forces, they might be able to pacify the two territories very quickly. Fang Ping heard her and smiled. After all, there are 107 outland passageways. I have to patrol the world to prevent some passageways from being breached by the catacombs powerhouses. How can I keep watching over Sino Nation? Zhong Qinghuan thought about it and agreed, if a battle broke out in other catacombs, the probability of losing the other party was very high. If Fang Ping was here, at least he could let people evacuate. If he was on Earth, the catacombs powerhouses would probably not dare to attack easily. Seeing that she had no objections, Fang Ping waved his hand and said, "Minister Zhong, go carry out your mission. Be careful. Although I'm on Earth, I still have to be careful." "Yes." Zhong Qinghuan said no more and quickly left with her people. As soon as she left, Old Man Li telepathically said, "Fang Ping, if you leave and the catacombs really breached Earth, what should we do?" With Fang Ping around, it could still be pacified. If he was not around, once it was breached, there would be big trouble. Now even Old Man Li felt that Fang Ping's pressure was somewhat beyond imagination. He had to guard against a lot of unforeseen events alone. Compared to Old Zhang and the rest, Old Zhang and the rest at least had many peerless powerhouses to assist them back then. Under normal circumstances, the 6 sacred lands would have one peerless powerhouse guarding over the ground, each managing a portion. But now, Fang Ping had mobilized the powerhouses of the 6 sacred lands. If the passageways were breached and caused casualties, Fang Ping's prestige would plummet. The current him could mobilize the 6 sacred lands. If something happened, the 6 sacred lands and the countries might not listen to any of Fang Ping's orders anymore. Fang Ping did not say much. He telepathically said, "Bring Tai Tu, Old Yao, Old Wang, and a few others to Hutong Mountain. Keep a low profile and pretend to be patrolling the catacombs." Although Old Man Li wanted to say a few more words, after hearing Fang Ping's words, he could only shut up. He gave Li Hansong and the rest a look and said, "Let's go. We'll patrol the catacombs everywhere to prevent chaos." Li Hansong and the rest quickly followed. Very soon, in the Heavenly Department's concourse, only Fang Ping and a few staff members were left. At the same time, 107 images lit up on the concourse's screen. These were surveillance images of the passageways in Foreign Territory 107. On every screen, there were people. When they saw Fang Ping's figure, whether it was the Sino people or people from other countries, they were all full of confidence and greeted loudly. Fang Ping was overseeing Earth. If there were any movements in Foreign Territory 107, he would receive the news immediately and rush over in time. Modern technology was somewhat useful at this moment. At least Fang Ping did not have to look at foreign territories one by one and ask them one by one. If there were any abnormalities, he would be able to detect it immediately. Fang Ping did not say anything. He nodded slightly and stood in the concourse. After a while, he said, "If there are any abnormalities in any place, report immediately. Today, I will be waiting here all the way, supporting all parties at any time. If you encounter an attack from the catacombs, retreat quickly if you are no match for them. I'd like to see if there are any catacombs martial artists who dare to kill their way out of the passageway." These words were said in a powerful and resonant voice. On the screen, the martial artists from various countries were extremely excited. With Fang Ping around, even if they were separated by a screen, everyone felt much more at ease. Nowadays, many of the paragons from various worlds had left. There were not many left. Fang Ping still had the battle record of killing a paragon rank 5. In addition, the Netherworld King was also in the dark. They did not think that anyone would dare to kill their way out at this time. At most, they would just give up on the passageway. Sooner or later, they would still be able to kill their way back. Looking at everyone's confident faces on the screen, Fang Ping smiled, but his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. He could not split himself. There were many things that he could not do. At this moment, he had no choice but to maintain his presence in front of everyone to give them confidence. Otherwise, if he really disappeared, he might cause a huge impact. Although that was what he said, Fang Ping was already prepared to leave. At this moment, Fang Ping quickly transmitted his voice to the outside. "Big Cat, I'll leave a clone here, but the clone can't last for too long. Moreover, the clone I'll leave behind is an imperishable substance clone without any intelligence. If there are any abnormal situations, immediately use my name, disguise yourself as my voice, and give me a reply. As for you, you have to inform me of the changes on Earth in time. I'll rush back as soon as possible." Fang Ping transmitted his voice to Big Cat. This was also his only way at the moment. He had to go to the catacombs. If he kept guarding Earth, then he could not do many things. Moreover, if he did not leave Earth, he could only be trampled on. He could not break the current stalemate. As for continuing to waiting for himself to become stronger. Fang Ping was still worried about an important problem, Li Zhen. His lies might be exposed. It had been almost a month since he left the catacombs. Li Zhen had not shown up for a long time. This was not in line with Li Zhen's character. Even if Li Zhen's injuries were not light, a month was more or less enough. Last time, Big Cat said that he discovered an emperor-level powerhouse who was suspected to be from an evil sect. The other party was probably only worried about Li Zhen now. If Li Zhen did not show up, the other party might see through him. Actually, someone is already testing me. Fang Ping pondered in his heart. Yes, it was Ji Yao. Perhaps it was not Ji Yao's subjective thoughts, but this woman, Ji Yao, was reckless. Li Zhen did not show up even when Universe Bao and the others were threatening Earth. What did that mean? If Li Zhen was not outside the heavenly cemetery, or if his injuries were so serious that he could not recover for a month, then it would cause a series of chain reactions. Therefore, I have to mess up the situation. Fong Ping thought to himself. In his mind, Big Cat's voice rang, "Liar, are you going to lie again?" Fong Ping started to lie again. By making a fake avatar here, everyone in the 107 outer domains would know that he was here. As for Fong Ping, who came to verify whether it was the real one, they probably did not expect Fong Ping to dare to leave at this time. If Fong Ping's whereabouts were really exposed and he was in the catacombs, then something big would probably happen in the catacombs. Those powerhouses would not have the energy to care about the humans. This is not a lie, this is saving people. Big Cat, you don't understand. This is called the empty city stratagem. You don't have to do anything, just help me maintain the existence of the avatar. At the crucial moment, pretend to be me and talk will do. Pretend to be you and talk? Big Cat struggled for a moment. It's very tiring. How long do you need to walk? Very soon. Fong Ping calculated. At most a day. If I'm fast, maybe I'll be back in 10 hours. All right. Big Cat agreed, feeling a little wronged. It was time to work again. Fong Ping comforted it, feeling helpless. There was no other way. At this moment, he could only let Big Cat keep an eye on him. Unbeknownst to the few staff members, Fong Ping's mentality fluctuated. The next moment, Fong Ping acted as if there was no one else around. He left the avatar on the spot, like a real person, standing there with his eyes closed. As for Fong Ping himself, he quickly disappeared from the Sky Division. Not long after he disappeared, in the concourse, Fong Ping's avatar suddenly opened its eyes and said in a calm voice, The headquarters remembered something. Big Cat, the human hero, likes to eat all kinds of cat food. Previously, only Sino Nation has been supplying it. Now that everyone is here, from various countries on Earth, go buy some cat food and snacks of different flavors and have someone send them to Magic City. Hurry, the faster the better. In the concourse, the few Sky Division staff members, including the 107 martial artists on the screen, were all stunned. At a time like this, he wants us to buy cat food and snacks. Minister Fong always did whatever he wanted. Minister Fong, Fong Ping said seriously, this is a big deal. The headquarters needs it. Big Cat is very important. The survival of mankind is related to it. We must satisfy its needs. Everyone was speechless. Didn't Big Cat go to the Sky Cemetery now? Was there a need to be so anxious? Still, this was not a big deal. Everyone said, Minister Fong, we'll arrange for it to be sent to Magic City by air immediately. More. Fong Ping said seriously again, more. 10,000 tons is not too little. Go and prepare it as soon as possible. Remember, I want all kinds of flavors, all kinds of specialties, all kinds of delicious food. Fong Ping made a lot of requests. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry, but they did not refute. Whatever you say, it was just snacks. It was not a big deal for Fong Ping, a person who stood at the peak of the human world, to want it. At this moment, Fong Ping was also satisfied. The liar had left. He was the one who wanted him to disguise himself and talk to him. I've strictly followed the liar's instructions. As for the cat food, that was what the liar owed me. Collecting some interest now is not a big deal. After swindling the cat food, Big Cat was still sunbathing on the rooftop of the building outside. He thought for a while. What else did he need? This was a rare opportunity. If he asked for more this time, he could save it for many years. Therefore, the next scene made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry, but they also felt relieved. Minister Fong was not in a hurry at all. He was not worried at all. He even had the time to do these things. From the looks of it, there was no need to worry too much. For this cat. Brother Cat from the headquarters, specially make some big blankets. The kind that is very, very big. I want it soft and thick. I want 50. No, 100 beds. Send them over quickly. Also, I want all kinds of drinks too. If it's wine, give me some too. Right, I want all kinds of dried fish too. It's best if there's live fish. Fresh ones are even better. In the hall, Fong Ping's avatar was almost drooling. This scene made everyone speechless. Did he want to eat it, or did Big Cat want to eat it? The cat was not on Earth. Could it be that Minister Feng wanted to eat it himself? They had never heard that Minister Feng had this hobby. Sigh, the hobbies of powerhouses were really hard to understand. The martial artists from various countries lamented in their hearts, but they did not stop and quickly made arrangements. These things did not need them to show up. A phone call could be done quickly. It was just some mundane things. If it was cultivation resources, everyone would be troubled. However, some food, drinks, clothes, and other things were really not a problem. In the distance, Big Cat was happy like crazy. The fat on his fat face was trembling. How awesome, whatever he wanted, he had it. Before this, he was still struggling for such a long time. He did not want to fall asleep while watching, but now, he did not feel sleepy at all. Big Cat decided that this time, he would get his hands on the next 10,000 years worth of supplies. 10 hours. 10 hours might not be enough, the swindler had better come back later. 24 hours was more or less the same. Don't come back so early, or else I won't be able to gather the 10,000 years worth of supplies. The cat was delighted. Soon, it began to talk about food, drinks, toys, and so on. Later, when Big Cat talked about nuclear bombs, the martial artists' faces changed. What did he want that for? Seeing this, Big Cat quickly changed his words. Didn't he want to keep some good stuff? During the Three Realms era, divine weapons were very powerful. He had kept a lot of them. Now, he heard that the human world's nuclear bombs were also very powerful. Maybe 10,000 years later, he could take them out and use them as divine weapons. Big Cat did not think of this in the past, so he did not have any inventory. Otherwise, it would be good to keep more fruits and vegetables. They were all treasures now. Big Cat was very patient and kept on talking. It was also rare for the others to interact with Feng Ping. Whatever Feng Ping said, they just listened. Unfortunately, Minister Feng did not talk about martial arts, which made everyone feel a little regretful. South Capital Catacombs. What Feng Ping did not know was that the cat was pretending to be him to cheat food and drink. It was a classic case of having the right to not let it expire. This was Feng Ping's first visit to the catacombs in South Capital. This time, Feng Ping did not pretend to be a weak martial artist. Right now, Feng Ping was impersonating the rank 7 Xianxia, an inspector from the Heavenly Division, inside the catacombs in South Capital, Jingnan City. The rank 9 powerhouse guarding the catacombs in South Capital was a rank 9 that Feng Ping was relatively unfamiliar with. His surname was Sunday. On the city wall, Feng Ping and Grandmaster Sun Xiang gazed into the distance. Sun Xiang sighed. Patrolman Xia. Old Chen went in after breaking through to rank 9. There hasn't been much activity these few days. I've tried to persuade Old Chen, but there are some things that can't be resolved just by persuasion. Old Chen said that there were still a lot of rank 9s in Sino Nation. With me holding the fort here, he would be at ease. If he's lucky, he might be able to advance further. There's no way to persuade him otherwise. Feng Ping said in a low voice, entering the catacombs rashly, and he's still a rank 9. Forget it. Vice-Chancellor Chen isn't stationed in the military department, so there's no need to be too harsh. However, if anything happens, it'll be a huge loss to Sino Nation. The rank 9 in charge could not easily leave the passageway they were guarding. Even if they were to leave, they would have to report it and wait for someone to take their place. Qin Yaoting was not an overseeing expert. Unless there was an order from his superiors, it was not a big deal for him to enter. Feng Ping used the excuse of investigating Qin Yaoting during his patrol this time. A rank 9 who had gone into the catacombs for a few days and had not returned was still highly regarded. Qin Yaoting was still a newly ascended rank 9. Now that he had not returned for a few days, it was not too surprising that Xia Lei came to investigate the situation. Feng Ping paused, then continued, I heard that Vice-Chancellor Chen went to the catacombs this time to look for junior sister Chen. Old son, has there been any news from junior sister Chen recently? Sun Xiang sighed, no. At the end of February, that brat Yunqi entered the catacombs. At the time, I was stationed here to oversee the catacombs. That girl has just advanced to rank 7. I told her to just train in the periphery for a while. At that time, Old Chen and Minister Feng went to the king's battleground. I was concerned about the situation there, so I didn't pay much attention to this side. Sun Xiang continued. In the end, when the matter at the king's battlefield was over, that girl disappeared without a trace. Before that, I even sensed her aura. You sensed it before? Fang Ping furrowed his brows slightly. If that's the case, she was within a 100 li radius earlier? Sun Xiang was a rank 9 martial artist. If a powerhouse completely concealed his aura, it would be difficult for him to sense someone stronger than him, unless he was very close. If they were weaker than him, he would still be able to detect them within a few dozen li. If the other party's aura was completely exposed, Sun Xiang could more or less capture some of the rank 7 Chen Yunqi's aura fluctuations within a 100-mile radius. Yes, I sensed it just before the war broke out. That girl didn't go too deep. She knew the danger too. She mainly challenged some rank 7 martial artists. I saw that she went to those small towns, so I didn't bother too much. In the outer region, other than those royal cities, there were also some small cities built by rank 7 powerhouses. Chen Yunqi did not venture deep into the city, nor did she have the guts to challenge the Lord of Royal City. She had gone to a small city to fight with the city lord. Even if the city lord of Monarch City rushed over, she still had a chance to escape. Moreover, when the weather changed, those rank 8 and 9 powerhouses did not have the heart to leave the royal city. At that time, Sun Xiang sensed the fluctuations of the battle. Rank 7 powerhouses fought. Chen Yunqi was an MCMAU powerhouse, and she did not lack divine weapons. The other party's ability was not considered strong among the rank 7 powerhouses, so Sun Xiang was not too worried. In the end, the impact of the weather changed was too great. He did not sense it for a period of time, so he did not think too much about it. After the weather changed ended, he lost his senses. At first, he thought that the weather changed was too great, so Chen Yunqi left there and did not continue to fight. However, there was no trace of Chen Yunqi for more than 20 days. He also knew that something must have gone wrong. If not, Chen Yaoting would not have entered the catacombs to look for her as soon as he broke through. The city where junior sister Chen fought before, it was destroyed. Sun Xiang said in a low voice, I went to investigate after that. The city was destroyed. However, the catacombs is very chaotic now. I only went to investigate after 5 days. I don't know who destroyed it or how. How did the catacombs react? Sun Xiang shook his head and said, there wasn't much of a reaction. Minister Zhang and the rest disappeared together with those true kings. The catacombs are also in chaos internally. Some powerhouses from other territories want to go to the inner territory. There are also some who want to conquer other royal cities. Wars will also break out. These few days, even the royal cities are at war. Destroying a small affiliated city did not cause too much of a stir. Fang Ping thought for a moment, nodded and said, I understand. However, I have to go and see the situation. Is Junior Sister Chen the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society or a member of the Heaven Division? I have to investigate. Sun Xiang was a little worried. I can't leave this place. I have to keep watch in South Capital City. Patrolman Xia, although you have reached rank 7, the situation in the catacombs is indeed very chaotic now. If you encounter trouble here, Sino Nation is opening up battlefields in other catacombs now. I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. It's okay. Fang Ping smiled and said, I'll go and take a look. I won't go too deep. Old Sun, you can keep watch here. Oh right, is there any movement from the Luofu mountain in the eastern boundary zone? Not really. We are thousands of miles away from the boundary zone. It's hard for us to know what happened there. Understood. Having said that, Fang Ping leaped down from the city. Sun Xiang wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he sighed and said nothing. He felt that the rank 7 CLA was too risky. It was not suitable for him to go deep alone. Although there was no big war breaking out in South Capital City's catacombs, there was no movement from Chen Yunqi and Chen Yaoting until now. Obviously, it was a little chaotic in the dark. CLA was MCMAU's genius and also a member of the Heaven Division. If he went missing here, South Capital City would be in serious trouble. Fang Ping did not care much about these. After leaving South Capital City, Fang Ping hurried toward the city where Xianxia went missing. After a while, Fang Ping arrived. What was originally a small city was now completely deserted. Recently, the catacombs was a little chaotic. The palace's control over the outer boundary of the catacombs had declined. Some people wanted to kill their way back into the inner boundary, some wanted to unify the outer boundary. Now, there was also a fight in the catacombs. The destruction of a small city under the watch of a rank 7 powerhouse was not considered a big deal. Here, there were still some bloodstains and corpses left behind. In the city, there were still some demons. These demons were devouring those corpses. Sensing Fang Ping's rank 7 aura, these middle and low-ranked monsters fled quickly, not daring to stay. Fang Ping did not care about them. He landed on top of the city wall and sensed carefully. After a while, Fang Ping frowned. They were all dead, almost all the powerhouses in the city were dead. Someone came to this small city later, probably to clean up the battlefield and collect some useful resources. Both humans and the catacombs might have people coming here. Fang Ping sensed that the small mineral vein underground had traces of being excavated. Everyone in the city died at the same time. A powerhouse's mentality outburst killed them. Although the small city is not big, to kill everyone in the city, they must at least have the ability of a rank 9. A rank 9 outburst could kill middle and low-ranked, but high-ranked ones could not be killed by pressure. Unless the absolute suppression was almost the same, Fang Ping searched around again and did not find any high-ranked powerhouses' corpses. He did not know if they were devoured by monsters or picked up by people later. The city lord of this place should have been killed. Otherwise, the other party would not have no news at all when the city was destroyed. Fang Ping searched again. Soon, he leaped into the air and landed on a nearby city wall. The city wall was a little broken. Fang Ping took a look and saw the sword marks on it. Stream swordsmanship. This was by Ruashi's self-created combat technique. It was a middle-ranked combat technique, not too powerful. However, Xianxia liked this set of combat techniques and felt that it suited her very well. She started learning under Bai Ruashi and became Lu Fengru's student halfway through. However, after Bai Ruashi returned, although no one said anything, Xianxia was considered to be under Bai Ruashi's tutelage. Bai Ruashi's stream swordsmanship was also taught to her. Xianxia had learned it quite well. There was indeed a battle here. The stream swordsmanship left marks on the city wall. This means that the city lord who fought with her here has average ability. Otherwise, the stream swordsmanship would not have been defeated and the city wall damaged. This kind of ability would not be able to do anything to Xianxia. Xianxia had a lot of treasures on her. She had fought a lot in the past few years. After entering rank 7, without the ability of upper stage or peak rank 7, it would not be easy to defeat her. Is it the catacombs powerhouses who attacked, or is it the bounded domain? Fang Ping looked far to the east, frowning. He could not delay too much. He had to return to Earth as soon as possible. His goal this time was Mount Luofu. Forget it. If I interrogate the nearby royal city powerhouses now, no matter how secretive it is, it will be easily discovered. I'll destroy Mount Luofu. If I can't find them, it won't be too late to come back. At the thought of this, Fang Ping hurried toward the eastern bounded domain. At this moment, Fang Ping restrained his aura, shattered the space, and left without attracting anyone's attention. At the same time, 8 southern regions and 10 southern regions soon broke out into a great war. Jiang Kuei and the others' goal was very simple. They came to kill people in exchange for imperishable substances. Once they entered the catacombs, they quickly rushed to the nearest royal city. With so many powerhouses entering the territory, the catacombs powerhouses quickly sensed it. The royal city lord, who was the nearest, quickly led the high-ranked powerhouses under his command and fled, without the slightest intention of staying. Not all of them fled. The powerhouses of Donglin Catacombs and Beihu Catacombs quickly gathered and began to rush in the direction of Mount Royal Sea. Recently, the catacombs' few royal courts had also issued orders. Once they encountered danger, they were to abandon the city and flee to Mount Royal Sea. In the direction of Mount Royal Sea, there were now messengers from the various royal courts. Very soon, they would ask for help from the royal courts to reinforce them. Beihu Catacombs. In the direction of Mount Royal Sea. In the Beihu Catacombs today, Mount Royal Sea was no longer guarded by human powerhouses. In reality, the humans guarding had long since evacuated Mount Royal Sea. The paragons had all left. Staying here alone was courting death. Previously, it was to inform the paragons and act as messengers. Now, it was no longer necessary. At this moment, outside Mount Royal Sea, an incomparably tall platform appeared out of thin air. Universe Bao brought dozens of rank 9 powerhouses and stepped into the air. Among the crowd, Ji Yao was protected by a few powerhouses. She also stepped into the air with a cold expression. When they were on the high platform, Universe Bao laughed. Your Highness, don't worry. With me here, Your Highness will not be in danger. Ji Yao came here because he was half coerced. He was worried that if he left the imperial city, Ji Yao would play tricks. He was also worried that Ji Yao would secretly harm him. That was why he brought Ji Yao along. After saying that, Universe Bao laughed. Previously, there was news that the Land of Rebirth wants to open a new battlefield in the outer territory. Recently, the army has been gathering. I have also understood Fang Ping. With his personality, uniting the 5 southern territories might be what he wants to do. As expected, Fang Ping is still eager for grandiose achievements. In the end, he chose 8 southern territories and 10 southern territories. Although Fang Ping did not leak the news, Universe Bao still guessed it. Right now, Universe Bao was also triumphant. He looked like he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. Fang Ping was only SOSO. Uniting the 5 southern territories, it was a good idea, but how could it be that simple? There were not only outer territories and divine land. As Universe Bao spoke, he continued, Your Highness, you asked me to coerce the Land of Rebirth. In my opinion, as long as we repel their attack this time, or even cause them some damage, the Land of Rebirth will feel the royal court's determination. They will certainly not dare to continue fighting us to the death. When that time comes, the plan to coerce them to retreat will be a success. In this way, Your Highness' test can be considered completed. Having said that, he smiled and said, I have completed the first 2 stages very smoothly. Your Highness, if I succeed this time, Ji Yao said coldly, I will keep my word. When that time comes, you will be the Deputy Temple Master of Destiny Hall. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Universe Bao cupped his hands, not overly courteous. The high platform was not built to pretend, but because they could not go up to the peak of Mount Royal Sea. Ordinary rank 9s would be sliced into pieces instantly if they went up. The reason why they built such a high platform was so that they could better observe the situation inside. Across the dozens of miles wide Grand Canyon, Universe Bao saw the powerhouses that were fleeing for their lives. He frowned slightly and said, These foreign martial artists are cowardly and cowardly. The 10 southern regions have many divine generals, more than 20 of them, 50 to 60 venerables, and over 100 commanders. They don't even have the slightest desire to fight. These people want to return to the restricted area to seize power? Wishful thinking. On the Earth's side, their forces were divided into 2, and they had to guard the other passageways. There were not many powerhouses. On the other side, there were more than 30 rank 9s. Now, however, the catacombs were fleeing madly, which made Universe Bao slightly dissatisfied. Soon, however, Universe Bao frowned, somewhat understanding why these people did not dare to fight. Wu Quishan, Su Yunfei, Luo Yu, Yu Wuhua, Li Wuqi, Universe Bao frowned. So these people had come. They were all top-notch rank 9 powerhouses. It was normal that the outer territory did not dare to resist. However, he was not afraid of anything. Right now, there were many powerhouses around him. That's good too. This time, we've hurt them. I'm afraid they won't dare to come to Godland to cause trouble again. As he said that, Universe Bao looked at Ji Yao, smiling. Your Highness, let the neighboring territories, the powerhouses from the cities that belong to the palace attack the Land of Rebirth, create pressure on them. Also restrain Fang Ping to prevent him from entering Godland. He would not act rashly, unless the other territories attacked. Even if they did not attack the Land of Rebirth, based on the Land of Rebirth situation, Fang Ping would still have to guard it. If he did not guard it, what if it was breached? Of course, the catacombs did not want to breach it now, even if they had the ability to do so. The internal strife had not been quelled yet. It was not worth it to suddenly start a full-scale war with the Land of Rebirth. Ji Yao frowned. Seeing that, Universe Bao said mildly, "Your Highness, if I can't restrain Fang Ping, then I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to complete Your Highness' test. I'm only a god general after all, not a true king." Universe Bao said again, "If I fail the test, then it's not my fault." In short, if he did not restrain Fang Ping, he would not attack. If he did not attack, then so be it. But that would be Ji Yao's fault, not his. If that was the case, then he would be taking over the Heavenly Mandate Army openly. Ji Yao snorted coldly, feeling a little helpless. Since Universe Bao had brought her along, she had no choice but to come. Now, Ji Yao was a little worried. If Fang Ping really came for him, would he kill him along the way? Besides, Universe Bao was smarter than she thought. Fang Ping might not dare to venture deep into Godland at this time. Also, whether Phoenix Sparrow had spread the news, she was not sure. Rumor had it that Phoenix Sparrow was killed by the longevity sword. Ji Yao felt uneasy. At this moment, she had no choice but to speak. She shouted, "Pass down the order. The 3 southern regions, 6 southern regions, 12 southern regions, all forces of the royal court, attack the Land of Rebirth." As soon as she finished speaking, a huge seal appeared and covered the void. Soon, a powerhouse 100 miles away shouted loudly and began to pass down the order. The catacombs was too big. Non-true king powerhouses could not transmit their voice far. However, the catacombs were not unprepared. Right now, at the Mount Royal Sea defense line, a large number of powerhouses were deployed as messengers. One by one, the order could be passed down quickly. "Your Highness is wise." Universe Bao laughed. This was good. This way, the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. He only needed to face those rank 9 invaders. It was a pity that the mysterious powerhouse suddenly disappeared. According to his subordinates, he had urgent matters to attend to and left first. Otherwise, Universe Bao might not be afraid of Fang Ping. Just as Universe Bao was thinking about this, above his head, in the void, true Lord Earth Wisdom was hiding in the void rift, observing the situation in the North Lake catacombs. "Not here, not a single one." Earth Wisdom frowned slightly. She came to the Outland this time because she knew that humans would open up a battlefield in the Outland. She thought that she might meet Wang Jinyang and the rest. But now, not a single one was here. Those people actually did not enter the land. Are they still in the Land of Rebirth? Or are they in 8 southern territories? Since North Lake was gone, what about Donglin? Earth Wisdom fell into deep thought. Maybe they were over there. She took a look inside again. Her mentality was strong, and the range of her senses was even further. She had already recognized one person. Wu Quishan, this was Fang Ping's teacher. According to some of the previous plans, they should capture or kill him. However, Earth Wisdom was worried that it would attract Fang Ping's attention. If that happened, it would be difficult to lure Wang Jinyang and the rest into the land. Go to 8 southern territories and take a look. If it doesn't work, I'll add fuel to the fire and let these guys from the fake dynasty win. The pressure is too much. Are Wang Jinyang and the rest still not showing up? And that guy Ground Oddity, where did he go? Earth Wisdom frowned slightly. Ground Oddity went to deal with Ji Hong and King Pingshan, but King Pingshan simply sealed up the royal territory and refused to come out. At this time, it would be troublesome if the other party ran away. Since King Pingshan did not move, then there was no need to care about him for the time being. Ground Oddity dealt with Ji Hong. Could it be that he was entangled? I'll go to 8 southern territories and take a look first. Thinking of this, Earth Wisdom's figure flashed away without causing any commotion. The people below did not know that a powerhouse had just left above their heads. Minister Fang, chaos has broken out in Dongwu catacombs. A powerhouse is approaching Dongwu city. At this moment, Heaven Division. While no one noticed anything unusual, a cat sat on a huge sofa. It was soft and comfortable, and while eating, it said vaguely, "Did they start fighting?" They haven't started fighting yet. In everyone's eyes, the person sitting on the sofa was Fang Ping. They did not notice that Fang Ping's avatar was being used as a cushion by the cat. The cat did not care. Its mentality was strong. These people were not as strong as it was. It could simply guide them, and they could not see the real situation. While eating, the cat said, "If they haven't started fighting, then don't worry about it." "Oh, right, send me some more food. I'm hungry." The dried fish just now was not bad. I've never eaten it before. You there, go get some more. At the side, a few logistics personnel of Heaven Division looked helpless. What was wrong with the minister today? Although Fang Ping had his flaws, he was not a glutton. The key point was eating, but eating dried fish. Sigh, there was nothing they could say. "Minister, chaos has broken out in the West Sea catacombs. A powerhouse has summoned an army and is threatening West Sea City." "They haven't started fighting?" "Not yet," the cat said indifferently. "Then why should we care? If we can win, then fight. If we can't, then retreat. They won't dare to attack. The headquarters is here." The cat patted its round belly, not worried at all. Fight, fight, fight. It would be fine as long as it ate happily. When it was done eating, it was done fighting. If it really could not win, then it would just call the swindlers back. It would not fight. When everyone heard his tone, they did not know whether to be happy or helpless. Was this not important? Why did it feel like Minister Feng did not care at all? Could it be that he had a card up his sleeve? Soon, someone laughed and said, "Minister Feng is far-sighted. He should have a way to deal with it." The cat listened for a while, blinked its big eyes, and said happily, "Of course. Actually, you guys don't have to worry." The headquarters used to learned a lot of skills from the cat. They even wrote an IOU for 1 million tons of cat food to the cat. They used so much cat food in exchange for a few very powerful skills. One of them is very powerful, the heaven and earth locking invincible defense barrier. When this brother cat from the headquarters comes out, I will definitely return the cat food to him. Everyone, remember to remind me when the time comes. Tell the others, don't be afraid. If you can't win, just run back. I can use the heaven and earth locking invincible defense barrier to lock the passageway for a day. They can't come in. The cat felt that after eating so much and taking so much, it was fine to do some work. Was it not just a mentality blockade? At most, it would make a trip to lock it. Its mentality was so strong, how could those martial artists below the pinnacle fight their way in? It was just a small matter, it said it confidently. The others looked at it strangely. What heaven and earth locking invincible defense barrier? They knew that Fang Ping liked to name things randomly. In the past, he named his combat technique 10,000 Teachers Fang Ping technique. They did not expect that he still had this hobby now. The key point was, Minister Feng was a little strange today, owed the cat 1 million tons of cat food. What was he trying to say by saying this to them? Was he asking them to give up the cat food? Was Minister Feng stingy to this extent? Everyone was exhausted. It was so difficult to communicate with Minister Feng. Often, the donkey's lips did not match the horse's mouth. After 2 or 3 sentences, Fang Ping started eating again. Eat if you want, but don't always eat those snacks and dried fish. I wonder if it was the cat or you who ate them. The cat did not care about them. They could talk after eating and drinking. When the scammer came back, he would say that he had contributed greatly and used the heaven and earth locking invincible defense barrier on him. The scammer would be embarrassed to scold me, right? Also, now that everyone knew about the 1 million tons of cat food, was the scammer going to renege on the debt? When the time came, he would show up and ask for the debt directly. Everyone would know that he owed him cat food. The more the cat thought about it, the more pleased it was. Maybe he could write a contract now, or let them start a global conference. No, a global live broadcast? The cat leaned on the sofa, wagging its tail. Should he do this? If he did, the scammer would suffer. The cat laughed so hard that its tongue was sticking out. If the whole world knew that the scammer owed a lot of cat food, that would be interesting. No, the scammer will definitely be angry. If he's angry, what if he doesn't pay up? How about I pretend to be at a disadvantage and go to other places to lock up the passageway? Then my vitality will be greatly damaged? The cat rested its chin on its paws. Was that a good idea? South Capital Catacombs, easternmost area. The domain was as quiet as ever. Tributary of the Forbidden Sea. The first time he crossed the Forbidden Sea, Fang Ping was trembling with fear. Now, however, he was incomparably calm. He floated at a low altitude above the Forbidden Sea, not even looking down. Instead, he stared at the bounded domain on the opposite side. Mount Luofu. He had never been to Mount Luofu before. However, there was not much difference in the layout of the domain lands. They were all divided into two parts, the inner and outer parts. The outer perimeter was usually where the disciples lived or where the demons were raised. The inner area was where their foundation lay. The Luofu mountain was one of the 10 great grotto heavens, and its sect master was also an emperor-level expert. This time, the venerable sovereigns of 3 different realms joined the battle, causing the humans to be unable to evacuate in time, and many peerless apex experts were killed or injured. Now that venerable Luofu wasn't here, how many powerhouses were there in the sect? Fang Ping's gaze kept changing. He had already prepared how to enter Mount Luofu. That day at the king's battlefield, he killed many people from Mount Luofu. Among them, the Luofu Mountain's leader had a storage ring. Fang Ping had found it, and the Luofu Mountain's token was inside the ring. In the past, such a top-level 9 expert could open the boundary wall with his token. The key is the size of the commotion. The opening of a domain caused quite a commotion. Fang Ping was worried that someone would notice. If a dead person suddenly opened the door, he would be exposed immediately. Find a secluded place and sneak in. That might work. Actually, it was best to wait here. When the person came out, they would capture one and interrogate him for information. Then, they would get rid of the imposter. But Fang Ping did not have the time. He did not know how long it would take for someone from the Luofu mountain to come out. Now that the 3 domains were all sealed off from the outside world, who knew when they would be able to meet people again? Was Xianxia captured by them? Or, kill him? Fang Ping's gaze was cold and stern. He frowned and quickly suppressed these thoughts. If Luofu Mountain did it, what was their purpose? Threatening me. However, Luofu Mountain did not reveal anything to the outside world. Fang Ping had a nagging feeling that Xianxia's disappearance this time might not necessarily be because someone had captured her to threaten him. Few people would do something like capturing someone to threaten a powerhouse. It was meaningless. The reason why experts were experts was because they were decisive. When fighting, he would never surrender just because his family and friends were being threatened. All the experts knew one thing: strength was the foundation. Only a fool would do such a brainless thing like crippling one's martial arts. In the end, it would only result in one's family and friends dying together. If it was really people from Mount Luofu or other forces who had captured Xianxia, Fang Ping felt that the possibility of them threatening him or Qin Yaoting was not high. Then why? Thoughts flashed through Fang Ping's mind, and he had a general idea of what was going on. Perhaps, it was to force him to reveal his secrets. He, Fang Ping, was too much of a monster. He was so monstrous that even he was afraid of himself. In less than 3 years, an ordinary person had reached the pinnacle. Perhaps these people would think that Xianxia knew something. Xianxia was Fang Ping's office director in the Martial Arts Society. She was also Fang Ping's office director in the Heavenly Division. Rumors about Fang Ping and Xianxia had been circulating in the outside world since a long time ago. There were not many people close to Fang Ping. People like Old Wang were very strong, and it was very difficult to capture them. But Xianxia, rank 7, was nothing. Fang Yuan's family members were even weaker, but it was almost impossible to meet them in the catacombs. Do you want to interrogate Xianxia about my secret? Fang Ping frowned. Xianxia actually knew some things. Even if Fang Ping did not say it, she could guess a lot. But it did not matter much. At this moment, it did not matter even if Fang Ping knew some of his secrets. The key was, if Xianxia did not say anything, he was afraid that there would be a lot of trouble. If these people really captured her and interrogated her for information, they would not treat her well. Whatever, let's sneak in first. Fang Ping looked around. The bounded zone was very long. He would find a more remote place to enter first. A more remote place. Maybe it would be better to enter from the sea. The bounded zone usually has an energy pool that is directly connected to the forbidden sea. The boundary wall over there is slightly weaker. Demons will often appear nearby. A little movement might not attract attention. Fang Ping thought, and in an instant, he dove into the sea. In the sea, Fang Ping glanced around and quickly found a few demons. Near the bounded zone, there had always been demons wandering around. However, there were not as many as other places. Maybe because of the recent riots in the Forbidden Sea, some of these demons left. Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony. His mentality erupted, intimidating a few monsters. With a slash of the god-slaying saber, he killed a few rank 9 demons almost in the blink of an eye. After keeping the corpses, Fang Ping did not look back and quickly swam toward the bottom of the bounded zone. He had already sensed that the energy in front seemed to be much thicker. That might be the water outlet. Mount Luofu. It was like a fairyland. The sky palace floated in the air, its scale incomparably grand. It was not lifeless. At this moment, in the Mount Luofu Immortal Palace, there were many people. There were women dressed as palace maids, walking around from time to time. There were martial artists dressed in armor, patrolling the Sky Palace in teams. In the Sky Palace, there were monsters roaring, young men and women chatting and laughing, and there was faint celestial music. This was Mount Luofu. It was not as desolate as Quokang Mountain. Back then, there was only one person and one cat, sleeping separately. Mount Luofu was not as prosperous as it was now. However, before Venerable Emperor came out of the mountain, he woke up all the sleeping disciples. Among the 10 grotto heavens, Mount Luofu had suffered a lot of losses back then. However, there were also many survivors, much better than other blessed grotto heavens. Not only Mount Luofu, Mount Wangu, Mount Weiyu, and other places, the losses were not as great as imagined. At this moment, Mount Luofu, in the central area of the Sky Palace, in an incomparably glorious huge palace. With the rank 9 monster plant trunk as the main material, the metal comparable to the material of rank 7 or 8 divine weapons as the walls, and the huge energy stones filled with energy as the floor tiles, this huge palace was built. In front of the palace door, 3 magnificent words hung. Fang Ping might not recognize them even if he saw them. Azure Emperor Palace. Mount Luofu's Venerable Emperor was also known as Venerable Emperor Qingjing. Azure Emperor Palace was his palace. At this moment, in the huge main hall, there was a human voice. The huge throne in the middle of the main hall was empty. On the throne, there were huge gemstones inlaid. Even if there was no one, the throne exuded a faint pressure, making people not dare to look directly at it. Fang Ping had seen such a throne in Xuanda Grotto Heaven. At that time, he had guessed that it might be a desperate realm demon's demon core. And the truth was, it was indeed so. This was also a proof of a battle record. It meant that the owner of the throne had once killed a desperate realm demon and left the other party's demon core. This was something that only an emperor level could do. At this moment, the huge throne was empty. Below, there were 6 huge seats on the left and right. 12 thrones. This was a treatment that only the top could have a seat in the Azure Emperor Palace. This was proof of identity and status, as well as proof of strength. Other martial artists, no matter how high their status was or how strong their background was, if they were not at the top, they had to stand and speak in the Azure Emperor Palace. The main hall was not flat, but divided into steps. The Venerable Emperor's throne was high up, and the top's throne was slightly lower. Below it, the 9 steps were separated again, and this was where the others stood. At this moment, there were many people in the main hall. On the 12 thrones, there were also people. On the 3rd seat on the left sat a young man, dressed in a brocade robe, with long hair draped over his shoulders. At this time, he gently rubbed his temples, as if he was worried about something. A few female martial artists dressed as palace maids carefully placed the dishes on the table in front of the throne and poured wine into the wine glasses. "Perfected Lord, it's time to eat," an extremely beautiful woman cautiously reminded him with a face full of concern. "Perfected Lord, don't hurt your body. I just picked fresh immortal fruits from the myriad orchard today. Perfected Lord, try it and see if it's to your taste." The young man raised his head, casually picked up the wine glass and took a sip. He frowned slightly, as if he was not very satisfied. Soon, under the woman's uneasy gaze, he put down the wine glass heavily. The sound of the wine glass hitting the table also made the whispers below quiet down. The young man's face was cold as he said indifferently, "Noisy. You only know how to be noisy. You don't even know that disaster is imminent. If this goes on, how can Luofu Mountain prosper?" Below, a middle-aged man in a long robe with a long sword at his waist bowed slightly and said, "Ninth Elder, the sect's only major enemy now is the human world. Fong Ping of the human world considers himself the king of the human world and is extremely overbearing. Previously, sect master attacked in the graveyard of the gods, which will definitely cause Fong Ping to be dissatisfied." "Nonsense." The young man scolded, "I don't want to hear this nonsense. I summoned you here to let you decide if you want to cooperate with the divine sect." The young man had a headache and said coldly, "The divine sect wants to use us as pawns, as bait, to lure and kill Fong Ping. It sounds nice and there's no danger, but how can I not know that the divine sect is trying to kill two birds with one stone? If we really lure Fong Ping out, the divine sect might just stand by and watch us kill each other. It's really hateful." After saying that, he frowned again and said, "But Fong Ping is becoming stronger so fast. Luofu Mountain is here, and there are no secrets of the outland." As expected, Luofu Mountain, Huatong Mountain, and a few other clans are the first forces that Fong Ping wants to deal with other than the four dynasties. He also had a sense of crisis. Everyone knew that humans would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The people of the outland could just close the outland and hide in the void. You might not be able to find them then. But the bounded domain was here, they could not run away even if they wanted to. If not for the catacombs restraining the three major domains, they might have already started fighting with the human world. The young man did not care much before, but after Fong Ping killed True Lord Earthly Zhou, he was a little worried. True Lord Earthly Zhou, True God Stage 5, and his strength was comparable to True Lord Earthly Zhou. As the young man said, he murmured, "Fong Ping, freak. More freak than King Wu. In just 3 years, from a mortal to a true god, this person's freak has never been heard of. Even if he is a reincarnated extreme path heavenly emperor, he is also strong too fast. Since he was a reincarnated, even if he was recovering his strength, reaching the peak in 3 years, this speed was also frightening. And if he was really a reincarnated extreme path heavenly emperor, then he had to think of a way. Otherwise, Fong Ping, who was getting stronger and stronger, would become a big problem sooner or later." At this time, someone below said, "Elder, cooperating with the divine sect is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. But Fong Ping really wants to kill, why don't we negotiate with the divine sect? Mount Luofu will open the passageway and let them enter the human world. The divine sect has many powerhouses. There is a high chance of killing Fong Ping in the human world. When they enter the human world and seal the passageway, they can only enter and exit from the outer realm. If the Netherworld King is still here, he will definitely stop the murderer. Maybe he can make the divine sect and the human world both suffer great losses." Easy for you to say, why would the divine sect agree? If they really had this intention, they would have made a move long ago when Earthly Zhou fell. The young man sneered, "We want to see them both suffer great losses. They also want to see us and the human world suffer great losses. Now, the Netherworld King is hiding in the dark. It is also an important point that everyone is afraid of." The young man shook his head slightly, and said quickly, "The human world is obviously a great enemy of all sides, but now, they can't reach an agreement, they all want to be the fisherman who benefits. If this goes on, sooner or later, Fong Ping will grow up." Understanding was one thing, but doing it was difficult. It had to be said that Life King still had some ability. Everyone was afraid of death, did not want to die, did not want to become a sacrifice. Under such circumstances, Life King could summon the catacombs powerhouses to attack the human world together and kill the threat of King Wu. This was actually a great ability. Unfortunately, Life King was dead. Also because of Life King's death, there were now not many people who dared to stand out. Killing Life King, that was a huge deterrent. The more the young man thought about it, the more irritated he became. He waved his hand and said, "All of you back off. Don't go out of the sect for now. Earthly Zhou is dead. Fang Ping must have guessed that one of the sects or grandmaster let Earthly Zhou enter. Previously, there were people patrolling the void in the human world, probably to find the door. This was done by Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven. When necessary, maybe we can spread the news, let Fang Ping and Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven fight. Once they fight, maybe it will be our chance. Now, everyone lacked someone to stand out. If Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven was the one who stood out, maybe the others would hear the news and attack together. Yes, sir. Everyone responded one after another. Even if they were asked to go out now, they might not dare. Now that it was very chaotic outside, they might be killed. Everyone left quickly. The palace maids also retreated under the young man's impatient gaze. After they had all left, the young man murmured, Fang Ping. Fang Ping. That day, he had participated in the Battle of the King battlefield. Therefore, he saw Fang Ping's evilness, and he also saw Fang Ping's horror. When the late-stage Venerable Emperors left, he was a step slower and did not chase after them. Venerable Emperor Qing Jin sent a voice transmission asking him to return to the sect to take charge, so he returned to Mount Luofu. Compared to other people's hearsay, he really saw Fang Ping's ruthlessness. In his opinion, the most ruthless thing was when Fang Ping had just left the king battlefield, the second king's people were chasing him, and he turned around and killed a paragon under the second king's eyes, knowing that he was no match for them. Such a person was too scary. If Fang Ping doesn't die, the three realms will be in chaos sooner or later. But this person has only been cultivating for 3 years. How did he cultivate to this level? The young man frowned, quickly got up and walked toward his palace. This was not his territory, this was the sect master's hall. His elder's hall was still next to it. He returned to his elder's hall. The young man ignored the greetings of the people in the palace and walked all the way to the depths of the palace. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a small courtyard. Outside the courtyard, 2 rank 9 powerhouses stood. When they saw the young man, they bowed and said, Elder. Did he say it? No. The young man frowned, looking at the woman sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. Even when he came, the woman still closed her eyes and ignored him. Tell me, I'll let you go. The young man said calmly, You've served Fang Ping for some time, you can't be ignorant. Fang Ping must have secrets, tell me, and you can save yourself the pain. In the courtyard, Xianxia opened her eyes full of exhaustion, but her tone was unusually calm. I said, I don't know. I don't have any intimate relationship with Fang Ping, he has a lot of classmates, would he tell everyone his secrets? Are you an idiot? The young man snorted coldly, a flame-like energy rose in his hand, not floating toward Xianxia, but falling under the small courtyard. In the small courtyard, a crystal-like barrier rose in all directions. In the next moment, a raging energy flame rose in the small courtyard. Xianxia was sweating like rain, her body trembling, her mentality overflowing, a large amount of vitality force on the surface of her body evaporating. The young man said coldly. Don't say that you don't know. I've investigated you, I'm very clear about your relationship with Fang Ping. You've tasted the taste of spirit fire. Burning your vitality, burning your spiritual consciousness, I treated an enemy in the past, a martial artist of rank 8 origin, burning him for 3 days, guess what his only wish was in the end? Xianxia ignored him. Let me send him back to heaven. He died without dignity, without value, like a dog, begging me to kill him. I really don't know. Xianxia's whole body trembled, the sound of her teeth chattering could be heard, she said shakily, me and him, it's just my one-sided love. Humans, there are too many people who like him, he's so dazzling, no one would dislike him, no matter how many times you ask me, it's useless. Then tell me, how did you reach rank 7 so quickly? The young man said coldly, before rank 6, I'm not curious. What I'm curious about is, how did he help you seal the Sanjiao gate? Does he have any treasures that he especially values? How can he change his aura? How can he restrain his aura and not be detected at all? How is he different from ordinary people on normal days? I don't believe that he, who advanced to the peak in 3 years, has no abnormalities at all. If you say he doesn't, then you must be lying to me, not only will you die, but also that useless rank 9 who entered this place recently. That's your grandfather, isn't it? I've already found his whereabouts, wait until I catch him, burning his spiritual consciousness. I'll let you see how he dies in pain with your own eyes. I think you'll be looking forward to it. It's useless. Xianxia smiled with difficulty. I really don't know, even if you kill my grandfather, and I make up some lies, will you believe it? Tell me, maybe. I'll believe it. The young man was indifferent. Whether it was true or false, he could more or less judge. He was really too curious. Fang Ping, how did he become stronger? If he could find out the secret of his strength, maybe he could also improve further, become a venerable emperor, a saint, or even a heavenly king. In the three realms, there would be many who were curious about Fang Ping. In the past, he could be wary of King Wu. Now, Fang Ping was also extremely strong. In the young man's opinion, the probability of Fang Ping telling his parents and family was not high. His parents were only low-ranked martial artists, and his sister was not considered strong. To be honest, as a young man, the probability of Fang Ping telling his women was higher. Xianxia endured the pain and smiled. You really want to know? Then I'll tell you, the reason why he's so strong is actually because of King Wu. Do you believe it? The young man frowned. He's actually just King Wu's chess piece. Just a chess piece that deliberately attracts your attention. King Wu is the reincarnation of Heaven Reverse Emperor. He is just an ordinary martial artist. King Wu needs him to divert everyone's attention, so, secretly helping him to continuously improve his strength. Xianxia panted. That's the truth. Fang Ping also knows, but he needs to become stronger, so, he can only show that he's very strong, very strong. I've told you everything I know. Are you messing with me? The young man snorted coldly. An energy flame appeared in his hand again, merging into the ground. In the courtyard, the raging flames flared up even more. The sound of flesh cracking could be heard. A large amount of vitality, force and mentality were burned and evaporated. The young man saw that Xianxia did not say a word, as if she was dead. He snorted coldly, waved his hand, and released a wave of energy, closing the courtyard door. At this moment, one of the two rank 9s by the door said in a low voice, Elder, the martial artists in the human world today are all people who can endure. Moreover, this woman may not really know anything. If the news is leaked and Fang Ping finds out, why not kill this woman and frame the divine sect or other sects? Of course I know that she may not know anything. The young man said indifferently, continue to ask questions that are not important. She's still young, thinking that I only want to force Fang Ping to reveal his secrets, but she doesn't know. I have my own plans. Ask her everything clearly, how she interacts with Fang Ping normally, who are her friends in the human world, Elder. One of them seemed to know something, a little shocked, and said in a low voice, Elder, isn't this too risky? It's fine. The young man said lightly, there are benefits to taking risks, but, do you know what I want to do? The rank 9 martial artist who was asked lowered his head and said, I saw a secret technique in the library of martial arts, you're in luck. The young man smiled faintly and said, after I took this cultivation technique that year, I stopped spreading it. It seems that you must have gone in and seen it that year. There are not many people who know about it now. As he said that, the young man stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder, saying with a smile, ask seriously. The more you know, the better. If I succeed, you too will benefit. Now that the sect leader is not here, the sect also needs a few new elders. Both of you are my direct descendants. If I become the sect leader, Elder, who do you think it will be? Both of them were extremely excited and answered hurriedly. The young man said no more, turned around and left. The moment he turned his head, there was an additional coldness in his eyes. The more you know, the faster you die. Don't you know that trouble comes from the mouth? When things were done, these two people should also disappear. After he left, the two people in front of the door waited for a while. The other person said in a low voice, do you know what the elder wants to do? I guessed a little. The person from before looked at the small courtyard and said telepathically, this courtyard is not purely for torturing people. Did you see it? This woman's vitality and spiritual consciousness are constantly being burned and stripped from her flesh. These vitality and spiritual consciousness are not burned but preserved by the array in the courtyard. This kind of burned vitality and spiritual consciousness. If it goes through the elder's cultivation technique, it can be attached to the elder's spiritual consciousness and vitality. As soon as this was said, the other person seemed to understand and said in shock, "The elder wants to impersonate this woman? Enter the human world." Not only that, maybe he also has the intention to get close to Fang Ping. This woman is said to be Fang Ping's lover. When the time comes, when she knows Fang Ping's secret, killing Fang Ping will be a piece of cake. But it's too risky. The elder is also full of courage, this person sighed. Ninth elder was full of courage. This was very dangerous. Once something was wrong, it would not be difficult for Fang Ping to join forces with the Netherworld King to kill Ninth elder. However, if it really succeeded, then it would be amazing. Xianxia's strength was not considered strong, so she would not attract too much attention. But her identity and status were not ordinary. Ninth elder could even take the opportunity to jump out of this general situation and impersonate Xianxia to hide in the human world. Maybe after King Wu and the others returned, he could even enter the core group of King Wu and the others. Her grandfather was a powerhouse in the human world, and it was said that his status was not low. Her lover was Fang Ping. If he was stronger, like rank 9, or even broke through to the peak, then he would definitely become a core figure in the human world. If Ninth elder impersonated her, if Fang Ping died, he could even use her identity to pretend to be King Wu's widow. It was fine if King Wu's widow was not strong, but if she was strong, in this period, it was extremely normal for her to rule the human world. When King Wu returned, maybe even King Wu would trust her. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Ninth elder's choice to capture Xianxia was a good move. Ninth elder was not considered a powerhouse in the three realms before, so he might not have the chance to do anything, but now, the chance was great. As he thought about this, his companion beside him was a little worried. This was a top secret. If elder wanted to impersonate Xianxia, once his identity was exposed, it would be extremely dangerous. Now that both of them knew, would elder silence them? Although he was worried, on Mount Luofu, the sect leader had left, and the other elders were either dead or gone. Ninth elder was heaven. If they did not listen to him now, they would only die faster. I hope elder won't make a move, we are his direct subordinates. Elder also needs manpower. This person comforted himself, and soon thought of the rank 9 who had been wandering outside the sect recently. Elder, maybe it was not that he did not find the other party, instead, he deliberately did not kill him, did not capture him. Perhaps elder had made preparations. When Xianxia was unconscious or injured, Qin Yaoting would coincidentally find her and bring her back to the human world. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Ninth elder was extremely calculative. Perhaps Qin Yaoting was lured here by elder himself. When that time came, Xianxia would be fine, Qin Yaoting would be fine, and they would return safely. Even if Fang Ping knew that it was related to Mount Luofu, he might not make a move. Even if he did, Ninth elder had already entered the human world, and he might not care about Mount Luofu's survival. Thinking about it this way, this person felt that the future might be a little bumpy. No wonder elder has been asking us to pry for some unimportant information these days. This person turned around and took a look at the courtyard. The woman in the courtyard probably did not expect elder to have such an idea. As for elder being a male, when he reached the impasse, his golden body was ever changing. It was not too difficult to turn into a man or a woman. For the sake of the great plan, it was not unacceptable to turn into a woman. At this moment, Fang Ping, who had just sneaked into Mount Luofu, had never thought about this. If he knew, he would probably grind this Ninth elder's bones into ashes. This is Mount Luofu? The place where Fang Ping emerged from was a spring under Mount Luofu's heavenly palace. There was no one around. Fang Ping transformed into that Mount Luofu rank 9's aura, made a small opening in the boundary wall through the token, and entered. As soon as he entered Mount Luofu, Fang Ping sensed a strong aura. There's a paragon. A paragon, rank 9's. 24 people, more than 30 rank 8's, more than 50 rank 7's, Fang Ping was a little emotional. This was the blessed grotto heaven. Even if there were heavy losses, powerhouses were everywhere. This desperation is not weak. I'm afraid he is not weaker than true Lord Earthly Zhou. While Fang Ping was thinking, his figure flashed quickly, leaving the place. As soon as he left, a rank 9 powerhouse landed from the sky. glanced at the spring, frowned slightly, and murmured, "The seal is shaking a little. Are the demons at the bottom of the sea attacking the seal again?" Just now, the seal shook a little. This person was the powerhouse who usually presided over the formation. After investigating for a while, he did not find anything unusual. This person shook his head, soared into the sky again, and disappeared on the spot. Not far away, Fang Ping, who was hiding in the void, watched him leave silently, and did not make a move. To destroy these blessed grotto heaven, the paragon must be killed first. If the paragon did not die, then the sect would not be destroyed. If the paragon died, even if the others did not die, they could not make too much of a splash. Fang Ping was about to sneak into the heavenly palace when he suddenly frowned. This place has more than one paragon. At this moment, Fang Ping felt a looming aura. The aura of a desperation. It was very weak, but it was real. A sleeping antique? Fang Ping made a judgment in his heart. Some antiques had really reached the end of their lifespan, and they would almost not wake up unless it was the last moment. Mount Luofu probably had an antique. Such an antique would not be weak. However, they were in a deep sleep. Unless they encountered a fatal crisis, otherwise, they would not wake up. Fang Ping looked in the direction of the heavenly palace. He sensed the looming aura just now. It came from the Lake of Eternal. The Lake of Eternal was also a standard of the blessed grotto heaven. Back then, Gong Juanzi's body was soaked in Quokang Mountain's Lake of Eternal. Later on, Elvision also went there to soak himself. As a result, Fang Ping, who initially had high hopes for the Lake of Eternal, lost all expectations in the end. Moreover, he could convert imperishable substances himself. Using imperishable substances to maintain the vitality of the fleshly body. That's in line with old antique sleeping characteristics. Fang Ping withdrew all of his aura and sensed once more. He discovered that the active paragon was quite a distance away from the Lake of Eternal. Fang Ping was no longer worried. His silhouette flickered in the void. Perhaps even ordinary rank 9s could not see his movements. The Fang Ping of today was much stronger than before. From the underground to the heavenly palace, there were all kinds of restrictions. Without permission, even a rank 9 would be cut into pieces if they barged into the heavenly palace. However, to Fang Ping, not to mention that he could sense the correct path, even if he could not, these prohibitions would not be able to cut him. Fang Ping kept wandering in the space rift. Soon, Fang Ping broke into the heavenly palace area. The correct path led straight to a gigantic door. On the door was written, Zhu Mingyao's True Realm. Luofu Mountain, Zhu Mingyao's True Heaven of the 10 Great Heavens. 5 big words in flamboyant calligraphy shone with a strange light, captivating. These words were written by Venerable Emperor. On both sides of the decorated archway stood 4 powerhouses, 2 on each side. 2 rank 7s, 2 rank SIXS. Obviously, Luofu Mountain had not exaggerated enough to use a rank 8 golden body to guard the door of the heavenly palace. A rank 8 golden body, even in ancient times, was also a figure of a region. An indestructible golden body, the limit of physical development, these were all represented by a rank 8 powerhouse. At this moment, the 4 gatekeeping martial artists were extremely quiet, not saying a word. Guarding the door was actually just one meaning. No one thought that anyone could break into Luofu Mountain. Even if they did, they would have been discovered long ago. They were guarding here to prevent people from the outer sect below from breaking in. However, in the war that year, the inner sect was still fine, but the outer sect people were almost all dead. Today, there were not many people in the outer sect. Some were prisoners captured from the outer sect, some were resurrected martial artists, yes, resurrected martial artists, Star Town's resurrected martial artists. All these years, Star Town had sent people into the land of rebirth. When Fang Ping was in the Hall of Myriad Origins, he sensed a lot of life origins. Some people were resurrected, some did not, but there were not many resurrected martial artists left in Star Town. Because a part of them had entered the blessed grotto heavens, Fang Ping knew about these things. Back then, the people in Star Town had told him that if there was a matching aura, they might give him an opportunity. This opportunity was to enter the blessed grotto heavens. Li Zhen had entered the blessed grotto heavens before. Zhang Tao once said that no one existed in the blessed grotto heavens that Li Zhen had entered. Not a single one. But now, Fang Ping discovered that there were people in the 8 major territories. Whether Li Zhen had entered one of the 8 major blessed grotto heavens back then was up for debate. He did not know if that place had been destroyed or still existed. Although Fang Ping had been to many places, he had not been to many of the 108 outer sections. Here at Luofu Mountain, resurrected martial artists had entered. After entering, they had never left again. Now, these people were in the outer sect below. These people were the outer sect disciples that Luofu Mountain had left in the human world. They had entered the catacombs with the demon emperor to fight, and almost all of them had died in battle. Places like Luofu Mountain did not trust these outer sect disciples. No one knew if they were pawns set up by the demon emperor. Of course, they did not dare to put them in important positions. However, some trivial matters could still be handed over to these people to take care of. Feeding monsters, planting immortal fruits, servants, palace maids, these people might have been selected from the outer sect disciples. However, there were very few who could enter the heavenly palace. Luofu Mountain did not care too much about those people below. Fang Ping had actually seen and sensed it. He saw that some people's oars were weak, and some people were plowing like cows. He did not know what to think. If these people had stayed in the human world, like Guo Xingquan and the others, they would also be respected powerhouses now. But they had chosen to enter the blessed grotto heavens. Over at Star Town, Fang Ping knew that they would not force you to go. Of course, there were some temptations, but it was still up to them to choose whether to go or stay. Since these people had entered the blessed grotto heavens and were now in this state, Fang Ping did not want to say anything. The heavenly palace only had this main door. There were no obstructions around, but layers of restrictions were set up. Anyone who came would have to pass through this door. Fang Ping hid in the void dozens of meters in front of the door plate. He did not show himself, nor did he force his way in. He sensed a hint of murderous intent. The few big words on the door plate seemed to contain some special energy. If he broke through the void and entered, he might be attacked. These powerhouses were not really defenseless against intruders. Fang Ping was not afraid of such attacks, but in this way, he would be exposed. They're quite careful. They even set up such restrictions inside their own lair. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. His mentality and energy dissipated and spread out slowly. There were some voices in his ears. Master, when can we reappear in the 3 realms? Wait. Senior sister, the set of cultivation methods that Master mentioned before, I don't understand. Senior sister, mother, I want to go to the human world to have a look. Why can't I open the door? 9th Elder has strictly ordered that no one is allowed to open the door to the human world. There are powerhouses in the human world now. I know. Is that Fang Ping? The person who claimed to be the king of man. Damn it. When has the Luofu immortal realm ever feared an ant in the mortal world? Once 9th Elder has killed Fang Ping, I will definitely make a trip to the human realm to slay those devils and uphold justice. Slay demons and defend justice, yes, the neo-martial artists in the human world were the devils. The publicly acknowledged fiend of the 3 realms. Who was the righteous path, the human realm beyond heavens, the land of boundaries, the overseas immortal islands, and the divine sect were all righteous, because the divine sect was also the orthodox of the heavenly court. King Kuan was one of the 8 kings, and so were the 3 sages, who dared to say that the divine sect was not orthodox. Even the catacombs' 4 majestic halls had their roots in the earthly emperor divine dynasty. Whether or not the earthly emperor's projection was the earthly emperor himself, it was still the earthly emperor. Therefore, the only thing in the 3 realms that wasn't considered orthodox was the human world. Was Heavenly King Zhen one of the 8 kings? I don't know. Even if it was, the human world was not the orthodoxy of the heaven-subduing king. Therefore, the human world was the demonic path. At this moment, Fang Ping laughed at himself in his heart. This was the position of the human world in the eyes of all parties. Demonic Tao, slay demons and defend justice was a matter of course. The human realm beyond heavens, the land of boundaries, these places all regarded the human world as the demonic path. Therefore, in their eyes, the martial artists in the human world could be killed by them, but once they were killed by the martial artists in the human world, it would be the demonic path wreaking havoc. The person who spoke just now was probably not very old. Even the ancient people were sealed when they were young. But at such a young age, they had developed a deep-rooted impression that they were immortals, gods, and the righteous path. Disobedience in the human world was the demonic path. We have to slay demons and defend justice. Then today, I will let the demonic path wreak havoc. Fang Ping snorted coldly in his heart. Slay demons and defend justice in the human world, what a righteous cause. He had long seen through this group of hypocrites. They thought they were infallible, thought they were immortals, and were arrogant. Did they think they could dictate the fate of humans? Ridiculous. At this moment, Fang Ping's mentality erupted instantly destroying most of the mentality of a rank 6 monster that was wandering leisurely behind the archway. Roar! This monster suddenly went berserk, madly crashing into the Imperial Road in the distance. Seeing this scene, a few martial artists guarding the door turned their heads to look. Seeing the monster with red eyes, one of the rank 7 martial artists cursed in a low voice, "These demons should all be chased away. They make a ruckus from time to time. If they stay in the immortal palace, the palace won't have peace." Although he was cursing, the person still said quickly, "Go suppress it. Don't disturb the peace of the elders and the deacons." Hearing that, the 2 rank 6 martial artists hurried over there. Seeing that they had gone, the other rank 7 martial artist said helplessly, "Recently, the elders have not been in a good mood. The deacons are also in a bad mood. I'm afraid you and I will be reprimanded again this time." As for the rank 6 monster going berserk, monsters below the high ranks did not have high intelligence. Going berserk was not too surprising. After staying in the heavenly palace for a long time, these demons were also depressed. Venting a little was not a big deal. As the two chatted, their gazes were also looking over there. The rank 6 monster was not weak. The 2 rank 6 martial artists had their hands and feet tied. They could not take it down for a while. Seeing this scene, both of them secretly cursed useless. If the commotion was any bigger, it would attract the attention of the adults. Both of them could not care less about their pride and hurried over there. Behind them, Fang Ping's silhouette was faintly discernible, flickering constantly, like a shadow, following them. Very soon, the 2 rank 7 martial artists subdued the rank 6 monster. They did not kill it. It looked like they were going to escort it to the outer sect. Fang Ping, however, could not be bothered with them. He did not make a move on them either. After passing the decorated archway, other than guarding against the paragon, he did not need to care too much about the others. Fang Ping headed straight for the Lake of Eternal. The slumbering apex expert was his first target. Once this kind of antique woke up, it would be a great threat. But in its deep sleep, he might be able to kill the other party easily. Of course, he could not kill it completely. Otherwise, Dao would collapse and he would be discovered instantly. Leaving behind a little mentality primer was not a problem. Fang Ping calculated everything clearly and hurried on his way. If he met anyone on the way, he would try to avoid them. After a while, a heavily guarded place appeared in front of Fang Ping. It was a huge garden. Outside the door, no one was standing guard, but there was a building that looked like a gatehouse. Among them, a rank 9 and a rank 8 powerhouse were chatting in the gatehouse. 2 powerhouses were keeping watch. Obviously, this place was very important. "Senior, do you think Third Elder has not woken up for so many years? Could it be? Be careful with your words." The rank 9 old man growled and said quickly, "Third Elder has been in closed-door cultivation for many years. When he comes out this time, he might be able to achieve the position of Venerable Emperor." Although he said it, the old man did not believe it himself. Third Elder was already old. True gods and venerable emperors were known to have a lifespan of 10,000 years. But in reality, it was still different. If a true god could live for 8,000 years, then you were lucky. You were strong and close to emperor level. Under normal circumstances, if a true god was over 5,000 years old, then they had to sleep often. Otherwise, they would age quickly and enter their old age. As for emperor-level powerhouses, the stronger they were, the longer they lived. The limit of 10,000 years was only for those ordinary emperor-level powerhouses. The stronger they were, the stronger their life essence, the later they would enter the end of their lives. Their third elder was already over 7,000 years old. He might really enter the end of his life, if he did not wake up now. it was not the time for the last fight. Once he woke up, if he did not become an emperor, he might age and die quickly. Over at Mount Luofu, Grand Elder had already passed away in meditation a few years ago. Second Elder had died in the graveyard of gods that year. 12 elders either dead or in deep sleep, and a few younger ones had also followed into the cemetery of gods this time. In the sect, only 2 true gods, Third Elder who was in deep sleep and Ninth Elder who was still presiding over the sect, were present. The old man flattered and did not speak again, but his mentality began to fluctuate. As for Fang Ping, he hid outside, his mentality also overflowed. Both of them were communicating telepathically. Fang Ping now knew why old Zhang liked to eavesdrop. Eavesdropping on other people's telepathic conversations was a very satisfying thing. Junior, now in the sect, Ninth Elder presides over the sect affairs. You know Ninth Elder's personality. He seems unmoved, but in reality, his mind is gloomy. The less he speaks, the more mistakes he makes. Third Elder is Ninth Elder's master. Be careful not to be caught. Thank you for reminding me, Senior. I also lost my head for a moment just now. The middle-aged man thanked him and said, Senior, there has been some abnormalities in the sect recently. Previously, there were martial artists bombarding the seal outside the sect, but Ninth Elder asked us to guard the sect and not let people out. This, probably not willing to have a conflict with the human world. It is said that the ones who bombarded the seal were human martial artists. Those devils in the human world are extremely daring. Now that the sect master is not here, Ninth Elder is not wrong to act cautiously. It is just that he has lost the sect's face. However, we are just mere executives. This matter is not up to us. No, I heard that recently, Senior Qingyun and Senior Qingming have been in the Hall of Elders and have not come out. Senior, do you think Ninth Elder is planning something? Don't be nosy. Senior, it's not that we are nosy, but we have to think for ourselves. Although we have been sealed for many years, our lifespans are also reaching the limit. If we don't become true gods, I'm afraid our lifespans will be exhausted and we will die. What do you want to do? I'm just a little curious about what Ninth Elder is doing. Ninth Elder definitely wants to become an emperor. And now, it is said that the human world's Tao is loosening. Do you think Elder wants to take the opportunity to go to the human world to achieve Tao? That person from the outside world, could it be related to this? Related to this? Could it be that Elder wants to befriend the human world martial artists and take the opportunity to enter the human world? But the sect master fought with the human world's martial artists before. Both of them were still talking. After being sealed for thousands of years, it was rare for them to wake up now. Both of them were also very talkative. Fang Ping listened for a while. He did not gain much, but he noticed a few points. There were 2 rank 9s in the Hall of Elders who had not come out. He sensed it, but it was somewhat blocked. In addition, there was a paragon there, so he did not dare to investigate carefully. Secondly, someone had attacked the stronghold from the outside. The probability of it being Chen Yaoting was not small. This old man actually came here. He must have discovered something. Otherwise, with Chen Yaoting's personality, he would not rashly enter the boundary zone. The old man did not go back. He did not inform me. He chose to come by himself. Fang Ping sighed softly in his heart. He somewhat knew what Chen Yaoting was thinking. Fang Ping could not easily take the risk. If he came to Mount Luofu, if he was left behind on Mount Luofu, or if a great battle broke out and he was surrounded by other powerhouses, the probability of Fang Ping being surrounded and killed here was very high. If he stayed on Earth, those powerhouses would not dare to go to Earth and risk their lives. Nonsense. A weak rank 9 who has just broken through to the boundary zone, is he courting death? Fang Ping cursed in his heart. But before he came, he did not sense Chen Yaoting's aura. This old man must have also hidden and did not continue to stay nearby. Hiding, the probability of him hiding in the Forbidden Sea was higher. However, this was also a very dangerous thing. Fang Ping did not know how he could resist the erosion of the Forbidden Sea seawater. Hall of Elders. Hall of Elders, wait a little longer. There's a paragon over there. It's too dangerous. Here. Their third elder is in a deep sleep. I'll kill him first. Fang Ping thought in his heart. This time, he did not have any scruples. He traveled through the void directly, passed by both of them, and entered the big garden. In the garden, the scenery was great, however, Fang Ping did not pay attention to it. He had already seen the constantly tumbling golden water in the depths. The lake of imperishable matter, the rich imperishable matter was imprisoned in a side of the lake. This was also the accumulation of the boundary zone during its peak period. Above the lake, a transparent cover appeared. This was a sealing array, preventing the imperishable matter from leaking out. Fang Ping observed for a while, and very quickly, he had an idea. This defensive cover was probably set up by the third elder who was in a deep sleep. It was to prevent people from trespassing into his place of hibernation. Once Fang Ping broke in, the other party might wake up very quickly. However, with such a close distance, Fang Ping did not necessarily need to break in to kill him. In the next moment, Fang Ping's figure flickered, hiding behind a big tree. There was no one here. This was the third elder's hibernation place. No one else could enter without permission. Fang Ping quickly closed his eyes. He had already sensed third elder's aura. He would enter his path of origin first, in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping's figure appeared in front of a slightly dim avenue. It was very dim. One could even say that it was dark. The avenue was a little deathly still. A paragon who was about to fall, his willpower was no longer strong. After sleeping for many years, even his reaction speed was very slow. If Fang Ping barged into other people's daos, the powerhouses would react quickly. However, at this moment, Fang Ping's appearance did not seem to trigger any reaction from the other party's origin. When this happened, it usually meant that the other party's strength was not as good as Fang Ping's. Therefore, when Fang Ping barged in, they would not notice at all. Sensing this scene, Fang Ping was also speechless. You deserve to die. This time, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to sever his opponent's Dao. Since the other party had yet to react, he could take his time. Fang Ping did not step into the main street. He stood in front of the main street, his god-slaying saber appearing, aiming at the intersection of the main street. This time, he was prepared to cut off the other party's main street directly, leaving 1 to 2 meters would be enough. If the great path was severed, leaving a meter or two behind, the other party would be severely injured immediately. Fang Ping had no problem suppressing a severely injured paragon. Without the amplification of the origin Dao, even an emperor might not be his match. Fang Ping aimed at Dao. He raised his saber and brandished it, preparing for a moment. As for a supreme great Dao that was about to fall, he had no interest in taking a closer look. Moreover, he might be discovered by the other party if he entered. Kill! Fang Ping let out a low growl. The speed of his saber was unbelievably fast, rumble, crack, when he went all out and the other party did not notice. It was not too difficult for Fang Ping to sever the other party's Dao with the divine weapon in his hand. Moreover, the other party's Dao was already rotten. A loud cracking sound rang out in the source world. At this moment, in the void, an extremely old figure appeared. The old man's hair and beard were all white, as if he had just woken up and was still a little dazed. However, when he saw that his Dao had been severed, the old man sobered up instantly. But it was too late. At this moment, Fang Ping's figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, Fang Ping's real body was extremely fast, quickly breaking through the Lake of Eternal's defensive barrier. Almost in the blink of an eye, at the bottom of the lake, Fang Ping pressed one hand on the head of an extremely old man. Crack! Fang Ping did not hesitate at all, directly crushing the other party's skull. Not only that, his mentality erupted instantly, sealing off the surroundings. Only at this moment, in the lake, an illusory spirit body appeared. Before he finished speaking, Fang Ping blasted out a punch, blasting the other party's illusion into pieces. Fang Ping grabbed a small piece and held it in his hand. Holding the god-slaying saber in his right hand, with a sweep of the saber, the other fragments were instantly shattered, completely obliterated. Fang Ping pinched a small fragment in his left hand. At this moment, the fragment turned into the old man's appearance. Fang Ping glanced at it and said lightly, "I almost killed you. You scared me. Don't ask me who I am. There's no need to. Don't say that you're innocent. Everyone has their own difficulties. Alright, I've explained everything that needs to be explained. Go back to sleep. While the old man was still in a daze, Fang Ping set up layers after layers of mentality barriers, sealing the small pieces of mentality fragments. It's my first time killing a paragon is so easy. It seems like I'm really made for being an assassin. Don't feel lonely. Soon, I'll send the others to meet you. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Otherwise, if you die and they're still alive, won't you be jealous? Look at your current situation. Your Tao has been severed, your golden body destroyed. Even if I let you live, you won't be able to live for more than a few days. Right, are you interested in telling me some secrets? For example, what weaknesses does your ninth elder have? I heard that you're his master. He's been very carefree recently. If he doesn't die, won't you be jealous? The little illusory figure was a little lifeless. These words. For him, who had already reached the end of his life, it had to be said that there was some truth to it. A powerhouse who had reached this stage was really unwilling. He was also very jealous of those powerhouses who still had lifespans. However, these words, coming from the mouth of a powerhouse who had killed him, really made him speechless. After a pause, Third Elder said in a weak voice, Just as he spoke, Fang Ping's mentality suddenly shook. With a crack, the illusory figure was slightly shattered. Fang Ping bared his teeth. You actually want to F*King self-destruct? Are you crazy? If you self-destruct and your Tao crumbles, won't you be discovered? Alright, I won't ask you anymore. You're smarter than I thought. I'll just seal you. Fang Ping strengthened the seal again. His mentality kept shaking, extremely careful. For the first time, he realized that it was so difficult not to kill the enemy. He couldn't shatter this fragile mental power. If it shattered, the other party would die completely. If he died, he might be exposed. Sigh, it's so hard to leave someone alive. Fang Ping sighed. Only when the other party was about to completely dissipate did Fang Ping stop. At this point, this extremely powerful third elder was easily taken care of by Fang Ping. Fang Ping squatted at the bottom of the lake, rubbing his chin. Should I go to the Hall of Elders first, or should I pretend to be this old man here to lure that ninth elder over and ambush him? I'm afraid that the other party doesn't trust his master. That'll be even more troublesome. Forget it. I'd better go to the Hall of Elders first and find out how to kill the other party more easily. Fang Ping thought for a while and looked at the imperishable substance in the lake. This thing? He did not want it. It had soaked in the old man's corpse before, however, the others did not know. Even if they knew, they might not care. After he was done with his work later, he had to bring these things away. At least 100,000 yuan of imperishable substance and above, this was the least. It was also mixed with a large amount of energy liquid. It was all money. He could not let it go. The first battle was successful. I killed a paragon. Fang Ping counted for himself. The number of paragons he had killed was not little, but it was slightly less than Old Zhang. Old Zhang had killed dozens of paragons alone previously. He had to surpass him as soon as possible. In the next moment, Fang Ping's figure flickered. Very quickly, he left the lake of imperishable substances and rushed toward the Hall of Elders. When a powerhouse with a paragon's combat strength had no aura and could not be sensed, such a powerhouse was an existence that people feared. Not to mention that Fang Ping had many tricks up his sleeves. He could even break into the origin path. With a divine weapon in hand, he was an even more nightmarish existence. Elder's Hall. The moment Fang Ping defeated Third Elder, Ninth Elder, who was preparing to cultivate, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate through all obstacles, looking in the direction of the Lake of Eternal. What's wrong? The Ninth Elder murmured. Was the old man about to wake up? The Third Elder was his master. He had been asleep for a very, very long time. Was he going to wake up now? Elder Jiu was not happy. Instead, he frowned. Now that the sect master and the others had just left, it was finally his turn to be the sect master of Mount Luofu. Now, he was also preparing for a big plan. Now that his master had come out of seclusion, it was not a good thing. Is he waking up, or is his lifespan about to run out? The Ninth Elder murmured. In the next moment, he stood up and walked out of the training room. Looking in that direction once more, the aura of his master, who he could still sense in the past, was now shockingly weak. The ninth elder frowned again. Was he going to die? It didn't really matter if he died. However, at this juncture, a true god of Luofu Mountain had fallen, and the great Tao had collapsed. It might cause some trouble, and it would also attract the attention of some people to Luofu Mountain. I can't die now, and I can't leave seclusion either. Thinking of this, the ninth elder stepped into the air and quickly rushed in that direction. He had to focus on something. Who? Fang Ping exhaled inwardly. That was close. I almost ran into him. This won't do. That old man's mental strength won't last long. Once he dies, this guy will immediately react. Fang Ping frowned. Should he follow this ninth elder and look for an opportunity to assassinate him, or should he go to the Hall of Elders to take a look? Chen Yaoting had come. There was an expert in the Elder Hall. Fang Ping actually had some ideas. To the Elder Hall. Fang Ping made up his mind. Over there, ninth elder would not rush in to check, would he? If they were really exposed, then they would just have to kill them. Fang Ping made up his mind. Ninth elder's departure was a good thing. Without Elder Jiu keeping watch, Fang Ping sped up and entered the Hall of Elders in the blink of an eye. He had already sensed the aura of the two level 9 experts. The other party was guarding something. Deep inside the compound, there was some obstruction. Fang Ping's senses were a little blurry. However, Fang Ping saw it very soon. In the small courtyard, a thin woman sat cross-legged on the ground. His clothes had long been dyed red with blood. At this moment, the two rank 9s outside the door were still asking questions. Tell me Fang Ping's secret, and you'll suffer less. If this goes on, you won't be able to hold on for more than a day. Your body will collapse and your spiritual sense will shatter. That's right, Mississippi. Even if you don't tell us Fang Ping's secret, it's not really a secret if you tell us some things about humans. But us two brothers can also explain it to the elder, and you can also avoid some pain. One of them had a red face while the other had a white face. One was interrogating while the other was exhorting. The person who advised her sighed and said, or perhaps I should say something about your life. Young lady, you are still young. Your parents and brothers should still be alive. Now that the elders are not here, this old man also had a daughter who was about the same age as you. What a pity. Sigh. The man sighed and said, tell this old man. You can divert some of the pain. This old man is doing his best to suppress the formation. This is the only thing this old man can do. Qing Yun. Another person berated, once the elders find out, Destiny, how will the elders find out if you don't tell them? Back then, my daughter died. You saw it for yourself. This young lady is still young. This old man did not let her go. I only wanted to ease some of her pain. You and I have been brothers for many years. Are you going to tell on me even for this? Destiny frowned and quickly snorted. Be careful. If the elders find out, it'll be troublesome. Also, Chen Yunqi, you better tell us more. That way, we will have an excuse to say that we are interrogating you for information. Chen Yunqi opened her eyes. The tiredness in her eyes intensified. Hearing that, she said softly, thank you both for your kindness. Since the two of you have treated me so well, then I will say a few words. Chen Yunqi pondered for a moment and said slowly, my life is very short. There is nothing worth writing about. Since that elder of yours wants to know Fang Ping's secret, then I will say a few things. Fang Ping actually doesn't like me at all. He has someone he loves. It's a pity that he can't talk about it. Chen Yunqi smiled bitterly. It's useless for you to capture me. I'm not trying to absolve myself. Since I'm here, I have no plans to go back. But I don't want to die just like this. I don't want to let that B*TCH have it easy. Chen Yunqi's eyes were cold. Fang Ping, the person you love is not on earth. In the catacombs. A woman of extremely high status. A woman who has risked her life for Fang Ping multiple times. A woman who will never be accepted by humans. Ji Yao. If you really understand Fang Ping and Ji Yao, Then you should know that the two of them have worked together many, many times. Fang Ping has let Ji Yao go time and time again. Ji Yao has also let Fang Ping go time and time again. She even helped him grow when he needed it the most. Both of them were stunned. Ji Yao, was it real or fake? They knew this person. She was the granddaughter of Destiny Royal Court's life king, Ji Hong's daughter. Now, she was also the Ji family's spokesperson in Destiny Royal Court. Fang Ping actually liked Ji Yao. These two people were related. In the air, Fang Ping, who was about to attack, suddenly smirked. What did you not learn? You learned how to fool people, deserved to be hit. Looking at the vitality and mentality that were overflowing in the courtyard, Fang Ping's eyes regained their coldness. In the next moment, Fang Ping suddenly appeared behind the two stunned people. Both of them knew nothing. Inside the door, Xianxia was facing him. She saw everything clearly, but she was indifferent. She continued, you can choose not to believe me, but if you investigate carefully, you will definitely find some clues. Once you capture Ji Yao, you will know how anxious Fang Ping is. Also, at this point, I want to tell you a secret. What? Xianxia suddenly smiled brightly. Her smile made the two of them confused. Fang Ping actually doesn't like women. I was lying to you just now. He likes men. Having said that, she even flashed a cheeky smile. Both of them were stunned again. Then, they felt a little angry. Just as they were about to lose their temper, someone patted them from behind. Under the horrified gazes of the two, their bodies were smashed into pieces like mud. I like men? Fang Ping said helplessly, stupid girl, you've learned to spread rumors. The truth. Xianxia smiled. I always feel that you and Brother Wang and the others have an improper relationship. You deserve to be hit. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. You're already like this, and you're still talking nonsense. That's why I said it. Xianxia stood up slowly, panting. Don't save me. If we break this formation now, that person will sense it. Pretend to be one of them and tell them that I've revealed Fang Ping's secret. That powerhouse will be interested. Ambush him. Right, can you kill him? Yes. Then ambush him. Xianxia walked to the door and looked at Fang Ping. There was a faint smile in her eyes. I won't die yet. I can even hold on for a day. Just save me in a day. If the ambush doesn't work, then go back first. If I die, just avenge me. Also, let me ask you, do you like men or women? Fang Ping was speechless. He threw the two fellows who were almost crippled to the ground. Pay attention to something important. This is very important. Women. That'll do. Xianxia smiled brightly. Go. Kill him if you're confident. Just call him elder. Also, don't eavesdrop on me next time. I'm not eavesdropping. Fang Ping laughed. He killed one of them with one palm and instantly transformed it into his aura. Then hold on for a while. I'll come and get you after I destroy Mount Luofu. Fang Ping said, then asked, have you cried? No. You're a tough guy. You're the tough guy. Xianxia scolded him with a smile. I'm a weak woman. It hurts a lot. You're not leaving yet. You're making me suffer on purpose. You're so mean. I saw you smiling so happily. I thought you weren't in pain, Fang Ping said and turned to leave. As he walked, he said, suffering is a blessing. Next time, you should stay in Magic City. Let's see if you dare to run around. It's easy if you want to become stronger. When we get to Magic City, I'll help you achieve a golden body. Got it. You're still not leaving. Are you trying to piss me off? I'm leaving. Fang Ping's silhouette flashed. His clothes changed rapidly, and so did his appearance. After he left, Xianxia fell to the ground. She looked at Qingyun who was still alive and chuckled. See? Your nightmares are here. He's singing a two-man show with me. He hasn't gone out for thousands of years. His brain must be flooded with water. He's so good at fooling people. I've been watching how he fooled people. How could he be fooled by idiots like you? It's a pity he came early. Otherwise, he might be able to watch a big show. Do you think that stupid elder of yours will go and capture Jiao? If he did, then it wouldn't be in vain for me to come up with a story for the past few days. Qin Yan's eyes widened, but he did not make a sound. At this moment, he was only left with a trace of mentality, preserving his aura. Seeing this, Qin Yunqi panted. I can't say it anymore. I'll piss you off. If you die of anger and your aura is extinguished, he'll be in trouble. But, after he kills that elder of yours, I'll piss you off again, okay? Hee hee, a muffled throaty sound could be heard. I won't say any more. You guys are too weak. Qin Yunqi ignored him. She looked outside the courtyard door, a smile still on her face. He was here, even if she did not expect him to come. The moment he appeared in front of her, she felt that he was the only one in the world. Pain, it was nothing, he said he liked women. I'll remember that. In the Hall of Elders. Fang Ping's aura exploded, there was no smile on his face, only coldness. 70% of Qin Yunqi's mentality had been burned, completely burned, her vitality was almost completely burned away. Fang Ping knew that this kind of pain was more painful than self-detonating mentality. That was because his mentality had been burned once before. It was a light touch, but he was in unbearable pain. It was hard to imagine that Qin Yunqi, who had burned 70% of her mentality, could still smile. You're braver than I thought. It's a pity. I'm weaker than you think. In this 3 realms, I'm still not the strongest. Not to the point where everyone fears me like a demon. But this time, it's time for me to be a demon. At this moment, 9th Elder's aura flashed in the distance. Fang Ping's aura exploded. 9th Elder could not care less about 3rd Elder's situation. Destiny's aura suddenly exploded. Something urgent must have happened. Did Qin Yunqi say something, or was she dead? In the next moment, 9th Elder's figure appeared in the distance. The coldness on Fang Ping's face dissipated instantly, turning into anxiety. He could not wait to rush over, but he dared not. Elder, an immensely anxious shout rang out. 9th Elder landed immediately and appeared in front of him. He frowned and asked, what happened? Elder, Fang Ping was so anxious that he seemed to be unable to speak. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and pointed to the depths of the Hall of Elders, saying anxiously, that, 9th Elder snorted coldly. He stopped asking and leaped over Fang Ping to see for himself. Fang Ping seemed to have expected such a reaction from him. The moment he leaped over Fang Ping, the god-slaying saber was in his hand. This time, Fang Ping did not say a word. He was as silent as a dead man. He swung the saber, fast, ruthless, accurate, it was done in one go, the hand holding the saber was as steady as a mountain. Fang Ping had never been so confident. I can shatter his golden body with one slash, I'm that strong, strong enough to make people tremble, to make people fear, to make people not dare to provoke Fang Ping anymore. The void shattered, 9th Elder was terrified. At this moment, his first reaction was to concentrate all his strength under his feet. Run, he had been closed in by a top-notch powerhouse, moreover, he had closed in when he was defenseless, could he escape now? This slash, Fang Ping was extraordinarily strong. It was too steady, so steady that his control of strength had improved. Boom, an earth-shattering roar came from 9th Elder's head. In the next moment, his head exploded like a watermelon. Fang Ping's saber did not stop at all. With a crash, from top to bottom, his golden body was sliced in half. At this moment, the saber's aura overflowed. With a boom, the front hall of the Hall of Elders exploded into powder. Everyone in the front hall, no matter how strong they were, was crushed into powder at this moment. Fang Ping did not say a word. He did not verbally attack the other party. Almost at the same time, the second slash followed like a shadow, slashing toward the spirit body that had just appeared. Gotcha, his mental power was instantly destroyed into a mess. A top-notch powerhouse who was not much weaker than him had ambushed him with a divine weapon. Something like this had never happened since ancient times. Because no one of the same rank could get close without concealing it, Fang Ping, his golden body was slashed, his mentality destroyed, but Fang Ping did not have any intention of underestimating the other party. At this moment, Fang Ping broke into the other party's origin Dao. In the other party's moment of extreme fear, he slashed again. At the same time, Fang Ping's origin world appeared, colliding with the other party's origin world with a boom. Crack, both parties' origin worlds were cracking. Fang Ping, on the other hand, slashed 100 times in one go. With a crack, he severed the other party's Dao, fast, so fast that it could not be any faster. From start to finish, in the blink of an eye, not even a second, this was even faster than the ambush on Third Elder earlier. At this moment, Fang Ping withdrew his origin. His mentality erupted, sweeping in all directions, gathering the mentality fragments one by one. He grasped them and forcefully pressed them into the golden body that was about to turn into a pulp of flesh. The other party's golden body was still recovering. Fang Ping's god-slaying saber struck again, one slash after another. He obliterated the other party's imperishable substance, constantly obliterating it. It was too fast. Ninth Elder let out a beast-like roar. In the distance, some powerhouses noticed the commotion and rushed over. Fang Ping did not care about them. Again and again. Very soon, scarlet blood flowed out of the golden body. The imperishable substance was obliterated. When a desperate situation bled red blood, it meant that it had reached its limit. At this moment, Fang Ping said, "Don't worry, you won't die so quickly. This time, the headquarters will torture you to death in front of all the powerhouses in the 3 realms. I'll let you know what a demon is. Don't even think about running. You won't be able to escape. You can't even self-destruct." Fang Ping sneered. His palm grew bigger, grabbing him. Crack, crack, he almost squeezed the other party into a meatball. Fang Ping held the meatball in his hand and said lightly, "So weak. Is this the Luofu mountain that I'm cautious of? Looks like you're going to be annihilated today." Having said that, Fang Ping's mentality erupted instantly. He did not kill, did not intimidate. Instead, he formed a wall and flew in all directions. He wanted to seal off the Luofu mountain and annihilate them. Not a single one of them could escape. Was it because he, Fang Ping, was too weak, or was it because they were too daring? They dared to capture anyone. This time, the attack was smoother than he had expected. Not only was the sneak attack successful, but he also preserved the other party's life. This was the biggest success. Maybe, this time, it's time to let you understand what it means to be afraid. Fang Ping's mentality emerged continuously. He did not care about anyone. He just sealed off the world. Annihilation, this was the end of the 3 realms. Elder. What happened? Destiny, what are you doing? Roars came one after another. The Luofu mountain that had been peaceful for many years was in chaos. The Hall of Elders was suddenly destroyed, and the Elder's aura seemed to be coming from the meatball in Destiny's hand. Fang Ping ignored them. His mentality emerged faster and faster. Very soon, Fang Ping completed the seal. Of course, he could not seal off a 1,000-mile stretch of land. But at least the area within a few dozen miles was completely sealed off by him. Until now, someone landed near Fang Ping. Looking at Fang Ping, he said with a face full of shock and anger, "Destiny, where's the Elder?" Fang Ping's expression began to change. He tossed the meatball in his hand and smiled faintly. "Isn't he here? Also, call me Qingren." After saying that, Fang Ping ignored these extremely stunned and terrified Luofu mountain martial artists and walked toward the back of the hall. "Qingren." "No. Elder. Elder, run." Everyone was panic-stricken. They were all afraid. That was Fang Ping. Fang Ping had actually killed his way to Luofu mountain. Moreover, Ninth Elder had actually been crushed into a meatball by him without much movement. Now, he was playing with him in his hand. It was too terrifying. The Luofu mountain powerhouses fled in all directions. No one had the mood to fight with Fang Ping. The difference between a true god and the origin was in essence. Moreover, the true god level 9th Elder had been defeated so easily. Who would dare to be Fang Ping's enemy? Boom, there was a violent roar in all directions. Someone's path had been blocked by the barrier. At this moment, regardless of everything, they were bombarding the barrier frantically. On the other side, Fang Ping said faintly as he walked, "There's no need to look for that 3rd Elder. I killed him just now. Run. If you can't run, then die. It's okay if you can't break the barrier. Let someone self-destruct and blast the barrier open." I want to save someone now. I still need a minute. After a minute, if you can't run, then you can only die. No. Desperate roars resounded through the sky. But roars were useless. At this moment, a few rank 9 powerhouses suddenly attacked and grabbed the martial artists beside them. Quick, blast the barrier. A few people roared, one of them grabbed a rank 7 martial artist. Under the other party's incredulous gaze, the other party's energy surged into his body and he was instantly thrown toward the barrier. No, despair, indignation, but it was useless. A peak rank 9's energy surged into his body when he was not prepared. The consequences could be imagined. Boom. There was an explosion, blood mist rose all over the sky. Someone roared angrily, "Grand Deacon, he's lying to us." Everyone joined forces and bombarded one place to open a passage. Don't kill each other, 50 seconds left. At this moment, Fong Ping's ghostly voice rang again. It'll be quick. In the blink of an eye. If you don't self-destruct, it's useless even if you join forces, unless you doubt the King of Man's strength. Self-destruct. I'll leave you a way out. As he spoke, the initially trembling barrier in front of the people who were attacking the barrier together suddenly stabilized. Fong Ping said lightly, "Continue. My mentality is unlimited. Do as I say. I'll give you a chance. Otherwise, all of you can die. Fight him." A powerhouse roared. As soon as he finished speaking, a saber gleam cut through the sky. The rank 9 who shouted had almost no resistance. Everything was cut off by this saber, golden body, mentality, origin. With one slash, everything disappeared. Why don't you try resisting? Fong Ping smiled brightly. Opposite the door, Xianxia smiled too. Your smile is so evil. Evil? Fong Ping laughed. I'm very kind. I can't even bear to step on ants by the roadside. But those are human ants. As for non-humans, who cares? As he said that, Fong Ping looked at the formation trapping Xianxia, frowning slightly. At this moment, the meatball suddenly said, "You can't break the formation. Otherwise, her vitality and spiritual consciousness will disappear completely. If you spare me, I can take the initiative to break the formation, let her vitality and spiritual consciousness return, and restore her rank 7 ability." Fong Ping laughed. As he laughed, he patted the meatball like he was playing basketball. He laughed and said, "I have to thank you. This woman, she's messing around. She's the same as Qin Fengqing, eating good food every day. Her energy is messed up. It's great now. I can't bear to burn her. If you burn her, it'll burn away the impurities. Why would I want those to return? In the past, I thought that if she can't bear the pain, don't burn her. That's not something a human should do." Now, Fong Ping chuckled. Thank you. Having said that, Fong Ping looked at Xianxia and laughed. I'll break the formation directly. It's okay to drop ranks. I'll be back soon. This is pure. I'll learn this formation later too. I'll burn them all. I'll let you guys suffer a little, lest your ranks become unstable. Xianxia was very obedient. She laughed. I'll listen to you. But your posture when playing is so ugly. Having said that, she watched Fong Ping break the formation. Xianxia seized the time and said to Qingyun who was lying on the ground, "Did you see that? He's much better at bluffing than you guys. You guys are really stupid. Now that the sect is destroyed, are you happy? I forgot to thank you. You guys are the source of my happiness when I'm in pain. Watching you bunch of idiots acting, I almost couldn't take it anymore. In the end, you guys almost made me laugh. Thank you so much." Hee. At this moment, Qingyun was not sure if he was in despair or really angry. His throat moved, and suddenly, his mentality was extinguished. Fong Ping's action of breaking the formation slowed down. He glanced at Xianxia, the corner of his mouth twitching. Don't learn from the good, learn from the bad. You're good. You killed a rank 9 with your mouth. Do you want to be the second Fong Ping? Fong Ping was helpless. Xianxia looked embarrassed. She said timidly, "Don't think too much. I'm a good girl. I was angered by them. I didn't expect them to be so narrow-minded. I angered myself to death. Fang Ping smashed the formation with a punch. Chen Yunqi staggered. Fang Ping wanted to help her up, but this woman suddenly stood up and kicked Elder Jiu, who was like a rubber ball, tens of meters away. You caught me. I don't even feel like a rubber ball. Fang Ping sighed. I don't think I need to comfort her anymore. Neo-martial artists. Awesome, female martial artists were almost becoming devils. P.S. Third point later, try to be before 12 o'clock. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor on the other side, Chen Yunqi had sent Elder Jiu flying with a kick. On the other side, the people from Mount Luofu were completely scared out of their wits when they saw that. The array was broken. Kill them quickly. The chief executive who had killed a rank 7 martial artist earlier was now completely insane. Elder Jiu, a peerless martial artist, had been kicked around like a ball. Could they be Fang Ping's opponents? Impossible, death was the only option. There was still hope to break the barrier by self-explosion, even if this hope was extremely slim. However, at this moment, everyone wanted to fight for it. The massacre continued. At this moment, a few rank 7 martial artists suddenly fell to the ground and knelt with a loud bang. The sound was really loud. Lord Human King. Spare us. Lord, we are innocent. Lord, we are willing to fight with the humans, please have mercy. Tearful pleas for mercy were heard. One by one, the martial artists knelt and begged for mercy. They no longer had the arrogance of immortals. This was immortals. Fang Ping had seen the ugly faces of these immortals more than once. Today, it made him feel even more disgusted. Fang Ping reached out and grabbed Elder Jiu back into his hands, smiling faintly. Aren't we exterminating demons and protecting the Tao? Fang Ping looked at a rank 6 martial artist who had landed with the crowd. He was very young, looking less than 20 years old. At this moment, his face was pale, so scared that he was even a little wet, kneeling in front of Fang Ping. Fang Ping smiled faintly. When Elder Jiu opens the passage to the human world, aren't you going to the human world to exterminate demons and protect the Tao? Now, the righteous immortals are actually kneeling and begging for mercy to the devil? This is the righteous path? Fang Ping laughed out loud, laughing so hard that he did not know why. This was the righteous powerhouse, the devil in their eyes. Even if it was just a woman, a young woman, had never begged for mercy when faced with a crisis of death. Even if she had suffered endless pain, she had never said a word of mercy. This was the devil, and this group of immortals who exterminated demons and protected the Tao in front of him were now showing their ugly side, kneeling and begging for mercy, incontinent. It was really too ridiculous. Fang Ping had a strong sense of mockery. At this moment, a woman in the crowd shouted, Lord Human King, we have committed a crime. The ninth elder had captured Sir's Tao companion, and that was his idea. I knew nothing about it, and I have never killed any humans. If Sir wants to destroy Luofu Mountain, I am willing to leave Luofu Mountain and never be a disciple of Luofu Mountain again. Sir, please have mercy. My lord, a sovereign personage, the king of a race. Right now, there are still children on the Luofu Mountain. Could it be that my lord wants to kill them all? A woman cried out in grief, protecting a few tender children in her arms. Mount Luofu had new blood. Fang Ping closed his eyes. Just when everyone thought that there was hope, Fang Ping suddenly turned around and looked at Chen Yunqi, sighing softly. I'm not ruthless enough. Hearing that, Chen Yunqi laughed softly. As long as you're happy. Sigh, I'm kind-hearted, Fang Ping mumbled. He stretched out his gigantic hand. In the faraway lake of perpetual destruction, a broken spirit body was caught in his hand. The next moment, Fang Ping covered the sky with one hand, sweeping in all directions. The palace was crushed into iron blocks and thrown into the storage space. Although the storage space was no longer displayed, it did not affect its functions. However, a storage space of 10,000 cubic meters was really too small. Expanding 1 cubic meter would require 500 million worth of wealth, 50,000 points. Fang Ping had not expanded his storage space for a long time, but at this moment, he expanded it rapidly. 10,000 cubic meters, that was 500 million points of wealth consumed. This time, Fang Ping spent a total of 4.5 billion points of wealth to expand the space. You have to give to get what you want. 100,000 cubic meters. 100,000 cubic meters was actually not that big. At least, it was wishful thinking to want to store the entire heavenly palace. However, Fang Ping still had something else. At this moment, in his Xianxia gate, a palace floated out. Combat Heavenly Palace. Combat Heavenly Palace could not store living things, but it was not a problem for it to store dead things. Combat Heavenly Palace was not small. Fang Ping uprooted the palaces one by one, crumpled them into a ball, and stuffed them into the storage space and Combat Heavenly Palace. At this moment, the martial artists who were killing each other stopped attacking. One by one, they landed on the ground, kneeling. No one dared to speak. Fang Ping's words earlier gave them hope. Maybe Fang Ping would not attack again after taking away the things. The palaces were being uprooted continuously. The bricks and soil underground were all swept away. Some treasure vaults were opened by Fang Ping. Large amounts of high-ranked energy stones, energy liquids, various pills, and various weapons fell into Fang Ping's hands. Not only that, Fang Ping also discovered a huge fruit garden. Seeing the various energy fruits in the fruit garden, Fang Ping's eyes lit up. This was going to be transplanted to Earth. This was really good stuff. After all, Earth had recovered too late. At this moment, there were no mineral veins, and there were no energy fruits of this scale. The effects of energy fruits were better than energy liquids, the energy was mild, and each had its own characteristics. For example, the 100 honing fruit had a particularly obvious effect on martial artists at specific times. Fang Ping unfolded Combat Heavenly Palace. Combat Heavenly Palace could be transplanted with plants. As for animals, they could not be transplanted. According to Tsung Mao, monster plants were not considered living beings because they had no emperors. At this moment, a large number of fruit trees were transplanted by Fang Ping. Among them were a few rank 9 monster plants. However, at this moment, a few rank 9 monster plants were like dead things, motionless, allowing Fang Ping to put them into Combat Heavenly Palace, not daring to reveal a single aura. It was too scary. Fruit trees, energy liquids, eternal lake, immortal palace. Fang Ping was really putting on whatever he saw. Combat Heavenly Palace was full, his storage space was full, and he still had many storage rings. At this moment, they were also full. At this time, there were still a large number of palaces. Moreover, this was just the things that he had put in a few dozen li of land. Sky Palace, that was spread out for thousands of li. And Fang Ping was waiting. He had no intention of stopping. He was waiting for his wealth to increase. If there was no danger, his wealth would increase. This was also a basis to determine whether there were still powerhouses in this place. There were too many treasures, including Azure Imperial Palace. They were all taken away by Fang Ping. Those thrones were even embedded with Desperate Realm demon cores. These were real treasures. Wealth, 5 billion points. Vitality, 513,000 calories, 513,000 calories. Mentality, 10,885 Hz, 10,885 Hz, can be cut. Origin, vertical 520 meters, increase 52%, horizontal 3,100 meters, increase 31%, combat techniques, god-slaying sword techniques, plus 7%, void-piercing swordsmanship, plus 3%, manic explosion saber, plus 1%, combat technique combination deduction, 1 million points / time origin energy conversion, 100,000 points / 1 cloud energy shield, 1 point / minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points / minute, plus, origin. Detailed analysis, 10 to 100 million points / time strength control, 80% limit outburst, 779,760 cal / 974700 cal. At this moment, Fang Ping was staring at the data. After spending 5 billion to expand the storage space to 100,000 cubic meters, Fang Ping began to wait. At this moment, he dared not go to other places to snatch. He was really afraid that if his wealth broke through 100 billion at once, if he were to level up again, he would be done for. The current him did not have time to level up. Other than looking at his wealth, Fang Ping was also looking at his strength control, revealing a faint smile. 80%. This time, he actually increased his strength control by about 5%. Maximum vitality was above 970,000 calories, limit outburst was actually as high as about 780,000 cal, 780,000 cal. It was almost the limit of a weak paragon strength, those weak paragon strength control was not too high, around 70% was not surprising. Fang Ping did not even take into account the divine weapon. If he did, it should be 800,000 calories limit outburst. This meant that at this moment, even if Fang Ping encountered a weak paragon head-on, he also had the confidence to kill the other party without using surprise attacks. Of course, the premise was that the other party was a little stupid. If they were not stupid, they would run even if they were no match for him. This was inevitable. Close to 1,000,000 cal vitality. At this moment, Fang Ping, who had only walked 500 meters on origin path, was already close to 1,000,000 cal limit. Based on the weak paragon's calculations, starting from 200,000 calories, without any other body honing in between, walking 1,000 meters would increase the vitality limit by 10,000 calories, walking 3,000 meters would increase the vitality by 20,000 calories, that would be 220,000 calories. An increase of 1.2 times, vitality would reach 484,000 calories, about 970,000 calories vitality of a rank 9. In this way, the current Fang Ping was comparable to a genuine powerhouse who had walked 3,000 meters on origin path. The premise was that the other party had at least 80% strength control, and he had a divine weapon. Otherwise, Fang Ping could totally increase a stage, and there was not much difference between him and a paragon who had walked 4,000 meters on origin path. Turns out, I'm so powerful now. Fang Ping smiled faintly, sighing with emotion. The moment he looked at the data, his wealth suddenly skyrocketed. 10 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion, Fang Ping had moved Mount Luofu, one of the 10 big grotto heavens. It increased all the way to about 70 billion before stopping. It was the biggest gain in history, a gain close to 700 trillion, yes, 700 trillion, it was equivalent to 700 paragons holy fruits. Skyelm fruits were often used by Fang Ping as a price comparison now. A gain that was beyond imagination. Moreover, he had not finished cleaning up. At this moment, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to clean up the spoils of war. He had to spend them. He could not let his wealth break 100 billion at this time, or else it would be troublesome. 45 billion points of wealth were consumed in an instant. The storage space this time expanded shockingly, 1 million cubic meters. In terms of size, it was very big. In terms of size, it was actually a cube with a length, width, and height of 100 meters. However, a cube with a length, width, and height of 100 meters could easily store a few 30-story buildings. Back then, Fang Ping wanted to expand the storage space to store rank 9 monster plants, but rank 9 monster plants were actually not this big. Even if they were complete and enlarged to the extreme, they would not be this big. If they were chopped up, they would be even smaller. Very quickly, his wealth dropped to about 26 billion points. However, Fang Ping was not worried at all. He had not finished robbing Mount Luofu. He had really underestimated the boundaries back then. In the Xuanda Grotto heaven, he thought that even if he robbed a territory, his wealth would only be about 10 billion points. Only now did he realize that it was almost 100 billion points. Fang Ping looked at the people kneeling in front of him and said lightly, "Hand over your storage rings, weapons, and everything on you." "Sir." A rank 8 martial artist had just opened his mouth when Fang Ping's large hand pressed down, instantly crushing the other party into minced meat. 3. Fang Ping did not say anything else and directly reported the number. Right at this moment, these people handed over their things one after another. Fang Ping sneered. Xianxia also wore a smile on her face. This was a god. It was really disgusting. Fang Ping waved his large hand and kept the things away again. His wealth increased slightly, not much, just 1 billion points. There were so many people in the huge Mount Luofu, and there were close to 100 high-ranked ones, but there were only 10 trillion treasures. Fang Ping was a little disappointed. It seemed like the wealth below the peak of Mount Luofu was limited. His wealth had reached 27 billion points. Right at this moment, Fang Ping hugged Xianxia, leaped into the air, and said with a smile, "Go catch them. There are still people who are not here within the boundary of 1,000 miles." As he said that, Fang Ping leaped into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as he disappeared, the people kneeling on the ground looked at each other. Someone quickly transmitted his voice, "What should we do? Will this devil really let us go? Head deacon, why don't we break the barrier now and escape together? No. Don't drag us into this." At this moment, someone shouted loudly, his voice incomparably loud, "Lord Human King, someone is conspiring to escape. We are not involved." As soon as these words came out, there was silence everywhere. This was human nature. No, perhaps this was immortal nature. Some people wanted to escape, but some people did not want to be implicated and shouted directly. On the other side, Fang Ping's voice came, "Whoever wants to escape, kill him. Killing is meritorious." The headquarters also wants to watch a show, how to watch it. As he spoke, figures descended from the sky one by one. The people scattered all over the Luofu Immortal Palace were thrown over. There were more and more people. At this moment, everyone was incomparably quiet, trembling with fear, kneeling on the ground. A few people who had just been thrown over wanted to escape, but they were quickly killed by the martial artists in all directions. Not only the people in the heavenly palace, but the outer sect disciples below, the demons, and even some demons outside the boundary wall were quickly captured. A few minutes later, Fang Ping appeared here once again. At this moment, in other areas, all the palaces had disappeared. Fang Ping's wealth increased again, 40 billion points, the core was here, the other places were not too important. Even so, it still increased his wealth by 13 billion points. After calculating, the increase in wealth this time was more than 80 billion points, and this was the reward of destroying Luofu Mountain. On the huge ruins, there were some people and some demons kneeling densely. There were nearly 1,000 people and hundreds of demons. This was all the people and demons of Luofu Mountain. As for Fang Ping, he was playing with some sculptures in his hands. The originally huge sculptures were compressed by him into glass balls. 7. These sculptures were made by the powerhouses above the peak of Luofu Mountain by dividing their mentality, similar to Life Monarch and the others, representing life and death. At this moment, 7 were intact. They represented Luofu Mountain's 12 elders, 1 sect leader, and there were still 7 people alive. Many, however, at this moment, the remnants of their mentality were with Fang Ping. In fact, there were only 5 people alive. And these 5 people. Fang Ping suddenly saw the name of the Shin family's patriarch, Luofu Mountain. 12th elder, Fang Ping smiled. Shin Haotian was not dead, there was also one in Star Town, but no one dared to look at Star Town now, not even Fang Ping. At this moment, seeing Shin Haotian's sculpture here, Fang Ping was in a good mood. It was not surprising that Shin Haotian's sculpture was here. He was Venerable the Arch-Green Essence's disciple and also an elder of Luofu Mountain, the last one. When he walked out of Luofu Mountain that year, this would definitely be left behind. Now that he saw that he was not dead, Fang Ping was really in a good mood. Other than Shin Haotian, there were still 4 powerhouses alive from Luofu Mountain, 1 emperor level and 3 peak level. This was probably all the people who entered the celestial cemetery. Luofu Mountain, which has been passed down for thousands of years, didn't die many people in the North-South War. What a pity, it's destroyed today. Fang Ping laughed, looked at everyone kneeling below, and said with a smile, "Come, shout that Venerable the Arch-Green Essence is dog sh*t. Fang Ping raised the canopy. The canopy had now been modified by humans to have its own recording function. It was Elvision's masterpiece. This was Fang Ping's first time using it. He felt that it should be very interesting. He wanted to take it and play it in the human world, so that humans could see these people's faces clearly. He wanted to show it to Venerable the Arch-Green Essence, if he was not dead. He wanted to show him what kind of trash his Luofu Mountain was. At this moment, everyone below looked at each other. Very soon, someone said hesitantly, "Sir, bang, fragments, minced meat." Hence, after a moment of silence, everyone shouted, "Green Essence is dog sh*t. Continue to curse all the peak level experts, curse as much as you can. Ha ha ha, I want to let people see how disgusting you immortals are when you curse people. Your masters, your sect leaders, your elders. Ha ha ha, this is the blessed grotto heaven, this is the immortals. Among the people below, some were ashamed, but some did not care at all, quickly cursing. All kinds of curses sounded. It was a mess. As Fang Ping smiled, his expression turned cold. Very soon, he recovered his smile, looked at Xianxia, and said with a smile, "Do you think such a group of people can be a match for humans? We human martial artists are greedy for life and afraid of death, but is there a sect like this? Are all of them dogs? Such a big sect, all of them, not one, all of them, how ridiculous." Xianxia held his arm, as if she was a little weak, leaning on his arm. Hearing that, she laughed and said, "Isn't this good? The more incompetent and useless the enemy is, the better the lives of humans will be." Makes sense. Fang Ping laughed and said, "Let's go. If we see too many of these people, our eyes will get dirty." After saying that, Fang Ping disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to stop cursing, still cursing. After a while, everyone looked at each other, and all heaved a huge sigh of relief, narrowly escaped death. However, at this moment, a powerful mentality swept in all directions. Everyone below the high rank died. Just as the high ranks and above were about to escape, a Chengdao sliced through the air, like cutting melons and vegetables, killing dozens of people in an instant. "Fang Ping, you shameless villain, you said you would spare us. Lord King, spare us." "No, don't kill me, I'm going to achieve Dao soon, spare me, Lord, ah." Screams were heard one after another. At the same time, the broken sky palace fell. There was a rumble. The next moment, the sky palace fell, emitting a roar. However, the boundary was a place separated from the world. The demons on the periphery were all captured inside. Right now, even if there was a sound, it could not be heard across the forbidden sea. Fang Ping, who was already far away, laughed and said, "What a pity, I wanted to set off fireworks, but I was afraid of being discovered." No matter, in the three major boundaries, this is only the first. The third, I must set off fireworks, let the three realms see the brilliance of fireworks. Mount Luofu was destroyed, sect annihilation. Fang Ping did not think about those young people, those children. He was the leader of the human race, not the leader of the other races. Since those people wanted to eliminate demons and defend the Tao, he, the demon, would be a real demon for once. Did I say I would spare you? I don't think so. Fang Ping pinched a meatball in his hand, smiled playfully and said, "Ninth Elder, how was the show? Did you like it?" Silence. "You'll see even more. The three realms want to kill the human race. I thought about it, maybe they think that I, Fang Ping, am not a demon enough. King Wu is a demon enough, but King Wu is petty, he only kills individual powerhouses, things like annihilating a sect, he doesn't do much. I thought about it, since he's not a demon enough, then I'll be a little more demon, maybe it'll be better." Fang Ping smiled brightly, turned his head to look at Xianxia, smiled and asked, "Are you afraid?" "No." Xianxia's smile was also extremely bright. "I like to see you become a demon, your demon is a good demon." "Ha ha ha." Fang Ping laughed. "Good demon, good words. Then watch me become a demon. Go to Earth and watch, you're too weak, not qualified to be a demon with me." As Fang Ping finished speaking, he tossed Xianxia far away. There, a figure was floating in the air. The figure looked at Fang Ping, not saying a word. Fang Ping smiled and said, "I'm old, I have to accept my fate. If you do this kind of thing sneakily next time, don't blame me for expelling your human status." Human status, Fang Ping created a new term. In the distance, Chen Yaoting did not say a word either. "You can say whatever you want." Xianxia, who was floating in the air, waved at Fang Ping, her smile still as bright as a flower. "Go kill them and make them tremble. I'll go to Magic City to warm up the wine for you." Good wine, I'll wait for you to come back to celebrate. Don't let the wine get cold. You're so long-winded. Spring is here, why are you drinking warm wine? Go back quickly, or else when I go back, you'll still be on your way." Fang Ping laughed, his figure disappearing instantly. Destroying Mount Luofu was smoother than expected. Xianxia's realm dropped to rank 5, unable to manifest her Sanjiao gate. But Fang Ping was not in a hurry. If this was not a problem, what was the realm? People were fine, they would only improve further. What a pity that I didn't set off fireworks. I'm not feeling good. Today, I must set off fireworks, let the three realms see the splendor of fireworks. Fang Ping muttered in a low voice. It seemed like people had forgotten his fireworks skills. In the distance, Xianxia's smile was so bright that it was hard to feel sad. Chen Yaoting, who was originally heartbroken, did not know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. After a long time, he sighed softly. He's the leader of humanity, humanity's only hope. Child, stop giving him trouble, stop saying that you like him in front of others, stop thinking about getting married and having children. He doesn't need to be dragged down. Humanity can't have an unquestionable sword either. I'd rather he ignore you than go crazy for you. Grandpa. I'm sorry. No, Grandpa, you're right, Xianxia chuckled. I won't let him become unquestionable sword. I am just an admirer of the king of humanity. One of thousands of admirers. I'll wait until the day humanity wins. Grandpa, can you wait with Yunqi? Okay. Chen Yaoting smiled with tears in his eyes. He did not know if he should be happy or sad. Chen Yunqi was still smiling like a flower. I don't want to be the wife of the king of humanity, I want to be the wife of the king of the three realms. I'll wait. Until that day comes, if I can't wait, then humanity has already failed, there's no need to think about these anymore. End of chapter 1049. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.